No, no. Go away. Just go away. That is my body, give it back to me. You big bully, go away. In a daze, Hua Man felt as if her soul had just fought a brutal battle with someone. She forced herself to drive the other party away with all her might, yet in the depths of her consciousness, a voice reverberated coldly, I will come back. No. Hua Man jolted awake in fright. Man, you're awake. You've finally woken up. Hua Xixia, seeing the daughter in her arms regain consciousness, at last burst into tears of relief. Do you know how you nearly scared your mother to death? The little girl in Hua Xixia's embrace was clearly still dazed. She looked only 2 or 3 years old, soft and chubby, with a round, milky face marred by a few scratches that made her all the more pitifully adorable. Her tiny mouth was slightly parted in unconsciousness, her breathing shallow to the extreme. Hua Xixia carefully guided a thread of spiritual power into her daughter's body, calling her name over and over. Man. At last the little one's curled lashes trembled ever so slightly. Wah! Overwhelmed, Hua Man suddenly burst into loud sobs. Sob. She had thought she would never see her mother again. Hua Xixia hurried to soothe her in a gentle voice. Mother is here. Be good, man. Don't be afraid, mother is here. Mother, I missed you so much. I thought I'd never see you again, sob. The little dumpling cried until she was almost out of breath. She remembered falling into the river, and that when she woke her soul was imprisoned, unable to control her own body. She had watched that so-called self awake in her mother's arms, watched that self grow wicked and cruel, slaughtering fellow disciples, killing teachers and elders, harming countless people. She had also seen those people who had been harmed by that self return for revenge, calling her a demon, joining forces to put her to death. Her father and mother, in order to protect her, were also slain. Yet after that other self died, her soul had finally seemed to be free. Only when she recalled that voice just now, the one that had vowed to return. No. Hua Man trembled all over in fear. She was a good child, not a demon. She did not want to become a demon. Man, be good. Don't want what? Seeing how frightened her daughter looked, Hua Xixia's heart ached all the more. Don't be afraid, man. Mother will avenge you right now. Avenge her. Startled, Hua Man finally noticed the sound of a whip not far away. She turned her head and saw a little girl of about 4 or 5 being flogged. Senior sister, Ali. Hua Man suddenly remembered. No, don't hit senior sister, don't. Anxiously, she twisted her small body, trying to struggle out of Hua Xixia's arms. The whipping in the distance continued. Jiang Yueli lay on the ground as the spirit-infused whip lashed down on her again and again, tearing open her flesh. She was clearly just a child, yet in the face of a punishment that even adults found unbearable, she neither dodged nor cried out. Her eyes only stared fixedly at the little dumpling in the distance. She had truly been reborn. She had been the legitimate daughter of the wealthy Jiang family. Because of her extraordinary talent, she was chosen by Hua Xixia, entered Tianyan sect at 4, and at 5, had already become the sect's youngest personal disciple. Her future should have been brilliantly bright, yet just this very morning, after finishing her cultivation, disciples from other peaks blocked Hua Man by the riverside and bullied her. Jiang Yueli had been about to step forward to stop them when someone shoved her from behind as she fell, and in the chaos pushed Hua Man into the river. She had risked her life to haul Hua Man out, yet still ended up punished with the whip by her master. What shocked her most was that in her previous life, after Hua Man woke up, she had resolutely insisted that Jiang Yueli had done it on purpose and tearfully goaded Hua Xixia into crippling Jiang Yueli's dantian. Even so, back then Jiang Yueli had still believed that Hua Man was simply too young and had not seen clearly. But afterward, Hua Man had escalated her schemes, framing her, targeting her again and again, eventually expelling her from the sect and letting a beggar defile her body. Though she had ultimately avenged her great hatred, the years of humiliation and agony remained seared into her memory, even in death. As Jiang Yueli recalled it, all fury burned through her heart. Heaven had eyes and granted her rebirth. Though she was not yet the zither saint, Hua Man was nothing more than a useless waste without spiritual power. To kill her would be effortless. Don't hit, senior sister. The little dumpling finally wriggled free from her mother's embrace and staggered toward Jiang Yueli. Jiang Yueli glared at her with all her might. At this moment, Hua Man was only 3, outwardly still an adorably innocent little dumpling, but inside, she was already a rotten, vicious seed. She swore that if Hua Man came one step closer, she would. Senior sister, I'm sorry. Man came too late. Hua Man suddenly dropped to her knees, clumsily wrapping her arms around Jiang Yueli's head. She had remembered. Senior sister, Ali was the first person that she had harmed. Jiang Yueli's entire body stiffened, and she accidentally pulled at the wounds on her back, hissing in pain. I'm sorry. The little dumpling quickly let go, staring helplessly at the injuries all over Jiang Yueli's body as big tears rolled down one after another. In a milk-soft voice choked with sobs, she said, Senior sister, I hurt you. I'll blow on it for you. If I blow it won't hurt anymore. As she spoke, she truly lay down on the ground, leaned close to Jiang Yueli's back, and carefully blew air over the wounds. While blowing, she anxiously asked, "Senior sister, does it feel better?" Jiang Yueli's face twisted with disgust. She had no idea what tricks Hua Man was trying to play now. Man, what are you doing? Hua Xixia could not bear to watch any longer and yanked her daughter to her feet. She was the one who pushed you into the river, you. No. Hua Man hurried to explain. Mother, senior sister, Ali didn't push Man on purpose. Senior sister, Ali fell down herself too. Jiang Yueli's eyes flew wide in shock. In this life, Hua Man had actually spoken the truth. Mother, don't blame senior sister Ali. Her little heart. Hua Man patted her own small chest. Must be hurting too. She liked senior sister Ali. Everyone else called her a little good for nothing, but senior sister Ali never did. Whenever she fell, only senior sister Ali would gently help her up. Whenever others bullied her, only senior sister Ali would step out to stop them. She must not become that wicked self. She had to protect senior sister Ali. Hua Man spread her tiny arms like a wobbly little chick, planting herself in front of Jiang Yueli and declaring righteously, "You can't hit senior sister Ali. You just can't." She remembered that in the future her mother would die at senior sister Ali's hands and hurriedly grabbed Hua Xixia's hand. Mother, hurry, give senior sister Ali spiritual power. Little Man knew that in the entire Tianyan sect, everyone except her had something called spiritual power in their bodies, which could make them fly, fight, and even heal injuries. Hua Xixia frowned helplessly. Earlier, a group of children had carried the unconscious Hua Man back, all insisting in unison that Jiang Yueli had pushed her into the river. In her rage, she had struck Jiang Yueli with a palm and demanded to know what had happened, but Jiang Yueli would say nothing. Only then had she ordered the whipping. She sighed, spiritual power gathering at her fingertips, and was just about to heal Jiang Yueli's wounds. "I do not need it." The little girl covered in wounds straightened her back and stood up, looking at Hua Xixia with an indifferent gaze. "I do not need your spiritual power." Hua Xixia was clearly startled. Jiang Yueli was the child she had personally carried home. Because the girl's talent was exceptional, and she was about the same age as Man, Hua Xixia had always regarded her as another daughter. Yet the look in the child's eyes at this moment. Was it all because she had used the whip? She could not help but grow furious. What mother could stay sane when she saw her own daughter on the verge of death? It was already a blessing she had not lost control and killed Jiang Yueli back, then yet this little brat still wanted her to bow her head and admit she was wrong. "Let's go, Man. We're going back to the room, you need to rest." Hua Xixia withdrew her spiritual power, scooped her daughter into her arms, and turned to leave. "Senior sister. Mother, don't go, help senior sister." The little dumpling grew anxious, yet tightly held in her mother's arms. She could only stretch her chubby little hands helplessly toward Jiang Yueli. Jiang Yueli stood motionless, her gaze scrutinizing Hua Man. She could clearly see the little dumpling's tears rolling down one by one in her anxiety. Acting. The tricks were truly endless. Enduring the searing pain, she dragged her body step by step back to her room. No matter what in this lifetime, she would no longer be deceived by Hua Man. After Hua Man was carried into the room, she cried so hard she could barely catch her breath, insisting over and over that she wanted to go see Jiang Yueli. "Senior sister, it hurts medicine." She somehow fished out a jade bottle, firmly convinced that the medicine inside could heal Jiang Yueli's injuries. She remembered that when her own tummy hurt, this was what her mother had given her to take. Hua Xixia could not help a throbbing headache, explaining with a laugh and a sigh, Man, this medicine. It's a laxative, something you take when you can't poop. It cannot heal your senior sister's injuries." Hua Man tossed the bottle away in disgust, then quickly dug out another one. "What about this one?" "That one is for when Man has diarrhea." Hua Man continued to ransack chests and drawers, searching while muttering in distress, Man's tummy is really so naughty, that's why there are so many medicines." She still did not forget to look back and act cute at Hua Xixia, scrunching her little nose as she said, "Mother has worked so hard taking care of Man and Man's tummy." Hua Xixia was moved almost to the point of tears. There was nothing to be done. Her precious Man was simply this sensible and adorable. She could not bear to watch the child fuss around any longer, so she took the initiative to produce a medicine. "Silly little thing, here, this one can heal your senior sister's whip wounds." "Thank you, mother. Mother is the best of the best." The little dumpling accepted the bottle, then planted a loud kiss on Hua Xixia's cheek. She did not rush to leave, but tilted her head and probed, "Mother, don't you want to go see senior sister?" Hua Xixia turned her head away and snapped, "No, I have no wish to see that heartless little girl." "All right, mother, don't be angry," Man coaxed. "Senior sister loves mother very much. She is just in too much pain." Clutching the medicine bottle, Hua Man ran toward Jiang Yueli's room. When she reached the door and found it half open, she peered inside furtively. She discovered that her senior sister had not treated her wounds at all, still wearing blood-stained clothes, sitting at the table with knitted brows, lost in thought. Jiang Yueli did not notice Hua Manman's arrival at once. The shock of her rebirth and the surging rage upon seeing Hua Manman again gradually ebbed, and she began to ponder her current situation. She had to kill Hua Manman, yet also ensure her own survival. Suddenly, a small hiccup sounded at the door. Jiang Yueli's head snapped up. At the door, Hua Manman stood with only half her head showing, both hands clapped over her little mouth, panic written all over her face. "What do you want?" Jiang Yueli asked warily. Hua Manman wore an expression of utter frustration. Of all times for her little tummy to rumble and hiccup, it had to be now. "Hic." She stomped her tiny foot in anxiety. "Senior sister, hic. May I hic? Come in. Hic." So annoying. Hua Manman grew even more dissatisfied with her own troublesome little tummy. Jiang Yueli rose and walked forward to open the door. Seeing that Hua Manman had come alone, a trace of viciousness flashed in her eyes. "Come in." She turned and walked ahead. "Hic." Hua Manman obediently followed behind her. "Hic. Senior sister, medicine." "Hic." Jiang Yueli sat down again at the table, looking coldly at the Hua Manman before her. There were still fine scratches on the little one's face, stark against her tender fair skin. Her cheeks were round and plump, her hair tied into two buns atop her head. No matter how one looked at her, she seemed utterly harmless. Yet in her previous life, it had been this very face that repeatedly framed her, making her life in the Tianyin sect a fate worse than death. At the thought, spiritual power slowly gathered in Jiang Yueli's palm. She was currently only at the late stage of foundation establishment, but killing a useless little good for nothing without any spiritual power was child's play. Senior sister Ailey, Hua Manman, oblivious to Jiang Yueli's abnormal state, circled behind her with the bottle in hand. "I'll help you apply hic. The medicine, all right." "Hic." Jiang Yueli said nothing, allowing the little thing to busy herself. She was calculating how she should escape once she killed Hua Manman. This was clearly not going to be easy. "Hic. Senior sister Manman will wipe you first, it might hurt a bit." Seeing the wounds on Jiang Yueli's back, Hua Manman's eyes immediately reddened, and she began to dab at them gingerly with a handkerchief. The moment Jiang Yueli felt her back wounds being touched, she sprang to her feet and turned, fixing Hua Manman with an icy stare. "What exactly are you trying to do?" Hua Manman jumped in fright, flustered as she stammered, "Hic. Senior sister Ailey, did I hic? Hurt you? Hic." "Enough with the fake concern. Stop acting. I know you hate me in your heart." Jiang Yueli was filled with uncontrollable fury. She was not a 5-year-old child. She was not so easily fooled. She glared at Hua Manman, teeth clenched. "Hua Manman, let me tell you this, I loathe you. You don't need to put on a show in front of me." Spiritual power surged in her hand as she struggled inwardly. Should she strike now or not? "Senior sister Ailey, hic. What is acting? Hic." Little Man did not quite understand, but she could sense that senior sister Ollie was very angry. "Is it because I'm too stupid? Hic." Jiang Yueli looked at Hua Manman's blank, bewildered expression, yet in her mind surfaced another vicious face hidden beneath this very skin. At last she could no longer suppress the fire in her heart, and struck out, palm aimed at Hua Manman's chest. "Die, Hua Manman." Jiang Yueli put nearly all her strength into that palm. She had to kill in one blow, and then escape by the back mountain path. Yet before her hand could touch Hua Manman's body, she sensed something amiss. In an instant, a strange force erupted from within Hua Manman, its strength immense, blasting Jiang Yueli straight back. "Ugh!" Jiang Yueli slammed into the wall, a metallic taste flooding her throat as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Stunned, she stared at Hua Manman, who had merely been knocked over onto the floor not far away. She had been far too careless. Hua Shixia cherished Hua Manman more than her own life, as she must have set a life-saving barrier within this so-called waste. With Jiang Yueli's current foundation establishment cultivation, she could not possibly kill this useless girl. In her previous life, although Jiang Yueli had been tormented and humiliated by Hua Manman in every possible way, she had never once conceived the thought of killing her, and so had never learned of the barrier's existence. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded outside. Someone was coming. Soon senior sister Bai Ji entered, the outer sect disciple assigned to oversee the daily care of Hua Qixia and Hua Manman. She immediately spotted Jiang Yueli slumped on the floor. "Senior sister Li, what happened? What occurred?" Jiang Yueli pressed her lips together in silence. From a short distance away, Hua Manman finally regained her senses. Sobbing, she crawled shakily to her feet. "Little senior sister, what's wrong?" Bai Ji turned toward Hua Manman. "What just happened?" Jiang Yueli watched Hua Manman coldly, waiting for her to accuse her. "Whoa!" Hua Manman dashed forward and flung herself onto Jiang Yueli. "Senior sister Li, don't die, don't die." Jiang Yueli's eyes widened in shock. The sudden weight nearly made her vomit blood again. "Little senior sister Manman, please rise," Bai Ji interjected, noticing Jiang Yueli's ashen complexion She gently lifted Hua Man into her arms. Don't worry, Senior Sisterly won't die. Whoa, it's all my tummy's fault. My tummy hurt, Senior Sisterly. The little girl wept inconsolably. Bai Ji listened utterly bewildered and instinctively glanced at Jiang Yueli, only to find Jiang Yueli's expression even more perplexed. Who had harmed whom? At this moment, shouldn't Hua Man seize the chance to denounce her, so everyone would believe Jiang Yueli was a malicious, scheming child? Hua Man continued, just now my tummy rumbled like thunder. Senior Sisterly tried to pat it for me, but she was too weak, so she fell down. All because of my tummy. Wait. The little girl suddenly appeared, stunned by a revelation, her eyes widening roundly. She glanced first at Bai Ji, then back at Jiang Yueli, uttering in disbelief, my tummy's fine now. It's not rumbling anymore. It's Senior Sister Li's doing. Hua Man leaned in and happily planted a kiss on Jiang Yueli's cheek. Thank you, Senior Sister Li. Jiang Yueli froze, as if struck by lightning. She felt the damp warmth where the girl had kissed her, certain it was smeared with saliva. Ah! She tried to raise her hand to wipe it off, but lacked even that strength. And what was happening? In this life, why did Hua Man seem so foolish? Ah, I see, Bai Ji murmured with a light laugh, then added thoughtfully, little Senior Sister Master has osmanthus cakes waiting for you. Shall I take you there? Leave this to me, all right. Hua Man's eyes instantly sparkled. She swallowed hard, struggling fiercely to resist the urge to dash straight to her mother. She shyly asked Jiang Yueli, Senior Sisterly, may I go just for a moment? Jiang Yueli nodded fervently. The little girl vanished in an instant, like wind racing across the courtyard. Bai Ji turned to Jiang Yueli, her gaze soft, as she extended her hand. Senior Sister Li, let me carry you to that chair. No need. Jiang Yueli's voice was detached. Already regaining some strength, she rose slowly on her own. She cast a glance at Bai Ji, still standing frozen. I require no assistance. Please leave. Bai Ji visibly recoiled. Why did it feel? Not as though she were speaking to a 5-year-old, but to someone her own age, or even older. When Bai Ji remained motionless, Jiang Yueli frowned. Do you have something else to say? No, Bai Ji replied, awkwardly forcing a smile. Then, I'll take my leave. Call me if you need anything, Senior Sisterly. Jiang Yueli dragged herself step by step to the chair's edge. Recalling what had just transpired, she could not deny the sincerity in the girl's concern. Yet what was truly going on? For now her injuries ran deep, and Hua Man bore a protective formation. Killing her would not be easy. Jiang Yueli would have to bide her time and plan anew. Hua Man hurried to Hua Qixia and found the fragrant osmanthus cakes truly awaiting her. Clutching one in each hand, she savored them blissfully. Little glutton, Hua Qixia said tenderly, asking, does your cheek hurt? Hua Man shook her head, her face radiant with contentment. She was home again, free to cling to her mother and bask in her affection, free to savor these delicate pastries. Then abruptly her father surfaced in memory, the last image of him and her mother both dying for her sake. Mother, where is father? Time had blurred many things. A flicker of stillness crossed Hua Qixia's smile before she answered softly, silly child. Have you forgotten? Father descended the mountain for cultivation trials. Really? Hua Man pouted disconsolately. It feels like ages since I've seen him. Be patient, Man. Perhaps he'll return in just a few days. Though her words soothed her daughter's sorrow, lingered unmistakably in Hua Qixia's eyes. Was that man still alive? Would he ever return? Fortunately, Hua Man asked no further. After finishing one cake, she surreptitiously snatched another. My. Hua Qixia shot her a warning glance. Didn't I say? Only 2 per serving. Hua Man hid the pastry behind her back, defiantly declaring, I'm taking one for Senior Sister Li. Hua Qixia furrowed her brow, just as Bai Ji stepped inside. Senior Sister Bai Ji, why are you back so soon? Hua Man blinked her large eyes in innocent confusion. Oh, I wasn't needed with Senior Sister Li, so I returned. Bai Ji offered an awkward smile. Then I'll go see Senior Sister Li. Hua Man raised the 2 cakes and darted out. Bai Ji opened her mouth, then hesitated, glancing wordlessly at Hua Qixia. What is it? Hua Qixia asked, frowning. Is it about Li? I feel. Senior Sister Li. On her way back, Bai Ji had grown increasingly unsettled. When she'd entered, both Jiang Yueli and Hua Man lay sprawled on the floor, yet far apart. And Jiang Yueli had spat blood, as if violently hurled backward by an unseen force. Yet Bai Ji could not fathom. Who could have thrown Jiang Yueli? Could it possibly be the powerless little junior sister? What's wrong with Li? Is she still angry with me? Hua Qixia's expression darkened. No, not at all. Bai Ji quickly shook her head. I only thought. Senior Sister Li might be feeling deeply wounded. After all, Jiang Yueli was Master's most cherished and esteemed disciple. Today's rift, sparked by Hua Man's near drowning, had clearly strained their bond. To stir further discord would be reckless. She resolved to stay silent. She forced another smile. Perhaps when Master has time she should visit her. Hua Qixia gave a dismissive hum. Yet her mind flashed to Jiang Yueli's tearful cries as she'd fled home clinging desperately to her embrace. In truth, she was merely a 5-year-old, torn from her parents. What quarrel could an adult hold against such a child? With that thought, Hua Qixia retrieved a vial of medicine and rose to go to Jiang Yueli's chamber. Reaching Jiang Yueli's door, she peered through its half-open gap and instantly paled. In the room, Jiang Yuli abruptly threw the osmanthus cake handed to her by Hua Man onto the floor. She could no longer endure it. Even if she couldn't kill Hua Man, now she wished for this useless girl to stay away from her. Fuming with anger, she glared at the dumpling before her, waiting for the dumpling to cry out and complain. Hua Man was indeed momentarily stunned, and her first reaction upon regaining her senses was to pick up the osmanthus cake from the ground and blow on it vigorously. Mother said that if you pick it up before I count to 3, it's okay to eat it, she earnestly told Jiang Yuli. I only counted to 1 just now. Jiang Yuli felt as though she had punched a cotton ball. Does senior sister Ali not like eating osmanthus cake? Little Man was completely unaware of being disliked. Holding the osmanthus cake, she took a big bite, and with her mouth full asked, does senior sister Ali want more? Should I ask senior sister Bai Ji to make some for you? Jiang Yuli gritted her teeth in anger, suddenly recalling something. In her past life, after being gravely injured by Hua Qixia had sent many spirit stones to help her recover, but those spirit stones had all been snatched away by Hua Man. What was an osmanthus cake compared to spirit stones? She wanted to see if Hua Man could keep up the act. I am injured right now. What I need is spirit stones. Jiang Yuli spoke coldly. I remember that you have quite a few in your spatial bag. Are you willing to give them to me? Spirit stones. Hua Man suddenly remembered. They were those colorful stones, very beautiful, and she liked them a lot. Seeing this, Jiang Yuli sneered. If you're reluctant, then forget it. Don't pretend to be so sincere here. These are all for senior sister Ali. Hua Man began pulling out spirit stones from her spatial bag one by one of all different colors. Her hands were too small, so she could only take one at a time. These pretty stones have a lot of value, but I hope senior sister can get better quickly, so I'm willing to give them all to her. Jiang Yuli watched her continuously pull out stones, her expression showing no reluctance, leaving her momentarily speechless. Outside, Hua Qixia observed everything, shaking her head in disappointment before turning to leave. It seemed she had chosen the wrong person. This Jiang Yuli did not deserve to be her direct disciple. Enough. Jiang Yuli looked at the pile of spirit stones that had formed a small mountain on the table and finally spoke, her throat dry. Don't take any more out. Hua Man's big dark eyes suddenly narrowed with a smile as she pulled her small hand from the spatial bag, giggling. There are none left. Not a single one. She said this while looking pitifully at the stones on the table, clearly reluctant. Jiang Yuli frowned. I don't need so many, take some back with you. Is that okay? Hua Man's eyes lit up. Jiang Yuli helplessly supported her forehead. Yes. Don't make that pitiful face as if I'm bullying you. Hua Man chuckled and picked a purple stone from the pile to take back. I really like this one. Thank you, senior sister Ali. Jiang Yuli's mouth twitched. Spirit stones were categorized into 7 grades based on color, with red being the best, containing the most spiritual energy, while purple was the worst. She couldn't help but doubt whether the Hua Man before her was truly the malicious and cunning child from her past life. All right, you should go back now. Oh, I need to cultivate and heal my injuries. Oh, Hua Man obediently nodded. Then I'll go back first. Senior sister, you must get better quickly. She held the remaining piece of osmanthus cake as she left, finally willing to come back. Hua Qixia looked at her daughter returning, wearing an expression of disappointment. Hua Man keenly sensed that her mother seemed in a bad mood. She struggled a bit and handed over the remaining osmanthus cake. Mother, I don't have much left. This is for you. You silly child, do you know how many osmanthus cakes those spirit stones could buy? Hua Qixia couldn't help but sigh. She didn't really mind those spirit stones. It was just that the thought of her carefully chosen disciple deceiving a 3-year-old was truly embarrassing. Hua Man argued confidently. But spirit stones can heal senior sister Ali's wounds. Implicitly, this was worth more than any number of osmanthus cakes. Hua Qixia could only shake her head helplessly. All right, you're right, Man. As a reward, you can eat this piece of osmanthus cake too. Really? Thank you, mother. Hua Man was overjoyed, dancing with excitement. The next morning, the first thing Hua Man did after getting up was to go see Jiang Yuli. Senior sister Ali, she peeked her fluffy little head from the door. Is your injury better? Jiang Yuli glanced at her and nodded. After all, whip wounds were external injuries, and with the spirit stones, she recovered quickly. That's great. Then we can practice together later. Hua Man clapped her hands joyfully. I'm going to wash my face now. I see you later. Jiang Yuli shook her head, muttering in disdain, little face cat. The Tianyin sect is one of the two strongest sects in the Divine Continent, with more than a dozen training grounds, among which the East Mountain Training Ground, rich in spiritual energy, is prepared for the younger disciples. Disciples training here range from the oldest at 7 years old to the youngest man, who is only 3. The morning training is divided into 2 phases. After the first phase ends, everyone can move freely, while the senior brothers and sisters responsible for watching over them take a break. Man sighed in dismay. Today was another unsuccessful day, as she still couldn't sense even a hint of spiritual energy. Yet she clearly remembered how powerful she had been when that villain controlled her body. How did that villain manage to do it? Little waste, you drank quite a bit of river water yesterday, didn't you? Suddenly a gleeful male voice rang out. Man looked up, frowning in displeasure. Before her stood senior brother, Wen Zhengyang, who loved to bully her the most. You a waste, come here more diligently than anyone else every day. Aren't you tired? Ha ha. Wen Zhengyang laughed, looking particularly arrogant with a group of little followers behind him. In fact, this kind of thing happened almost every time during practice. Man had long gotten used to it, but in the past senior sister, Ellie would come to help her, but today, she secretly glanced at senior sister, Ellie, who was sitting not far away. Zhang Yuli naturally noticed the little dumpling being bullied, but she didn't intend to intervene, as she wouldn't do so in the future either. Not joining Wen Zhengyang and his group was already merciful. Noting the glance from the dumpling, she frowned and turned her back to sit away from the dumpling. Man looked at Zhang Yuli's back, blinked her big eyes, and suddenly remembered something. Summoning her courage, she lifted her little head. Senior brother, when can you come over here for a moment? What for? Wen Zhengyang mimicked an adult's demeanor, crossing his arms and looking down at the dumpling. Come here. Man actively led him over to Zhang Yuli. Soon a group of children gathered behind Zhang Yuli. Wen Zhengyang sneered, what? Is the little good for nothing, hoping her senior sister will shield her again. He glanced at Zhang Yuli, motionless and silent, and his grin widened with smug satisfaction. But it seems her senior sister doesn't even want to acknowledge her. The others jeered in unison. That's right, the little good for nothing. I heard your mother nearly beat Zhang Yuli to death yesterday. No wonder she hates you now. Man lowered her head, gazing at Zhang Yuli's small back. After a long, quiet moment of gathering courage, she squeezed her eyes shut and shouted, Senior brother, when you ought to apologize to senior sister Ali. Zhang Yuli's eyes widened in astonishment. What did you say? Wen Zhengyang clearly hadn't expected such words from the tiny child. I saw it. Man lifted her small head, her limpid eyes fixed steadily on Wen Zhengyang. Yesterday you pushed senior sister Ali. You must apologize. Stop spouting nonsense. Wen Zhengyang turned to the crowd behind him. Did anyone else see it? No, didn't see it either. All the other children shook their heads in denial. Man puffed up indignantly. But I saw it. It was you. She raised her tiny hand, her short stout arm trembled entirely, yet she bravely pointed straight at Wen Zhengyang. Because of you, senior sister Ali fell and shoved me into the river, and that's why Mama punished me. You must apologize. If you do, we can still be friends. Little good for nothing. Who'd want to be friends with you? Wen Zhengyang sneered with contempt, then stepped forward and shoved Man hard. Let this be a warning, speak another lie, and I'll beat you. Already trembling with fear, Man's stubby legs quaked violently. The sudden shove sent her toppling backward. Ah! She screamed in terror and clapped her hands over her eyes, as if closing her eyes could make dreadful things vanish. Yet after a breathless pause, nothing happened. Cautiously she peeled her fingers apart, and through the narrow gap glimpsed Zhang Yuli's grim, strained expression. Get up, now! Zhang Yuli commanded, voice low and sharp. Sorry. Only then did Man realize she hadn't fallen at all. She'd been caught and steadied by senior sister Ali. She scrambled upright at once, stammering repeated apologies. Fool! Zhang Yuli snapped, then turned coldly toward Wen Zhengyang. Wen Zhengyang, does bullying a 3-year-old good for nothing truly fill you with pride? Man blinked, her large eyes wounded but earnest. Senior sister Ali, I'm not a good for nothing. Mama had told her she was a clever baby. No one paid her any mind. Zhang Yuli continued, voice edged with lethal calm. Do you truly believe, if even a single hair on Man's head is harmed today, her mother Huaqisha won't snap your neck clean in half? So go ahead, push her again. Try. Wen Zhengyang frowned. He knew she spoke truth. Hence he'd only ever mocked Man rarely laid hands on her. That shove had indeed been impulsive, yet having it called out so bluntly stung his pride. Just then the senior disciples overseeing their cultivation practice returned, and the children hurried back to their designated positions. Wen Zhengyang glared venomously at Zhang Yuli. You'll regret this, just wait. Zhang Yuli didn't deign to reply. She turned and walked away without a glance. Man watched senior sister Ali, assuming she hadn't heard, and promptly shouted after Wen Zhengyang, fine. Senior Sister Ali and I will wait for you, together. Wen Jingyang. Was this provocation? Jiang Yueli. Had this child lost her wits? And the child herself, blissfully unaware, skipped beside Jiang Yueli. Senior Sister Ali, why did Senior Brother Wen ask us to wait? Is he planning to visit Luoxiao Peak as a guest? Jiang Yueli refused to answer. But he hasn't apologized to you yet. I don't want him visiting our home. Hua Man muttered, dissatisfied. Jiang Yueli frowned. Was this child still defending her? During the second phase of training, Hua Man practiced diligently, mimicking her senior brothers and sisters with rigid precision, delivering a tiny palm strike, before others' saplings swayed. But when Jingyang's sapling snapped outright. Before Hua Man, however, the grass stood utterly still. Even when a breeze stirred, it swayed away as if mocking her. She stamped her feet in frustration. When morning cultivation ended, Hua Man swiftly shed her disappointment and bounded joyfully behind Jiang Yueli. Senior Sister Ali, you were so amazing just now. Senior Sister Ali, what do you think Mama prepared for lunch? Big chicken legs? Or braised pork knuckles? Senior Sister Ali, thank you. If you hadn't fished me out yesterday, I'd have drowned. Jiang Yueli strode briskly ahead, while Hua Man scrambled behind her, short legs churning furiously. Then, without warning, Jiang Yueli halted. Hua Man crashed straight into her back. Oof. She rubbed her forehead, mumbling an apology. Sorry, Senior Sister. Why'd you stop so suddenly? Jiang Yueli looked down at the child, then at the river beside them. Hua Man's earlier words had reminded her she couldn't kill the child outright. But if the child tumbled into the river? Well, have you two been walking so slowly, or were you truly waiting for me? A grating voice cut through the air. When Jingyang appeared, flanked by several followers. He'd spent careful thought on this. Jiang Yueli was the most gifted among the disciples, but she was only 5 years old, her strength far beneath his. He dared not harm Hua Man directly, but Jiang Yueli, merely the daughter of a merchant now despised by Hua Qixia. Even if he killed her, it would hardly stir consequence. Senior Brother Wen, are you here to apologize? Hua Man asked hopefully. When Jingyang sneered. Little good for nothing. If you know what's good for you, go home now. But your senior sister stays. Why, oi? Hua Man pressed close to Jiang Yueli. I'm going home with Senior Sister Ali. Then beware. I'll beat you too if you refuse to leave. Wen Jingyang snarled. Hua Man's calves quivered. She glanced up at Jiang Yueli, silent, unreadable, and swallowed hard before stammering, Ali, Senior Sister, don't be afraid. Tu won't abandon you. Jiang Yueli paused, startled. She noticed the child trembling head to toe, terrified beyond measure, yet standing firm. With quiet resignation, she placed a hand on the child's shoulder, then lifted her gaze to Wen Jingyang and uttered a single word, icy and absolute. Leave. What did you say? Wen Jingyang was certain he'd misheard. Leave. Don't force me to repeat it a third time. Jiang Yueli took Hua Man's hand and turned to walk on. Stop. Wen Jingyang roared, fury boiling over. Jiang Yueli, you're asking for death. He surged, his spiritual energy palms blazing as a massive fireball coalesced instantly. Seeing Jiang Yueli continue walking unperturbed, he gritted his teeth and hurled the inferno. Today I'll teach you a real lesson, for your own master's sake. Hua Man felt the searing heat behind her, instinctively whirled and froze, eyes wide with horror. Fire, it's coming. Hua Man froze in terror, her legs refusing to move. Seeing this, Jiang Yueli's expression instantly turned icy. She yanked Hua Man aside with one swift motion and commanded coldly, stand here, do not move. The little girl trembled like a startled quail, yet stammered urgently, Senior Sister, run. Run now. No need to run. Even as Jiang Yueli spoke, when Jingyang launched his second fireball, Hua Man instinctively covered her eyes in fright, then peered anxiously through her fingers. To her astonishment, Senior Sister Ali had already evaded the attack and leapt gracefully onto a nearby tree branch. Wow, Senior Sister can fly. How incredible. Her eyes widened in awe, fear momentarily forgotten. Think you can escape? Not a chance. When Jingyang lunged after her, immediately hurling fireball after fireball toward Jiang Yueli. Hua Man watched, heart pounding, unable to blink. Yet Senior Sister Ali dodged every single one. Senior Sister Ali, so amazing. She burst into exuberant cheers. Perched atop the branch, Jiang Yueli gazed down with quiet authority, and for a moment her gaze lingered on the wide-eyed, starstruck child below, her expression thoughtful. What exactly was happening with this lifetime's Hua Man? Had she too been reborn? Damn it! When Jingyang roared in fury beneath the tree, gathering spiritual energy once more in his palms to unleash another assault. Senior Sister, watch out. Hua Man clenched her tiny fists tight. Jiang Yueli snapped back to attention, her gaze shifting to Wen Jingyang, her eyes glinting with unmistakable disdain. After effortlessly evading yet another fireball, she plucked a leaf from the branch, placed it gently between her lips, and soon a hauntingly beautiful melody rang out, both enchanting and eerie. In an instant, Wen Zhengyang felt his spiritual energy drain away like water, utterly beyond his control. Then, an indescribable agony erupted from his ears, searing through his skull. He collapsed onto the ground, writhing in torment. "Stop playing! Stop playing!" Jiang Yueli dropped lightly from the branch, still playing the leaf, as she advanced step by step toward Wen Zhengyang. Miraculously, only he suffered. The pain spared everyone else. Though unharmed, the onlookers recoiled in shock. They knew Hua Qixao was a master of sound cultivation, but never imagined Jiang Yueli's mastery could be so terrifyingly profound. She had only just reached the latest stage foundation establishment realm, while Wen Zhengyang stood on the cusp of golden core formation. Yet now he was utterly defenseless. "Please stop. It was me. I pushed you. I'm sorry." Wen Zhengyang, overwhelmed by agony, could do nothing but beg. Yet the leaflet's melody continued unwavering. Wen Zhengyang's eyes burned crimson as he rasped, "What do you want from me?" Jiang Yueli glanced toward Hua Manman, frozen speechless miles away. "Call me Wei." Hua Manman blinked her large luminous eyes and darted forward without hesitation, gazing up at Jiang Yueli with pure unreserved adoration, her posture radiating eager devotion. Jiang Yueli's gaze flicked back to Wen Zhengyang, her meaning unmistakable. "Fine. Sorry, junior sister Manman. I shouldn't have pushed you, sorry." Wen Zhengyang had no choice. He hurriedly apologized again to Hua Manman. Only then did the leaf flute fall silent. Jiang Yueli stood directly above him, her voice glacial. "Get out, now." Wen Zhengyang staggered upright after several failed attempts, eyes lowered to conceal his humiliation, and fled the scene with his followers vanishing into the distance. "Senior Sister Ali, so amazing, so incredible." Hua Manman clapped gleefully, her face alight with unrestrained admiration. Jiang Yueli paid no heed. Though she had driven off Wen Zhengyang, she had exhausted every last trace of her spiritual energy, and now moved with palpable weariness, dragging herself homeward. "Senior Sister Ali, are you tired?" Hua Manman noticed her distress at once and rushed over, extending her small hands to support her. "Step back." Jiang Yueli shoved the child aside. Driving off Wen Zhengyang did not mean forgiveness, not yet. She had merely repaid Hua Manman for not abandoning her. Hua Manman, whose world revolved entirely around the formidable Senior Sister Ali, was stunned by the sudden rejection. Her eyes welled with tears, her expression heartbreakingly vulnerable. She had no idea what she'd done wrong. "Don't feign helplessness." Jiang Yueli silently warned herself. Don't soften. This child is a master of pretense." Hua Manman swallowed her tears and strained to smile, a comical crumpled expression spreading across her round little face. Jiang Yueli couldn't bear it any longer and seized her cheeks between thumb and forefinger. Tears still glistened, but her eyes lit up bright and hopeful. "Did Senior Sister Ali just pinch my cheeks? Does that mean she doesn't hate me?" She beamed instantly. Jiang Yueli frowned, then pressed harder. Tears welled anew, but that stubborn, radiant smile never faded. "What is going on?" Jiang Yueli withdrew her hand, baffled. This behavior bore no resemblance to a reborn soul. "Senior Sister Ali." Hua Manman scampered after her. "Why did you stop pinching my cheeks?" She even offered up her flushed cheek with cheerful eagerness. "Here, you may pinch it. I won't let anyone else, but you may." "Because..." She tilted her head, lowered her lashes shyly, and murmured, "Because Senior Sister Ali is the person I love most in the world." Jiang Yueli studied the child's earnest, beseeching expression and asked almost against her will, "Why do you love me?" After all, since her rebirth, she had tormented this child, had even plotted her death. "Because Senior Sister Ali is kind to me, and incredibly powerful," Hua Manman declared, brimming with reverence. "Just like Mother, she's the person I love most in the world." Jiang Yueli cursed inwardly, foolish. She turned and walked on. All the way home, Hua Manman showered her with effusive praise. So relentless, Jiang Yueli half expected to hear celestial harmonies heralding her return as the saint of music. Jiang Yueli glanced repeatedly at the river beside the path, yet ultimately decided to spare Hua Manman, for now. She would observe her closely, unravel the mystery. At last they reached Luoxia Peak. Jiang Yueli claimed exhaustion and retreated to her chamber, dismissing the chatterbox with quiet finality. Then rest while Senior Sister Ali. Oblivious to being dismissed, Hua Manman skipped off, eager to find her mother and resume her campaign of praise, hoping to win her mother's renewed affection for Senior Sister Ali. Mother, Senior Sister Ali's leaf melody was so beautiful, did a baba. Everyone stood spellbound. As she spoke, she danced and gestured wildly. Hua Qixao sighed inwardly. Who could have imagined? A grandmaster of heavenly tier sound cultivation, yet her own daughter was tone deaf. "So, you're envious?" she asked wearily. "Want to learn too?" Hua Manman nodded vigorously, still extolling Jiang Yueli. Utterly unaware, she'd just dug her own grave. Senior Sister Ali is so amazing. I want to be just like her. Very well. If you truly wish to learn, I shall teach you myself, until your melodies surpass Senior Sister Ali's. Hua Qixiao rose and lifted her daughter into her arms. Come, let's go to the instrument repository first. Hua Man remained blissfully unaware of the ordeal awaiting her. Should we invite Senior Sister Ali too? Hua Qixiao did not answer her daughter's question. In the past, she would have agreed without hesitation, but now merely refraining from expelling Zhang Yueli was already an act of mercy. Most disciples of Luoxia Peak cultivated the Tao through sound, music cultivation, wielding melodies as both invisible blades to slay and gentle hands to heal. Such cultivation demanded not only profound innate sensitivity to tonal resonance, but also a perfectly attuned instrument. Only when both harmonized could one aspire to the supreme realm unity of self and instrument unity of heart and sound. The instrument repository lay within a cavern at the rear mountain guarded by internal affairs disciples whose cultivation realms all surpassed the golden core stage. Two disciples Wan Gong and Wen Di stood watch. Upon seeing Hua Qixiao, they stepped forward in unison and saluted Elder Fifth. Wen Di, especially fond of Hua Man, couldn't resist winking playfully at the little girl. Hua Qixiao nodded respectfully to the two disciples and spoke with quiet pride. Man wishes to learn an instrument. I've brought her here to choose one. Senior brother Wan Gong, senior sister Wen Di. Long time no see. Man sometimes visited the rear mountain and thus knew them well. Taking advantage, Wen Di gently pinched Man's cheek and smiled. May our junior sister find an instrument perfectly suited to her heart. Moments later, Hua Qixiao produced a key and unlocked the great door. See you in a bit. Man waved her tiny hand and followed her mother inside the instrument repository. The chamber, once shrouded in utter darkness, instantly brightened with rows of soft, radiant lamps, and a tranquil, melodious tune began to flow, soothing the senses like a gentle breeze. There you go, Man. So many instruments before you. Choose whichever calls to your heart, Hua Qixiao said tenderly. Man's eyes widened in awe. Countless instruments filled the space, some taller than she was. Mother, I'll go pick one now. The little girl darted in, eyes gleaming, utterly dazzled, utterly lost amid such abundance. Soon she lifted a jade-green flute, only to hear moments later a young woman's voice brimming with disdain. Little toneful, put me down. I refuse to become the laughingstock of the sect. Startled Man whispered timidly, Oh, who's speaking? Put me down now. The voice sounded irritated. Man hastily returned the flute to its stand and bowed apologetically. Sorry, elder sister. I was wrong. I won't take you after all. She'd simply thought the flute looked beautiful. Then she spotted a delicate pink guzheng, small, charming, irresistibly sweet. Man rushed over. But the moment her fingers brushed its strings, the guzheng itself spoke. Ugh. I hate tonefuls. Go away. Don't touch me. Man snatched her hand back, flustered, and hurriedly apologized again. I'm sorry. So sorry. From the entrance, Hua Qixiao watched her daughter bowing repeatedly to the instruments and shook her head helpless. Man, what are you doing? Just pick one you like. Yes, mother. Man sighed inwardly. How could she possibly tell her mother that she liked the instruments, yet they clearly despised her? Too wary now to grab anything at random, she wandered aimlessly, until tucked in a shadowed corner, she noticed a small, dusty clay flute, its surface blackened with age. She approached slowly, knelt down, and whispered softly, Excuse me, do you like tonefuls? The clay flute lay silent, unmoving. Then, may I take you with me? She asked humbly. Still no reply. Puzzled, she scratched her head and added, If you don't say no, I'll choose you, okay? Truly choosing you now. No taking it back, all right. In a flash, she snatched up the flute and clutched it tightly to her chest, as if holding it close could muffle any refusal. Yet moments passed, and the flute remained utterly silent in her arms. Wonderful. Man beamed, interpreting the silence as approval. I love you, I adore you. She rose to return to her mother, then froze, hearing a low, faint chuckle behind her. She whirled around, but saw only the thick, unyielding wall. Instantly, she recalled the being who had once dwelled within her own body, and bolted, shrieking, Mother! Hua Qixiao, relieved her daughter had finally chosen, smiled, and asked, My good girl, what did you pick? This. Man raised the clay flute high while thrusting out her other arm urgently. Mother, carry me. Let's go now. The instant Hua Qixiao laid eyes on the flute, her face paled, then turned green. Quickly, Man just wanted to flee. With no choice, Hua Qixiao scooped her up and asked, puzzled, What's wrong, Man? The wall. Man pointed a tiny finger deep into the cavern. There's a strange grandpa in the wall. Hua Qixiao glanced inward. The repository consisted of two sections. The outer area required only her permission for entry. The inner sanctum, however, demanded the joint authorization of both herself and the sect master. Within that inner sanctum rested Tianyan sect's sole divine tier 9th rank instrument, the god demon zither. What strange, Grandpa? Hua Qixia asked, baffled. I don't know. Man shook her head, her childish voice trembling slightly. Strange, Grandpa laughed at me. Laughed. Hua Qixia pressed further. You heard an old man's laughter. Man nodded solemnly. Hua Qixia frowned. The guardian of the god demon zither was an elderly man, but he was mute. How could he possibly laugh? Gently stroking Man's nape, she soothed her. Don't be afraid, darling. You must have misheard. There's no strange Grandpa in there. Just the wind whispering through the stone. Really? Reassured by her mother's words, Man relaxed a little. Hua Qixia nodded firmly, then glanced again at the dull soot-blackened flute and asked, unwilling to give up, Are you certain you wish to choose this clay flute? No. Man hugged it protectively to her chest, clearly smitten beyond reason. Tears stung Hua Qixia's eyes as she hurried away, cradling her daughter, dreading that one gong, or when Dee might discover what Man had chosen. This clay flute was the only instrument in the entire repository without an awakened spirit soul, nothing more than an ordinary mass-produced trinket sold freely in any street market. Hua Qixia's heart ached fiercely. She consoled herself Man was still very young. The priority now was nurturing her affinity for music. Finer instruments could wait until she guided her daughter toward perfection. Yet on the way home, Man bubbled with delight, utterly enchanted by her new flute. Mother, is my clay flute beautiful? Beautiful. Hua Qixia ground out between clenched teeth. Mother, may I give it a name? She took a slow, steadying breath. Go ahead. Name it whatever you wish. Mother, shall we call it Xiao Tao? Hua Qixia rolled her eyes. Fine, though it would be best if it fled immediately. Mother, enough, Man. Be a good girl and close that little mouth. Hua Qixia muttered, half fearing she might hurl her beloved daughter into the nearest ravine. Man blissfully unaware already imagined introducing Xiao Tao to senior sister Jiang Yueli. Returning to the front mountain, Hua Man hugged the clay flute and went to find Jiang Yueli. Senior sister Ali. She cautiously pushed the door open, tentatively revealing half of her small head, and asked, What are you doing? Jiang Yueli frowned and did not answer. Hua Man further extended her head inside, then half her body, and finally, her whole small self. Seeing that senior sister Ali did not drive her away, she took small steps closer to Jiang Yueli. These little actions, which she thought were silent, made Jiang Yueli unable to stand it any longer. Hua Man, do you need something? Hua Man nodded, then quickly shook her head. She ran up, excitedly, happily raising the clay flute in her hand. Senior sister Ali, this is my good friend Xiao Tao. Do you think it's adorable? Jiang Yueli glanced at it with disdain. Where did this ugly thing come from? It's not ugly, not ugly. Hua Man hurriedly covered several holes of the flute, not wanting Xiao Tao to hear, and comforted in a babyish voice, Xiao Tao, don't be sad, senior sister Ali is just teasing you. She looked at Jiang Yueli with a pitiful expression. Senior sister Ali, this is a treasure I picked from the instrument library. It's really adorable. Jiang Yueli raised her eyebrows in surprise. Could it be that she misjudged it? Let me see. She knew that the instrument library had many treasures. The instruments used by the sound cultivators are divided into 4 levels: Tian Di Xian, and Huang, with Tian being the best and the rarest, and Huang being the worst, usually lacking even a spiritual essence. As far as Jiang Yueli knew, the instrument library of the Falling Sunset Peak basically housed instruments of Xian level and above. Hua Man proudly presented it, as if showcasing a treasure, saying, Xiao Tao is the most obedient and the best. It just doesn't talk much, but that's okay, I talk a lot. As soon as Jiang Yueli took the clay flute, she sensed that this ugly thing was at most a Huang level and didn't even have a spiritual essence. She couldn't help but ask suspiciously, this ugly clay flute, did you really get it from the instrument library? Its name is Xiao Tao. Hua Man corrected her seriously, then nodded and happily said, Yes, my mother brought me to choose it. Jiang Yueli could imagine the heart-wrenching scene of Hua Qixia when she saw the clay flute, and she couldn't help but chuckle. Wow. Hua Man's eyes brightened immediately. Senior sister Ali, you look so beautiful when you smile. Jiang Yueli instantly hardened her expression. Does senior sister Ali also like Xiao Tao? Hua Man misunderstood Jiang Yueli's meaning. But I've already made a promise with Xiao Tao, we are going to be together forever, so I can't give it to you. Jiang Yueli rolled her eyes in silence and quickly returned the ugly thing to Hua Man. Senior sister Ali, please don't be angry, or... Hua Man's big dark eyes turned. How about you personally choose an instrument from the instrument library? Jiang Yueli looked at her in surprise and couldn't help but remember events from her past life. Back then, after her dantian was severely injured, Hua Qixia, perhaps out of guilt, allowed her to choose an instrument from the library. She chose a zither, loved it dearly, and practiced day and night as soon as her body recovered a little. However, later Hua Man learned of the zither existence and took it away. Jiang Yueli could never forget how Hua Man, after taking the zither, just couldn't play it well and later burned it in front of her. To save the zither, she rushed to extinguish the fire, resulting in burns on herself, and 2 of her fingers could no longer bend, nearly preventing her from ever playing again. Senior Sister Ali. Hua Man noticed Jiang Yueli trembling and immediately stepped forward with concern. What's wrong with you? Get away. Jiang Yueli came back to her senses and pushed Hua Man to the ground. She stared at Hua Man with red eyes, the pain of being burned by fire spreading throughout her body. Does Senior Sister Ali really like Xiao Tao that much? Hua Man asked, pitifully cradling the clay flute in her small hands, her eyes gradually turning red, struggling internally. She really liked Xiao Tao, but she liked Senior Sister Ali's smile even more. Gritting her teeth, she raised the flute. Senior Sister Ali, I'll give you Xiao Tao, will you be happier? Jiang Yueli looked at the little girl's shining eyes, the red in her gaze faded, and the burning sensation on her body gradually disappeared. She moved her fingers bent down and pulled Hua Man up. I don't want your ugly clay flute. It's not ugly. Hua Man immediately corrected her again. Okay, it's not ugly. Jiang Yueli found it hard to imagine that the little girl before her would even defend an instrument without a spiritual essence. Is this really the Hua Man she remembered? She tentatively asked, so are you really willing to take Senior Sister to the instrument library to choose an instrument? Hua Man nodded without hesitation. You're not planning to let Senior Sister choose one and then come to snatch it away, are you? I definitely won't snatch it. Hua Man hurriedly hid the clay flute behind her. So Senior Sister, please don't snatch Xiao Tao. Jiang Yueli shook her head with a smile. Don't worry, Senior Sister won't snatch it. Then I'll go find my mother to get the key to the instrument library now. Hua Man was eager. There were so many instruments, surely Senior Sister Ali would be able to choose one she liked, and then she wouldn't snatch her Xiao Tao. Hey! Jiang Yueli wanted to stop her, but the little one had already run out. She didn't really want to go to the instrument library. Her earlier words were just to test Hua Man, but unexpectedly, Hua Man ran to find Hua Qixia. Mother, where's the key to the instrument library? It's in the box. Hua Qixia said casually, then asked, what do you need the key for? Before Hua Man could answer, Hua Qixia asked expectantly, does Man not like that ugly Xiao Tao anymore? Are you thinking of changing to another instrument? Hua Man pouted unhappily. Mother, Xiao Tao is not ugly. If you say that, I'm going to be angry. All right, it's not ugly. Hua Qixia looked disappointed. Then what do you need the key for? Hua Man stepped forward, rubbing against Hua Qixia's arm. Mother, Senior Sister Ali also wants her own instrument. Hua Qixia's expression instantly turned cold. This Jiang Yueli was simply going too far, repeatedly taking advantage of a 3-year-old child. Did she think she was blind as her master? No way. She refused coldly, realizing that she needed to find an opportunity to drive her out of the inner sect. Why not? Hua Man pouted in frustration. I want to learn an instrument with Senior Sister Ali. Hua Qixia was truly exasperated. I said no, I mean no. Tell her to give up on this idea. Hua Man did not speak again, as she could feel that her mother was unhappy. Why was that? It must be because of her falling into the water. Her mother was still angry at Senior Sister Ali. But if her mother didn't allow it, she couldn't take Senior Sister Ali to the instrument library. Would Senior Sister Ali be very disappointed? Hua Man did not want Senior Sister Ali to be disappointed in her. She secretly glanced at her mother, wondering if Senior Sister Ali chose an instrument and practiced it well, would her mother no longer be angry with Senior Sister Ali? The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Thus, taking advantage of Hua Qixia's distraction, she stealthily stole the key to the instrument storage. Hua Man dashed back like the wind, raising the key in her small hand triumphantly. Ali, let's go choose an instrument. Jiang Yueli was clearly taken aback, not expecting Hua Man to actually get the key. Come on. Hua Man anxiously tugged at Jiang Yueli's hand, heading towards the back mountain. She felt a bit worried that if her mother found out the key was missing, it would be a disaster. Today she must help Senior Sister Ali obtain an instrument. Jiang Yueli was pulled along by the small ball of energy, watching her anxious and happy little face, convinced that this little one genuinely wanted to choose an instrument for her. This life is truly different. So what happened to Hua Man in her last life? Soon the 2 little ones arrived at the entrance of the instrument storage. The guards Wan Gong and Wendy were surprised to see Hua Man again. Little junior sister. Wendy stepped forward to greet her, seizing the opportunity to pinch the dumpling's chubby face. Why are you here again? Hua Man held up a key that was slightly larger than her hand, saying, I want to go in and help Senior Sister Ali choose an instrument. Okay. Wendy responded joyfully, knowing that Jiang Yueli was a direct disciple of Hua Qixia and did not think much of it. She reached out to pat Jiang Yueli's head, but was unexpectedly dodged by Jiang Yueli, who looked at her with disdain. This little one is really proud. Wendy shook her head and stepped aside. Hua Man and Jiang Yueli quickly entered the instrument storage. Senior sister, Ali, hurry and choose one. Hua Man reminded softly. But they can be a bit temperamental, so be careful. They? Temperamental? Jiang Yueli did not quite understand what Hua Man meant. As she re-entered the instrument's storage, her emotions were somewhat complicated. If in this life there was no interference from Hua Man, would she have a completely different life? She suddenly recalled the instrument she used in her previous life, the divine demon Qin, which she had obtained by chance later. She wondered if she would encounter it in this life. Hua Man obediently followed Jiang Yueli, listening to the various instruments chattering away. Choose me, choose me, choose me. Such strong talent, you will definitely become a skilled musician in the future. Choose me, I am willing to follow you. Master, I'm over here. Hurry and take me home. Hua Man was completely stunned, hands on her hips, her face filled with indignation. You bad guys, when I first came here you weren't like this, humph. I don't like you at all. Jiang Yueli looked around in confusion, frowning, as if looking at a little fool. Who are you talking to? This bad Qin, and this bad trumpet, and this bad flute. Hua Man turned her little face away, pouting. They are all bad. Jiang Yueli looked at the silent instruments with disbelief, then turned to the upset little dumpling. Are you sure you can communicate with these instruments? Hua Man looked at Jiang Yueli, her ink jade-like eyes filled with sincerity. She nodded vigorously, pointing at a nearby instrument. Senior sister, Ali, this Qin has an aunt living inside, and that trumpet has an uncle living inside, and Jiang Yueli understood that Hua Man was talking to the spirit of the instruments. How could this be? Every object has a spirit, and instrument spirits are born from treasures that gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transcending the physical realm. Logically, an instrument spirit can only communicate with its master after acknowledging them, and a cultivator usually can only have 2 or 3 instrument spirits acknowledge them. But Hua Man could actually communicate with all the instrument spirits without needing their acknowledgement. Senior sister, Ali, I'm telling the truth, don't you believe me? Little Man thought that senior sister was surprised and did not believe her. No, Jiang Yueli shook her head, suddenly realizing something. So when you came before, they were unwilling to follow you. Hua Man lowered her head dejectedly. They all said I was tone deaf. But she quickly perked up again, happily raising her little ocarina. But it's okay, I have little Tao Tao now. Jiang Yueli understood why Hua Man chose this ocarina. Indeed, in her past life, Hua Man was also tone deaf, and in the end practiced. Remembering something, a hint of worry surfaced in Jiang Yueli's eyes. In the end, she still chose the Star River Qin that she had selected in her past life, its body a deep blue with strings shimmering like ice, making it the most suitable instrument for her at this time. In her last life, she had not completed the acknowledgement with the Star River Qin, as it was snatched away by Hua Man. In this life, she hoped to make up for this regret. Senior sister, Ali, it seems this Qin doesn't really like you. Hua Man reminded cautiously from the side. Jiang Yueli chuckled nonchalantly. She had noticed this in her past life too. When she took the Qin back, it did not feel very smooth to use, but she was not someone who would easily give up. As the two little ones walked out together, Hua Man suddenly heard a powerful elderly voice behind her. Little girl, interesting. Strange, Grandpa. Hua Man was so frightened that she immediately hid behind Jiang Yueli. She recognized the voice instantly, just like the laughter she heard before. Shivering, she pointed at the wall, stuttering there. There's a strange grandpa in the wall. There really is a strange grandpa. Jiang Yueli looked over in confusion, wondering how there could be a strange grandpa in the wall. She wanted to step forward to check, but the little dumpling desperately pulled her back. Run, let's run quickly, the strange grandpa is so scary. Soon the two little ones rushed out of the instrument storage. Star River Qin. When Dee recognized the instrument Jiang Yueli had chosen at a glance. This is a ground-tier instrument. Senior sister, Ali, you are indeed the direct disciple of Elder Wu, so young, yet daring to challenge such a powerful treasure. Wan Gong beside her nodded in appreciation. By the way, Man Junior sister, what did you choose today? When Dee suddenly asked curiously. Hua Man was just about to proudly showcase her little ocarina when Jiang Yueli tugged her by the collar and pulled her away. Let's go back. What can I say? It's not that I'm afraid of being embarrassed. It's mainly, I really can't afford to lose face. On the way back, Hua Man chattered away, her mood clearly very good. Next time I go to the back mountain, I will definitely introduce little Tao Tao to senior brother Wan Gong and senior sister Wen Di. Jiang Yueli. That's really unnecessary. Senior sister, Ali, your Qin, and my little Tao Tao are both quiet and don't like to talk. Jiang Yueli, my Qin might indeed not like to talk, but your little Tao Tao, it can't talk at all. As they approached the front yard, Hua Man was about to sneak away first, but when she looked up, she was startled. Mother dear. Hua Man flinched in fright and hastily concealed the key behind her back. Jiang Yueli, walking just behind her, noticed the subtle movement and instantly felt a chill of foreboding. Jiang Yueli bowed her head respectfully. Master. Do not call me master. Hua Qixiao erupted in fury. Jiang Yueli, you manipulate even a 3-year-old child. How deeply cunning you truly are. Pack your belongings immediately and leave Luoxiao Peak. From this moment onward, I shall regard you as no disciple of mine. Jiang Yueli kept her head lowered, a cold, silent laugh flickering within her heart. So once again, she had been deceived. Hua Manman had pretended to escort her to select a musical instrument, but in truth, she meant to expel her from Luoxiao Peak at one stroke. No, mother, please don't. Upon hearing those words, Hua Manman rushed forward and clung tearfully to Hua Qixiao's leg. Don't banish senior sister Ali. It was me who stole the key. She has nothing to do with it. She wept bitterly, convinced of her own foolishness, and that she had once more wronged senior sister Ali. Jiang Yueli stood frozen for a breath, her eyes unmistakably softening. Seeing her daughter sob so inconsolably, Hua Qixiao seethed with frustrated disappointment. You little fool. If she hadn't incited and misled you, how could you possibly have stolen anything? And now you defend her. Mother, truly, it has nothing to do with senior sister Ali. All the fault lies with me, man, she pleaded pitifully. If mother is angry, punish me. But please do not banish senior sister Ali. You? Hua Qixiao was utterly enraged. Glancing at Jiang Yueli, who remained motionless and impassive, she resolved to use this moment to shatter her daughter's illusions, forcing her to see the calculating truth behind this so-called senior sister. Very well. Her expression hardened into icy severity. Since you claim this was entirely your own idea, I shall punish you. Report to the disciplinary hall at once. The disciplinary hall. Jiang Yueli kept her head bowed, but her face paled noticeably. The disciplinary hall was Tianyin sect's bastion of order and deterrence, a place where stern elders and disciples, grim as netherworld reapers, enforced discipline. Its very name sent tremors through the entire immortal cultivation world. Rumors held that disciples below the golden core realm who entered rarely emerged without losing half their cultivation. And Hua Manman, deprived of spiritual energy, utterly powerless, could she possibly survive such a place? Would Hua Qixiao truly send her own daughter there? Could it be possible? Hua Manman, blissfully ignorant of the disciplinary hall's dread reputation, thought only of keeping senior sister Ali by her side. As long as mother doesn't banish senior sister Ali, Man will go, even to that green hall. Hua Qixiao shot Jiang Yueli a sharp, disapproving glance, and turned away without another word. Don't be afraid, senior sister Ali. Hua Manman hurried over to comfort her. I won't let mother send you away. That green hall. I'll just pop in and pop right back out. Jiang Yueli watched Hua Manman skip off carefree and unburdened, and inexplicably a heavy weight settled deep in her chest. Yet by evening, astonishingly, the disciplinary hall envoys truly arrived. For figures clad entirely in black, faces fully veiled beneath dark masks, stood silently before them. Goodbye, mother. Goodbye, senior sister Ali. Hua Manman waved cheerfully, then willingly took the hand of one of the black-robed elders. Senior brother, hello? Shall we go now? Jiang Yueli instinctively stepped forward. Yet even if Hua Manman faced no real punishment inside the disciplinary hall, would Hua Qixiao truly risk terrifying her own daughter beyond repair? Distracted and hollow, Jiang Yueli returned to her quarters, only to be summoned immediately to the Grand Hall. Meanwhile, guided by the 4 elders, Hua Manman descended Luoxiao Peak, and unexpectedly encountered Bai Ji at the mountain's foot. Senior sister Bai Ji, why are you here? Hua Manman tilted her head, puzzled. Are you going to the disciplinary hall too? Tut-tut-tut. Bai Ji quickly spat thrice. Child's idle talk, child's idle talk. She glanced nervously at the 4 disciplinary hall elders. My apologies, senior brothers. May I take Manman back now? The elder whom Hua Manman had held onto reluctantly withdrew his hand. The 4 departed together. In truth, Hua Qixiao had coordinated everything with the disciplinary hall in advance. This was all an elaborate charade. Hua Manman was utterly bewildered. What's happening? We're not going to the green hall after all. It's the disciplinary hall. Bai Ji gently took the child's hand and began leading her back up the path. Little junior sister, do you really wish to go? Do you know what that place is? Master only said that to frighten senior sister Ali. Why, oi? Hua Manman blinked, utterly perplexed. I'm not certain of the full reason, but master instructed me to quietly bring you back. Bai Ji lifted the small girl into her arms and took a different path back toward Luoxiao Peak, straight to the Grand Hall. Sure enough, Hua Qixiao and Jiang Yueli were already waiting inside the Grand Hall. Bai Ji ushered Hua Manman into hiding. The tiny girl crouched behind a massive pillar, her small frame barely visible, peeking out every few moments with wide, curious eyes. Soon voices echoed through the hall. Do you truly dislike Manman? Hua Qixiao spoke first, her intent clear to let her naive daughter hear these truths and finally sever her attachment to Jiang Yueli. Jiang Yueli remained silent for a long moment, then replied coolly no. Her voice was youthful, innocent, but her tone carried unwavering certainty. Hua Qixia frowned. Then why did you allow me to punish her so severely, knowing full well the disciplinary hall offers no mercy? You would never truly send her there. Jiang Yueli's conviction remained absolute. Hua Qixia struggled to believe this was spoken by a mere 5-year-old. She refused to waste another breath. Jiang Yueli, you first deceived Man out of her spirit stones, now you've manipulated her into stealing the key to the instrument repository. Do you truly believe you still deserve to remain on Luoxia Peak? Jiang Yueli lifted her gaze, wanting to explain yet finding no words to begin. No. Suddenly, a tiny high-pitched voice piped up from behind the pillar. Junior sister. Bai Ji gasped, alarmed that Hua Man had burst forth without warning. Hua Man dashed forward and placed herself squarely before Jiang Yueli, shielding her with her small body. Mother, no. The spirit stones were my gift to senior sister. I gave them freely. And the key, I stole it myself. Senior sister Ollie had nothing to do with any of it. Hua Man, don't you understand yet? The senior sister you defend so fiercely does not love you. Step aside now. No. The little girl stretched out her arms resolute. Senior sister Ollie loves Man. She always protects me, and I love senior sister Ollie. You. Hua Qixia was left speechless, fury choking her voice. Jiang Yueli gazed at the small figure shielding her, and knew with absolute certainty this was not the Hua Man of her past life. But then, what of her past life? Had Hua Man been possessed? Gently Jiang Yueli placed a hand upon the child's shoulder. When Hua Man turned eyes wide with curiosity, Jiang Yueli offered a faint tender smile. Wow. Senior sister Ollie smiled. Hua Man spun around and flung herself into Jiang Yueli's arms, planting a joyful kiss on her cheek. Senior sister Ollie's smile is so beautiful. Smile more often, okay? All right. After a brief hesitation, Jiang Yueli reached out and lightly pinched the child's soft, rosy cheek. Hua Qixia was furious beyond measure and could only utter one final warning. Jiang Yueli, this is your only warning. Should I ever catch you exploiting Man again, I will cast you from this mountain, without exception. No plea, not even from heaven itself, shall sway me. At night, Hua Man busily surrounded Hua Qixia, knowing that her mother was still angry. Mother, here is the foot wash. Little Man brought over the water for washing feet, proudly saying, Man has already washed them by herself. Hua Qixia turned to take a glance, and it was clear that Hua Man indeed had washed her feet. A pair of small pure white feet were bare on the ground with a trail of wet little footprints behind her. Washed, but running around barefoot on the ground. What's the difference? This daughter of hers was really a bit silly. Mother, let me help you. Hua Man raised her little head, squinted her eyes, and looked at Hua Qixia with a flattering expression. Forget it. You not making mother angry is the best. Hua Qixia couldn't bear it any longer. She actually picked up little Man, wanting to place her on the table, but little Man took the opportunity to cling to her neck and refused to let go. Good girl, sit tight, mother will help you. Mother Man loves you the most. Hua Man rubbed against Hua Qixia, saying, when father comes back, can we go down the mountain to travel together? Hua Qixia's nose instantly felt sour at the mention of that man. Okay. Little Man acted spoiled, wanting to hear a positive answer. All right. Quickly let go. Hua Qixia tried hard to adjust her emotions, feeling increasingly resolute that she must protect her daughter along with that man's share. She helped Hua Man wash her little feet again, and then carried the little one to bed. All right, quickly sleep now. Starting tomorrow, we will learn to play an instrument. Okay. Hua Man agreed loudly, then took out her small clay figure from under her pillow, hugging it happily as she closed her eyes. Hua Qixia shook her head helplessly and left with the basin of water. Hua Man soon fell asleep, but her sleep was not peaceful. In her dreams, she seemed to hear the voice of that strange grandfather from behind the wall, and then that voice transformed into another familiar voice. Hua Man, I will come back. This body is mine. I will definitely return. No. Hua Man was terrified and flailed her arms and legs. Man, what's wrong with Man? Hua Qixia was startled awake and hurriedly patted the little one's body, saying, be good, don't be afraid, mother is here. Hua Man gradually fell asleep again. The next morning, she went to the East Mountain training ground with Jiang Yueli, as usual. However, this day, when Zhengyang was evidently much more subdued, he did not come to bully the little one and no longer called her a waste. Hua Man was exceptionally happy. Finally, after the training ended, the two sisters returned to Luoxia Peak together. On the way, Hua Man excitedly danced around, saying, Sister Alali, today mother will start teaching us to play instruments. Jiang Yueli pulled at the corners of her mouth. She knew that although Hua Qixia did not chase her away yesterday, she also did not believe in her, and there was likely still some resentment in her heart. She didn't really care. After being reborn, Zhang Yueli, although lacking the absolute strength of the Saint of Instruments, still retained the skills and techniques she had learned in her mind, so she no longer needed a master. Soon the two arrived at Wanxia Peak. Sister Alali, hurry and get your zither. I'll wait for you in Mother's room, Hua Man said excitedly. Actually, Zhang Yueli didn't want to hit a wall. Go on, hurry. Little Man eagerly pushed her small face, filled with anticipation. All right. Zhang Yueli went back. Hua Man quickly entered the room, took her small clay figure, and went to find her mother. Are you ready? Seeing her daughter so enthusiastic, Hua Qixia's mood brightened as well. Yes, mother, I'm ready. Sister Alali went to get the zither. She'll be here soon. Little Man observed her mother's expression as she spoke. Sure enough, Hua Qixia frowned in displeasure, showing an unwelcoming demeanor towards Zhang Yueli. Mother, Sister Alali is amazing as she plays the zither really well. Please teach her together. Hua Man immediately stepped forward, clinging to Hua Qixia and acting spoiled, and Man wants to learn with Sister Alali. All right. Hua Qixia could not refuse her daughter. At that moment, Zhang Yueli came in holding the Xinghe zither. Hua Qixia glanced over the zither and said blandly, Can you play it? A little bit. Zhang Yueli replied modestly. Play a bit for us to hear. The emotions in Hua Qixia's eyes were somewhat incomprehensible. Yes, master. Zhang Yueli didn't think too much and found a place to sit, arranging the zither. Sister Alali, you can do it. Hua Man cheered for Zhang Yueli, clenching her small fist. Zhang Yueli turned and smiled at her, then placed her fingers on the zither. In an instant, her entire aura noticeably changed. Hua Man, who was originally squatting beside the zither, suddenly felt a bit scared. Man, come here. Hua Qixia, also surprised by Zhang Yueli's demeanor, frowned and beckoned Hua Man over. Soon Zhang Yueli began. She played a very simple tune, but what she did not expect was that the spirit of the Xinghe zither was resisting her. Out of 5 notes, she made mistakes on 3. Zhang Yueli looked at Hua Qixia in confusion, but saw that Hua Qixia had an expression that indicated she already knew this would happen. Hua Man did not understand the music, but she could feel the zither spirit's resistance and couldn't help but stand up for Sister Alali. You must be obedient. Be good, she said anxiously. Zhang Yueli once again held her breath, focusing all her spiritual power to suppress the zither spirit, adding many techniques to her fingers. She knew this might raise Hua Qixia's suspicions, but if she was suppressed by the zither spirit at this moment, it would be even harder to make the Xinghe zither recognize its master again. As the short tune ended, Zhang Yueli hardly made any more mistakes, but she was already drenched in sweat, and her face was pale. Hua Qixia was extremely shocked, as she had underestimated this little girl. Sister Alali is amazing. Hua Man quickly cheered for Zhang Yueli, concerned as she ran forward. Sister Alali, are you all right? No, it's nothing. Zhang Yueli shook her head with difficulty, casting a fearful glance at the Xinghe zither. It's all your fault, you weren't obedient at all. Hua Man raised her hand and hit the Xinghe zither. It was quite average, Hua Qixia said calmly. Mother, that's because. Hua Man wanted to say a few good words for Zhang Yueli. Master is right, disciple will practice twice as hard. Zhang Yueli tugged at Hua Man's clothes, shaking her head at the little one. All right. Hua Man did not say anything more. Hua Qixia officially began teaching Hua Man. She completely ignored Zhang Yueli's presence, patiently explaining over and over how to control the rhythm and how to play the ocarina. Mother, I understand. Every time Hua Man was full of confidence, but as soon as the ocarina sounded, it turned into unbearable noise. Hua Qixia endured an entire hour of that noise, which was akin to tormenting both body and mind for a music practitioner. Finally, she could not stand it any longer. Alali, come over here, teach Man for a while. Master is a bit tired and wants to lie down for a bit. Huh? Hua Man looked at her mother's retreating figure, her mind filled with questions. Why did mother leave? Hua Man is truly studying diligently and believes she plays beautifully, so she does not understand why her mother suddenly left with a look of frustration. It's okay, let's continue. Zhang Yueli tugged at the corners of her mouth. She was certainly enduring as well, but looking at the little one's serious expression, she felt perhaps it wasn't as hard to bear as she thought. After all, having lived a lifetime, her temperament was mature and stable, even surpassing Hua Qixia, as she tirelessly taught Hua Man over and over. After teaching for about an hour, Zhang Yueli allowed Hua Man to take a break and left. Hua Man ran to the Xinghe Qin and squatted down, speaking to the Qin in a childish voice. Why are you so rude? Why are you ignoring me? The Xinghe Qin had only spoken 2 words, put it down, when Zhang Yueli chose her, and since then it had not uttered another sound. After waiting for a while, Hua Man saw that it still ignored her, so she stretched out her little hand, wanting to touch the beautiful Qin. Don't touch me. The instrument spirit spoke again, its voice proud and cold sounding, as if it could no longer tolerate it. Hua Man blinked her big eyes, asking, why can't I touch it? I will touch it, she said as she reached out her little hand and gently touched the body of the Qin. The instrument spirit's voice sounded gritted with teeth. If it weren't for the fact that I don't want to bully the weak, I could kill you right now, you know. Your sister is so strange. Hua Man expressed her dissatisfaction. I only touched you lightly. Why do you want to kill me? You are a waste, a tone-deaf person. Your touch is an insult to us. The instrument spirit opened its mouth with disgust. Little Man felt a bit wronged, saying, I am not a waste, nor am I tone-deaf. I am studying hard. What use is studying? A waste is a waste. A tone-deaf person is a tone-deaf person. These are inherent traits. Learning is useless. The instrument spirit's words were cruel and merciless. Hua Man unhappily lowered her head, pouting in grievance. After a moment of silence, she asked unwillingly, but, Senior Sister Alarai is very talented. Why? She is not worthy. The instrument spirit coldly interrupted Hua Man's words, saying, Tell her I will never accept her as my master in this lifetime. Let her give up and send me back. But Hua Man became anxious. Little junior sister Jiang Yueli returned and saw the little one on the verge of tears. What's wrong? Hua Man shook her head, not wanting Senior Sister Alarai to know about the hurtful words the Xinghechin had said. Be good. Jiang Yueli glanced at the Xinghechin and could roughly guess what the instrument spirit had said. Senior Sister Alarai, Little Man asked eagerly, Am I a waste? Am I unable to learn to play the xiao? Of course not. Jiang Yueli comfortingly patted the little one's head. Man, you are smart and hardworking. You are just too young, and you will definitely learn. If Hua Man was indeed possessed in her past life, then in this life, she did not wish for Hua Man to follow the same path. This statement happened to be overheard by Hua Qixia, who was walking nearby. This biological mother could not help but frown. Her Alarai just said that her man is smart. She felt that Jiang Yueli's attitude towards Hua Man seemed different. She also glanced at the Xinghechin and cleared her throat, saying, All right, let's end today's practice here and continue tomorrow. Yes, master. Jiang Yueli went to carry the Xinghechin, preparing to leave. Wait a moment. Hua Qixia suddenly called out to Jiang Yueli, glancing at the chin on her back and saying, This chin might not be suitable for you. If you really can't control it, just go to the instrument library and exchange it for another. She looked at her daughter. Helplessly, Man knows where the key is. And Hua Man nodded happily. I know. Thank you, master. However, Jiang Yueli's expression remained unchanged. In fact, Hua Qixia had said similar words in her past life, urging her to give up the Xinghechin. Now thinking back, if Hua Man had not taken the Xinghechin later, she might have really given it up. But in this life, everything has restarted, and she will not give up. But I really like this chin. Oh, I will work hard to make it acknowledge me. She did not give Hua Qixia another chance to speak, nodding slightly before turning to leave. Hua Qixia helplessly frowned. After the incident with the punishment, Jiang Yueli seemed to have matured a lot. Mother, don't worry. I will also help Senior Sister Alarai. Little Man decided to chat more with the Xinghechin, believing it would eventually accept Senior Sister Alarai. Hua Qixia found it increasingly amusing and helpless, unable to imagine what help Hua Man could offer in this matter. In the following days, Hua Man continued to practice in the East Mountain Training Ground in the morning and returned to Luoxiang Peak to practice the qin in the afternoon. When Zhenyang had not bullied Hua Man again, but Jiang Yueli had caught him looking at her with a venomous gaze several times. Jiang Yueli did not care. She was almost entirely focused on the Xinghechin. Hua Qixia had already given up on teaching Hua Man to play the xiao, so it had become Jiang Yueli's task. In the gaps while teaching Hua Man, she would practice the qin, and at night, when she returned to her room, she would also practice. She exerted almost all her effort, but she still did not see any results. In fact, except when confronting the instrument spirit, she could not feel its presence at all. Little Man would chat with the Xinghechin every day, but the qin always ignored her. The little one would say 10 sentences, and the Xinghechin might only respond to one. Seeing Senior Sister Alarai growing increasingly haggard, Hua Man felt heartbroken and ran to seek her mother's help. Mother, teach Man to play the xiao. She took out the xiao, pretending to blow it. Wait a moment. Hua Qixia snatched the xiao away and spoke as gently as possible. Man, don't you have anything else you want to do? Anything is fine. A glint of pride flashed in Hua Man's big eyes. In fact, after so many days, she had realized that her xiao must sound terrible, which was why her mother kept avoiding her. So she deliberately used the small xiao to scare her mother. Really? Upon hearing her mother say this, the little one instantly became happy and lay on her mother's lap. Hua Qixia realized she had fallen into a trap, and she affectionately pinched the little one's nose, saying, Speak, what are you scheming this time? Mother, can you help Senior Sister Alarai, please? Little Man pleaded pitifully. Senior Sister Alarai looks so spiritless every day. It's all that Xinghechin's fault. It is not obedient at all. Hua Qixia sighed softly. This matter, I am also powerless. Why? Hua Man did not understand. Isn't Mother very powerful? If Mother cannot do it, either does that mean we have to ask Uncle Sect Master? Hua Qixia shook her head, fearing that even if the Sect Master came in person, it would still be of no use. Man, do you know how long the Xinghe has been lying in the instrument library? Hua Man shook her head in confusion. 3,000 years, Hua Qixia smiled as she looked at her bewildered daughter, adding, and Man, we have only been in this world for 3 years. She paused and added, that means it's as long as 1,000 of those 3 years. Hua Man's big eyes remained wide and bright, seriously staring at her mother, clearly still not understanding. Hua Qixia rubbed her forehead. To put it this way, the Tianyin sect was established for only a little over 2,000 years, while that zither has been lying in the instrument repository for a very long time. Long enough for Man to imagine. Wow. Hua Man finally gave the appropriate reaction, but she was still confused. But why? That zither may be disobedient, but it's so beautiful. Why does no one want it? Silly child, it's not that no one wants it. Hua Qixia shook her head. In my memory, 7 or 8 people have taken it out of the instrument repository one after the other, but in the end they couldn't complete the bond and returned it. Why, oi? Little Man did not understand. It always stays in the instrument repository, won't it feel lonely? It is due to its absolute loyalty and admiration for its original master. Next, Hua Qixia told Hua Man the story of the Xinghe zither. The first master of the Xinghe zither was the goddess Lingyue. In ancient times, the goddess Lingyue cared for the people, using music to communicate with heaven and earth, protecting all beings. However, during a cataclysmic disaster, she exhausted her essence to protect a living being and perished between heaven and earth. From then on, the Xinghe zither became a masterless instrument, but its spirit Xinghe held absolute loyalty and longing for the goddess Lingyue, believing that no one in the world could compare to her. It continuously refused to acknowledge a new master, considering any new owner a blasphemy and a replacement for the goddess Lingyue. Actually, over the years, due to the lack of a master's spiritual nurturing, the power of the Xinghe zither has been gradually weakening. Hua Qixia let out a gentle sigh. Hua Man instantly became anxious, grabbing her mother's clothing corner and asking urgently, then if it never acknowledges a master, what will happen in the end? It will probably turn into an ordinary zither and slowly decay in an unknown corner. Hua Qixia's expression was sorrowful, as if she could already see the fate of the Xinghe zither. She finally patted her daughter's head. Man, these matters are beyond our control. You go tell Ali to give up. Hua Man lowered her head and went to find Jiang Yueli. She felt a bit guilty as she had misunderstood the Xinghe zither all along. The Xinghe zither was not disobedient, it was just missing someone. When she entered Jiang Yueli's room, she saw Jiang Yueli looking pale, resting at the table. Ali's senior sister. Hua Man quickly ran over with her short legs. Have you practiced the zither again? Jiang Yueli weakly nodded. It was really strange. Even though she was currently low on spiritual energy, she was once the zither saint in her past life, and her skills and mastery of music far exceeded her current state. But why couldn't she make the Xinghe zither acknowledge her? Ali's senior sister, don't be anxious, give it some time, little Man said in a baby voice. She didn't want to advise senior sister Ali to give up. Senior sister Ali loved the Xinghe zither, and the Xinghe zither also needed a new master. Jiang Yueli tugged at the corner of her mouth. Don't worry, senior sister won't give up. Hua Man nodded, looking at the Xinghe zither not far away. She said to Jiang Yueli, Ali's senior sister, I want to go chat with it. Go ahead. Jiang Yueli slowly closed her eyes to recover her strength. Hua Man ran to the side of the Xinghe zither, thought for a moment, and sat down, gently leaning against the zither. Don't touch me, you little waste. The zither spirit unhappily shooed her away. No, I love you. Hua Man not only did not leave, but also rubbed her little head against the strings, and the zither emitted a brief, pleasant sound. So beautiful. The spirit fell silent again. I know the goddess Lingyue, Hua Man spoke to herself. She must be very beautiful, right? The spirit clearly froze for a moment, then confidently replied, of course the goddess Lingyue was the most beautiful woman in the divine continent back then. Wow. Hua Man looked at her with envy. You are so lucky, not only did you see her, but you also stayed by her side for so long. The spirit was silent for a while before sadly saying, unfortunately, I cannot leave with her. Tell me, what was it like when you first met? Little Man happily took out her ocarina. Was it like when I met Xiao Tao Tao? What Xiao Tao Tao? The spirit couldn't sense the presence of the ocarina, but it clearly remembered its first meeting with the goddess Lingyue. The first time we met. At that time, the goddess Lingyue was still an ordinary cultivator, and I was just a zither that had recently awakened its spirit. I lay in the corner of the instrument repository, and the goddess Lingyue took a shine to me at first sight. Really? Hua Man couldn't help but envy more. She liked you at first sight. Did you like her too? Yes. The spirit was particularly proud. We were each other's first choice and have never changed. Not listening. Hua Man quickly covered the eyes of the ocarina, whispering to comfort it. There's nothing to envy about being a first choice. I chose you after comparing you to others. Okay, fine, I admitted I chose Xiao Tao Tao because I was rejected by other instruments. Hua Man Man curiously continued to ask, did you fight many battles together? Did you stay together every day? Yes, at that time the divine continent was very tumultuous. The demon clan, ghost clan, and beast horde were rampant. The goddess Lingwei cared for the people and always took me on campaigns, winning many battles together. Our strength grew stronger together. The spirit was obviously very proud. That's wonderful, but what if? Little Man Man thought of her mother's last words. What if you never accept a new master your strength? Little waste, are you trying to persuade me to recognize that little girl as my master? The spirit suddenly exploded in anger. Let me tell you, don't dream. That little yellow-haired girl is not even worth a finger of the goddess Lingwei. You should give up on this hope early. No, it's not like that, Little Man Man said anxiously, almost crying. I just think you're so beautiful. Oh, I don't want you. She really thought the Xinghe zither was great and didn't want such a wonderful zither to end up like that. But afterwards, no matter how she apologized or explained to the Xinghe zither, the spirit remained silent, clearly really angry. Fine, if you don't want to talk, then don't. Hua Man Man approached, clumsily hugged the zither body. But if you want to talk in the future, want to tell stories about the goddess Lingwei, you can always find me. The spirit coldly snorted, don't play these little tricks on me. I've seen many like you over the years. For several days, Hua Man Man visited the Xinghe Qin daily, listening to its spirit recount tales of the divine maiden Lingwei. Gradually, the celestial figure became her idol. That day, after returning from the East Mountain cultivation grounds, Hua Man Man sat quietly on a chair, weaving something with delicate concentration. Her plump little legs swung gently, her cherubic face flickered between secret delighted smiles and solemn earnest focus. Hua Qixia returned home to find her daughter sitting there, adorably serene and utterly endearing. Man Man, what are you doing? She asked curiously, settling beside her. Mama, you're back. Hua Man Man lifted her head with a bright smile, then proudly held up her handiwork. Look, Mama, this is the Qin pendant I made. Isn't it beautiful? Hua Qixia furrowed her brows and reached out to take it. This is actually a Qin pendant. The red cord was knotted haphazardly. Beneath it hung a crescent moon-shaped jade pendant, and the tassel dangled crookedly. No one could guess where the child had scavenged it. Hua Qixia examined the jade pendant closely. It was indeed fine quality, likely a gift from an elder sect master during Man Man's first birthday. She handed the pendant back and, suppressing her misgivings, said warmly, it's lovely. Our Man Man truly has nimble fingers. Hee. Emboldened by her mother's praise, Little Man Man beamed even brighter. Convinced her masterpiece was complete, she stretched her tiny arms upward. Mama, carry me down. I'm going to Senior Sister Ali's place. Hua Qixia rose and lifted her daughter into her arms, then asked gently, have you spoken with Ali yet? Tell her to give up on the Xinghe Qin. I've heard she's still practicing these past few days. As Man Man dashed toward the door, she called back loudly, Senior Sister Ali will never give up. Hua Qixia shook her head helplessly. Hua Man Man sprinted all the way to Jiang Yueli's chamber and chimed sweetly, Senior Sister Ali. Then without delay, the little girl darted over to the Xinghe Qin beside her. Why are you here again? The spirit grumbled, brimming with disdain. I have no new stories today. If you insist on hearing one, I suppose I'll endure it. Here, this is for you. Hua Man Man shyly produced the pendant. Though the spirit had no eyes, it perceived its surroundings through spiritual energy and tactile resonance. It couldn't see the pendant, but it sensed the crescent moon jade, and its voice trembled with sudden excitement. What is this? It's a Qin pendant I wove myself, declared Man Man, beaming with pride. And this moon-shaped jade, it's blue too. The spirit fell silent. Then let me tie it on for you. Man Man found the perfect spot, and with clumsy but determined fingers secured the pendant to the Qin. As the pendant settled, the jade brushed against the Qin's body, and a soft silvery luminescence shimmered faintly across the instrument's surface. Man Man instantly chirped, you love this gift. The spirit cleared its throat awkwardly. Don't think this bribe will win my allegiance. I refuse to acknowledge any master. Hee. As long as you like it. Delighted, Man Man rushed to Jiang Yueli to boast, Senior Sister Ali. I made a pendant for the Xinghe Qin, and she loves it. Jiang Yueli's lips twitched. She'd already seen the pendant. She imagined that if the spirit possessed eyes, it would have flung the ugly trinket 10 meters away in an instant. Thank you, Junior Sister. She smiled warmly. Jiang Yueli knew Man Man visited the Xinghe Qin every day, not merely for companionship, but to coax the instrument into accepting her as its master. Lately, she'd listened carefully to their conversations and gleaned fragments of the Xinghe Qin's storied past. Perhaps it truly was time to let go. Senior Sister Ali, will you bring the Xinghe Qin with you tomorrow for the trial? Man Man asked eagerly. She remembered the senior disciples instructing them earlier that day tomorrow would mark their first official trial. Jiang Yueli hesitated, then nodded. She resolved to treat tomorrow as her final chance. If after real combat the Xinghe Qin still refused her, she would honor the spirit's will and return the instrument to the instrument repository. Yay! Man Man clapped gleefully. I'll bring Xiao Tao Tao too. Jiang Yueli's lips quirked again. Junior sister, didn't I tell you earlier today? You're excused from tomorrow's trial. After all this time, Man still couldn't sense spiritual energy. Fundamentally, she remained an ordinary 3-year-old child. Though the trial site posed minimal danger for Man, it would still be profoundly daunting. No, I want to go with you. Man stood firm, resolute. She needed everyone to know she wasn't useless, that she too could triumph in the trial. Jiang Yueli offered no further protest. She would shield Man, and the child bore a protective ward, ensuring her safety no matter what. The next morning, disciples from across the East Mountain cultivation grounds gathered before a cave hidden behind the mountain. Hua Man hid behind Jiang Yueli's robes, peeking timidly into the cavern's yawning mouth, pitch black, impenetrable, utterly void of light. Her small frame trembled more violently. Jiang Yueli stifled a wry smile. The girl had marched here full of fiery resolve, yet now stood paralyzed with fear. Junior sister, shall I ask a senior brother or sister to escort you back? Man shook her head with visible effort, stammering no. Two want to stay with you. A group of children nearby burst into laughter at her adorable distress. When Zhengyang laughed loudest, he'd brought his crimson greatsword today, nearly as tall as himself. He'd waited patiently for days. Now inside that cave, he'd finally seize his chance to redeem himself, and this time Jiang Yueli would surely perish. Everyone, did you remember what I just said? The senior brother overseeing the trial repeated firmly, each of you carries a teleportation talisman, a direct return path to this spot. If danger arises and you feel overwhelmed, ignite the talisman immediately. Understood. Understood. The crowd responded in unison. This was their very first trial, and exhilaration hummed through them. Understood. Man's tiny, breathless voice wavered slightly. All right, let's go. The senior brother waved them forward, signaling they could enter the cave. Then he knelt beside Man, his tone gentle but earnest. Junior sister Man, are you absolutely certain you wish to enter with everyone else? Man trembled but gave a small, resolute nod. Brave girl. Junior sister Man is the bravest of all. He praised her warmly, ruffling her hair affectionately. I've added a special fire charm to your talisman, junior sister Man. Just blow softly on it when you need to use it. Got it. She nodded again, her voice sweet and soft. Thank you, senior brother. There we go. The senior brother rose. Only Man and Jiang Yueli remained outside the cave. He leaned in quietly and murmured, Senior sister Ali, please keep junior sister Man safe. Hua Man was truly terrified, clutching Jiang Yueli's clothes tightly, taking small steps to follow her deeper inside. After they entered the cave, the others had already vanished. Jiang Yueli used her spiritual power to cast a fire spell, illuminating the path for the two of them as she dragged the little one behind her, trudging forward step by step. Ali, senior sister, Hua Man stuttered. Where are the others? She felt that having more people around would lessen the terror. They should be ahead. Jiang Yueli glanced at Hua Man. If we want to catch up with them, we need to move a bit faster. Oh, okay. Hua Man replied readily, but her steps did not quicken at all. The spirit of the Star River Qin sneered. Look at you, clearly scared to death, yet you want to join in the fun. I'm not scared. Hua Man retorted defiantly. Little useless one, this is a world for the strong. The spirit realized after spending days with Hua Man that she was incapable of sensing spiritual energy. You might as well go back to your mother's embrace and hide there. No, I want. Despite her fear, Hua Man's resolve never wavered. I can't. The two little ones moved slowly, one in front of the other, never catching up to the others. Occasionally, they could see traces of battles along the way, but they encountered little danger. In her past life, Jiang Yueli was recovering at this time and did not participate in this trial. She was unaware of the dangers that lay within. Hua Man gradually relaxed her guard and grew bolder. Ali, senior sister, it seems there are no monsters in here. Did they get scared off by us? Jiang Yueli smiled slightly, probably. Yet she felt something was amiss, her vigilance heightened. Sister Star River, the little one couldn't help but feel proud. Look at how amazing senior sister Ali is. As soon as she arrived, the monsters all ran away. TCH. The spirit scoffed disdainfully. I think this is not a trial at all, just a place to entertain kids. How boring. That's not true. Hua Man pouted angrily. It's just that senior sister Ali is too amazing. She scared off the monsters. Shoo. Be quiet. Jiang Yueli sensed something was off. What's wrong? In a moment of fright, Hua Man rushed to hug Jiang Yueli's arm. Ali, senior sister, I'm scared. Ha ha ha. Look at your pitiful state, ha ha ha. The spirit couldn't help but mock her. Jiang Yueli patted Hua Man's shoulder and then called out loudly to the front. Who's there? Come out. Hua Man trembled, all over, her dark eyes fixed unwaveringly ahead. After a moment, when Zhengyang emerged from the darkness dragging a sword that ignited almost instantly, illuminating the entire space. When senior brother, little Man asked in confusion, were you waiting for us? Yes. When Zhengyang smirked coldly. I've been waiting quite painfully. Today we need to settle our scores properly. His eyes reflected the firelight, glaring resentfully at Jiang Yueli. Jiang Yueli frowned slightly. She set the Star River Qin aside and reminded Hua Manman, little junior sister, stay here and guard the Qin. Hua Manman hesitated but nodded confused. What does senior brother want to do? Jiang Yueli smiled nonchalantly. He just wants to spar with me, but it's fine, you just wait here. Oh. Little Man obediently squatted beside the Star River Qin, her childish voice cheering Jiang Yueli on. Elise senior sister, go for it. The spirit was unaware of what was happening outside, but could sense danger and the presence of fire spiritual energy. What's going on? Its tone concealed worry. Don't be scared. Hua Man comforted, patting the Qin gently. It's senior brother Wen from Yunwu Peak. He wants to spar with senior sister A Li. Spar. The spirit scoffed, realizing that this little one had been deceived. Who would spar in a trial area? It was clearly looking for trouble. After waiting for a moment, and seeing that Hua Man was silent, it asked in exasperation, what happened? How's the battle? Senior brother Wen's sword is on fire. Wow, that looks so powerful. Hua Man watched, her eyes wide. Oh no, senior brother Wen's sword is coming at us. And then, what happened next? The spirit asked anxiously. Hua Man had just closed her eyes in fright, but now cautiously opened them and immediately cheered. Elise senior sister is amazing, she dodged it. The spirit was speechless. Come on, tell me more. Senior brother Wen. Hua Man suddenly turned to the Star River Qin beside her. Are you worried about senior sister A Li? Of course not. How could I? The spirit sneered. I just want to watch the show. I'm not worried about her at all. Hua Man giggled. That's right, senior sister A Li is super amazing. There's no need to worry. The spirit didn't know what to say. It couldn't see the battle, but it could feel the fluctuations of two spiritual energies, and the opponent's fire spiritual energy was clearly much stronger than Jiang Yueli's. Under such circumstances, if Jiang Yueli made even a slight mistake, she would surely be gravely injured. But what did that have to do with it? It was just there to watch the fun. What's happening? It asked again. They're still fighting. There are so many fireballs smashing against the walls. Hua Man wiped the sweat from her forehead, feeling the temperature in the cave rising. Not far away, when Zhengyang was somewhat flustered, he hadn't expected Jiang Yueli to last this long. He had a magical artifact in hand, while Jiang Yueli hadn't used the Qin at all, yet he still couldn't hurt her. What was going on? He couldn't afford to drag this out any longer, otherwise he would have no chance for revenge. Jiang Yueli, you forced my hand. When Zhengyang took a deep breath and channeled all his spiritual energy into the Hunyuan blade. A massive flame erupted from the blade, transforming into a soaring golden rock, which immediately lunged towards Jiang Yueli. Jiang Yueli, not daring to be careless, circulated her spiritual energy to protect herself while swiftly dodging. However, the golden rock's wings still swept across her arm, leaving a bloody wound. The entire golden rock then crashed against the wall with a thunderous sound, shaking the ground beneath their feet. Ali's senior sister is hurt. Hua Man immediately noticed the injury on Jiang Yueli's arm, anxiously standing up and rushing forward. Don't come over. Jiang Yueli clutched her arm and stepped back a few paces, looking fearfully at the wall that had just been struck by the golden rock. A terrifying and dark aura seeped out from within. What is that? At this moment, when Zhengyang also sensed that something was off, asking in a low voice. The terrifying aura grew increasingly palpable, with wisps of black smoke escaping from the crevices, seemingly watching the few individuals present with a predatory gaze. Jiang Yueli quickly realized, it's a remnant soul. The wall is suppressing the remnant soul. What should we do now? When Zhengyang's legs began to tremble as the spiritual power within him dwindled. Jiang Yueli remained silent. Although it was merely a remnant soul, its power was evidently formidable, and she had also exhausted a significant amount of her own spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Hua Man was terrified, pressing tightly against the Xinghe Qin, her small body shaking like a sieve. She looked at the black smoke in dread, feeling as though they were also gazing back at her. What's happening? The spirit of the instrument asked anxiously, sensing a familiar presence. However, Hua Man was so frightened that her teeth chattered, and she could not utter a word. In the next instant, the black smoke, which had been suspended in the air, suddenly launched an attack towards the Xinghe Qin. Hua Man curled up in fear and quickly shut her eyes. This is bad, they are going to destroy the Qin. Jiang Yueli immediately summoned all her spiritual power and rushed forward to block the black smoke. When Zhengyang had never witnessed such a scene, and was already so frightened that his legs turned to jelly, unable to move at all, while repeatedly mumbling, "What should we do? What should we do? Run, use the teleportation talisman, and get out of here." Jiang Yueli urged them to leave, while fending off the black smoke from approaching the Qin and Hua Man. Run! When Zhengyang nearly cried out, "No, I'm the senior brother, I can't leave you behind." No. Jiang Yueli, biting her lip in frustration, coldly replied, "Go find senior brother and senior sister for help quickly." "Help? Right, help." When Zhengyang could hardly bring himself to look at Jiang Yueli, keeping his head down, knowing in his heart that leaving would mean fleeing yet. He was simply too terrified. He took out the teleportation talisman and could not help but glance at Jiang Yueli, the little girl of only 5 years, her expression resolute, her lips pressed tightly together, showing no signs of fear. In that moment when Zhengyang understood that he had lost utterly and completely, he quickly ignited the teleportation talisman and vanished from his spot. Jiang Yueli was still fully resisting the black smoke, unsure how long she could hold on. Noticing that Hua Manman hadn't left, she anxiously shouted, "Hua Manman, what are you waiting for? Hurry and go." Hua Manman clung tightly to the Xinghe Qin, trembling as she asked, "Are they going to harm Sister Xinghe?" "Yes." Although she didn't know why, Jiang Yueli was certain that the target of the black smoke was the Xinghe Qin. "Hurry, Hua Manman, or it will be too late." "No, no." Hua Manman kept shaking her head. Although she was very scared, she slowly stood up, supporting herself against the Qin. The Xinghe Qin also sensed the danger, realizing that Hua Manman had stood up, but urged, "Hurry and go. Don't dawdle." "No, don't." Hua Manman shook her head. The attacks from the black smoke grew fiercer, and finally Jiang Yueli, caught off guard, saw a wisp of black smoke surge past her and fly into the Xinghe Qin. "Hiss!" The spirit of the instrument let out a muffled grunt and instantly said coldly, "It's a night demon, a defeated foe of the divine Lady Lingwei. Sister Xinghe." Hua Manman, feeling heartbroken, was at a loss. "Are you all right? Leave." The spirit of the instrument recognized the danger of this entity. "Hua Manman, tell your senior sister Alarai to leave. You are no match for it. Leave immediately." "What will you do?" Hua Manman asked through tears. The spirit of the instrument smiled. "What's there to fear? I am merely a wisp of consciousness, a non-existent entity. If worst comes to worst, I'll just disappear." "No, no." Hua Manman cried out in refusal. Jiang Yueli had exhausted her spiritual power and could only use her body to block the black smoke. She was knocked down time and again, but immediately got back up, continuing to resist. Suddenly Hua Manman saw another wisp of black smoke flying toward the Xinghe Qin. Without any hesitation, she pounced forward, mimicking senior sister Alarai, using her small body to shield the black smoke, protecting the Qin beneath her. Uft! The barrier around her failed to stop the black smoke, and she was injured, spitting out blood. "Hua Manman! Hua Manman!" Jiang Yueli and the spirit of the instrument shouted in horror at the same time. "Hua Manman, are you crazy?" The spirit exclaimed incredulously. "You're just a useless child. How dare you take the night demon's black smoke with your body?" "You. It's nothing, I'm fine." Hua Manman weakly replied, her small hand still tightly hugging the Xinghe Qin. "Sister Xinghe, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. You." The spirit could hardly speak. Images from the past flashed through her mind, all related to the divine Lady Lingwei. The divine Lady Lingwei rescued injured beasts, comforted crying children, smiled at flowers blooming under the moonlight. The guardian of the divine lady was never about mighty power, but about the fragile yet resilient beauty of all things in the world, small yet brimming with life. The spirit suddenly understood that her refusal to acknowledge a new master, clinging to the old, was precisely contrary to the divine Lady Lingwei's will, guardianship, and inheritance. She had trapped herself in the past, refusing to accept new possibilities and new objects that needed protection, while the small yet brave Hua Manman before her directly demonstrated the true intentions of the divine Lady Lingwei. In an instant, the sorrow in the spirit's heart melted like ice, replaced by immense relief and a reignited desire to protect. Immediately, the Xinghe Qin erupted with unprecedented vast starlight, actively entwining with Jiang Yueli, instantly purifying the influence of the night demon upon her and establishing a profound connection of souls. The Xinghe Qin completed its recognition of Jiang Yueli. The spiritual power within Jiang Yueli erupted like a surging tide as she swiftly moved to support Hua Manman to the side with one hand, while controlling the Xinghe Qin with the other. Notes transformed into ice blades, striking the black smoke, dispersing it completely, and ultimately causing it to scream as it vanished within the cave. When Zhengyang arrived with his senior brother and sister, the scene before them was striking. In the vast starry sky, Jiang Yueli seemed to be the sovereign of all, her gentle gaze appearing to look down upon all beings, evoking an involuntary admiration. The senior brother responsible for teaching them murmured, "Junior sister Alarai has broken through to foundation establishment and entered the golden core stage." After Jiang Yueli dealt with the black smoke, she immediately picked up the unconscious Hua Manman. "Manman, little junior sister, can you hear me?" she shouted anxiously, igniting the teleportation talisman in her hand to leave the cave. Hua Manman, in a daze and very weak, murmured, "Senior sister Alarai, the Xinghe Qin. It's all right, isn't it? I'm fine." The spirit's voice was choked with emotion. Hua Man, thank you. You are not useless, you. You are a little hero. Hua Man smiled happily before losing consciousness once more. Before losing consciousness, she once again heard that terrifying voice. I told you I will return. No, stop. This body is mine. Mother. Senior sister, Ali. Where are you? Man is scared. No, I won't leave you. After regaining consciousness, Hua Man found herself unable to open her eyes. She sensed something tearing at her soul, forcing her to surrender control of her body. She resisted with all her strength. She would never again let that villain exploit her to harm others. Never. With a final surge of will, Hua Man shattered the obstruction and snapped her eyes wide open. She saw herself cradled in her mother's arms and instantly burst into tears. Mother, I don't want to leave you. I don't want to. Silly man. How could you ever leave your mother? Hua Qixiao's eyes brimmed with tears. In just a few days, her precious daughter had been injured once more. She felt like a failure as a mother. Man is good. Man isn't afraid. Mother is here. Mother is right here. Gently patting her daughter's small frame, she soothed her with tender murmurs. Gradually, Hua Man's trembling subsided, and memories of what had just transpired flooded back. Mother, where is senior sister, Ali? And the Xinghaqin? She asked urgently. Hua Qixia glanced toward the side. Hua Man immediately sat up from her mother's embrace, and there lying nearby was Jiang Yuli, seemingly unconscious. Mother, what happened to senior sister, Ali? The little girl burst into tears. Mother, please save senior sister, Ali, right away. Don't worry. She'll be fine, Hua Qixia replied, her gaze flickering with quiet bewilderment. Just moments earlier, Jiang Yuli had carried Hua Man back. Yet the moment Hua Qixia rushed out to meet them, Jiang Yuli collapsed onto the ground. Later, Hua Qixia discovered that Jiang Yuli's spiritual energy had been utterly depleted, so severely that her golden core itself had sustained damage. Meanwhile, Hua Man's body had remained continuously nourished by a steady flow of spiritual energy. After all, Hua Man currently couldn't sense spiritual energy, and even if she could, her body couldn't retain it. Thus, Jiang Yuli must have deliberately channeled energy into her repeatedly, until her own core was fractured. Hua Qixia couldn't fathom it before this. Jiang Yuli had openly disliked Hua Man, even exploiting her for cultivation. Yet now she'd sacrificed her golden core for the child's sake. Why? What had truly changed within this girl? Senior sister, Ali, wake up. Please wake up. Hua Man crawled over and gently shook Jiang Yuli's shoulder. Soon Jiang Yuli slowly opened her eyes. Senior sister, Ali, are you alright? Does anything hurt? Hua Man asked at once, her plump cherubic face etched with deep concern. Jiang Yuli sat up and shook her head. Seeing Hua Man unharmed, she finally exhaled in quiet relief and offered a faint, tender smile. Ahem. Hua Qixia cleared her throat, twice reminding the two girls of her presence. Thank you, master. Jiang Yuli instantly straightened her posture and bowed her head respectfully, knowing full well it was Hua Qixia who had saved her. Hua Qixia studied the girl before her, her tone casual yet probing. You've completed the soul-binding ritual with the Xinghaqin. Yes. Jiang Yuli glanced toward the Guqin resting nearby, her heart stirred by an indescribable emotion. I underestimated you indeed. Hua Qixia nodded approvingly. No, it wasn't me alone, master. Little junior sister made this possible. Jiang Yuli looked gratefully at Hua Man. Though she didn't know precisely what had transpired between the Xinghaqin and Hua Man before the binding, Jiang Yuli was certain only Hua Man's presence could have softened the instrument's spirit and unlocked its heart. Hua Man's eyes widened in disbelief, mirroring her mother's expression. But I didn't do anything at all. Jiang Yuli let out a soft, affectionate laugh, and with effort raised her hand to stroke the little girl's head. Little junior sister, you already did everything within your power, didn't you? At that moment, though trembling with fear, Hua Man had refused to flee, choosing instead to stand beside Jiang Yuli, confronting the black smoke together, protecting the Xinghaqin together. That unwavering courage had already pierced Jiang Yuli's heart. Hua Man blushed, burying her face shyly against her mother's chest. But I was so scared. I feel embarrassed. Not at all. You're the bravest of them all. Jiang Yuli couldn't help but praise her. Really? Hua Man lifted her wide, glistening eyes, gazing up at Jiang Yuli with breathless hope. When Jiang Yuli nodded, her face instantly lit up with joy. She puffed out her tiny chest and declared, next time I'll do even better. Hua Qixia then calmly questioned them about what had occurred inside the cave. A lingering fragment of a nightmare demon's soul. Realizing what the two girls had endured, a cold sweat broke across her spine. Truly, you both cheated death. Master, Jiang Yuli still fretted over one thing. Why did the ward on little junior sister's body fail to repel the demon fragment's assault? Hua Qixia narrowed her eyes. How did you learn there was a ward on Man's body? I happened to notice it. Jiang Yuli murmured, lowering her gaze sheepishly. Hua Qixia didn't press further. Instead, she spoke slowly. That fragment was likely sealed there by a talismanic formation master. Its attacks differ fundamentally from spiritual energy or physical blades. Ordinary wards cannot withstand them. In other words, only a formation master's ward could block it. She sighed wearily. Alas, not a single talismanic formation master remains within the entire Tianyin sect. With palpable dread, she tapped Hua Manman's forehead. Next time you encounter such a thing, run. Immediately. Understand? Okay. Hua Manman clung to her mother, giggling as she promised, Mother, I know. Hua Manman and Jiang Yuli spent 3 days recuperating on Luoxia Peak before returning to the East Mountain training ground. The moment they arrived, when Zhengyang came rushing over, followed closely by a group of disciples. 1. Senior Brother 1. Hua Manman stammered in her trembling infantile voice, stepping protectively in front of Jiang Yuli. Senior Sister, Ali has just recovered. She doesn't wish to spar right now. Who said I wanted to spar with her? That'd be suicide. When Zhengyang scratched the back of his head, flustered. Huh. Hua Manman's eyes widened in astonishment. When Zhengyang quickly stood upright and bowed deeply before both girls. I'm sorry. What happened during that trial was my fault. Truly, I'm so sorry. Wow. Hua Manman rubbed her eyes vigorously. This was the first time she'd ever heard Senior Brother 1 apologize. Excited, she turned eagerly to look at Jiang Yuli. Jiang Yuli, however, remained impassive, taking Hua Manman's hand and walking past him without a glance. To her, Wen Zhengyang was merely a childish boy. Yet Wen Zhengyang persisted, trailing behind them with hopeful eyes. Senior Sister Ali. Little Junior Sister Manman. How did you defeat that nightmare demon fragment that day? Jiang Yuli remained silent. Please tell us, Little Junior Sister Manman. Wen Zhengyang pleaded, while the disciples behind him watched with rapt, earnest anticipation. Hua Manman blinked her large eyes. Truthfully, she'd been so terrified that day. Her wits had scattered entirely. Now she remembered nothing at all. Yet she didn't want to disappoint Senior Brother 1. It's. Hua Manman, surrounded by her peers, had been gesturing wildly and chattering animatedly for an entire incense stick's duration. Senior Sister Ali wielded her starry river zither, and I played my little Tao Tao. We swished, swished, swished. At last, Senior Brother Lu Mingqian and Senior Sister Ji Hong arrived to oversee their training. Lu Mingqian gathered everyone together and asked with genuine concern, Senior Sister Ali, Junior Sister Manman, have you both rested well? Are you quite recovered? Jiang Yuli nodded quietly. Rest assured, Senior Brother. We're perfectly fine, Hua Manman replied obediently. Excellent, Lu Mingqian smiled warmly. After thorough deliberation with Senior Sister Ji Hong, we have determined that the victors of this trial are Senior Sister Ali and Junior Sister Manman. Does everyone agree? Absolutely, I wholeheartedly agree. Wen Zhengyang declared first. The others nodded in sincere acknowledgement, applauding heartily to celebrate their triumph. Then do Senior Sister Ali and Junior Sister Manman recall what prize awaits the trial's victors? Lu Mingqian asked, eyes crinkling with quiet amusement. Jiang Yuli shook her head lightly. Hua Manman wore the same expression of utter bewilderment. Senior Sisters Ali and Manman, you may descend the mountain, Wen Zhengyang reminded gently from beside them. As one of the most formidable sects on the Shenzhou continent, Tianyin sect enforced exceptionally strict regulations, one of which forbade any disciple from descending the mountain without explicit sect authorization. Thus, since her birth, Hua Manman had never once set foot beyond the mountain's gates. Jiang Yuli, however, felt no particular excitement. After all, she herself had originally come from the mortal realm below. Truly, Hua Manman's eyes instantly sparkled with exhilaration. I may descend the mountain. Lu Mingqian nodded. Yes, tomorrow after the Qin hour, but you must return before the Qin hour. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. I'm going down the mountain. Hua Manman leapt and bounded with unrestrained joy, while Wen Zhengyang and the others watched with wistful admiration. After morning cultivation concluded, Hua Manman dashed straight to Luoxia Peak to find her mother, Hua Qixia. Mother, I'm allowed to descend the mountain. She burst into the chamber, breathless with urgency. Mother, I'm allowed to descend the mountain. Hua Qixia, a respected elder, granted unrestricted passage in and out of the sect, hadn't descended the mountain herself in many years. Mother, when I descend the mountain, might I meet Father? Hua Manman nestled against her mother's knee, her small face alight with hopeful anticipation. In her tender imagination, she knew nothing of the vast world beyond the mountain, a world infinitely larger than even Tianyin sect itself. She only knew that Father had descended the mountain. Thus, deep in her childlike logic, she believed meeting him there was entirely possible. Gazing into her daughter's luminous eyes, Hua Qixia smiled softly, not wishing to dim that radiant hope. Indeed, it is possible. Hua Manman beamed, revealing 2 rows of tiny pearly teeth. her delight unmistakable. Then scrambling about on stubby legs, she immediately began rummaging through chests and cabinets, feverishly preparing for tomorrow's descent. That night, she slept fitfully, dreaming of father. More precisely, she relived a vision from her past life, father slain by a man with no legs. The next morning, Hua Man appeared listless and subdued. What's troubling our junior sister? Jiang Yueli found her hunched over head, drooping, utterly unlike her exuberant self of yesterday. Hua Qixia sighed softly. She suffered a nightmare last night, cried for quite some time before finally falling asleep. Jiang Yueli smiled warmly as she approached to coax her. Man, come along. It's time. We're descending the mountain. Hua Man lifted her head and blurted, Senior sister, Ali, do you know someone who has no legs? Jiang Yueli furrowed her brow. In this lifetime, certainly not, but in her previous life. Yes, among those who participated in the joint extermination campaign, there had been a legless figure. Yet the memory remained hazy, elusive. I don't know anyone like that. What is it? She asked curiously. Hua Man shook her head. Nothing at all. Within her heart, she silently steeled herself, stay strong. Do no harm. Grow stronger. Find father. Senior sister Ali, I'm ready. The child swiftly rallied her spirits, puffing out her small chest. Let's go. Perhaps we'll meet father on the way down. At the words father, Jiang Yueli's expression flickered, subtle, fleeting, before she offered only a faint, tight-lipped smile. Moments later, the two young disciples set forth. The moment they passed through Tianyin sect's grand gate, Hua Man darted about like a fledgling released from its cage, ecstatic, wide-eyed, utterly enchanted by everything beyond the mountain's embrace. Junior sister, slow down. Don't trip. Jiang Yueli sighed, helplessly, her gaze never straying far from the darting figure. Along the path, Hua Man paused to greet a wildflower. Hello there. I'm Hua Man. It's such a pleasure to meet you. Moments later, she chased a fluttering butterfly. Butterfly, wait for me. Let's be best friends, shall we? Soon after, she crouched beside a clear stream, watching minnows dart playfully beneath the surface, and turned back to Jiang Yueli, eyes gleaming. Senior sister Ali, I wish I could become a little fish swimming freely in the water. But little fish can't eat osmanthus cakes, Jiang Yueli teased. Oh, never mind then. Hua Man instantly shifted gears, slipping her small hand into Jiang Yueli's with practiced charm. Senior sister Ali, you'll buy me osmanthus cakes at the market, won't you? They'd agreed beforehand time was limited, so they'd merely stroll through the mountain foot bazaar and return promptly. Before departure, Hua Qixia had offered Jiang Yueli spirit stones, but Jiang Yueli declined. She still held in used coins from the last gift Hua Man had given her. Thus, all of Hua Man's expenses that day would fall under Jiang Yueli's discretion. Jiang Yueli glanced down at the little glutton and teased, that depends entirely on how well-behaved you are. He'll be perfectly obedient. Hua Man vowed earnestly. At the foot of Tianyin sect's mountains lay a sprawling bazaar, an arrangement common to most major sects where commerce thrived in the sect's shadow. Beyond everyday goods, clothing, food, lodging, and transport, the bazaar also traded arcane artifacts, talismans, cultivation manuals, spirit herbs, and even spirit beasts. Many vendors, however, exploited Tianyin sect's prestige to peddle counterfeit wares. At the bazaar's entrance, Hua Man stood utterly spellbound. The marketplace stretched farther than Luoxia Peak itself, its air alive with a symphony of clamorous cries and vibrant energy. Senior sister, Ali, she cried, turning back in pure delight. Jiang Yueli extended her hand and took Hua Man's small one firmly. Listen carefully. Once inside, you must not wander off. You stay with me, understood? Otherwise, no osmanthus cakes today. Hua Man immediately adopted a solemn, resolute expression and nodded. I promise, I won't run off. Let's go. Jiang Yueli led them into the bazaar. Riding on Tianyin sect's formidable reputation, the market flourished magnificently. Countless stalls lined the avenues, drawing merchants and buyers from distant lands. Scarcely had Hua Man entered when the dazzling array of wares overwhelmed her senses, and she promptly forgot her vow, wanting to purchase every trinket that caught her eye. Before long, a portly vendor in simple Taoist robes, whose kindly, unassuming demeanor radiated trustworthiness, captured Hua Man's full attention. The portly vendor's stall overflowed with bizarre curios, luminescent stones, wooden songbirds that chirped on command, rainbow-hued spirit pills, and even a tiny rod purported to transmute stone into gold. Senior sister Ali, come quickly. Hua Man dashed over, crouched before the stall, and gazed wide-eyed at the wares, her pupils shimmering with delight. The plump vendor appraised the two children. One appeared barely 3, plump, fair-skinned, and guilelessly innocent. The other, no older than 5 or 6, stood cool and aloof, her expression sharp and unapproachable. Yet both wore the cultivation robes of the Tianyin sect. Instantly, the vendor's heart leapt. He sensed a sale. He greeted Hua Man with effusive warmth. Esteemed young, immortal maiden, Your innate talent is extraordinary, your celestial affinity profound. Behold my treasures, dew-condensing stones. Worn upon the person, they double the efficacy of cultivation. As he spoke, he lifted a glowing stone for her inspection. Hua Man was instantly enchanted. So pretty. I love it. And this, 100-spirit bird. Its melody purifies body and soul. He seized the wooden bird and waved it through the air. To his credit, a clear, sweet trill rang out. Wow. Hua Man gasped in wonder. The wooden bird truly sings. By then Zhang Yueli had approached, standing beside the little girl with weary resignation and a distinctly hostile glint in her eyes toward the vendor. The vendor leaned, in his tone hushed and conspiratorial. Young, immortal, mating, your bone structure is rare and refined. You and I are fated to meet. Here, this vial contains marrow washing pills. Swallow one, and your intellect shall sharpen your strength surge. To others I charge 10 violet spirit stones, but for you, 5. A token of friendship. Hua Man knew nothing of spirit stone valuation, only the promise of becoming smarter and stronger. She longed desperately not to be deemed a useless child. Clutching Zhang Yueli's sleeve with pleading eyes, she whispered, Senior Sister Ali, can we buy it? Man wants to grow strong. Zhang Yueli frowned, instantly seeing through the charade. The so-called dew-condensing stones were mere dross faintly charged with spiritual energy, the 100-spirit bird a rustic woodcraft trinket, and the marrow washing pills nothing but candy masquerading as alchemical elixirs. She refused to be deceived, yet the child's forlorn gaze tugged at her resolve. I'll take all 3, Zhang Yueli declared, pointing with a small finger at the stone, the bird, and the pill vial. 3 violet spirit stones. Well, this. The vendor hesitated. Man, let's go. Zhang Yueli turned to leave. Very well, very well. 3 violet spirit stones. All yours. He hastily packed the items and handed them to Hua Man, stealing a sidelong glance at Zhang Yueli as she paid, muttering inwardly, how can such a little girl be so shrewd? She was utterly precocious. Thank you, Uncle Vendor. Hua Man cradled her 3 treasures, then flashed Zhang Yueli a winsome, squinting smile. Thank you, Senior Sister Ali. You're the very best. Zhang Yueli shook her head, sighing, and reminded Hua Man to store the items in her spatial pouch. Yes. Hua Man tucked away the dew-condensing stone and the marrow washing pills while clutching the wooden bird in her hand to play with. They wandered the market a while longer. Zhang Yueli bought Hua Man a box of osmanthus cakes, and then they set off home. Hua Man sighed softly. I wonder where father went. Do you miss him? Zhang Yueli asked gently. Hua Man nodded. Zhang Yueli gave a faint, reassuring smile. Don't worry, he'll return. As they neared the mountain's base, Hua Man suddenly lost her grip on the 100-spirit bird. The wooden figure slipped from her hands and fluttered into the nearby grass. Don't run away, little bird. She dashed after it. Kneeling at the edge of the thicket, she parted the tangled weeds, then let out a piercing shriek. Ah! Junior sister, what's wrong? Zhang Yueli rushed forward, swiftly drawing the child behind her. There amid the grass lay a boy. He was emaciated, his face smeared with grime, lips cracked, and parched, his eyes like stagnant pools, lifeless, hollow, fixed unblinkingly upon Hua Man. Hua Man blinked, tilting her head as she studied the boy, older than herself yet strangely familiar, as if glimpsed in some forgotten dream. Big brother, she ventured timidly, voice soft as silk, are you hurt? He did not stir, only stared silent and still. Zhang Yueli bent, retrieved the wooden bird, and placed it gently into Hua Man's palm. Enough. Let's go home. She sensed an unnatural stillness about the boy, an aura of death, of deep-seated peril. This was no ordinary child. Hua Man remained rooted, her voice thick with compassion. Big brother, are you hurt? Then she remembered the marrow washing pills. Swiftly retrieving the vial from her spatial pouch, she clumsily tipped out a single pill and knelt, offering it to him with outstretched hands. Big brother, this is a marrow washing pill. It's very powerful. Eat it, and your pain will vanish. Zhang Yueli watched the boy warily, ready to strike him down should he so much as threaten a hair on Hua Man's head. After a long, breathless silence, the boy's chapped lips trembled, as if striving to speak. Go on, eat it. Then you won't hurt anymore, and you'll grow clever, grow powerful. Hua Man extended her tiny hand. Nestled within her plump, porcelain-pale palm, the vivid green pill gleamed like a jewel. The boy stared unblinking at the candy-like sphere. Clever. Powerful. In his past life, Shen Guanlan might indeed have needed just such a pill. Yet in this life, Shen Guanlan had not expected to encounter Hua Man so soon. In his former life, he would not meet her until a month later, when she first descended the mountain, finding him half dead by the roadside, beaten nearly to death and accused of theft. He had believed her his unseen, a lifetime benefactor, dreaming of joining the Tianyin sect, of ascending among cultivators revered across the land. But all those dreams curdled into nightmare. Cursed with fire toxin coursing through his veins, he could not cultivate, just like Hua Man branded a worthless failure. Mocked by all, enslaved by her, he was ultimately crippled, his legs shattered, then cast into the Hanjiang River. As the frigid waters of the Hanjiang, the coldest river in the Xinzhou continent, filled his mouth and nose, Shun Guanlan believed his life would end in ignominy and agony. Yet the very cold that drowned him also suppressed his fire toxin. He survived, and began drawing the river's chilling qi into his body, cultivating a forbidden path. In time, he became the legendary Hanjiang hermit, a peerless talisman master whose name struck terror across the realm. Thereafter, he dwelled eternally near the Hanjiang, leaving its banks only once to annihilate Hua Manman's entire family. Shun Guanlan never imagined he would be reborn, and when he was, his first thought was vengeance against Hua Manman. He had not dreamed his chance would arrive so swiftly. Shun Guanlan struggled to rise, kneeling before Hua Manman. "Little fairy, please have mercy and take me away." "The young man, please get up." Hua Manman was startled and quickly reached out with her other hand to pull the boy. "Two little fairies, I'm just a homeless little beggar bullied by everyone at the market," Shun Guanlan said, tears streaming down his face, looking utterly pitiful. "I just want to survive. Oh, I beg you to take me away. I'm willing to work like a horse or an ox." "Young man." Hua Manman felt heartbroken and immediately turned to seek Jiang Yueli's opinion. "Sister Yueli, shall we take him back?" Shun Guanlan lowered his head, concealing his emotions. He had been reborn, yet he was still a useless person devoid of spiritual power, and his talismans were ineffective. He had to stay close to Hua Manman for now, looking for a chance to resolve the fire poison within him. Jiang Yueli coldly watched the boy, remaining silent. Suddenly, she remembered that in her past life, Hua Manman had indeed picked up a boy from Luoxia Peak, but at that time her life was already too chaotic for her to pay much attention to it. She didn't know what had happened to the boy afterward. However, given Hua Manman's malicious nature in her past life, the boy's fate would not be very good. Jiang Yueli instinctively felt they should leave with Hua Manman immediately. "Sister Yueli." Hua Manman looked at her with pleading eyes filled with urgency and expectation. Jiang Yueli sighed, squatting down to carefully examine the boy's condition. It was very bad. His breath was weak, his meridians chaotic, and she coldly asked, "Are you poisoned?" "Off." Shun Guanlan raised his head, revealing a look of confusion. "I am not sure. You should feel it every night, as if your body is on fire, unbearably scorching, right?" Jiang Yueli stood up. "You have fire poison within you." She re-examined the boy. The fire poison within him was specifically called heart-burning, bone-eating flame, which had to be planted at the moment of birth. In the early stages, the poisoned individual may only be weak, prone to illness, or occasionally experience abnormal fevers. But as they grow, the suffering will only intensify. By the age of 10, the poison would flare up every night, as if their internal organs were placed in raging flames, causing unbearable pain. What was more terrifying was that this poison did not kill, it merely brought endless suffering and torment. Moreover, this poison, at least she did not know of any way to eradicate it. Shun Guanlan once again lowered his head, a voice of despair rising. No wonder. I thought I was just sick. The young man is so pitiful." Hua Manman thought it must be very painful just to hear about it. She shook Jiang Yueli's sleeve. "Sister Yueli, let's take him back, okay? Anyway, we have plenty of space at Luoxia Peak, right? I can eat a little less and share with the young man. I can tell mother about it, okay? Is that okay? Sister Yueli, just this once, I promise to listen to whatever you say from now on. I'm begging you. Please." Shun Guanlan silently listened to Hua Manman's pleadings, his heart showing no ripples. It was the same in his past life. This little devil could act in front of his peers at such a young age, yet he would not be deceived again. Fine. Although she knew it would be troublesome, Jiang Yueli could not refuse Hua Manman. Moreover, given Hua Manman's current personality, if they really left the boy behind, she would surely feel miserable for a long time. She coldly asked, "Can you walk?" Yes. Thank you, two fairies." Shun Guanlan struggled to stand up. "Little young man, I will help you." Hua Manman immediately stepped forward, extending her small hand, carefully supporting Shun Guanlan's arm. Shun Guanlan suppressed the impulse to push her away and managed a strained smile. "Thank you, little fairy. You are truly a good person." "You're welcome." The little dumpling was particularly happy. Her harvest today had been immense. Although she hadn't encountered her father, she had found a young man. She tilted her round face and obediently said, "If the young man is injured, anyone who sees will help." Jiang Yueli thought otherwise. If everyone would help, how could this boy end up like this? She wondered if the boy knew that the poison in his body was caused by his family, possibly even by the closest of kin. Shun Guanlan glanced at Hua Manman, but said nothing. The future female demon, now just a soft little dumpling, yet beneath this round and cute exterior, the dumpling's heart was already dark and foul. On the way, Shun Guanlan pretended to ask the names of the two girls. Jiang Yueli. Shun Guanlan had some impression of this name. It seemed that later she was also tormented half to death by Hua Manman. He secretly glanced at Jiang Yue, his eyes filled with some sympathy, for it seemed that Jiang Yue was quite good to Hua Man Man now. I am called Hua Man Man. Little Man Man was particularly enthusiastic, holding up 3 little fingers. I am 3 years old this year, and I like to eat osmanthus cake, but my mother says I can eat a maximum of 2 pieces a day. But, she mysteriously covered her mouth with her small hand. But today Sister Yuli bought me a box, and I ate them all. You can't tell my mother when you see her later. Shen Guanlan smiled slightly. He didn't have much impression of Hua Man Man's mother, only remembering that she was a woman who cherished her daughter dearly. Little young man, what is your name? How old are you this year? Hua Man Man asked curiously. Shen Guanlan's name was actually one he had given himself after arriving at Hanjian. At this point in his past life, he had no name. He thought for a moment and said firmly, my name is Shen Guanlan, and I should be 11 years old this year. He had very few memories of his family. He couldn't remember what his surname was, where he lived, or even who his family members were. He only remembered a sea of red, a fire like red. Wow, Brother Guanlan is already 11 years old, so amazing. Hua Man Man expressed great envy. When will Man Man reach 11 years old? Shen Guanlan maliciously thought, you won't live to see 11 years old. Soon the 3 of them returned to Luoxia Peak. Hua Man Man handed the boy over to Jiang Yue. Sister Yue, take care of Brother Guanlan. I will go call mother. As she ran back, she took out the dew stone from her spatial bag. Mother. Upon entering the house, Hua Man Man raised the dew stone, running up with a flattering expression. Mother Man Man bought you a gift. She presented the dew stone before Hua Qixia. This is an incredibly amazing gem called. Oh no, she forgot what this stone was called. In any case, mother, this is a very amazing stone. I only bought this one to give to you. Hua Man Man stuffed the item into Hua Qixia's arms. Hua Qixia knew her daughter too well and helplessly questioned, speak, what trouble did you cause? Where is your sister? Senior sister, A Li, is outside. Hua Man Man tugged at Hua Qixia's sleeve as she pulled her out the door. Man Man didn't cause any trouble. Man Man did something good. Hua Qixia wore an expression of deep skepticism, yet followed the little girl outside, only to find a grimy, ragged street urchin standing in the courtyard. What on earth is this about? She turned to Jiang Yue with unmasked confusion. Before Jiang Yue could explain, Hua Man Man rushed ahead. Mother, this is Brother Shen Guanlan. I found him at the foot of the mountain. He's been poisoned. He's so pitiful. Let's keep him. Jiang Yue stepped in gently. We met him at the exit of the market. He appears to have nowhere left to go. If we abandon him, he may not survive much longer. Hua Qixia fell silent, studying the boy intently. A wisp of spiritual energy slipped from her palm and flowed into his body, and in that instant she discerned the venom coursing through him, the fiery, heart-corrosive flame. What a pitiful child. Immortal master, please, take me in. Uncertain of Hua Qixia's disposition, Shen Guanlan dropped to his knees, voice trembling with desperation. I will do anything. I swear I'll serve as senior Miss Man Man's slave. No. Hua Man Man quickly waved her hands. Man Man doesn't want a slave, and Brother Guanlan is not a slave. Her large, clear eyes gazed at Shen Guanlan with solemn sincerity. Brother Guanlan, you are a guest of Luoxia Peak, and Man Man's dear friend. Shen Guanlan stared into those guileless eyes, and for a fleeting moment, he thought her performance even more masterful than he remembered from his past life. Enough. Rise. Since Man Man has brought you here, you may stay, for now. But, Hua Qixia's brow furrowed slightly. The Tianyin sect cannot cure the poison within you. If you came seeking a remedy, you'd best make other arrangements without delay. I dare not presume such a thing. Shen Guanlan lowered his head, voice hushed with deference. I only wish for a place to rest my head, nothing more. Stop calling me Immortal Master. Address me as Fifth Elder. Yes, Fifth Elder. Shen Guanlan rose slowly to his feet. Wonderful. Brother Guanlan, you finally have a home. Hua Man Man's eyes sparkled with pure delight. For a heartbeat, Shen Guanlan stood utterly still. Home. A word spoken only by others, never dared to hope for across both lifetimes. Brother Guanlan, let me show you to a room. The little girl was effervescent with enthusiasm. Shen Guanlan forced a faint smile. No need. I'll take the woodshed. It's all I require. In his past life, after Hua Man Man brought him back, she'd confined him to the woodshed, raising him like a dog. No. Hua Man Man shook her head, vigorously grabbing his hand and tugging him along. Come. There are several empty rooms over there. Choose whichever one you like, Brother Guanlan. Shen Guanlan frowned, puzzled. Why did this lifetime's Hua Man Man seem different? Yet no matter how things changed, he would never be deceived again. Soon Hua Man Man had selected a room for him, one adjacent to her own. Will you live here from now on, Brother Guanlan? Are you certain? Shen Guanlan asked, surprised. Don't you like it? Hua Man Man's voice trembled with sudden anxiety. But all the other rooms are so far from Man Man. I want to live close to Brother Guanlan. It's perfect. I love it. Shen Guanlan recovered his composure. And truth be told, He too wished to dwell near her. That's wonderful. Beaming with joy, Hua Man stood tall, hands clasped behind her back, like a miniature elder surveying the room with earnest care. Seems nothing's missing. But if you need anything, just tell Man. Shun Guanlan nodded. Then, Brother Guanlan, rest well. Man's off to sleep now. Sister Baiji will bring your clothes tomorrow morning. See you then. Tilting her head, the little girl waved goodbye and scampered off, radiant with happiness. Shun Guanlan sat beside the table, bewildered. This lifetime Hua Man's performance was remarkably elaborate, yet her true face remained carefully veiled. That night, Hua Man dreamed again. In her dream, she tormented Brother Guanlan relentlessly, denying him food, lashing him with a whip. She was utterly monstrous. No hitting. No hitting. Man won't hit. She jolted awake in panic, and a chilling certainty settled upon her. This was no mere dream, but memory, something that truly happened before. What's wrong, Man? Hua Qixia stirred awake, conjuring a soft, warm glow with her spiritual energy as she gazed at her daughter with quiet concern. Another nightmare. Hua Man sat motionless, gazing sorrowfully at her bare feet. Then suddenly she scrambled out of bed. Where are you going, Man? Hua Qixia reached out swiftly to hold her back. Need to relieve yourself? Hua Man shook her head. Mother, I want to see Brother Guanlan. Now, Hua Qixia sighed, exasperated. Man, it's the dead of night. Brother Guanlan must be fast asleep. But, Hua Man pleaded in her soft, childish voice. Senior sister, Ellie said Brother Guanlan suffers poison surges at night. He'll be in terrible pain. Man wants to check on him. Very well, I'll accompany you. With no choice, Hua Qixia rose, wrapped herself in a robe, and took her daughter's small hand, guiding her towards Shun Guanlan's room. At the door, Hua Man pressed her ear gently against the wood, then looked up at her mother, puzzled. There's no sound. Hua Qixia stifled a yawn. Then he's asleep. Unconvinced, Hua Man pushed lightly. The door swung open, unlatched. She flashed her mother a triumphant glance, then slipped inside like a tiny shadow, heading straight for the bed. Hua Qixia tiptoed after her, baffled. What sin had she committed to be dragged on this midnight pilgrimage? Mother! Hua Man's voice sharpened with alarm at the bedside. The bed's empty. Where is Brother Guanlan? Empty. Hua Qixia's surprise flickered, then vanished as she snapped her fingers, igniting the candle with a flame seal. Indeed, the bed lay vacant, and the entire room silent and deserted. Where did Brother Guanlan go? Hua Man scurried about, flinging open drawers and chests. How could someone so big simply vanish? Hua Qixia too felt unease coil in her chest. Where could the boy possibly have gone at this hour? Then, her senses caught at the faint coppery tang of blood. She inhaled deeply. The scent drifted from behind the house. Man. Her voice turned sharp with urgency. She swept her daughter into her arms. We're going to the rear mountains, now? The rear mountains. Hua Man blinked, bewildered. Did Brother Guanlan go there? Hua Qixia couldn't be sure, but if Shun Guanlan had entered the rear mountains unbidden, his intentions were suspect, and she would never allow such a person to remain on Luoxia Peak. Hua Man clutched her mother's arm, craning her neck, anxiously desperate to spot Brother Guanlan at once, until suddenly she shrieked, instantly covering her face with both hands. Blood. So much blood. In the darkness, Shun Guanlan huddled in a corner, gripping a dagger in one hand and slashing a long gash across his other arm. He had not expected anyone to arrive. Shedding some blood eased the searing heat burning within him, granting him fleeting relief. Snapping back to awareness, Shun Guanlan hastily dropped the dagger and covered his wounded arm with his sleeve, then knelt on the floor, trembling as he stammered apologies. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. In his past life, he had resorted to this very method to dull his agony. Once Hua Man had witnessed it, calling him a monster, and the next day she had stripped him bare before everyone. In that instant, every scar upon his body seemed to writhe inward, rooting themselves irrevocably into his soul, condemning him to a lifetime of bowed head and averted gaze. Recalling it all now, Shun Guanlan shuddered violently. Such humiliation was a torment he never wished to endure again. Brother Guanlan. A soft, childlike voice suddenly chimed nearby. Trembling, Shun Guanlan lifted his head, eyes wide with terror as he stared at Hua Man, bracing for the little demon to bare her claws once more and utter words too vile to bear. Brother Guanlan, you've worked so hard. Hua Man darted forward and flung her arms around his neck. It must hurt terribly, doesn't it? Shun Guanlan froze, utterly disbelieving, as if caught in a dream. Yet he swiftly regained his composure, only wondering how long this incarnation of Hua Man intended to sustain her charade. Brother Guanlan, I have divine pills. Divine pills make the pain vanish. Remembering the pills she'd bought at the market, Hua Man instantly retrieved them from her spatial pouch and poured several into her palm, offering them eagerly. Eat them, Brother Guanlan. Shun Guanlan hesitated, motionless. Go on. Just one will ease the pain. Hua Qixia murmured, her keen gaze instantly recognizing the so-called divine pills as nothing more than candy beads. Shen Guanlan could not be certain whether Hua Man had tampered with the pills, but given his predicament, he had no choice but to swallow one. He forced a faint smile and took a single bead into his mouth. Meanwhile, Hua Qixia gently lifted Shen Guanlan's wounded arm and, channeling spiritual energy, both mended the gash and suppressed the scorching fire poison raging inside him. Sweetness bloomed across his tongue, the first true sense of ease he had ever known, like a drowning man finally breaking the surface to draw breath. Such serenity. He had lived 2 lifetimes, yet never felt it until now. Thank you, Elder Fifth. Thank you, Miss Man, he cried, kneeling with tears streaming down his face. In that moment, his gratitude held a sliver of sincerity, not only for Elder Hua's spiritual energy, but also for the fact that Hua Man's candy had proven harmless. Brother Guanlan, please rise. Little Man strained to pull him up. I'll help you back to rest. Shen Guanlan staggered to his feet. Unaware that her mother had infused Shen Guanlan with spiritual energy, Hua Man truly believed her divine pills had done the miracle, and all the way home she bubbled with pride, eagerly awaiting praise. Mother, am I amazing? I bought super powerful divine pills. They made Brother Guanlan stop hurting. Hua Qixia chuckled softly. Yes, you're absolutely our most brilliant man. Hua Man adored sweets. Had she known the vial held only candy beads, she would not have parted with a single one for Shen Guanlan. Mother and daughter escorted Shen Guanlan back to his quarters before returning home to rest. Lying in bed, Shen Guanlan savored the rare stillness of the night, while silently plotting vengeance against Hua Man, devising ways to acquire spiritual energy and laying out intricate talismanic arrays to end her life. At dawn the next day, Hua Man accompanied Jiang Yueli to the East Mountain cultivation grounds. Along the path, the little girl pouted. Senior Sister Yueli, why can't Brother Guanlan come with us? Shen Guanlan is afflicted with fire poison. He cannot cultivate. Jiang Yueli replied calmly and plainly. Hua Man blinked her large eyes. Then can we help him detoxify? It's exceedingly difficult. Didn't your mother say yesterday that even the masters of Tianyin sect have yet to find a cure for Shen Guanlan's poisoning? Then who poisoned Brother Guanlan? Surely the one who administered the toxin would know how to counteract it. Jiang Yueli couldn't resist pinching the child's soft, plump cheek. You're quite clever, aren't you? Am I? Hua Man's eyes lit up. She knew she'd struck the truth. So the moment cultivation ended, she tugged urgently at Jiang Yueli's sleeve. Quick, we must hurry back. What's the rush? Jiang Yueli sighed, shaking her head. You're truly fond of Shen Guanlan. Why? She sensed something uncanny about him, yet could not discern its nature. Brother Guanlan is wonderful. He's suffered so much. We must treat him well. Hua Man declared matter-of-factly. Unexpectedly, the 2 girls encountered Shen Guanlan halfway home. Miss Man's senior sister Yueli, you've returned at last. He appeared to have been waiting there for some time. Hua Man dashed forward beaming. Brother Guanlan, why are you here? Are you waiting for us? Yes. I had little to do atop Luoxia Peak, so I thought to meet you on your return. But I dared not wander far, Shen Guanlan asked curiously. Were you cultivating over there? Yes. Just follow this road straight ahead. That's the East Mountain cultivation grounds. We train there every day. Shen Guanlan committed the location to memory. In his past life, Hua Man had once boasted of this place, the most spiritually abundant cultivation ground in all of Tianyin sect. A bold idea stirred within him. Perhaps there he could secretly inscribe a lethal talismanic array, ending Hua Man's life in one decisive stroke. First, though, he needed either her escort or an opportunity to slip in unseen. Brother Guanlan, do you know who poisoned you? Hua Man asked curiously on their way back. The one who poisoned you might possess the antidote. Shen Guanlan shook his head. Antidote. Even after ascending to become the world's supreme talisman master in his past life, he had never considered curing himself. He had merely endured, lurking near the cold river, suppressing the poison with its frigid aura. And thus his final moments were excruciating. Why had he never sought to uncover the origin of that toxin? Perhaps he feared what lay beneath, the truth he dreaded most. Do you remember where your home lies? Jiang Yueli asked suddenly. To trace the source of the bone-scorching heartfire, one ought to begin with Shen Guanlan's family, especially his mother. Shen Guanlan shook his head again. As Jiang Yueli prepared to press further, he spoke first. Please, do not trouble yourselves over my poison. It is my fate. I accepted it long ago, and to have met you both, to have entered Tianyin sect, the foremost sect under heaven, I am already profoundly grateful. His gaze drifted wistfully toward the East Mountain cultivation grounds. If ever I were granted the chance to glimpse your cultivation grounds, even just for a moment, I would be even happier. All right. Hua Man readily agreed. Tomorrow you can join us at the East Mountain cultivation ground. She then turned to Jiang Yueli for her opinion. Senior sister Ali, what do you think? Jiang Yueli frowned slightly. That may be rather inconvenient. Senior sister Ali. Little Man wished to fulfill Shen Guanlan's heartfelt desire. Shen Guanlan sensed it immediately. This Jiang Yueli disliked him. Moreover, she possessed a vigilance far exceeding that of an ordinary 5-year-old. Most critically, the little girl appeared to possess formidable cultivation strength. After a moment's thought, he tactfully bowed his head and said to Hua Man, Miss Man, let's drop the idea, for now. Perhaps another time I'll have the honor of joining you. All right then. Man looked even more disappointed than he did, and then in her sweet childlike voice gently corrected him, Brother Guanlan, please don't call me miss. Call me your little sister instead. How could that possibly be appropriate? Shen Guanlan kept his tone deferential and subdued. I've already sworn if you brought me here, I shall serve you as ox or horse for the rest of my life. No. Man shook her head vigorously. I don't want oxen or horses. I want Brother Guanlan. I want you to be my Brother Guanlan. Shen Guanlan gave a faint, strained smile, inwardly recoiling with profound reluctance. After returning to Luoxia Peak, senior sister Bai Ji announced that dinner was served. Wonderful. Man had long been ravenous. Though still a fledgling cultivator, she trained diligently, leaving her utterly famished each time she returned. Clutching Jiang Yueli's hand in one tiny fist and Shen Guanlan's in the other, she chirped, Let's go eat. Jiang Yueli offered a wry, resigned smile. Having already reached the golden core realm, sustenance had become optional for her. Shen Guanlan recoiled more sharply, stepping backward repeatedly. No, I cannot sit at your table, Miss Man. As your servant, I am unworthy of such privilege. In his past life, Man had told him precisely this, that he was a slave confined to sleeping in the firewood shed and subsisting on cold scraps, branded a low-born, contemptible commoner. Brother Guanlan, I'm so cross. Man crossed her little arms and turned away sulking. Shen Guanlan froze baffled. Had her true nature finally surfaced? She stamped her foot and huffed, You're clearly my guest, and my friend. So why must you keep calling yourself a slave? Man dislikes slaves, and wants none at all. Shen Guanlan was faintly startled. He hadn't expected her to take such offense over this. Jiang Yueli sighed softly beside them. Hurry and apologize. Miss Man, I'm truly sorry. I was wrong, Shen Guanlan blurted out instinctively. Man stamped again. Jiang Yueli rubbed her forehead in exasperation. What on earth was wrong with this Shen Guanlan? With weary patience, she reminded him once more the address. Off. Shen Guanlan glanced first at Jiang Yueli, then at Hua Qixia, before managing with visible effort, Little sister. Man. Yes. Her expression instantly brightened from stormy gloom to radiant sunshine as she eagerly tugged Shen Guanlan toward the table. Brother Guanlan, sit quickly. Let's eat together. Shen Guanlan instinctively rose to his feet. Hua Qixia spoke firmly, Enough. From now on you'll dine with us. Sit down. Your food will grow cold. Man ate with unbridled delight, repeatedly offering Shen Guanlan dishes, though her chopstick skills remained clumsy, scattering rice and sauce across the table. Little sister Man, I can serve myself. Truly I can. Shen Guanlan replied, a hint of distaste in his voice. Then Brother Guanlan, eat more. With that, the little girl stuffed a huge mouthful of rice into her cheeks, looking starved beyond measure. At her tender age, Man's days were governed by only two states, hunger or drowsiness, so scarcely had dinner ended when she slumped against Hua Qixia and drifted off to sleep. Master, I'll return to practice the qin now, Jiang Yueli said, rising to leave. Shen Guanlan stood as well. Elder Fifth, I'll retire to my chamber now. If there's anything I may assist with, please call upon me at any time. He followed Jiang Yueli out the door. There's a place I know, she said suddenly, the city of Qiyang. Have you heard of it? Shen Guanlan shook his head. Is Shen Guanlan your given name, or one you chose yourself? Jiang Yueli asked next. Shen Guanlan paused, choosing honesty. I chose it myself. Why this name? Jiang Yueli arched a delicate brow. Nothing extraordinary. Once a benevolent elder helped me. His surname was Shun, and he ran an establishment called Guanlan Residence. Shen Guanlan recited the explanation he'd long prepared. Jiang Yueli nodded, comprehension dawning. The Yin clan dwells in Qiyang City. Your poisoning may well trace back there. Shen Guanlan absorbed her words before replying. So, you believe I should journey to Qiyang City and seek answers there? Jiang Yueli remained silent, her silence itself confirmation. Thank you, senior sister Ali, for sharing this insight. Shen Guanlan murmured, bowing slightly before turning to depart. Clearly he needed to act without delay. After waking, Man seized her small clay flute and hurried to find Shen Guanlan, eager to perform for her beloved Brother Guanlan. Go ahead. Hua Qixia offered Shen Guanlan a look of faint sympathy, but since he resided on Luoxia Peak at no cost, he owed some recompense. Man scampered off, giddy with anticipation. At his door she politely knocked. Brother Guanlan, Are you in? I am, come in. Shun Guanlan called out cheerfully. Moments later, the little girl pushed the door open, holding up her clay flute and piping in her sweet childish voice. Brother Guanlan, I can play the xiao. Would you like to hear? Of course. Hee. Man beamed. Finally, a fresh, devoted audience. She lifted the flute to her lips. Yet after only a few tentative notes, Shun Guanlan gently pressed his hand over hers, halting her. What's wrong, Brother Guanlan? His expression twisted, pained, conflicted, above all deeply suspicious. He wondered whether Man had devised some new torment. Brother Guanlan, she called again, hopeful. Shall I play on for you? No. For the first time since arriving at Luoxia Peak, Shun Guanlan refused her, directly, unequivocally. Oh. Man's shoulders slumped, crestfallen. Little sister Man, Shun Guanlan hastened to add. I'm afraid I must bid you farewell. What? Why? Where are you going, Brother Guanlan? Her eyes widened in shock. Senior Sister Ali believes my poisoning may be linked to Chiang City, so I intend to go there and seek answers. Shun Guanlan ventured cautiously. Oh. Man's eyes glistened, reddening at the rims. It's such a pity. I'm not permitted to descend the mountain freely. Otherwise I'd beg to accompany you, Brother Guanlan. Nor would I part from you, little sister Man. Shun Guanlan drew a slow, steadying breath and asked tentatively, Little sister Man, the Tianyin sect is the foremost sect under heaven. Before I depart, may I visit your East Mountain cultivation ground? Just once. Of course I can. Hua Man eagerly agreed, then lowered her voice as Jiang Yueli came to mind. Though Senior Sister Ali. Still, I'll persuade her. No need. Shun Guanlan had already made up his mind. We'll go shortly. Don't tell Senior Sister Ali. Just the two of us. We'll take one quick look and return immediately. Hua Man blinked her large eyes, quickly expressing delight at the proposal. Wonderful. Then we'll sneak there. She covered her mouth and giggled quietly. But Shun Guanlan needed time to set up his formation. He would have to arrive early. Senior Brother Guanlan has a small matter to attend to first. You may come a bit later. Let's meet directly at the cultivation ground. All right. Hua Man obediently nodded. Man, this is our secret. No one must know, not even your mother or Senior Sister Ali. Do you understand? Yes. Hua Man nodded again, looking especially dutiful. Then I'm off. I must prepare a gift for Senior Brother Guanlan. Shun Guanlan watched the little girl's cheerful, skipping figure fade into the distance, frowning in quiet bewilderment. Truth be told, he'd only been testing the waters, but never imagined Hua Man would be so easily persuaded. A nagging doubt surfaced. Why did this Hua Man seem so unlike the one he remembered from his past life? She must be acting. Absolutely. Shun Guanlan repeated it fiercely to himself, refusing to waver. He slipped out of the room with stealthy haste, heading eastward toward the Dongshan cultivation ground to lay his talismanic array before Hua Man arrived. He arrived swiftly. Indeed, the place brimmed with dense spiritual energy. Even Shun Guanlan, who could not yet cultivate, felt an immediate sense of ease the moment he stepped in, his breath deepening, his body and spirit unburdened. Shun Guanlan immediately selected a suitable spot and began arranging his formation. He attempted to draw spiritual energy into his body, but each attempt failed. Though the energy entered, it refused to coalesce into usable spiritual force. Time and again, he watched helplessly as it dissipated before taking root. Damn it. Shun Guanlan abandoned the effort. The method clearly wouldn't work. He hesitated. Should he leave now or wait for Hua Man? Just then, several youths approached from afar, teenagers in cultivation robes, chatting and laughing merrily. Shun Guanlan inwardly cursed. He hadn't expected anyone to visit the cultivation ground this late in the afternoon. He turned to slip away unnoticed, only to be halted by the group's leader. Who are you? Which peak do you belong to? The youth stood tall, his gaze sharp and appraising. I'm from Luoxia Peak. Shun Guanlan barely began before being cut off. Senior Brother Xiao, I know him. He's the big failure that the little failure from Luoxia Peak brought back. His name is Shun Guanlan. So another failure then. The youths burst into malicious laughter. Senior Brother Xiao sneered. People from Luoxia Peak truly have no shame. Each one a failure, yet they cling stubbornly to the Dongshan cultivation ground, stealing others' cultivation resources. Disgraceful. With that, he lunged forward and shoved Shun Guanlan hard to the ground. Shun Guanlan kept his eyes lowered, unwilling to quarrel with children. He simply sat there unmoving, deciding to endure their insults passively. So long as he offered no resistance, they'd soon grow bored and let him be. On the Shenzhou continent, strength reigned supreme, and Tianyin sect was a place where power alone spoke truth. Seeing Shun Guanlan's utter passivity, the youths grew ever more contemptuous. Failure. Big failure picked up by a little failure. Get out of Tianyin sect now. Right? Shameless. This Dongshan cultivation ground isn't meant to nurture failures like you. Exactly. Tianyin sect doesn't shelter failures. Be gone. They surged forward, encircling Shun Guanlan, shouting, jeering, demanding his departure. Senior brothers, hello. A tiny milky voice rang out from beyond the crowd. All turned. There stood a short, tousled-haired child, her face smudged like a kitten's, clutching a small bouquet of wildflowers. They instantly recognized her Hua Man, beloved daughter of Elder 5. Though herself deemed a failure, she enjoyed the favor of the sect master and elders from other peaks, and rumor held her spatial pouch overflowed with treasures. How unjust. Hua Man, unfamiliar with these seniors, asked in her soft, childish voice, "Have you seen senior brother Guanlan?" She failed to notice Shun Guanlan trapped at the center of the circle. Senior brother Xiao smirked. Is the little failure looking for the big failure? Little failure. Big failure. Hua Man's dark, lustrous eyes widened in pure confusion. She knew little failure insulted her. But who was the big failure? Here he is. The youths parted instinctively, clearing a path. Senior brother Guanlan. Hua Man spotted him sitting on the ground and dashed over. Why are you sitting here? Are you unwell? Shun Guanlan shook his head, his gaze briefly lingering on the wildflowers. Hua Man, take the big failure and leave this place at once, Senior brother Xiao warned coldly. And if this failure dares show his face here again, I'll beat him down every single time. Senior brother Guanlan is not a failure. Hua Man understood at last. They were calling him the big failure. She explained earnestly, Senior brother Guanlan is just poisoned. Do you understand? Poisoned. A very, very powerful poison. Once he recovers from the poison, he'll become just as formidable as you all. The youths exchanged glances, utterly disbelieving. Hua Man stopped babbling. Failures are failures whether poisoned or not. Exactly. Little failure, big failure. Luoxiao Peak is full of failures. Failures should be expelled from Tianyan sect. Don't disgrace its name. No. Hua Man flustered, realizing how clumsy her words were against their taunts. Suddenly, she turned, placed the wildflowers into Shun Guanlan's lap, then gently covered his ears with her small hands. She smiled, tenderly soothing him. Don't listen. Don't listen. Senior brother Guanlan, they don't mean it. They simply don't know the truth. Shun Guanlan stared at Hua Man stunned. Behind her, the youths continued jeering and laughing, but he heard nothing. All he heard was the thunderous pounding of his own heart and the undeniable certainty rising within him. He watched as her eyes grew redder, great tears spilling down her cheeks, yet her tiny face held fast to its bright, determined smile, clearly for his sake alone. How could this be? Before he could process it, the leading youth reached toward Hua Man, and almost reflexively Shun Guanlan surged to his feet, pulling her protectively into his arms. Senior brother Xiao sneered, turning to his companions. Never imagined the big failure and little failure shared such affection. The youths erupted in raucous laughter. Shun Guanlan's expression hardened. Whirling around, he seized senior brother Xiao by the throat, his gaze dark, fathomless, terrifying. Is it amusing? Senior brother Xiao froze. Then, regaining his senses and remembering Shun Guanlan's supposed weakness, flushed with furious humiliation and murderous intent. He gathered spiritual energy within his body and struck Shun Guanlan. Failure. You brought this upon yourself. Die. Were this his past life, Shun Guanlan would have perished, or at the very least been left half paralyzed, by such an overbearing assault of spiritual energy. Yet in this life, the moment that energy entered his body, a faint, cruel, and mocking smile curled at the corner of his lips. Senior brother Xiao was startled by Shun Guanlan's expression. Though the boy was younger than himself, his gaze held the unnerving composure of a terrifying adult who commanded absolute control. He knew his spiritual energy had flowed into Shun Guanlan, yet there was no reaction whatsoever. True fear seized him. As he tried to step back and flee, something far more dreadful occurred. He could not move at all. What was happening? Not only senior brother Xiao, but every youth behind him stood frozen in place. Shun Guanlan withdrew his hand. With the opponent's own spiritual energy, he had woven a talismanic array. Within it, he reigned as absolute sovereign. His gaze swept challengingly across them all. Brother Guanlan. Hua Man, bewildered and unaware of what had transpired, cautiously poked her head out halfway. What's wrong? Nothing. Shun Guanlan lowered his gaze to the tiny figure before him. At that moment, Hua Man too stood within the array, her life suspended on a single thought from him. Hua Man blinked her large eyes, then, seeing her senior brothers utterly motionless, immediately ceased her scolding and beamed with delight. Wonderful. The seniors have admitted their fault. Shun Guanlan rolled his eyes inwardly. Hua Man turned carefully, picked up a small flower from the ground, and lifted it toward him. Brother Guanlan, I give this to you. Shun Guanlan gazed upon the little girl's earnest, grubby smile, hesitated, and finally accepted the flower. He decided for now to spare Hua Man. After all, in this life, she had yet harmed him not once, and he wished to incur no karmic debt toward her. This one reprieve settled their accounts. Next time, should opportunity arise, he would kill her without hesitation. Let's go, Shun Guanlan said, preparing to depart. The array would not hold long. He had no desire to linger and invite further complications. Hua Manman instantly fell into step beside him and affectionately slipped her small hand into his. Shun Guanlan instinctively tried to pull away, only to hear her sweet milky voice again. Brother Guanlan, where else are you going? Can I go with you? We'll see. Shun Guanlan allowed her to hold his hand silently, telling himself he merely wished to avoid reducing the little dumpling to tears. At dinner, Hua Manman eagerly announced Shun Guanlan's impending journey to Chiang City. She timidly sought her mother's approval. Mother, may I? Absolutely not. Hua Qixia saw through her daughter's intentions at once. Hua Manman, listen, well, should you dare slip down the mountain without permission, the disciplinary hall will break your legs. Hua Manman patted her unbroken calves and hastily surrendered. I won't go down. I promise I won't. Then with sympathetic concern she glanced at Brother Guanlan and tenderly reminded him, Brother Guanlan, be careful tomorrow when you descend the mountain. Take good care of yourself. Shun Guanlan awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth. Little sister Man, I did say I'd descend the mountain, but not tomorrow. It won't happen so soon. At least not until my wounds heal properly. Not tomorrow. Her eyes lit up. Wonderful. I can stay with Brother Guanlan a few days longer. Shun Guanlan stole a glance at Hua Qixia and Jiang Yueli, knowing full well he could not remain much longer. That night, Hua Manman once again brought her mother Hua Qixia to deliver pills to Shun Guanlan. Hua Qixia infused him with spiritual energy to alleviate the searing fire toxin coursing through his body. Thank you, little sister Manman. Thank you, fifth elder. Shun Guanlan realized he'd had the chance earlier to construct an array using Hua Qixia's spiritual energy, but she was simply too formidable. To slay Hua Manman under her watch would have been near impossible. His thoughts swiftly turned to another person. That night, Shun Guanlan lay restless, torn by two conflicting voices within. One voice, steeped in the bone-deep hatred of his past life, urged him relentlessly kill Hua Manman now. The other wavered, sensing something profoundly different about this lifetime's Hua Manman. The next day, as Hua Manman returned from cultivation practice with Jiang Yueli, she spotted Shun Guanlan waiting for them halfway along the path. Brother Guanlan. The little dumpling rushed forward beaming, only to freeze mid-stride as Shun Guanlan suddenly crumpled to his knees, his face ashen, great beads of sweat rolling down his brow. Brother Guanlan, what's wrong? Has the poison flared again? Terrified, Hua Manman fumbled a pill from her spatial pouch and pressed it toward him. Quick, eat it, Brother Guanlan. Then you won't hurt anymore. No. Shun Guanlan waved weakly, casting a desperate glance toward Jiang Yueli. Why not? Hua Manman couldn't comprehend. Her eyes welled with tears as she tugged Jiang Yueli's sleeve. Senior Sister Yueli, please persuade Brother Guanlan. Tonight, Mother and I will visit him. We'll bring pills and he'll feel better. Just make him take it. Jiang Yueli looked down at Shun Guanlan in silence. Yet her mind had already unraveled the truth. With no choice left, Shun Guanlan confessed. Man, your pills are merely sugar beans. It was your mother's spiritual energy that truly aided me. What? Hua Manman stared, disbelief widening her eyes. Shun Guanlan's expression twisted deeper in agony. He groaned, so painful, so painful. Hua Manman snapped back to reality, her thoughts wrenching free from the shock of sugar beans. She clutched Jiang Yueli's sleeve, pleading, Senior Sister Yueli, help Brother Guanlan. You wield spiritual energy too. Please help him. Very well. Jiang Yueli frowned, gripped Shun Guanlan's arm firmly, and began channeling spiritual energy steadily into his body, while closely observing his physiological state. For to her knowledge, the heart-scorching, bone-eroding flame never manifested during daylight hours. Shun Guanlan curled upon the ground, feeling the influx of spiritual energy swell within him, and quietly wove a formation nearby. Almost there, almost ready to end Hua Manman's life. His hands trembled, the two inner voices surged anew, and involuntarily he slowed his pace. Suddenly Jiang Yueli yanked her hand back, staring at him in shock. What is this? You're not suffering poison. What did you ingest? Shun Guanlan kept his head bowed, ignoring her question. The formation remained half-drawn. Had any other talismanist attempted this, it would have collapsed entirely. But he was Hanjiang Sanren, the peerless master of talismans under heaven. With his last reserves of spiritual energy, he forcibly warped the incomplete array. Though its power was greatly diminished, it remained more than sufficient to end Hua Manman's life. The instant the formation completed, Shun Guanlan's countenance shifted. His eyes no longer reflected the innocence or confusion of a child, but hardened into chilling resolve, cold iron, and a desolate, lifeless gray. Hua Manman, farewell. At the moment Jiang Yueli realized that Shun Guanlan was in trouble, she struck him down to the ground with a palm. At the same time, Hua Manman suddenly knelt and spat out a mouthful of blood. Man, Jiang Yueli was horrified and immediately picked up the little one, channeling her spiritual energy into her. She looked at Shun Guanlan, who was also spitting blood with disgust, and said, trembling, "You are a talisman master. A talisman master without spiritual energy. How is that possible?" Jiang Yueli instantly understood that Shun Guanlan, like herself, had also been reborn to seek revenge. Holding Hua Manman, she coldly regarded Shun Guanlan, saying, "If I don't kill you, you will regret it." She ran at her fastest speed towards Luoxia Peak. Shun Guanlan struggled to stand up, oddly feeling no joy of revenge within. Instead, he was somewhat worried. Would Hua Manman die? He dragged his body step by step towards Luoxia Peak, fully aware that death awaited him there. Jiang Yueli returned to Luoxia Peak with the unconscious Hua Manman and immediately found Hua Qixia. What happened? Hua Qixia gasped upon seeing her precious daughter's pale face, instantly turning pale herself. Who hurt her? Jiang Yueli hesitated for a moment and shook her head. She knew that if she mentioned Shun Guanlan's name, he would surely die. However, thinking that Shun Guanlan was actually like her, she felt that he shouldn't just die like that. Hua Qixia didn't ask any further and focused all her energy on saving Hua Manman, praying in her heart for her to survive. When Hua Manman regained consciousness again, she had no idea how much time had passed. Through her own eyes, she saw her mother crying tears of joy. She wanted to reach out to wipe her mother's tears, but found her body was once again out of her control. No. In an instant, little Man was frightened and began to cry. Give Man back her body. Shut up. The terrifying voice sounded, filled with obvious impatience. Foolish waste, this body is a waste on you. No. But at this moment, no matter how Hua Man struggled, she could not regain control of her body. Hua Man coming back to life made Jiang Yueli very happy, and Shun Guanlan, who had been hiding in the shadows, also breathed a sigh of relief. Shun Guanlan realized his inner change and finally admitted that this time Hua Man seemed different and it was time for him to leave. Elder Wu's sister Man, he walked forward with difficulty, his voice weak. I am grateful for your care over the past few days, and I plan to leave the mountain soon. Little Man held in Hua Qixia's arms anxiously spoke. Don't go, brother Guanlan, don't go. Shun Guanlan looked over in surprise, not realizing that this child still didn't know he had wanted to kill her. Hua Qixia gently comforted her daughter and raised her head to Shun Guanlan, saying, if you're going, at least wait until Man is better before you leave, or this child will worry too. Yes, brother Guanlan, don't go. Little Man immediately nodded in agreement. Shun Guanlan hesitated for a moment, turning his gaze to Jiang Yueli. Jiang Yueli understood his intention, thought for a moment, and slowly said, yes, Shun Guanlan, your little junior sister is so worried about you, you should stay a few more days. All right then. Shun Guanlan looked apologetically at Hua Man. I'll wait until Sister Man's body is better before I leave. Hua Man smiled at him. Shun Guanlan's expression changed slightly. For some reason, Hua Man's smile just now made him feel somewhat unfamiliar. Did he see it wrong? Inside Hua Man's body, the trapped little Man was very worried about Shun Guanlan. She trembled and asked, why? Why won't you let brother Guanlan leave? The voice coldly replied, he harmed my body and wants to leave so easily. Dream on. No, it's not. Little Man corrected, this is my body, it's mine. Shut up. The voice ignored little Man any further. That night, Hua Man estimated that it was time for Shun Guanlan's poison to act up, so she carefully crawled up. Man. Hua Qixia quickly woke up. Are you going to see Shun Guanlan again? Not going. Hua Man patted Hua Qixia's body. Mother, you've worked hard, go to sleep quickly, I just need to go to the bathroom, and we'll be back soon. During the day, to save her daughter, Hua Qixia had indeed used a lot of spiritual energy, and she was really tired now. In fact, if it weren't for Hua Man's request, she wouldn't have wanted to channel spiritual energy to alleviate Shun Guanlan's pain. After all, he would leave sooner or later, and at that time, she wouldn't be able to help. All right. She quickly decided to continue sleeping. Just be careful, go, and come back quickly. In fact, Hua Man's bathroom was just a wooden bucket placed at the door for her convenience. Hua Man nimbly climbed down from the bed, put on her shoes, and quietly ran out. As soon as she opened the door, she headed straight for Shun Guanlan's room, and sure enough, upon entering, she heard Shun Guanlan groaning in pain on the bed. Brother Guanlan. In reality, both Hua Man and the trapped little Man shouted at the same time. Little Man was extremely worried as she could feel that she was about to do something bad again. On the bed, Shun Guanlan, who was on the verge of losing consciousness from the pain, struggled to sit up. He didn't expect that at this moment Hua Man would still be willing to see him. However, when he lifted the curtain, he saw that the only person who had come was Hua Man. Hua Qixia had not shown up. He quickly understood that Hua Qixia had consumed too much spiritual energy during the day and likely didn't want to channel more to him. He couldn't be too greedy, it was enough that Hua Man was willing to see him. Man. Shun Guanlan weakly spoke. Hua Man stepped forward, her eyes shining in the darkness. Did Brother Guanlan's poison act up again? Yes. Shen Guanlan nodded, but it's fine, I can endure it. You should go back and rest. I want to help Brother Guanlan. The little one smiled as she spoke. My. Shen Guanlan quickly reacted, those pills. Man, didn't I tell you? Those pills are just candy-coated beans, keep them for yourself to eat. No, it's not the pills. I have another way to help you. Hua Man stepped forward, tilting her little head, and smiled widely at Shen Guanlan. At that moment, Shen Guanlan was in so much pain he could hardly think, and could only force himself to ask, what method? Why? Why did the Hua Man in front of him feel both strange and familiar? In the next moment, Hua Man took out a dagger from behind her. Shen Guanlan did not understand what this child meant, and asked in confusion, What? Brother Guanlan, have you forgotten? Hua Man's eyes were filled with madness as she raised the dagger and suddenly stabbed it towards Shen Guanlan's body. This way Brother Guanlan won't feel so uncomfortable, right? The dagger pierced deeply into Shen Guanlan's abdomen, and in the darkness the smile on the face of the 3-year-old child was both eerie and terrifying. Having endured the torment of the burning heart-bone erosion flame for so many years, Shen Guanlan's perception of pain was far inferior to that of an ordinary person, so even when stabbed in the abdomen, he felt little pain. He could only look at the dagger in disbelief, then raised his head in shock to gaze at the unfamiliar Hua Man before him. So, had Hua Man finally revealed her true face? Boring. Hua Man suddenly yanked out the dagger and wiped the blood on Shen Guanlan, saying, Brother Guanlan, you truly are a worthless life. Shen Guanlan clutched his belly, warm blood flowing through his fingers, but he didn't look at it, even once, still fixated on the strange Hua Man before him. I warn you, Hua Man said coldly, her tone utterly devoid of the usual warmth. Don't say anything reckless. I only wanted to help you because I saw how much you were suffering. Children make mistakes, and everyone can understand that. She said this nonchalantly, sheathed the dagger, and turned to leave. However, in Hua Man's small body, as she witnessed Brother Guanlan being harmed once again, her soul wept uncontrollably. Wah! The little Hua Man's soul cried out, Brother Guanlan is so pitiful, wah! You big bad guy, why do you bully Brother Guanlan, wah? Shut up. A voice that completely did not belong to Hua Man resonated heavily. Hua Man, are you stupid? Don't you understand? He wants to kill you. This Shen Guanlan wants to kill you. No way. Hua Man wasn't foolish. She cried so hard she could barely breathe, yet she clearly stated, the person Brother Guanlan wants to kill is you. The voice was surprised that this little fool had some sense, but he didn't care what you and I. You are me and I am you. No way, no way. Hua Man cried out incessantly, this is my body, it's Man's body. Bad guy, big bad guy, get out. The voice laughed again, somewhat smug. I was careless back then and left you an opportunity, but this time I will make this body entirely belong to me and you. To be precise, your soul, I will make it completely disappear. What? What does that mean? Hua Man didn't understand, but she felt a deep fear. However, the voice fell silent, no longer answering her question. Hua Man puffed up with anger, shouted loudly, I want leave, this is my body, I will definitely take it back. She had to reclaim her body, although she still didn't know how to do that. Hua Man, feeling wronged, sniffled while thinking of a way. The methods in her mind were pitifully few, but she remembered one thing her mother had said, when you don't know what to do, learn more from others. So could she learn from this big bad guy? The next day, Hua Qixia prepared osmanthus cakes, especially as the little one had been quite frightened yesterday, and she wanted to comfort her well. But unexpectedly, Hua Man simply finished a bowl of rice quickly and dragged Jiang Yueli outside. Man, Hua Qixia said in surprise, aren't you going to eat the osmanthus cake? Not eating. I'm full. Hua Man didn't even look back. Jiang Yueli was pulled along by the little dumpling, watching the little dumpling's head from behind, feeling confused. Aren't you the one who loves osmanthus cake the most? She asked instinctively, why aren't you eating today? Hua Man's little face seemed to flash with impatience, but it quickly morphed back to a milky expression. My teeth hurt a bit recently, I can't eat too many sweet things. Jiang Yueli tugged at the corners of her mouth, unable to help but glance at Hua Man several times. At the Dongshan training ground, everyone began to practice, and Hua Man followed along for a bit, before claiming exhaustion and ran to the side to rest. When Zhenyang seized the opportunity to ask Jiang Yueli, what's wrong with the little junior sister? This is the first time I've seen her slacking off. I don't know, maybe she's tired. Jiang Yueli shook her head. She vaguely felt that Hua Man seemed a bit strange today. During a break, when Zhenyang kindly asked, is Man feeling unwell today? Why aren't you practicing with everyone? I don't have any spiritual energy in me, Hua Man said disdainfully. Practicing is useless, and I was injured yesterday. Brother Guanlan hurt me, I need to rest. Shen Guanlan. When Zhenyang was slightly surprised, the boy you picked up, why did he hit you? I don't know. Hua Man shook her head, maybe I did something wrong. That boy is too despicable, he can't tell good from bad. Wen Jingyang felt indignant for Hua Man. But I still want to help Brother Guanlan. Hua Man looked at Jiang Yueli, who was walking over, and immediately ran towards her. Sister, Ali, shall we go to Qiyan City with Brother Guanlan? Go to Qiyan City. Jiang Yueli was slightly surprised. Don't you remember? Your mother said that if you dared to go, she would break your legs. Hua Man shook Jiang Yueli's hand. Sister, Ali, Brother Guanlan is too pitiful. He can't go to Qiyan City alone. Let's help him. Will you persuade my mother with me? When Zhengyang nodded repeatedly, little junior sister is truly kind. That Shen Guanlan bullies you so much, and you still want to help him. He also tried to persuade Jiang Yueli. Sister, Ali, please help the little junior sister. I can see she genuinely wants to go and help that Shen Guanlan. Sister Ali. Hua Man continued to plead. All right. Jiang Yueli could only agree, but I can only try. I can't be sure if your mother will agree. Mother will agree. Hua Man was overjoyed. Jiang Yueli, however, was filled with doubts. Oh, why did Hua Man change her mind so quickly? Did Shen Guanlan say something? Thinking of this, she realized something. She hadn't seen Shen Guanlan at all this morning. After finishing their training in the morning, Jiang Yueli returned with Hua Man, and they hadn't seen Shen Guanlan come out to greet them. Upon returning to Luoxiao Peak, Hua Man pulled Jiang Yueli to find Hua Qixia. No way. Hua Qixia instantly frowned and refused upon hearing their words. It's too dangerous. How can you two children run so far? Mother Brother Guanlan is too pitiful, and Sister Ali is here. She's very powerful now, and ordinary people can't bully her. She will protect me. Hua Man turned back and exchanged glances with Jiang Yueli. Jiang Yueli spoke in a deep voice. Master, although I'm still young, I have already broken through to the Golden Core stage. It should be okay to go down the mountain for training, and I can take a little junior sister with me. Hua Qixia said nothing. Indeed, Jiang Yueli was mature for her 5 years. If she were to go down the mountain for training, she wouldn't worry so much, but bringing Hua Man along. She still couldn't agree. No means no. Mother, please let us go, all right. Hua Man began to cry and whine. Hua Qixia's attitude was surprisingly resolute. No, I want to go. Hua Man threw herself on the ground, throwing a tantrum. Hua Qixia picked her up, seeing her cry, so heartbrokenly made her feel pained. After a moment's thought, she reluctantly said, if you really want to go, then I will go with you. Hua Man was taken aback for a moment before starting to cry again. No. I want to go with Ali to the world. Oh, I don't want mother to go. No way, absolutely not. Hua Qixia coldly refused once again. Jiang Yueli quietly watched from the side. In her memory, the Hua Man before her seemed to overlap with the little devil from her past life. What is going on here? Why are you being so disobedient? Hua Qixia took a deep breath and set Hua Man down. If you want to cry, then cry. In any case, this matter is non-negotiable. Saying this, she walked away. Hua Qixia knew that children were like this. The more she stayed to coax Hua Man, the more Hua Man would cry. It was better if she left, without anyone to throw a fit at. Hua Man would calm down. However, she felt that Hua Man was particularly troublesome today. Jiang Yueli watched Hua Qixia leave, and seeing Hua Man still sitting there crying, she approached and gently pushed the little one. Stop crying, your mother has already left. Left? Hua Man opened her big eyes, showing no sign of sadness at all. Upon closer inspection, she wasn't even crying. Jiang Yueli frowned. Mother is so annoying. Why won't she let us go? How frustrating. Hua Man kicked a nearby chair in anger. Ouch. She kicked too hard and hurt her foot, immediately turning her anger towards the chair. You jerk. Damn it. Jiang Yueli stared wide-eyed in shock. Then I'll head back. You can play by yourself. She quickly left. Once outside, Jiang Yueli thought for a moment and turned to go to Shen Guanlan's room, as she hadn't seen Shen Guanlan all morning. Shen Guanlan. Upon reaching the door, she found it unlocked and pushed it open. The room was silent. Jiang Yueli entered the room and looked around, only to find Shen Guanlan lying on the bed. Shen Guanlan, what happened? She walked closer and discovered his face was pale and there was blood on him and the bed. What on earth happened? Shen Guanlan slowly opened his eyes, but did not look at Jiang Yueli. His gaze was vacant, as if he had lost his soul. Is it? Jiang Yueli tentatively asked. Was it done by Man? Shen Guanlan slowly spoke. So what if it was? And what if it wasn't? Just go. Saying this, he closed his eyes again. Jiang Yueli gritted her teeth and took out a bottle of medicine from her spatial pouch, placing it on the bedside. Take this, that will help you recover faster. Exiting Shen Guanlan's room, she became more certain that Hua Man might have been possessed, but she knew very little about possession. Thinking for a moment, she directly went to the library and spent the afternoon reading books about possession. It was only in the evening that Jiang Yueli returned to Luoxiao Peak. Sister, Ali, where have you been? Hua Man seemed to have been looking for her all along. I went to the East Mountain training ground. Jiang Yueli replied, confident that Hua Man wouldn't go to the training ground at this time. I didn't practice the skills I learned today very well. Sister, Ali, you're really hardworking. Hua Man Man came forward and took Jiang Yueli's hand. Sister, Ali, I thought of a good plan. We can go to Qian City together. What plan? Jiang Yueli asked with a hint of curiosity, wondering why Hua Man Man seemed so eager to go to Qian City. Sister, Ali, let's sneak down the mountain. Hua Man Man whispered. Jiang Yueli thought Hua Man Man had completely lost her mind. The rules of Tianyin sect were strict. Sneaking down the mountain could lead to being expelled from the sect. Why was Hua Man Man so determined to go to Qian City? Yes, sister, Ali, please agree to me. I really want to help Brother Guanlan. I see how he's suffering every day, and it really pains my heart. Hua Man Man tried hard to persuade Jiang Yueli. All right, but we need to plan carefully. We must not get caught, Jiang Yueli agreed. Great. Sister, Ali, you're so wonderful, thank you. Hua Man Man happily walked away. Jiang Yueli watched the little one's figure reminiscing about the materials she had seen in the library. She squinted her eyes and returned to her room. That night, after lying in bed, Hua Man Man heard the low voice again. Hey little fool, why are you so quiet today? A small voice replied, Humph, you're not really here to help Brother Guanlan, are you? Her small voice sounded a bit dejected. I give up. Ooh, I'm just a child, you're an adult. I can't compete with you, you win. This body belongs to you now. Oh, rare indeed, the little fool finally has a moment of clarity. If you're more cooperative and completely give the body to me, I won't need to make a trip to Qian City, but... The voice sneered, I only trust the words of the dead. Hua Man Man sighed deeply. Oh, I'm serious, so I give up. This body is yours now. The voice laughed smugly and said nothing more. The next day, Hua Man Man went to the East Mountain training ground with Jiang Yueli. On the way, Hua Man Man anxiously asked, Sister, Ali, have you thought about how we'll escape? Yes, we'll escape tonight from the back mountain, Jiang Yueli said with a smile. Great. That's wonderful. Hua Man Man was clearly very happy. Jiang Yueli took the initiative to ask Man Man, since we're escaping tonight, anyway, I don't want to go to the training ground. Shall we go play instead? Really? Clearly Hua Man Man's eyes lit up. You really don't want to go to the training ground? Yes, it's the same few moves every day, or it's not fun at all. While Jiang Yueli spoke, she walked towards the riverbank. Suddenly she exclaimed in surprise, Little Junior sister, come quickly, there are fish in the river. Hua Man Man looked taken aback for a moment and stood still. Little Junior sister, come over. Come on. Jiang Yueli continued to call her, looking very excited. Hua Man Man thought for a moment and cautiously walked over, tentatively asking, Fish? Where are the fish? Over there. Jiang Yueli stood up and pointed to a certain spot. Where? Hua Man Man strained to look, but still saw no fish. Just then Jiang Yueli suddenly reached out and forcefully pushed Hua Man Man from behind, sending her tumbling into the river. Hua Man Man's first instinct upon falling into the river was not self-preservation, but a furious, chilling glare toward Jiang Yueli, standing on the bank, her eyes dark and terrifying. Jiang Yueli instinctively recoiled a step under that gaze. In that instant, she became utterly certain Hua Man Man had indeed been possessed, and the entity now inhabiting her body was undoubtedly a peerless expert. She had recently consulted several ancient texts on possession in the sect's library, and now possessed a rudimentary understanding of this forbidden art. Possession had long been prescribed by all immortal cultivation sects, a desperate last resort for a dying cultivator whose soul severed from its failing vessel forcibly invaded and seized another living body. The process was perilous, inflicting grave damage upon the soul. Upon successful possession, the invading consciousness required a period of recuperation, during which the original soul retained its sole opportunity to reclaim dominion over its own flesh. According to the text, if the newly possessed body faced mortal peril, the possession itself could collapse entirely. Jiang Yueli stood rigidly on the riverbank, heart pounding as she watched Hua Man Man struggle in the water. She must strike with flawless timing, neither allowing Hua Man Man to drown nor forfeiting the fleeting chance to restore the true Hua Man Man. Meanwhile, deep within Hua Man Man's body, the hitherto silent Xiao Man Man suddenly stirred with fierce vitality. Give it back. It's mine, my body. Give it back. I won't surrender. I'll take back my body. A tiny luminous soul battered desperately against the confines of its prison. The words resonated from the very core of her being, unwavering and absolute. She remembered when death loomed, a villain had stolen her body. And so too, if that villain now teetered on the brink of annihilation, she would surely wrest it back. She had conserved every ounce of strength throughout this long night and day, and now the moment had arrived to reveal her indomitable might. My body. Mine. No one shall have it. Not ever. Give it back to me now. Her voice, impossibly small yet charged with raw, radiant power, erupted from Hua Man Man's frame like a sudden burst of light. Hua Man Man instantly felt herself swallow a mouthful of river water. She flailed her limbs with clumsy effort, yet her expression blossomed with pure, unguarded delight, her eyes sparkling as they met Jiang Yueli's. Junior sister. Without hesitation, Jiang Yueli leapt into the river, pulled Hua Man Man close, and carried her safely ashore. Junior sister. Man Man, my dear junior sister. She called Hua Manman's name again, and again tears spilling unbidden down her cheeks. Hua Manman coughed violently, then sat up expelling gush after gush of river water. Then came that low seething voice once more, curses. You little deceivers, I will not yield so easily. I will return. Cough, cough, cough. At last Hua Manman emptied the last of the water from her lungs. Lifting her head, she saw Jiang Yueli weeping, and her heart shattered. Ali senior sister, don't cry. Manman's fine. Manman's perfectly fine. You saved Manman. You saved me again. Overwhelmed, Jiang Yueli swept her into a tight embrace. You're safe. That's all that matters. Safe at last. She hesitated, uncertain whether to ask the child if she recalled the possession, fearing the truth might shatter her innocence. Fun. The river is fun. Hua Manman deliberately spoke, bravely determined not to worry her senior sister. Jiang Yueli gently released her and asked, voice steady and earnest, do you remember? Your senior sister pushed you into the river. Mom, I know. Xiao Manman nodded vigorously, then beamed. Ali's senior sister was just playing with Manman. Manman isn't scared. It's fun. Jiang Yueli remained silent. The texts clearly stated that after possession, the original soul sank into deep slumber. So yes, Hua Manman truly remembered nothing. She resolved not to speak of it. Not yet. To tell her would only frighten the child. Then, let's return and change clothes. We'll skip the cultivation grounds today, shall we? Hua Manman bobbed her head emphatically. Yes. She couldn't wait to see brother Shun Guanlan again. As they walked, she held Jiang Yueli's hand with quiet, tender solemnity. Ali senior sister. If Mama asks, just say Manman slipped into the river by accident. Jiang Yueli smiled faintly. Why tell a lie? It's not a lie. Hua Manman shook her head vigorously. It's just, and stamped her tiny foot in frustrated earnestness. Jiang Yueli murmured softly, Junior sister, don't you wonder why your senior sister pushed you in? Hua Manman knew. Just as brother Guanlan had wished to destroy the wicked self that had taken hold of her, so too had Ali's senior sister acted with the same intent. Yet she felt no anger, not in the slightest. And this time Ali's senior sister had even helped her. With a bright, easy smile she said, it doesn't matter. Then with gentle, aching tenderness, she wrapped her arms around Jiang Yueli's waist. No matter why, you may do anything you wish to Manman. I don't mind at all. Little fool. Jiang Yueli whispered, dazed as her fingers brushed lovingly over the child's soft hair. Back at Luoxiao Peak, determined to spare both herself and Jiang Yueli from falsehood, Xiao Manman slipped quietly into her room, changed swiftly, and then stole off to Shun Guanlan's quarters. Brother Guanlan. She scurried across the floor on stubby legs and reached his bedside, calling out again in her sweet, milky voice, Brother Guanlan. Shun Guanlan slowly opened his eyes. What do you want now, eh? Hua Manman shook her head, her large, limpid eyes fixed unblinkingly on his wound. Does it hurt terribly, Brother Guanlan? She asked, voice trembling with tender concern. Shun Guanlan let out a cold, mirthless laugh. Now that you've dropped the pretense, why persist with this charade? Don't you grow weary? No, she protested, flustered and at a loss for words. She paused, then drew forth a small medicinal vial from her spatial pouch, though this time her expression betrayed profound reluctance, as if parting with it cost her dearly. After a visible, agonizing internal struggle, she finally tipped a single golden yellow pill into her palm and offered it to him. Brother Guanlan, eat it. Once you do, you'll stop feeling sad. Shun Guanlan loathed this guileless act with visceral disgust. He lashed out, slapping the pill from her tiny hand. Hua Manman, I warn you, either kill me now, or when I recover I will end you. Before he'd even finished speaking, Hua Manman whirled away to chase the fallen pill, snatched it from the floor, and popped it straight into her mouth. So sweet. I love it. She scampered back to the bedside, blinking innocently. Brother Guanlan, what did you just say? You. Shun Guanlan choked, speechless with fury. Brother Guanlan, truly. You won't try the candy pill, she coaxed, whispering conspiratorially. I still have 3 left. I'll share one with you. Eat it, and you'll feel happy, but don't tell Mama, okay? She pressed a hand to her mouth, giggling softly. Mama doesn't even know they're candy pills yet. Shun Guanlan stared, utterly undone. This plump, perfect little actress had driven him to the edge of madness. Brother Guanlan, don't fret. Once your wounds heal, I'll accompany you to Qiyang City to purge the poison. Hua Manman had made her decision. She would make amends, to repay Brother Guanlan fully. She reached out and hooked her pinky firmly around his. A team of 4 horses couldn't drag me back on this promise. Hua Manman knew that Brother Guanlan did not believe her words, nor did he believe in her, but it was fine, as she would definitely keep her promise. However, before going to Qiyan City, there was still one thing that troubled her greatly. She did not want Brother Guanlan to suffer so much every night. She ran to find Hua Qixia. Mother, what can I do to help Brother Guanlan feel less discomfort when the fire poison strikes? You can suppress it with spiritual power, Hua Qixia told her daughter seriously. However, this method is obviously not long-lasting. After he leaves the Tianyan sect, I'm afraid no one will be able to use spiritual power to help him suppress it. Is there any other way? Xiao Man could not help but feel anxious, something like a method that Brother Guanlan could rely on. There isn't any, Hua Qixia said decisively. Seeing her daughter's face fall in an instant, she couldn't help but add, actually there is one, but it is impossible for him to achieve it. What is it? Hua Man's eyes brightened in an instant. There is an item called the Ice Talisman. Hua Qixia explained. It is said that this ice talisman has been buried in the cold river for nearly 1,000 years, continuously absorbing the cold air of the cold river, making it the coldest thing in this world. If Brother Guanlan wears this ice talisman, will he not feel any pain? Hua Man blinked her big eyes. He won't feel pain, but he also won't live. His body is already weak if he is invaded by the cold air of the ice talisman. She shook her head helplessly. Hua Qixia could not imagine how a person's body could endure both the burning heart and bone-corroding flame, and the two extreme powers of the ice talisman at the same time. That kind of pain was something she could not bear. Hua Man pouted. Is there really no way to make the ice talisman not harm Brother Guanlan? There is, but it requires the ice talisman to recognize a master. Hua Qixia regretted saying this, as it was also a path without hope. However, the ice talisman is a heavenly grade artifact. It could never recognize a child without spiritual power as its master. What if? Xiao Man did not understand what a heavenly grade artifact was, if she only knew that there was always a chance. Hua Qixia smiled and shook her head, saying with certainty, there is no chance for this matter. She understood her daughter's thoughts and hugged her tightly. Mother knows that Man wants to help Brother Guanlan, but you have to understand that everyone has their own fate. You have already done what you could, the rest depends on Brother Guanlan's fate. But, Hua Man's eyes turned red, but Brother Guanlan did nothing wrong. He was poisoned by someone. He should have grown up happily like me. Good. Hua Qixia comforted as she patted the little one's head. Hua Man lay in her mother's arms, her big eyes turning, and suddenly had a bright idea. Mother, how about we make a bet? A bet? Hua Qixia laughed at her daughter's sudden reaction, but if it could make her daughter happier, she was naturally willing to play along. Sure, Man, how do you want to bet? What should we bet on? Let's bet that I can get the ice talisman to recognize Brother Guanlan as its master. Xiao Man said with a grin. How is that possible? Hua Qixia was skeptical. Mother, will you bet or not? If I succeed, you have to agree to one request of mine, no matter what it is. Hua Man puffed up her cheeks, looking full of determination. Hua Qixia nodded in agreement, as this matter was fundamentally impossible. All right, I'll take the bet, but if you fail, you must agree to one request of mine. Without my permission, you are not allowed to sneak candy. Hua Man instantly looked like she wanted to cry. Hua Qixia secretly laughed in her heart. So what do you say? Bet or not? Let's bet. I will definitely win. Hua Man quickly perked up. For her candy, she definitely could not lose. By the way, Mother, where is the ice talisman? She almost forgot the most important question. It's behind Cloud Mist Peak. Hua Qixia frowned. Man, you really don't want to. Mother warns you, just the room where the ice talisman is stored is extremely cold. You must not go there. Hua Man happily slid down from Hua Qixia's embrace and ran outside shouting. Mother, Man understands. Hua Qixia watched the little one's back, knowing that her reminder had little effect. However, as long as Man visits that room once, she would give up. She was not actually worried. Hua Man quickly found Jiang Yueli and expressed her wish to help Brother Guanlan find the ice talisman. Sister Ali, do you want to come with me? She looked at Jiang Yueli pitifully, her little eyes seemingly saying, promise me, promise me. Jiang Yueli suppressed her laughter, deliberately not agreeing immediately, but instead asked, does Master know? Yes, she supports me. Xiao Man nodded vigorously. Since Master has agreed. Jiang Yueli pinched Hua Man's little cheeks, then I naturally won't oppose it. Yay? That's great. Hua Man immediately cheered, running around in Jiang Yueli's room. The next morning, after finishing their training, they found Wen Zhengyang. Ice talisman. Wen Zhengyang nodded indifferently. I know it's in a room behind Cloud Mist Peak. Can we go and take a look? Hua Man immediately asked. Wen Zhengyang smiled, crossing his arms, and said, I'll tell you one more thing. The room storing the ice talisman doesn't even have a guard. Really? Hua Man's eyes brightened as she happily looked at Jiang Yueli. That's great, Sister Ali, we can go freely. Jiang Yueli instantly understood the implication of Wen Zhengyang's words. The lack of guards meant that it was unnecessary, because no one dared to enter that room. If you want to go, feel free to come find me at Cloud Mist Peak anytime, Wen Zhengyang said with a meaningful smile before turning to leave. On the way back to Loxia Peak, Jiang Yueli patiently explained to Hua Man. It must be very, very cold there. Are you sure you really want to go? Yes. Hua Man nodded her little head affirmatively. I must go. Later for lunch I will eat a big bowl, so I won't be afraid of the cold. Jiang Yueli shook her head helplessly, Just eating more won't work. You also need to wear more clothes. Okay. Xiao Man clearly had no concept of what she was about to enter. At lunch, Hua Man indeed stuffed herself with 2 large bowls of rice. After finishing, she went back to her room and rummaged through her clothes. Hua Qixiao watched her busying herself beside her, feeling both amused and gratified. Man was truly a very kind child, therefore, even if she remained a waste forever, she would not be sad, only love her more. She couldn't help but think of Man's father. If he knew how obedient Man was, would he come back a little sooner? After dressing herself, Hua Man immediately set off to meet Jiang Yueli. She dashed up to Jiang Yueli and proudly asked, "Senior Sister Ali, how do I look? Am I dressed warmly enough?" Hua Man struggled to lift her arms to scratch her head, only to realize her tiny hands could no longer reach it. She was wrapped in layer upon layer of clothing, moving as slowly and clumsily as a newborn panda cub. Jiang Yueli burst into laughter at the sight of the little mummy before her, laughing until tears streamed down her cheeks. "Little junior sister, are you certain you can even walk all the way to Yunwu Peak dressed like this?" I suppose so," Hua Man replied hesitantly. Truth be told, she found walking exhausting in such heavy attire, but she was dreadfully cold. "Very well then, let us go." Jiang Yueli finally ceased her laughter. The 2 young cultivators soon departed. Between Luoxiao Peak and Yunwu Peak lay an entire mountain range, making the journey truly arduous. Most critically, the moment they stepped beyond Luoxiao Peak, Hua Man broke into a sweat. Man, would you like to remove a few layers?" Jiang Yueli mused, though she knew even shedding 1 garment would hardly suffice. "No." Hua Man shook her head vigorously, flinging droplets of sweat aside. She was determined to endure. They paused often along the way, and nearly half an hour passed before they finally reached Yunwu Peak and found Wen Jingyang. "Ha!" Upon seeing the little mummy, Wen Jingyang responded with equally polite yet prolonged laughter, lasting a full incensestic's time. "Oomph." Hua Man puffed indignantly. "Once we enter that secret chamber, you'll both envy me." Wen Jingyang suppressed his chuckles and shook his head. "Who said I'd be entering? My cultivation path is fire-aligned. The ice talisman is precisely what I fear most. I have no intention of stepping inside." As he led them toward the rear mountains, he confirmed once more, "Are you absolutely certain? You truly wish to enter?" "Yes." Hua Man nodded without hesitation. Soon the 3 arrived before the entrance to the secret chamber. "This is it. Enter through this cavern mouth. After walking some distance, you'll see the ice talisman." Wen Jingyang's expression turned solemn. "Let me warn you, the ice talisman is exceedingly domineering. Should anyone other than its rightful master approach, it will spontaneously unleash terrifying frost, chi, freezing spiritual energy, flesh, even the soul itself. Ordinary cultivators who draw near risk grave injury at best, or instant petrification into ice statues at worst. If anything feels amiss, you must retreat immediately." Hua Man and Jiang Yueli both nodded in unison. Only then did Wen Jingyang recall his question. "By the way, what do you need the ice talisman for?" "I want to help it find a master," Hua Man replied candidly. Wen Jingyang chuckled. "Find it a master? Don't be naive. This is a heaven-tier artifact. If anyone within Tianyan's sect could subdue it, it would already have been taken away." "It will happen," Hua Man declared, unwavering in her conviction. Jiang Yueli harbored no such hope. She knew Hua Man possessed the rare ability to commune with spirit essences, but this ice talisman was no ordinary artifact. To persuade it to recognize Shen Guanlan as its master would be 100-fold more difficult than coaxing the Xinghe Qin to accept her as its wielder. Yet she offered no discouragement. Instead, she chose to accompany Hua Man, not to ensure success, but to stand by her side, hoping the little girl would recognize the futility herself and withdraw gracefully. They advanced only a few steps before Jiang Yueli felt the chill, yet they had not even entered the cavern. Glancing around, she noted the utter barrenness of the surrounding earth. Not a single blade of grass grew near the entrance. The sheer terror of the ice talisman was thus unmistakable. "Little junior sister," Jiang Yueli now realized Hua Man's excessive layers had been wise indeed. Evidently, the child still felt no cold. She gently took Hua Man's small hand in hers. "Let us proceed together." Hua Man chirped sweetly. "If senior sister Ali feels cold, just tell me. I'll share my clothes with you." Jiang Yueli could only smile wryly. There was no way she could wear Hua Man's tiny garments. Moments later, they entered the cavern, and the temperature plummeted sharply. Hua Man shivered violently and sneezed. "Achoo!" The little girl sniffled. Jiang Yueli's spiritual energy surged instinctively within her meridians. In a low voice, she cautioned, Man, if it becomes unbearable, say so immediately. We'll withdraw at once." Hua Man nodded, her gaze resolute. She refused to yield so easily. Turning toward the cavern's depths, she glimpsed a faint, ethereal blue luminescence, not far ahead. That surely was the ice talisman. The two pressed onward, the air growing steadily colder. Hua Manman's thick layers were now useless. Each breath she exhaled formed a puff of white mist. Her small frame trembled uncontrollably. Jiang Yueli silently channeled spiritual energy into the child through their clasped hands, but she knew deep down this would not carry them to the talisman's presence. Achoo! 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 Hua Manman's teeth chattered. Her voice quavered, as senior sister, Aali, are you cold? Little junior sister, we must go no further. Jiang Yueli halted promptly. Hua Manman stopped too. From this distance they could clearly see the ice talisman ahead. The ice talisman, officially named the Xuanming Bingpa talisman, was said to have emerged from the netherworld itself. It hovered serenely atop a raised dais radiating a soft, ghostly azure light. Around it, even the very air seemed frozen into crystalline frost. Hello, Hua Manman piped up in her delicate childish voice. Yet the talisman remained utterly indifferent, suspended in silent regal aloofness, as if deigning to acknowledge nothing beneath heaven or earth. To Manman, she stammered, her voice trembling still. This is senior sister Aali. WWE'd like to ask for your help. The talisman remained mute, but Jiang Yueli instantly sensed the ambient temperature drop further. She understood it was expelling them. Worse, her spiritual energy was draining at an alarming rate. They had to leave immediately. Manman, let us withdraw for now. As senior sister Aali, Hua Manman pointed toward the talisman, her voice subdued. I think it looks unhappy. Perhaps we disturbed it, Jiang Yueli murmured again. Little junior sister Manman, be good. We must depart now. All right. Hua Manman nodded, then waved cheerfully toward the talisman. Then we'll take our leave now and visit you again another day. Jiang Yueli guided Hua Manman swiftly out of the cavern. Wen Xingyang had been waiting outside and let out a long, relieved sigh the moment they emerged. Why did you stay so long? If you hadn't emerged soon, I'd have gone straight to Master for rescue. Hua Manman hung her head low, her earlier enthusiasm entirely vanished. Well, now you understand just how impossible it is to persuade the ice talisman to swear fealty. Wen Xingyang sighed and shook his head. You too ought to abandon this notion immediately. Senior brother Wen. Senior sister Aali. Hua Manman suddenly lifted her face, her voice tinged with quiet sorrow. Has the ice talisman always been alone here? Wen Xingyang paused for a moment, then smiled and said, what else could it be? According to my master, it had lain dormant in the Hanjiang River for nearly 1,000 years before arriving at Yunwu Peak, where it has remained sealed within a secret chamber ever since. Then it must feel terribly lonely, Xiao Manman murmured, glancing wistfully toward the cave entrance. It's always been alone. Surely it longs for companionship. Xiao Manman, don't be silly, Wen Xingyang chuckled again. If you dislike being inside it so much, you could simply suppress its chilling aura. Truth is, it simply deigns not to associate with mortals. On their way back to Luoxia Peak, Xiao Manman trudged along in dejected silence, convinced that a gentle young woman dwelled within the ice talisman, lonely, desolate, and perhaps even faintly afraid. Junior sister, Jiang Yueli broke the quiet, still thinking about the ice talisman. Senior sister, Aali, Hua Manman nodded. The ice talisman elder sister isn't rejecting us. She's simply terrified. She continued softly, almost to herself. If we visit her often, stay by her side, if we show her kindness, perhaps one day we'll become true friends. Jiang Yueli was quietly astonished. Back in the cave, Xiao Manman had trembled violently from the cold, yet she hadn't given up. Instead, she'd begun to pity the ice talisman. Then what do you plan to do? Jiang Yueli asked cautiously. Senior sister, Aali, I'll visit elder sister ice talisman again tomorrow. I want to go in alone. Why, oi? Jiang Yueli looked surprised. Everyone calls me a little good for nothing, Hua Manman replied with simple sincerity. If I enter alone, elder sister ice talisman won't be frightened. But, Jiang Yueli shook her head doubtfully. You might collapse unconscious before even reaching the cave mouth. Xiao Manman blinked her large eyes, then beamed mischievously. So today, senior sister, Aali infused me with spiritual energy, didn't you? I knew it. She wore an expression of smug self-satisfaction. Still, I want to try it myself. Even if I fail, senior sister, Aali will rescue me anyway. Oh, you. Jiang Yueli sighed, helplessly shaking her head. By the time they reached Luoxia Peak, dusk had already settled, and Xiao Manman rushed straight to see Shin Guanlan. Brother Guanlan, I've found a way to ease your pain, she declared joyfully. Just give me a little more time. Don't worry, brother Guanlan. Shin Guanlan had rested for 2 days. Bai Ji and Hua Qixia had both visited him, and his recovery progressed well. He could now walk unaided. He sat beside the table, utterly ignoring her words. In his eyes, Xiao Manman was like a coiled, venomous serpent, her current kindness merely a prelude to another treacherous strike. Brother Guanlan, once we obtain the ice talisman, we'll journey together to Qiyin City. Xiao Man Man stood beside the table, gripping its edge with small hands, her eyes shining as she gazed up at him. Shun Guanlan stared blankly ahead, refusing even to glance in her direction. All right then. Brother Guanlan must be tired. Xiao Man Man obediently made excuses for him. I'll take my leave now, but I'll visit again tomorrow. Oh, and tonight Mother will channel spiritual energy to you. She backed away slowly. Brother Guanlan, I'm really leaving now. Really leaving? Leaving? Fine then. Xiao Man Man departed, a quiet disappointment lingering in her step. Junior sister, you. Jiang Yueli glanced toward Shun Guanlan's room. He still refuses to let you near him. Xiao Man Man pouted. It's all my fault. I made Brother Guanlan furious. Hush now, it's all right. He'll understand your heart in time. Jiang Yueli gently stroked the little girl's head in reassurance. The next afternoon, the two returned to Yunwu Peak. Again, Wen Zhengyang couldn't help but admire these two young girls. After all, even he, a sturdy young man, dared not enter that cave. Yet here they were returning without hesitation. This time I'll go in alone. This time Hua Man Man wore layers upon layers, hat, scarf, and all, leaving only her small snow-pale face visible. You're going in alone, eh? Wen Zhengyang instinctively turned to Jiang Yueli. Is that wise? Won't it be too dangerous? Jiang Yueli had tried to dissuade her, but failed. Let her try. She knelt slightly, meeting Xiao Man Man's gaze with solemn tenderness. Remember, when the cold becomes unbearable, drop the orb in your hand immediately. Senior sister, Ali, I remember. I won't forget. Don't worry. Xiao Man Man turned and walked resolutely into the cave. Swaddled like a little dumpling, each step was arduous, yet unwavering. At the cave entrance, she turned back with a smile. Senior brother, when senior sister, Ali, I'm not cold at all. Then she turned again and stepped deeper inside. Once inside, Xiao Man Man paused. Alone, she was afraid. But the thought of elder sister Ice Talisman enduring centuries of solitude in this very cavern steeled her resolve, and she pressed forward. Though heavily bundled, her garments offered far less warmth than direct infusion of spiritual energy. Soon frost glazed her eyebrows, her teeth chattered uncontrollably. Elder sister Ice Talisman. Xiao Man Man hugged herself tightly, struggling forward step by frozen step. Man Man. I've come to see you again. The cold deepened relentlessly. Her legs stiffened completely. She could no longer move forward. Squinting into the distance, she saw the pale blue luminescence still impossibly far away. Should she press on? Or should she drop the orb and call for help? Xiao Man Man gently shook her head. No, calling for help would surely frighten Elder Sister Ice Talisman anew. Elder Sister Ice Talisman, please don't be afraid. I won't harm you. Xiao Man Man gave an awkward, trembling smile. Actually, I'm just a little good for nothing. She kept moving, slowly, steadily, her eyes fixed upon that soft azure light. Her heart held only one conviction: she must help Elder Sister Ice Talisman, and Brother Guanlan too. Both were so tragically alone. Gradually, Xiao Man Man lost the ability to speak. Her consciousness blurred, her eyelids grew leaden. She mistook the onset of hypothermic collapse for mere drowsiness. In the next instant, her body lurched sideways, and she collapsed onto the icy floor, yet her lips still moved in whispered murmurs. Elder Sister Ice Talisman, don't be afraid. I'm here to be your friend, your friend. Xiao Man Man slipped entirely into unconsciousness, the distress orb slipping from her palm and rolling far away into the dark. Outside the cave, Jiang Yueli and Wen Zhengyang were anxiously waiting, especially Wen Zhengyang, who felt an urge to rush inside several times. No way, why hasn't this little guy come out yet? We have to go in and take a look. Finally, Wen Zhengyang could no longer bear it at this moment. He even forgot about the chilling ice talisman and was determined to charge inside. Jiang Yueli was also a bit worried, but she had an inexplicable confidence in Hua Man Man. In this life, Hua Man Man was like the first drop of dew in the morning, clear and pure, a sight few could refuse. Yet at this moment, she was also prepared to enter with Wen Zhengyang. However, when they reached the entrance of the cave, Jiang Yueli suddenly grabbed Wen Zhengyang, saying, "Wait a moment. Sister, what is it now?" Wen Zhengyang was truly impressed by this junior sister, clearly only 5 years old, yet her calm demeanor rivaled that of their master. Don't you feel not cold anymore? Jiang Yueli's eyes widened in surprise. Not cold. Wen Zhengyang was astonished, his mouth agape. Really, what's going on? Normally I feel a chill from far away, but now. He looked incredulously at the cave entrance. What's happening? Let's wait a bit longer. Jiang Yueli's lips curled into a small arc. Her junior sister truly did not disappoint her. Inside the cave, Hua Man Man was awakened by the heat. She groggily got up, feeling drenched in sweat. She struggled to remove her hat and scarf, finally feeling a bit more awake. Little Man Man realized she was a bit far from the ice talisman. She pouted, struggling to get up, and in a childish voice murmured, "So hot, why is it so hot?" She started to peel off her layers of clothing. After finally getting rid of 3 layers, Hua Man felt comfortable and shyly smiled. Hee hee, I wore too much. She blinked her big eyes and began to talk to the ice talisman nearby. Sister Ice Talisman, can we chat? The ice talisman remained silent, floating without any response. Little Man didn't mind as she sat down and began to speak to herself. Sister Ice Talisman, I heard you used to stay in the cold river. Was it beautiful there? I heard it snows often there. I'm already 3 years old, but I've never seen snow before. Sister Ice Talisman, don't you want to go outside and take a look? Actually, Tianyin sect is also very beautiful, especially at our falling sunset peak. When the sun sets, the evening glow spreads golden light across the peak. It's truly stunning. The ice talisman still ignored her. Hua Man glanced at the ice talisman, her big eyes twinkling, and carefully began to crawl forward. The little one was particularly clever. She crawled a few steps, then paused to continue chatting. Sister Ice Talisman, can we go down the mountain together in the future? There's a market down the mountain that sells osmanthus cakes, which are delicious. I once ate a whole big box. Thinking of these things made Little Man happy as she crawled forward. The market also sells magical tools and elixirs. I'll tell you a secret. She crawled a few more steps, but suddenly felt a wave of cold air hit her, stopping her in her tracks. She sat there staring at what appeared to be a wall of ice before her. The little one poked it with her hand and couldn't help but exclaim, so cool, Sister Ice Talisman is really amazing. Hua Man understood that this was the ice talisman forbidding her from coming closer. It was fine, she had already made much progress today. She chatted with the ice talisman for a while longer before preparing to leave. Sister Ice Talisman, I'm leaving now. Brother One and Sister Alarai are waiting for me outside. I had a great time chatting with you today, and I'll come back tomorrow. The little one waved her small hand and turned to run outside. She picked up her removed clothes, hat, scarf, and the ball that had called for help, quickly running out of the cave. This. When Zhenyang was speechless when he saw Hua Man. Jiang Yueli kindly handed her clothes and asked with a smile, are you hot? Hot, Hua Man said loudly. Tomorrow I don't want to wear so many layers. Junior Sister Man, how did you do it? When Zhenyang couldn't help but curiously ask, did the ice talisman let you get close? Yes. Hua Man vigorously nodded her little head, proudly stating, because we are good friends. Good friends. When Zhenyang stared blankly at the retreating figures of the 2 junior sisters. However, as soon as Hua Man moved far away, he immediately felt the cold air closing in and shivered, quickly running away. When Zhenyang couldn't understand, could a heavenly tier magical tool that existed for thousands of years truly become friends with a 3-year-old little waste? After returning to falling sunset peak, the first thing Hua Man did was report her progress to Shen Guanlan. Although Brother Guanlan was unwilling to pay her any attention she wanted to share with him, this time Jiang Yueli went with her. Brother Guanlan, with the ice talisman, you won't be afraid of that fire poison anymore, Hua Man said with great excitement. Shen Guanlan had a cold expression. He was thinking about how to kill Hua Man and didn't want to hear a word of what she said. Brother Guanlan, just wait a moment, I will succeed soon. Little Man was full of determination, but Shen Guanlan still didn't respond. Jiang Yueli couldn't stand it anymore. All right, Man, Brother Guanlan needs to rest. Oh, let's hurry up and go. Oh, okay, then I'll come to see you tomorrow. Goodbye, Brother Guanlan. Little Man waved her hand and reluctantly left. Jiang Yueli was behind her, but she handed the ball she had gotten for Hua Man to Shen Guanlan. Shen Guanlan did not take it, looking at her in confusion. You look for yourself. Jiang Yueli stuffed the ball into Shen Guanlan's arms, meaningfully saying, Shen Guanlan, I know you hate Man, but sometimes even what you see may not be real. Some things require you to look with your heart. After saying that, she left. Shen Guanlan examined the ball in his hand and quickly discovered that it contained a small memory. He took a deep breath, bringing the ball closer to his eyes, and quickly saw everything recorded inside. He saw Hua Man dressed in heavy clothing, saw her shivering from the cold, saw her fainting with purple lips. He then saw Hua Man wake up continuously, trying to get close to the ice talisman, talking to herself, comforting herself. How could this be? Shen Guanlan tightly gripped the ball in his hand. He couldn't understand what Hua Man was trying to do, but a small crack appeared once again in his heart that had been frozen over. The next day after lunch, Hua Man eagerly pulled Jiang Yueli to set off again. Are we going to see the ice talisman again? Hua Qixia did not expect this little one to have not given up. Aren't you going to wear a bit more clothing? No need, Hua Man replied, wearing her usual clothes without adding anything extra. Jiang Yueli felt a bit uneasy. Are you sure this is enough? Yes, Sister Ice Talisman is actually very nice. She won't hurt me, Little Man said confidently. Jiang Yueli had seen the scene sealed within that ball, and after some thought decided to trust Hua Man. Upon arriving at Yunwu Peak, when Xingyang was already waiting there, still keeping his distance from the cave entrance, enthusiastically waving at them. Junior sister Man, why are you dressed so lightly today? Seeing that little Man was no longer a little dumpling when Zhenyang couldn't help but be surprised. Because I don't need to wear so much. Hua Man waved goodbye to the two and turned to walk into the cave. When Xingyang followed the little one, suspiciously shocked to find that the temperature had indeed returned to normal. He looked at Jiang Yueli in disbelief. How can this be? Jiang Yueli smiled without speaking. Soon Hua Man entered the cave, happily greeting the ice talisman. Sister Ice Talisman, I'm back. Did you miss me? As she spoke, she tentatively moved forward. I missed you. What should we talk about today? Let me tell you about Brother Guanlan. Brother Guanlan is an exceptionally wonderful big brother. He catches beautiful butterflies for me, takes me for walks on his back, and when others call me a little waste, he stands up to protect me. Little Man's voice carried a hint of sadness. But he's very unfortunate. He was poisoned at birth. Mother and Sister Yueli said it was fire poison. Sister Ice Talisman, you don't know how much pain Brother Guanlan suffers when the poison flares up. His face is covered in sweat, and he even cuts himself with a knife because of the pain. He did nothing wrong but shouldn't be like this. Hua Man sniffled, her voice choked with emotion. Every time I see him in pain, I get so scared, afraid he might die from the pain. Woohoo. The Ice Talisman listened intently, clearly experiencing an emotion she had never felt before, and a hint of curiosity arose towards the child before her. Wait. The Ice Talisman suddenly realized something was off. When did this little one come in front of her? She felt a bit angry and was about to punish this unaware little brat when she saw the child suddenly stop crying. Sister Ice Talisman, Brother Guanlan will be fine, right? I won't cry anymore. Hua Man pulled out a ring made of small flowers from her pocket and carefully placed it on the pedestal. Sister Ice Talisman, this is for you, made by me. You must like it. And when we humans receive gifts, we are always very happy. I hope that when you receive this ring, Sister Ice Talisman, you will also be happy. Happy. The Ice Talisman's spirit looked at the crooked little ring on the pedestal, which appeared extremely ugly and did not match her aura at all. Yet this clumsy and pure gift made her feel, for the first time in billions of years of solitude, and emotion called being cared for. She remained silent for a long time, her thoughts finally warming up, carrying a hint of inquiry. You are not afraid of me. Why are you so attached to that boy? It's Sister Ice Talisman. I knew it was you. Hua Man couldn't help but cheer. She had guessed correctly. The Ice Talisman indeed contained a big sister, and her voice was so pleasant to hear. She couldn't help but excitedly say, even though Sister Ice Talisman looks cold, I know your heart is warm, so I'm not afraid of you. As for why I'm so attached to Brother Guanlan, it's because he is my good friend, my family, and so is Sister Ice Talisman. Sister Ice Talisman, tonight, can I bring Brother Guanlan to see you? She thought that when Brother Guanlan's poison flared up, Sister Ice Talisman would see, and she would surely feel pity and want to help him. The Ice Talisman remained silent. She actually felt a hint of curiosity about that pitiful boy. Hua Man happily left. After returning to Luoxia Peak, she immediately went to find Shun Guanlan. Brother Guanlan's Sister Ice Talisman has agreed. Tonight it'll take you to meet Sister Ice Talisman, okay? Shun Guanlan frowned, scrutinizing the dumpling before him again, as Jiang Yueli had said to look with care. The eyes of Hua Man were clear and her emotions were evident. She truly seemed to be genuinely happy for herself. But what about the Hua Man who had stabbed herself before? Shun Guanlan recalled that moment and in an instant felt as if struck by lightning. The eyes of that Hua Man were still distant and wide, yet that gaze seemed not to belong to a 3-year-old child. At least the Hua Man at this moment could not possibly have such eyes. Could it be that Hua Man at that time had been possessed? Shun Guanlan thought of this terrifying possibility and immediately looked at Jiang Yueli. Jiang Yueli remained indifferent, her gaze gently watching Hua Man, ignoring Shun Guanlan's inquiry. Brother Guanlan, are you not ready yet? Seeing that Shun Guanlan remained silent, Hua Man could only continue. Then, let's change the day. No. Shun Guanlan finally spoke, awkwardly clearing his throat. Little Sister Man, I am willing to go with you to see Sister Ice Talisman. Really? Hua Man's eyes brightened instantly. Brother Guanlan finally wanted to pay attention to her, and she was so happy. That's wonderful. Little Man had already thought it through. We'll go to see Sister Ice Talisman when you are about to have a poison flare-up. Sister Ice Talisman is very kind, as she will definitely help you. All right. Shun Guanlan tugged at the corner of his mouth. Then, we should get going. Brother Guanlan, take care and rest well. Hua Man obediently waved her hand and left with Jiang Yueli. Wait a moment. Shun Guanlan suddenly called out to her. Hua Man turned back curiously. What is it, Brother Guanlan? Thank you, little Sister Man. Shun Guanlan decided to trust his feelings once more, to believe in Hua Man. Hua Man grinned widely. No need to be polite, Brother Guanlan. We are friends, family, and we should help each other. During dinner, Hua Qixia was quite surprised to hear their plan. She never expected her foolish daughter to have such great capabilities. Mother, don't forget we made a bet, Hua Man said, stuffing a large mouthful of rice into her cheeks. If Sister Ice Talisman recognizes Brother Guanlan as her master, you have to agree to do something for me. Hua Qixiao felt as if she had once again been schemed against by the little rascal. That evening, Hua Man's mood was unusually buoyant, and she drifted into a deep, blissful slumber. Man, wake up. At the appointed hour, Hua Qixiao gently roused the little girl. My. Man sat up dazedly, rubbing her eyes as she murmured sleepily, Mother, what time is it? Is it time for me to go see Brother Guanlan? Yes. Hua Qixiao chuckled softly. Man blinked, slowly awake, only to find Shen Guanlan and Zhang Yueli already waiting beside her bed. The little girl grinned sheepishly. Did I oversleep? Am I really just a lazy piglet? Shen Guanlan spoke tenderly, no need to rush. Man quickly slipped on her shoes and set off with the others. Along the way, Zhang Yueli asked repeatedly, Are you certain you don't need me to accompany you inside? After all, neither Man nor Shen Guanlan possessed spiritual energy. Should anything go awry, she had no idea how they might save themselves. Don't worry, senior sister A. Li. I've already spoken with Sister Bingfu. Everything will be fine, Man declared confidently. Shen Guanlan echoed her assurance. Rest easy. We'll encounter no trouble. Upon reaching the cave entrance, his expression darkened. His fire toxin was about to erupt. Let's hurry inside. Man seized Shen Guanlan's hand and dashed into the cavern. Sister Bingfu, we're here. She greeted Bingfu warmly. Sister Bingfu, this is Brother Guanlan, the one I told you about. I've brought him to meet you. Shen Guanlan remained silent. The moment he stepped into the cave, he sensed a faint yet unmistakable aura, one that resonated with Han Zhang's. His internal organs flared with rising heat. The fire toxin was surging. Brother Guanlan is truly wonderful, Sister Bingfu. He and you will surely become good friends. Oblivious to the peril, Man tugged Shen Guanlan steadily forward, until suddenly he staggered, knelt in agony, and succumbed to the toxin's violent onset. Almost instantly, Bingfu sensed the fire toxin and seethed with fury. This cavern was her domain, a realm of absolute pristine cold, and such a foul, blazing corruption dared flaunt itself before her. A blinding azure radiance erupted from Bingfu's form. A torrent of glacial fury, like a wrathful dragon, surged straight towards Shen Guanlan. She was certain this strike would end him. Indeed, in the next breath, Shen Guanlan, kneeling on one knee, was hurled backward by the blow. The frigid current pierced his body like a blade, and he spat forth a gout of crimson blood. In that instant, he confirmed it. The aura emanating from Bingfu truly belonged to Han Jiang. Far from fear, a fierce electric thrill surged within him. Brother Guanlan. Man cried out in terror, bewildered. How had this turned so sudden? Why would Sister Bingfu attack him? From afar, Bingfu's spirit voice rang out, icy and unyielding. An abomination of my clan must die. Clearly realizing her first strike had failed to extinguish that fragile human life, she launched a second assault, this time with lethal intent. At Bingfu's words, Man instantly grasped the truth. She threw her small body in front of Shen Guanlan and sobbed, Sister Bingfu, not an abomination. Brother Guanlan isn't an abomination. It's the fire toxin inside him. Fire toxin. Evil. Kill the fire toxin, not Brother Guanlan. The spirit's assault faltered. Its lethal force halted mere inches behind Man. Through the crystalline veil, Bingfu observed Shen Guanlan slowly rising, his body a crucible of clashing ice and fire. Yet his gaze held not a trace of despair or weakness. Sister Bingfu. Man realized the attack had ceased. She stood, spread her tiny arms wide, and stepped forward, always shielding Brother Guanlan, toward Bingfu. Don't be afraid. The surrounding chill, though no longer raging, remained piercing. Man's delicate face paled instantly. Each exhalation froze into glittering crystals. Sister Bingfu, Brother Guanlan and I, we're friends. We're family. Her voice trembled. Each step wavered unsteady. Sister Bingfu, please, help Brother Guanlan. Please help him, and we'll take you with us out of this cave. Out of the cave, eh? The phrase echoed silently within the spirit's consciousness. She gazed upon that shivering, outstretched figure, so small, so vulnerable, whose eyes brimmed with raw pleading and unwavering trust. Then she looked again at the youth writhing in flame, yet whose inner flame burned fiercely, defiantly alive. Friends, family. The words replayed in her mind. Then Man swayed. Her strength gave way, and she began to collapse. Man, with every shred of will, Shen Guanlan surged upright and lunged forward, catching her just in time. Little sister Man. Brother Guanlan, does it hurt? Her voice was faint, fading. Not at all. Brother Guanlan feels no pain. His voice broke, yet the fire toxin now provoked by Bingfu's cold raged even more violently. Here in this frozen abyss, he felt as though his very soul were igniting. Such was the depth of his torment. Yet he feared nothing. In his past life, he had walked alone, always solitary, always apart. Even Man had been the only one ever to offer him kindness, even if perhaps that kindness had been illusory. Later, though, he rose to become the world's supreme talisman master. Others saw only a monster. But in this life, Shun Guanlan had felt love, pure, selfless love, from little Man. And that love had granted him strength he'd never known before. Be a good girl. Stand behind Brother Guanlan, all right. Man, too weak to think, clearly nodded instinctively, unaware of what he intended. Once assured she wouldn't fall, Shun Guanlan gently released her, turned, and fixed his gaze resolute and unflinching upon Bingfu in the distance. With immense effort, he took his first step, then his second, advancing step by slow, deliberate step toward Bingfu. Bingfu recoiled in disbelief. Again she unleashed waves of glacial authority, commanding him to halt, to warn him one more step, and he would be entombed in ice forever. Yet Shun Guanlan did not stop, not once. Though his pace was agonizingly slow, his advance never wavered. Bingfu could scarcely fathom it, two frail, powerless children, both deemed worthless, yet each dared shield the other with their soft, vulnerable bodies. Was this what friendship meant? Was it family? Moments later, Shun Guanlan stood before Bingfu and reached out, gripping her firmly in his hand. Instantly, absolute cold flooded his being. Memories crashed over him. The searing agony of shattered legs, the drowning plunge into the Hanjiang River. Shun Guanlan could barely draw breath. He felt his flesh, his blood, inch by inch, turning to frost. Was this the end? A faint pained smile curved his lips. Though the torment was unbearable, though death seemed a mercy, within his heart bloomed a profound, unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Just as Shun Guanlan was on the verge of slipping into eternal slumber, he witnessed the icy talisman's light suddenly retracting inward. At that very moment, the extreme cold no longer suppressed him with brute force. Instead, it flowed through his body like delicate threads in the hands of a celestial weaver, gentle, precise, and tender, enveloping and isolating the raging fire poison. Shun Guanlan felt the infernal flames within his 5 vital organs extinguish instantly, his pained expression melting into one of incredulous relief. He felt as though he had sunk deep into the purest glacial sea, where for the first time the soul-searing agony was utterly sealed away. Unlike his earlier plunge into the frost river, his body now sensed no piercing chill, only profound comfort. All surrounding cold had vanished. Hua Man perked up, peering out from behind Shun Guanlan with a small bright face, watching as the icy talisman rose from his palm and flew gently into his body. Huh. The little girl gasped, then hurried over anxiously to gaze at her brother Guanlan. Shun Guanlan smiled faintly and loosened his collar, revealing a deep blue talismanic sigil glowing steadily over his chest. Brother Guanlan, is that Sister Ice talisman? Hua Man asked, brimming with hope. Yes. Shun Guanlan nodded joyfully. Little Sister Man, I've completed the Master Talisman Covenant with Ice Talisman. Uttering those words, he nearly burst into tears of elation. In this life, his path had veered onto an entirely new course, thanks to Hua Man. He would no longer endure agony day after day across endless years. His legs remained whole. He was no longer the monster others whispered about. He need not remain imprisoned by the Frost River, and now at last he would begin a new life. Really? Hua Man cheered, overjoyed. Wonderful, wonderful. She reached out her tiny hand to gently touch the sigil and cooed, Sister Bingbing, thank you. We'll be best friends forever. The ice talisman emitted a soft, almost imperceptible glow, the voice still lofty, yet no longer frigid. Little Man, thank you too, for showing me what friendship and family truly mean. From now on I shall walk this path beside you and my master. Yes. Though in his past life, Shun Guanlan had been bound eternally to the Frost River, he understood the talisman's heart deeply. Raising his voice, he declared, from now on let us explore the vast and magnificent rivers and mountains, together. Hua Man, already imagining their journey ahead, exclaimed excitedly, our first destination will be. Then she faltered momentarily, forgetting the city's name, and mumbled vaguely, that place, where everything's on fire. Qiyang City. Shun Guanlan instinctively recoiled. There's no need to go there. We've already suppressed the fire poison, and besides, my true home may not even lie there. No way. Hua Man insisted firmly. We must go. We must cure the poison and find Brother Guanlan's real family. But Shun Guanlan knew full well the poison likely originated from his own kin. They probably don't wish for me to return. Not true, Brother Guanlan. At the very least, your mother must long for you deeply. No mother in this world ever stops loving her child. Hua Man spoke with unwavering confidence. Shun Guanlan gave a wry smile, realizing he could never dissuade this little girl. Truth be told, in his previous life, he had spent centuries evading this very reckoning. Perhaps this lifetime truly demanded he return and face it. On the way back to Luoxia Peak, Hua Man fell asleep, slumped peacefully against Shun Guanlan's back. Hua Qixia had stayed awake, and upon receiving her daughter, she looked at Shun Guanlan with quiet surprise. You've obtained the ice talisman. Shun Guanlan tugged at his collar, exposing the sapphire blue sigil once more. A complex wave of emotion crossed Hua Qixia's face. The ice talisman was one of the sacred artifacts of Yunwu Peak. Never imagined it would be borrowed by a few children. She'd need to find a way to appease Elder 3, but privately she rejoiced for Shun Guanlan. So what are your plans now? Elder 5, Shun Guanlan said, having resolved his path along the way. He knelt, pressing both knees to the ground. I beg you accept me as your disciple, even as an outer sect cultivator. I vow to devote my entire life to repaying little sister Man Elder 5 and senior sister Jiang Yueli. Please take me as your disciple. Hua Qixia was visibly taken aback, and instinctively glanced toward Jiang Yueli, who nodded with a gentle smile and teased, Master, I've always wanted a junior brother. You too. Hua Qixia reached out and lifted Shun Guanlan to his feet. Very well. From this moment onward, Shun Guanlan, you are formally accepted into Tianyin's sect's Luoxia Peak. Your innate talent is commendable, and with the ice talisman now bound to you, you shall be promoted directly to inner sect disciple. Thank you, Master. Thank you, senior sister. Shun Guanlan beamed with joy. From now on, this too is my home. Hua Man slept soundly until noon the next day, and upon waking found Shun Guanlan seated beside her bed, clad in the cultivation robes of Tianyin's sect. The little girl sat up, rubbed her eyes vigorously, then stared intently at Shun Guanlan. Are you Brother Guanlan? Shun Guanlan chuckled, stroking his chin. Shall I call you little sister Man, or should I address you as senior sister? Hua Man's eyes widened in astonishment. Brother Guanlan, you. Shun Guanlan rose, bowed deeply, and announced, Junior disciple Shun Guanlan pays respects to senior sister Man. I've already sworn fealty to your mother as my master. Wonderful. Hua Man dashed forward and threw her arms around his neck. Wonderful, Brother Guanlan. Does this mean we'll never part again? Wonderful. Yes, we'll never part. From now on, this is my home. Shun Guanlan's voice trembled with emotion. At lunch, Hua Man kept heaping dishes onto Hua Qixia's plate. Mother, try this. It's delicious. Yet Hua Qixia appeared to have little appetite. Mother, you must eat more. Hua Man urged, earnestly glancing up at her mother with tender, knowing eyes. Hua Qixia sighed deeply and set down her chopsticks. Speak plainly, Man. What is it you wish to do? In truth, she had already guessed. Mother. Hua Man clung to her mother's arm, pleading softly. Mother, I want to go to Qiyang City with senior sister Jiang Yueli and Brother Guanlan. That had been the unspoken aim of her earlier wager, but now she dared not mention the bet itself. Mother, please say yes. Brother Guanlan's mother must miss him terribly, mustn't she? And if I were gone from home for over a decade, wouldn't you long for me to return, Mother? Hua Qixia sighed again. How could she not understand her daughter's heart? Yet, she turned to Shun Guanlan. Guanlan, do you know the poison coursing through you is the heart-scorching, bone-eroding flame? Do you know this flame must be implanted the very moment you left your mother's womb? Hua Man blinked her large eyes, turning to Shun Guanlan. She did not grasp the weight hidden beneath her mother's words. Master, Shun Guanlan replied, glancing briefly at Hua Man, your disciple knows. Perhaps my mother too bore unbearable burdens. Hua Qixia had no choice but to agree to Hua Man's request, allowing them to go to Qiyin City to seek the truth, but only giving them 10 days. Once the time is up, regardless of whether you have found the truth or not, you must return to the Tianyin sect. Hua Man immediately nodded obediently and raised her small hand, saying, and I guarantee that I won't sneak candy during these 10 days. Clearly she was still trying to cheer her mother up. Even if she won the bet, she could still let her mother win together. Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan both nodded as well. Hua Qixia truly had no way to refuse her daughter, smiling as she stroked the little one's head. She looked at Jiang Yueli with a serious expression, saying, Ali, your temperament and strength, Master, is assured. If you encounter any danger that you cannot resolve, be sure to seek help. Okay, Jiang Yueli nodded. Guanlan, Hua Qixia already knew that Shun Guanlan was a talisman master. Although your spiritual power is currently very low, fortunately you are a talisman master and your strength is decent. You also have ice talismans, so in Qiyin City, you should be able to protect your life. Master, rest assured, as long as I have breath in me, I won't let Man be in danger. Shun Guanlan still habitually called her sister Man. Hua Qixia shook her head helplessly, saying, Master doesn't want you to just save your breath. You all must come back safe and sound. The three little ones nodded in unison. Qiyin City is quite renowned in the Xinzhou continent and has always had a good relationship with the Tianyin sect. As long as it doesn't involve major issues, they wouldn't dare take your lives. Hua Qixia took a deep breath, saying, in any case, you must return safely. 3 days later, the three little ones set off together. Qian City is located south of the Tianyin sect, which takes 10 days to walk to, but they plan to use the Xinghaqin, which would take about 2 days to reach the outskirts of Qian City from where they could walk into the city. Hua Manman was exceptionally excited for her first long trip, especially since she could ride a magical instrument. Sister Xingha, I'm going up now. She gently stroked the body of the Qin and said thoughtfully, thank you for taking care of me on this journey, Sister Xingha. Sitting on the Qin, she held a string in each hand, her expression extremely serious. Jiang Yueli chuckled and sat behind Hua Manman, instinctively protecting her in her arms. Shen Guolan sat at the back, feeling a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Once everyone was seated, the Xinghaqin suddenly soared into the sky. Oh! Hua Manman screamed in fright. Her hands that had been gripping the strings instantly loosened as she covered her eyes. Jiang Yueli shook her head with a smile, feeling that the Xinghaqin was also laughing, flying extremely steadily. All right, little junior sister, are you sure you don't want to see the scenery around you? Can I? Hua Manman felt the wind rushing past her ears and stuttered in fear. Of course you can, don't worry, the Xinghaqin won't let you fall. Jiang Yueli said this as she reached out to support little Manman. Now you're not afraid, right? Hua Manman felt a little more secure, slowly removing her small hand, and in an instant she gasped in surprise. Wow! The blue sky and the white clouds seemed so close, incredibly beautiful. She looked around excitedly, sharing her joy with the two people behind her. Sister, Ali, brother Guolan, look quickly, that cloud looks like a little puppy. Woof woof woof. And that one, that cloud looks like a beautiful older sister. If the ice talisman sister could turn into a person, she'd probably be just as beautiful. And Hua Manman excitedly looked down for a moment, and in an instant she was so scared that her soul almost left her body, turning around and hiding in Jiang Yueli's embrace. Woo, it's so high, Man is going to fall and break. Woo. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Jiang Yueli quickly patted the little one's back. You won't fall, Man won't fall. How could the Xinghaqin let you fall? Rest assured, even if you dance on this, you won't fall. Really, for real? Hua Manman opened one eye to look at Sister Ali, wanting to confirm if Sister Ali was lying to her. Really, absolutely, I guarantee it. Jiang Yueli's expression was very serious. She nudged Shen Guolan behind her with her elbow. Little junior brother, say something. Shen Guolan had actually been somewhat distracted. Oh, perhaps it was the homesickness that made him more timid. He came back to his senses and nodded immediately. Yes, I guarantee it, brother Guolan guarantees it too. Only then did Hua Manman muster the courage to come out of Jiang Yueli's embrace, timidly looking around, shifting her little behind left and right. Until she confirmed that she really wouldn't fall, she started to frolic again. Little bird, hello. I'm flying faster than you. She even provoked a passing divine bird. The divine bird immediately became displeased and accelerated, surpassing them. Seeing this, Hua Manman got fired up and patted the Qin. Sister Xingha, let's overtake it, let's overtake it. At this point, she had already forgotten her fear. The Xinghaqin responded swiftly, immediately flying far ahead, leaving the divine bird behind. So fast, haha, we're so fast no one can catch up. Ha! The little one's laughter filled the entire sky with joy. The divine bird gave them a disdainful glance and flew off in another direction. Thus they originally had a 2-day journey, and they reached their destination in just a day and a half. When they landed at the entrance of Qian City, Hua Manman was stunned by the sight before her. It was a fiery red city with the entrance gate also shaped like flames, and at the highest point of the flames burned a real flame that was said to have never extinguished. Hua Manman turned to Shen Guolan, saying, Brother Guolan, your home is so cool. At this moment, Shen Guolan could confirm that this was his birthplace exactly as he had imagined it in his mind. Once the three entered Qian City, they could feel the temperature rising. Shen Guolan's ice talisman evidently felt uncomfortable, disliking this place, but it still emitted a faint chill, helping the three little ones fend off the heat. It's getting late today, let's find an inn to stay in first, Jiang Yueli suggested proactively. This city didn't seem large, but it surprisingly had a large population, making it evidently not an easy task to find Shen Guolan's family. Okay, Shen Guolan nodded. Soon the three found a fairly large inn and began checking in. Young Master Yanlai. The innkeeper eagerly welcomed Shen Guolan when he saw him, but as he got closer, he showed an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, young sir, I mistook you for someone else. Jiang Yueli immediately caught on to the main point. Is it that my junior brother looks very similar to young Master Yanlai? Yes, I almost made a mistake when I saw him from afar, but young Master Yanlai is definitely a bit taller and sturdier than this young gentleman. The innkeeper asked cheerfully, are you little Xian masters here to tour Qian City? Do you need to stay in the inn? Yes, we do. Jiang Yueli, who was not even as tall as the counter, took out spirit stones and placed them on the table, saying, by the way, innkeeper, could you inquire about which family young Master Yanlai belongs to? Hua Manman and the others learned from the innkeeper that young Master Yanlai was the child of the city lord's mansion. The next day, the three of them went to the city lord's mansion together. The city lord's mansion is situated at the highest point of Qian City, built on a foundation of 22 cooled lava columns, each adorned with dark red patterns rumored to suppress the pure fire vein beneath. The entire mansion is constructed from crimson basalt and red crystal appearing from a distance, like a giant beast with scale armor lying between heaven and earth. Standing before the mansion's grand entrance, Huang Man exclaimed again, "Brother Guanlan, your home is so cool." Shun Guanlan forced a smile, calming his emotions, and took a few steps forward to say hello. He suddenly found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of how to introduce himself. "Who are you looking for?" "This is Brother Guanlan. He is here to find his parents," Xiao Man added in a cute voice from the side. "Looking for parents?" The guard sized up Shun Guanlan, his expression revealing confusion. If a regular child had come to cause trouble, he would have driven them away immediately, but the boy in front of him resembled a child of the Yin family. "Wait a moment, I will go inform the master," the guard said as he turned and hurried away. Xiao Man was particularly happy. Brother Guanlan found his parents so quickly, that's great. Jiang Yueli gently patted the little one's head, saying, "It's not that simple." Soon the guard returned, followed by a middle-aged man dressed in fiery attire. The man looked anxious, and there was indeed a resemblance to Shun Guanlan in his features, with the same thick eyebrows and large eyes, a well-defined bone structure, and refined facial features, albeit the man was clearly more mature. "Jiner." The man approached Shun Guanlan, disbelief etched on his face. "Is it really you?" "Jiner." He embraced Shun Guanlan tightly, tears streaming down his face. "My Jiner, you have returned, you have finally come back." Shun Guanlan stood silently, his expression unchanged, only asking faintly, "Who are you?" "Jiner, I am your father, I am your father." The man wiped his tears excitedly, taking Shun Guanlan's hand. "Come, let's go home, we can talk as we walk." A group followed the man into the city lord's mansion, and it turned out that this man was Yin Yi, the city lord of Qian City, while Shun Guanlan was his long-lost son Yin Jin. "Where have you been all these years? Have you been well?" Yin Yi asked with concern. "Quite well," Shun Guanlan replied, glancing at Huang Man, his eyes softening for a brief moment. "Also, I am now called Shun Guanlan." Yin Yi clearly did not expect a 10-year-old child to be so composed. From the moment they met, Shun Guanlan had not shed a single tear. His emotions remained calm, making Yin Yi appear overly enthusiastic. "Who else is at home?" Shun Guanlan continued to ask. "Your grandmother and your uncle's family. Your cousin Yin Lai is just a year older than you," Yin Yi said with a smile. "Jiner, you have no idea, your grandmother has missed you dearly over the years. If she knew you were back, she would be so happy. However, your grandmother's health has been deteriorating. Once I arrange it, you can go see her. Perhaps seeing you will help improve her condition." Shun Guanlan spoke softly then. "What about my mother?" "Your mother?" Yin Yi's gaze flickered for a moment, then he lowered his head and said in a muted voice, "Your mother is no longer here." "No longer here?" For some reason, Shun Guanlan's heart tightened. Was it an illness? Or, "All right, Jiner, you've just returned. Let's not talk about these unhappy matters." Yin Yi interrupted Shun Guanlan's questions. "You and your two friends will stay at the city lord's mansion for now. Later, I will arrange for you to meet your family. Now that you're back, everyone will be particularly happy." Saying this, he called someone to take Shun Guanlan and the others to their accommodations while he hurried away. Shun Guanlan exchanged glances with Jiang Yueli. Jiang Yueli lowered her voice. "Your father has issues. Let's settle in first." Shun Guanlan also noticed, but is mother really gone? Although he had no memory of this mother for some reason, since meeting Yin Yi, the only thing that stirred his emotions was the news of her death. Soon the housekeeper brought them to a courtyard, saying, "Young Master Jin, you can stay here for the next few days. If you need anything, just let me know at any time. I will arrange for someone to attend to you shortly." "No need," Jiang Yueli replied coldly. The housekeeper was taken aback. For some reason, this little girl, who appeared to be only 5 or 6 years old, spoke with a tone he could not question. "All right, just call for me if you need anything." The housekeeper left as well. Arriving at the new place, Huang Man ran around excitedly, then chose her favorite room to share with Jiang Yueli. "Great," Jiang Yueli replied with a smile. "Sister Ali, Brother Guanlan, can I go out to play?" On the way here, she had seen flowers that looked like blue flames, which were particularly beautiful. Shun Guanlan nodded and said to Jiang Yueli, "You can go with her. I want to be alone for a while." "Awesome, we're going out to play." Huang Man, like a puppy exploring a new world, looked around and found everything particularly novel. Jiang Yueli followed behind her at a distance. "Sister Ali, there are blue flame flowers over there. I want to go see them." Huang Man pointed to a spot not far away. "Go ahead, but don't run too far." Jiang Yueli noticed a small pavilion nearby. "I'll wait for you in the pavilion." Although her body was that of a 5-year-old child, her soul had already lived a lifetime, so she preferred to sit or lie down when unnecessary. Huang Man, full of energy, ran off to see the fire tree. "Hello, you're so beautiful." She stood under the tree, a tiny figure looking up to greet it. The tree was entirely crimson, with flowers shaped like pale blue flames looking both beautiful and strange. Shall we play together? The little one suggested. Let's spin around. The little girl was having a great time playing alone running around the fire tree. After running 2 laps, she felt dizzy and suddenly heard someone speaking. Boring, so boring. Who? Hua Man stopped abruptly, but she became even dizzier and plopped down on the ground. Ha ha ha. The voice began to mock Hua Man. You little waste are even more boring than me playing around the tree alone, how childish. Hua Man having fallen and hurt her bottom struggled to get up and rubbed herself vigorously. Who exactly are you? She carefully walked towards the direction of the voice. Where are you? Hua Man followed the sound to a secluded courtyard where not far away at a small table lay a sign-colored sword. Are you mocking me? She dashed forward and asked, huffing with indignation. Yes, it's me. So what? Nyan Yanya little good for nothing. The sword spirit continued its taunting laughter, provoking Hua Man relentlessly. Mph, naughty thing. Little Man crossed her arms and turned her back. I'm so mad. Just then a stooped old woman emerged from the house clad in azure robes, squinting as she gazed at Hua Man. You are? Hello, Grandma. Hua Man hurried over, greeting her politely. I'm Hua Man. So pleased to meet you. The elderly woman studied her carefully, then tremulously asked, How old are you? I'm 3. Little Man replied obediently, and mimicking the elder's manner added, Grandma, how old are you? The old woman seemed momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. I've forgotten. I've truly forgotten. I think when I turn 5 I'll forget too, mused Man slightly troubled. Because I can only count up to 4. The old woman burst into delighted laughter. Little Man, wait here. I'll fetch you something delicious. Yay? Thank you, Grandma. Man scampered back to the table, clambered onto a stool, and dangled her legs playfully as she teased the sword. I'll have treats soon. You won't. Glutton, scoffed the sword spirit disdainfully. Mew. Man stuck out her tongue in a silly grimace, beaming with unadulterated delight. At that moment the old woman reappeared, carrying a small wicker basket brimming not only with sweets, but also with charming little toys. Wood-carved ponies and puppies, each exquisitely crafted and utterly endearing. Eat up, little Man, and feel free to play with these toys so long as you don't take them away. The grandmother settled across from her, eyes crinkled with gentle warmth as she watched the child tenderly. Man picked up a pastry, took a bite, and found it exquisitely sweet and fragrant. She extended it toward her host. Grandma, it's so sweet. Try some. The elder shook her head. No, Grandma won't eat. You enjoy it. Your pleasure is enough. I love it. Holding a wooden kitten in her hand, Man pretended to feed it. Little kitty, eat well and grow big. Little Man, did you come here alone? Noticing no adult in pursuit, the grandmother grew quietly anxious. Also Sister Li and Brother Guanlan. Man answered dutifully. Sister Li is waiting for me in the pavilion. Brother Guanlan is napping at home. Good, not alone then. The grandmother nodded, her expression clouded with sorrow. Otherwise, how could such a tiny one possibly survive all by herself? Unexpectedly, the sword spoke up. Fate belongs to each individual. Mind your own affairs. Man frowned, puzzled. Every little friend has parents who look after them. Parents are the strongest people in the world. They care for themselves and for their children. The grandmother stared at her, lost in thought, her cloudy eyes shimmering faintly with unshed tears. Man, little junior sister. A voice laced with urgency called from outside. That's Senior Sister Li. Man darted out at once, and indeed Jiang Yueli stood searching for her. Senior Sister Li, I'm right here. Jiang Yueli breathed an inward sigh of relief. She hadn't expected her junior sister to vanish in the blink of an eye. She hurried over. Didn't I tell you not to run off? Sorry, Senior Sister Li, Man murmured contritely. You're this child's senior sister? The grandmother stepped out as well. Don't worry, she didn't wander off. She sat quietly right here with me, keeping this old woman company and chatting. Hello, Grandma. Jiang Yueli greeted warmly. Senior Sister Li, Grandma has so many tasty treats, and wonderful toys too. Man held up her wooden kitten. Can we stay and play a little longer before going home? Yes, do come in, dear girl. The old woman lives alone and grows quite lonely. The grandmother beckoned them eagerly. All right, but only for a little while, junior sister. Otherwise, Brother Guanlan will fret. Jiang Yueli followed Man into the courtyard. Man clearly adored this place, and sensing the grandmother lived entirely alone, she resolved to spend more time with her. Next time we'll bring Brother Guanlan along too. Jiang Yueli sighed, inwardly doubting Shun Guanlan would ever find the leisure for such a visit. After seating herself at the table, she glanced into the basket and saw only items suited for a toddler of Man's age. Cautiously she asked, Are these prepared for your grandson or granddaughter? Man's eyes instantly sparkled. Does Grandma have a grandson or a granddaughter? Where are they? Can they come play with me? The grandmother sighed deeply. This old woman stands utterly alone. No grandchildren, none at all. Jiang Yueli furrowed her brow. Why then would a solitary elder prepare so many things meant for young children? She studied the grandmother closely. Her gaze remained consistently soft and kind upon the child, and concluded for now that no ill intent lingered there. She chose not to press further. At parting, Man bid farewell to the grandmother, and to the sword spirit. Naughty sister, I'm off now, but I'll come back to play another day. Don't bother. How annoying. The sword spirit sounded thoroughly exasperated. Jiang Yueli glanced toward the sword resting beside the table. Delicate and elegant, unmistakably a weapon attuned to wood element cultivation. Was it the grandmother's? The old woman appeared to be a cultivator, but her spiritual energy was exceedingly faint. Yet that sword radiated the aura of at least a terrestrial rank artifact, making the pairing seem profoundly incongruous. Hua Man and Jiang Yueli departed together. Brother Guanlan, we have a lovely old grandmother living next door. Man clung to Shun Guanlan, bubbling with excitement about her adventure. She's so kind, gave me heaps of sweets and delightful trinkets, including a wooden kitten. Adorable. A wistful note entered her voice, but she only lets us play at her home. Next time, can we all go together? Of course. Shun Guanlan smiled, ruffling her hair. He'd been worried she might grow bored. By the way, Yin Yi stopped by earlier, he said without altering his familiar address for the city lord, saying grandmother wishes to see me. Jiang Yueli arched a brow. Now, tonight, she's hosting a banquet. My uncle's entire family will attend. Shin Guanlan looked between them. We'll all go together. Man licked her lips. Will there be more delicious food? Indeed, little glutton. Shin Guanlan couldn't resist pinching her tiny nose. Will the grandmother we just met be there too? Man asked, eyes alight with hope. Jiang Yueli mused aloud, uncertain. We'll know when the time comes. She suspected the elder held low standing within the city lord's residence. The courtyard was remote, and not a single servant had been seen attending her. In the evening, the butler came to take Shun Guanlan and the others to the banquet. Arriving at the entrance of the banquet hall, they found Yin Yi already waiting there. He smiled as he approached, affectionately taking Shun Guanlan's hand. Gina, your grandmother wants to see you. Now, Shun Guanlan was slightly surprised. Yin Yi nodded. Your grandmother is unwell and cannot attend tonight's banquet, so I will take you to her now. All right. Shin Guanlan looked at Hua Man and Jiang Yueli. You go in first, I will be back shortly. Jiang Yueli lowered her voice to remind her, be careful. Shun Guanlan followed Yin Yi out. Hua Man and Jiang Yueli entered the banquet hall only to find that no one else had arrived. Jiang Yueli couldn't help but frown. Logically, Shun Guanlan was the only son of the city lord, having returned after so many years, yet why did it seem that the people of the city lord's mansion did not care? Senior sister, can I go play in the yard? Little Man had sat for a while, but could no longer stay still. Go ahead, just don't run off and call for your senior sister if you need anything. Jiang Yueli said softly. Okay. Hua Man happily ran out. The yard was large, filled with many beautiful stones of various colors. Little Man collected them one by one, finding it quite fun. Suddenly, she spotted a pink transparent stone and immediately rushed over to pick it up, only to have her foot suddenly stepped on by a pair of golden shoes. Hua Man looked up politely and said, Big brother, could you please lift your foot? I want that stone. The person was also a child, appearing to be around Shin Guanlan's age, dressed in red with an arrogant demeanor. He frowned and took a step back, scrutinizing the little one in front of him. Hua Man quickly picked up the beautiful stone, stood up, and smiled. Thank you, big brother. Are you also from the city lord's mansion? You look a lot like Brother Guanlan. Where did this waste come from? The boy confirmed that the little one before him had no spiritual power at all and disdainfully took a step back. The city lord's mansion does not welcome waste. That's not true. That's not true. I'm not waste. Hua Man anxiously explained. I'm just too small. When I grow up a bit more, I will. Nonsense. The boy turned and shouted loudly, someone throw this waste out. No. Hua Man was frightened. I came with Brother Guanlan. Brother Guanlan is the son of the city lord, you can't throw me out. The boy was slightly surprised. You are friends with Yin Jin. Soon after, he scoffed disdainfully. As expected, a friend of a waste is also a waste. Hua Man was angered. You are such a strange big brother. Why do you keep calling others waste? Brother Guanlan is not waste at all. That's a lie. The boy sneered. My father said that Yin Jin was a waste since birth. Everyone in the city lord's mansion knows this. Not waste. Hua Man stomped her feet in anger. Brother Guanlan is not waste, he is just poisoned. Poisoned? Yin Lai frowned, about to ask something when he heard someone calling him from behind. Liar, do not be rude. Soon a couple dressed in splendid clothing approached. The man had an elegant appearance somewhat resembling Shun Guanlan, while the woman was exceptionally beautiful, her pretty eyes scanning Hua Man up and down. Father, mother. The boy immediately greeted them obediently. The man nodded and turned his gaze to the little one in front of him. Hello, little one. I am Yin Jin's uncle. You can call me Uncle Yin Shua. He pointed to the boy beside him. This is Yin Lai, Yin Jin's younger brother. I am Hua Man Man. Little Man Man introduced herself obediently. Hua Man Man, what a beautiful name. Yin Shua smiled at the woman beside him, then gently asked, Little Man Man, you just said Yin Jin is poisoned. Hua Man Man nodded honestly. Yin Shua asked again, how does Little Man Man know that? Because Brother Guanlan feels unwell, every night really unwell. Little Man Man's tone was filled with concern. I see. Yin Shua glanced at the woman beside him again. He did not ask more, turning to warn his son beside him. Liar, do not bully your sister anymore. Be friends with her. I don't want to be friends with waste. Yin Lai swaggered away. Hua Man Man softly muttered behind him, I'm not waste. Meanwhile, Shun Guanlan finally met his grandmother. The old lady Yin lived in a courtyard on the back mountain of the city lord's mansion, which seemed to be a forbidden area. Upon entering, one could feel an unbearable heat, but fortunately Shun Guanlan had an ice talisman. Seeing that his expression remained unchanged, Yin Yi was slightly surprised. No wonder you are a child of my Qi Yin city, not afraid of fire. Shun Guanlan remained silent. In truth, even without the ice talisman, he was not particularly afraid of fire after all the poison of the burning heartbone erosion flame had tormented him for so many years and his body had long been transformed. Go, and your grandmother is waiting for you inside. Yin Yi stood at the door of the room, showing no intention of entering with him. Shun Guanlan nodded. Yin Yi had mentioned that the old lady Yin was in poor health, yet strangely, there seemed to be no servants in this courtyard. There was an eerie atmosphere everywhere. Shun Guanlan pushed the door open and immediately saw the old lady leaning against the bedside, her hair white and her face covered in wrinkles that obscured her original features. For some reason, Shun Guanlan felt an urge to turn and run away. Jiner, is that you, Jiner? The old lady Yin seemed to hear the voice and strained to open her eyes. Shun Guanlan took a deep breath, suppressing the fear in his heart, and stepped forward. It really is Jiner. The old lady grabbed Shun Guanlan's hand tightly, tears streaming down her face as she spoke. My Jiner, where have you been all these years? Have you been well? Grandmother has been thinking of you day and night. Shun Guanlan felt a bit at a loss, unsure of what to say. This grandmother's longing for him seemed to surpass that of his father, yet strangely, he felt no waves of emotion in his heart. Jiner, it's good that you've returned. Just stay and accompany your grandmother. Grandmother doesn't have much time left, do you understand? The old lady Yin struggled to open her eyes to look at Shun Guanlan. Shun Guanlan hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. However, once 10 days had passed, regardless of whether he found out the truth about the poisoning, he would return to Luoxia Peak with Hua Man Man. This would not change. Good child, go on. The old lady Yin seemed to have exhausted all her strength as she gently patted Shun Guanlan's hand. I am very happy to see you again. Go now meet the other family members. Shun Guanlan withdrew his hand, leaving the forbidden area while looking back step by step. Shun Guanlan and Yin Yi had already returned to the banquet hall where all guests were seated. He was surprised to find that Yin Yi, the city lord, had not taken the seat of honor, but instead sat among Shun Guanlan and Hua Man Man and the others. A vague suspicion stirred in him. The seat of honor must belong to elder Madame Yin. Soon the banquet commenced. Jin come with me. We shall greet your uncle's family. Yin Yi spoke first, his tone deliberate. Shun Guanlan frowned slightly, but followed without protest. Elder brother, elder sister-in-law. Yin Yi lowered his posture markedly, almost deferentially. Jiner has returned. I've brought him here to pay his respects. Yin Shua rose with his wife, then noticed Yin Lai still seated. With clear disapproval, he prompted, Liar, why are you still sitting? Yin Lai snorted, rising only after a deliberate pause. Just a useless wretch. Why make such a fuss over him? Liar, do not speak so rudely. Yin Shua smiled apologetically at Yin Yi. My lord city lord, please forgive the boy. He is but a child. Of course not, Yin Yi replied, ever affable. Besides, Liar's temperament is precisely what suits great undertakings. Ha ha. Yin Shua burst into deep, satisfied laughter. Shun Guanlan stood quietly beside them, outwardly impassive, yet inwardly certain his own father, the city lord, commanded not a shred of authority. Soon the two returned to their seats. Uncle City Lord, Hua Man Man glanced around. The elderly lady was indeed absent, and asked in her soft, childish voice, Where is the grandma next door? Grandma next door? Yin Yi furrowed his brow. What grandma? The one who lives right next to us. A very kind old lady who gave me delicious pastries. Man Man looked crestfallen. Grandma is all alone. It's so pitiful. Yin Ye's expression shifted instantly. Recognition flashed across his face, followed by unmistakable alarm. He turned sharply to Shun Guanlan. You went next door? Shun Guanlan shook his head. I did not. She and Man Man did. Is something wrong? Nothing at all. Yin Yi visibly exhaled in relief, offering a strained chuckle before turning to Hua Man Man. Little Man Man, You must never go to that courtyard again. Understand? Why not? Man asked bewildered. Because that old lady is unwell. Her mind is disturbed. When she rages, she strikes out at others. Ye's expression grew stern. But, Man protested. She'd found the lady utterly kind. Yet before she could continue, Zhang Yueli nudged her gently. Man turned puzzled. Zhang Yueli did not meet her gaze. Instead, she smiled warmly at Yin Yi. Rest assured, Lord City Lord, we understand. We will not go there again. Man grew anxious. Zhang Yueli shook her head softly, signaling her to stay silent. At last the banquet ended, and everyone returned to the courtyard. Man could not stop thinking about the elderly woman. As soon as the chamber door closed, she blurted out anxiously, Senior Sister Yueli, Brother Guanlan. The grandma isn't mad. She's a truly good grandma. I know, Zhang Yueli said, glancing at Shen Guanlan. She trusted he had sensed it too. Ye's aversion to their contact with the old woman meant she held some vital truth. Gently she stroked Man's hair. Tomorrow, Man, go visit grandma again. Talk with her. Will you? Yes. Man's face lit up once more. Shen Guanlan too felt his curiosity deepen. Shall I accompany little sister Man tomorrow? That would be wise, Zhang Yueli mused, nodding. This elderly woman likely knows far more than she lets on. Late that night, Yin Yi and Yin Shuo made their way to the Forbidden Mountain Sanctuary behind the manor. They entered the chamber and knelt before the bed. Elder Madam, Yin leaned against the bedside silent for a long while before speaking slowly. It is heaven's will. Heaven itself aids our Qi Yin city. Yin Yi remained silent. Indeed, mother. Yin Shuo's voice trembled with barely concealed elation. Who could have imagined Jiner would return of his own accord? Truly heaven favors us. Elder Madam Yin continued, her voice cold and resolute. Since the sacrificial offering has returned, and while I yet draw breath, prepare the ritual without delay. Mother, is this not too hasty? Jiner has only just returned. Yin Ye's voice quavered faintly. Silence. In that instant, the lifeless Elder Madam Yin erupted with a violent surge of spiritual energy. Yin Yi was hurled backward, crashing into the wall, and blood spilled from his mouth. Wiping blood from his lips, Yin Yi hurriedly resumed his kneeling posture, not daring to voice even a whisper of grievance. Had you not been weak and incompetent, would Yin Jin have vanished all those years ago? Elder Madam Yan's voice cut like ice. Would we have endured this wait? Now Liar stands at a critical juncture. We can wait no longer. Finally, she issued her decree. The sacrifice must be completed within 3 days. Yes. Yin Yi and Yin Shuo answered in unison. No dissent dared to surface. As they departed the sanctuary, Yin Yi paused. Elder brother, did you know of this all along? What do you mean? Yin Shuo feigned blank confusion. Yin Ye's gentle scholarly eyes lifted slowly to meet his elder brother's gaze. That assuming the city lord's throne demands surrendering one's own son. Impossible, Yin Shuo murmured, lowering his head to mask his expression. You misunderstand, brother. Still, this burden falls most heavily upon you. A hollow laugh escaped Yin Yi. It is not I who bears the burden, not I at all. Without another word, he turned and walked away, slow, weary, solitary. The next morning, Hua Man leapt from bed, already chattering. Let's go see grandma. We'll eat breakfast together. She'll be so happy. Agreed. Zhang Yueli smiled readily. Yet as they opened the door, Yin Yi stood waiting, his presence suggesting he had been there for some time. Uncle City Lord, why are you here? Man piped up sweetly. Are you joining us for breakfast? Yin Yi appeared haggard. He shook his head, his gaze passing over Man to settle on Shen Guanlan. Jiner, I wish to take you somewhere. Shen Guanlan hesitated, then nodded. Very well. He departed with Yin Yi. Meanwhile, Man and Zhang Yueli headed to the neighboring residence. The elderly woman had just awakened. Seeing them, her face blossomed into radiant delight. Grandma, may we eat breakfast with you? Man darted forward, tilting her cherubic face upward with innocent sweetness. Zhang Yueli smiled politely. Would it trouble you to prepare breakfast for us? Not at all, not at all. I'm delighted. I welcome you both. The old lady genuinely rejoiced. Her steps, once slow, now quickened with renewed vigor. Beside her, however, the sword spirit sneered, how tiresome. A nuisance incarnate. Zhang Yueli joined the elder woman in preparing breakfast while Man turned to chat with the sword spirit. Mean senior sister, I'm not a nuisance. I'm adorable. Children are the most troublesome and the most detestable, especially one your age who can't even protect yourself and only brings trouble to your parents. Humph. The sword spirit, evidently holding strong opinions about children, grew visibly irritated. Hua Man scratched her head. Indeed, the sword spirit sister was right back at Luoxia Peak. Her stomach aches had kept her mother awake all night. For the first time since leaving home, she thought of Hua Qixia, and instantly her lips trembled, tears welling up. Hey. The sword spirit's voice turned flustered. No cheating. We may argue, but no crying aloud. Hua Man pressed her lips together, fighting back tears with all her might. Just then Jiang Yueli and the elderly woman arrived carrying breakfast. Senior sister, A. Li. Unable to hold back any longer, Hua Man rushed forward and clung to Jiang Yueli, sobbing uncontrollably. Senior sister, A. Li. I miss mother. Man misses mother. Little junior sister, be good, don't cry. We'll return home in a few days. Jiang Yueli glanced apologetically at the elderly woman beside her, only to find the old lady quietly wiping away tears. There, don't cry. Having never raised a child in her past life, Jiang Yueli fumbled helplessly, utterly unsure how to comfort Hua Man. At last the elderly woman dried her tears and gently led Hua Man away. Be good, little one, don't cry. Let grandma show you what delicious food she's made for you. She sat down, trembling slightly as she lifted Hua Man onto her lap and spoon-fed her sweet congee. Try it, little man. How does it taste? Yum. Hua Man swallowed a generous mouthful, instantly enchanted by the delicacy, her longing for her mother momentarily forgotten. Jiang Yueli exhaled softly in relief. Out of the corner of her eye she watched the elderly woman and sensed unmistakably a deep, tender affection for Hua Man. Sitting across from them, she smiled and said, children this age truly are capricious, shifting moods like passing clouds. Hua Man tilted her tiny head, cheeks still puffed with congee, and mumbled, what does capricious mean? Jiang Yueli simply smiled, saying nothing. Yes, murmured the elderly woman with a gentle sigh. At this age a child may weep as though her heart is breaking one moment, and leap about full of life the next. Her gaze softened as she looked upon Jiang Yueli. Yet you're only a year or two older than little man, and yet to grandma you seem like a composed young adult. No wonder your master entrusted you both to journey down the mountain together. 3. Hua Man proudly held up 3 stubby fingers. And brother Guanlan too. Ah yes. Grandma remembers now, the elderly woman chuckled. So how old is brother Guanlan today? Hua Man counted on her fingers, then gave up. Around 10 years old, Jiang Yueli replied. She recalled Shun Guanlan mentioning his age once, but having been abandoned as an infant, he himself could not say for certain. Around 10. The elderly woman paused, murmuring to herself, is he 11? Or perhaps 8 or 9? Jiang Yueli shook her head, puzzled by the old woman's odd reaction. On their way back, Hua Man held Jiang Yueli's hand and sighed glumly. Senior sister, A. Li, the sword spirit sister really doesn't like me, does she? She said children my age are the most troublesome. She lifted her small face, eyes wide and pleading. Does man trouble mother? And you, all the time? When will man grow up? Quickly. Did the sword spirit truly say that? Jiang Yueli grew increasingly perplexed. That sword undoubtedly belonged to the elderly woman, who clearly adored Hua Man. So why would its spirit speak so harshly? Frowning slightly, she answered, yes. Junior sister has indeed caused your master much concern, constant stomach aches, refusing proper meals, sneaking candy despite toothaches. Your master worries deeply. Hua Man's lips quivered, and 2 glistening tears welled up. Jiang Yueli swiftly shifted tone, but when junior sister eats well, and her stomach feels fine, your master overflows with joy. A joy no one else in the world can bring her. Do you understand? To parents, a child is never a burden. It is love itself, woven into flesh and blood. Love brings both sorrow and bliss. And because junior sister is so gentle and bright, your master must feel even greater happiness than other parents. Truly. Hua Man blinked her large eyes, and the tears receded. When have I ever lied to you? Jiang Yueli gently swung Hua Man's small arm. So, let's slow down. Growing up for adulthood means parting from mother, from home, just as I did. No. Hua Man shook her head fiercely. Man won't grow up. Never. Good girl. Jiang Yueli whispered, her lips curling upward in silent warmth. When they returned, Xing Guanlan had yet to come back, not even by lunchtime. In the afternoon, Hua Man grew restless again, and Jiang Yueli permitted her to play outside, so long as she stayed close. Understood. Hua Man set off, eager to collect more beautiful stones, to gift to her mother and senior brother when upon returning to Tianyin's sect. Stepping out, she wandered along the path searching for stones. When not far away, she heard a boisterous group of children. Hello. She dashed over, immediately recognizing one. Brother Yenlai. Hello. Who's your brother? Don't go around calling people that. Yenlai snorted, wearing an expression of disdain. The other children, spotting Hua Man, lit up with delight, reaching out to stroke her soft hair, pinch her plump cheeks, and ask Yenlai in awe, where did this little sister come from? So adorable. One boy named Qian Feng gazed at Hua Man with undisguised fascination. Yenlai, basking in their envy, lifted his chin slightly. She's just a guest visiting the estate, though a useless one. I don't like her. Even if she's useless at such a tender age, it doesn't matter. If you dislike her, lend her to me for a few days. I've always wanted a little sister. Qian Feng's eyes seemed glued to Hua Man. I'm not useless. I'm Hua Man, she piped up quick to defend herself. Right, you're not useless. Qian Feng nodded enthusiastically. Then little sister Man, would you like to come home with brother? My house has endless toys and treats. No, I can't. I mustn't go far. Hua Man waved her hands firmly. How obedient. Qian Feng couldn't tear his eyes away and teased Yen Lai, you lucky dog. A sister this lovely and well-behaved. You'd search with lanterns for years and never find another like her. Yen Lai swelled with pride, feigning indifference. Who cares? Enough about that useless brat. Let's get back to playing. Hua Man blinked her big eyes. What are you playing? May I join you? We are playing the game of drawing ghost cards, Qian Feng replied cheerfully. Yen Lai immediately expressed his dislike, saying, You are too young to play, don't cause trouble. It's fine, just watch your brother play. Qian Feng clearly liked Xiao Man, and although he thought she was too young to play, he was willing to let her accompany him. Thank you, brother. Xiao Man leaned forward, seriously observing the cards in Qian Feng's hand. Little one, you must be annoying, ha. Suddenly a mocking voice rang out from the opposite side. Hua Man looked up and found it was the knife behind Yen Lai. She ignored it and focused intently on their game. Qian Feng was afraid the little girl would be bored, so he occasionally explained the game rules to her. It's actually quite simple. At the start, each person has the same number of wooden tokens. Tokens with the same pattern can be discarded together, and the remaining ones are drawn from each other. However, among them, there is one card with a red plum drawn on it, which is the ghost card, and there is only one that can never be discarded. In the end, whoever holds the ghost card loses. After several rounds, only Yen Lai and Qian Feng still had cards in hand. Moreover, Yen Lai had 2 cards, one normal card and one ghost card, while Qian Feng had one normal card. It was Qian Feng's turn to draw Yen Lai's card. If he drew the ghost card, the game would continue. If he drew a normal card, he would win. Qian Feng felt a bit nervous, not wanting to lose in front of his little sister. He took a deep breath and carefully touched each of Yen Lai's cards, observing his reactions closely. However, Yen Lai was clearly an experienced player. His expression was always intriguing, giving nothing away. Qian Feng could only rely on luck. He touched one card and asked Hua Man beside him, What do you think of this card, Man? Are you sure you want to ask for her advice? Yen Lai sarcastically interjected, the advice of a useless child. Hua Man, a little ball sitting there, blinked her big eyes. Just as she was about to say it was okay, she heard the spirit of the knife behind Yen Lai shout, Yes, little useless one, draw this one. Xiao Man had a sudden idea and pointed to another card with her little finger. Brother Qian Feng, draw that one. All right. Without hesitation, Qian Feng drew the other card, which surprisingly was not the ghost card, and he won. Great sister Man, we won. He was overjoyed. Yen Lai was furious, slamming down the ghost card, and said, Let's play again. As a result, they played several more rounds, and each time it was Qian Feng's turn to draw Yen Lai's card. He managed to avoid the ghost card thanks to Hua Man's suggestions, which was simply uncanny. I'm not playing anymore. After losing a round, Yen Lai was extremely angry, feeling that little Hua Man was turning against him. He recalled what he had heard his parents say the night before and pointed at Hua Man, declaring loudly, Little useless one, I will tolerate you for 3 more days. After 3 days, you will be driven out of the city lord's mansion. Impossible. Hua Man retorted confidently, Brother Guanlan is the son of the city lord, we won't be driven away. Just you wait. Yen Lai cursed as he left with his companions. Qian Feng lingered behind reluctantly, saying, Sister Man, my home is in the east of the city. If you want, you can come visit me. Thank you, brother. Xiao Man immediately ran back and told Zhang Yueli what Yen Lai had said. He also told me to just wait and see. Hua Man pouted, I don't like him. 3 days. Why 3 days? Zhang Yueli was puzzled. Moreover, when she went out today, she noticed many people in the city lord's mansion moving about, as if preparing for something significant. Could it be related to Yen Lai's words? Until evening, Shun Guanlan finally returned. Brother Guanlan, where have you been? Xiao Man happily ran out to greet him. I missed you. Shun Guanlan smiled. I missed you too, Man. He held a large bag in his hand and smilingly handed it to Hua Man. Look what fun things did Brother Guanlan buy for you. Wow, so many. Hua Man's eyes sparkled. She could barely lift the bag with both hands and quickly took it aside to play. Where did you go today? Have you been with your father the whole time? Zhang Yueli asked, puzzled. Not really anywhere special, Shun Guanlan frowned. I just took a stroll around the city and bought so many toys back. Strange. Zhang Yueli couldn't understand. The whole city lord's mansion felt strange, yet she didn't know exactly what was wrong. Shun Guanlan nodded. Yin Yi gives me the impression that he just wants to spend more time with me. Perhaps he has guessed that I won't stay in Qian City. However, no one expected that the next day, as soon as the door opened, Yin Yi appeared again, bringing people to prepare a particularly lavish breakfast for Shun Guanlan and the others. During the meal, he mentioned, By the way, Jeaner, tomorrow our Yin family will hold a grand sacrificial ceremony. You and Liar will kneel to worship the ancestors then. Tomorrow. Shun Guanlan was slightly surprised. The sacrificial ceremony should be very important, so why did it feel so sudden? Jiang Yueli couldn't help but think of Yan Lai's words in 3 days. Was he planning to have Shun Guanlan participate in the sacrificial ceremony and then drive them away? Why? Even more surprising was that after breakfast, Yin Yi showed no sign of leaving, continuously engaging Shun Guanlan in conversation. Xiao Man could no longer sit still, dragging the large bag of gifts to find her grandmother. Grandma. Hua Man happily boasted. I brought so many toys we can play together. Oh really? Let Grandma see what treasures you have, Xiao Man. The old lady was very pleased with Hua Man's arrival. She opened the bag and found that it contained things that boys love to play with, similar to the things in her little basket. She asked with a mix of amusement and exasperation, who bought these toys for Man? Why are they all things boys like? No, they weren't bought for Man. They were bought for Brother Guanlan. Xiao Man wiggled her short legs and took out a small windmill, continuing, it was the city lord uncle who bought them for Brother Guanlan. Who? The old lattice expression visibly changed. The city lord, Yin Yi. Yes. Xiao Man nodded, a bit scared by the old lattice reaction. The old lady spoke again, her voice trembling slightly. Why did the city lord, Uncle City Lord, buy toys for that Brother Guanlan? Xiao Man blinked her eyes, saying, because Brother Guanlan is the son of Uncle City Lord. What did you say? The old lady was clearly very agitated, grabbing Hua Man's small shoulder. Xiao Man, you said. Who is whose son? Xiao Man was really scared and stammered, Brother Guanlan is the son of Uncle City Lord. The elderly woman staggered backward, nearly toppling over. Only the table behind her saved her from falling. She stood frozen in utter shock, speechless for a long while, silently shedding tears. Grandmother. Hua Man approached cautiously and tugged gently at the elder's sleeve. What's wrong with you, grandmother? The old woman remained dazed, her gaze slowly shifting toward Hua Man. Yet she still said nothing. Just then the sword spirit beside them spoke up, voice dripping with disdain. Fool. Returning here is certain death. You truly are an imbecile. Who will die? Hua Man whispered timidly. At last the elderly woman stirred from her stupor, gripping Hua Man's small shoulders with trembling excitement. Man dear, take grandmother to see your Guanlan brother, please. Yes. Hua Man nodded softly. No. The elder immediately retracted her own words. You said Yin Yi is with him. I cannot go. I must not go. After a pause she pleaded again, voice quavering. Man, my dear grandmother begs you. Will you do something for me? Go back now. Wait until Lord Yin Yi leaves. Then secretly bring your Guanlan brother here, all right. Hua Man blinked her large eyes slowly and nodded. Though she did not understand what had unsettled her grandmother, she trusted that grandmother would never harm Guanlan brother. Rather, it was he who might now be in grave danger. Without waiting for further urging, she turned and dashed back. Yin Yi was still there, questioning Shun Guanlan intently about everything. Jiang Yueli, surprised to see Hua Man return so swiftly, drew her aside. Little junior sister, why are you back so soon? Senior sister, Ali Guanlan brother may be in danger, Hua Man blurted anxiously. Grandmother said once Lord City Master leaves, I'm to sneak Guanlan brother over to her. All right, don't worry. Nothing will happen. Jiang Yueli soothed, gently stroking the child's head. When they returned to the table, Shun Guanlan's low, solemn voice cut through the air. How did my mother die? Your mother? Yin Yi covered his face, weeping softly. After you vanished, she wept day and night, blaming herself endlessly for failing to protect you. Her health crumbled, and she slipped away. Shun Guanlan frowned. So he hadn't been abandoned, merely lost. He studied Yin Yi with suspicion. This father before him seemed deeply affectionate, and had spent these past days striving to make amends. Yet Yin Yi had never once spoken of the fiery heart bone-scorching flame. Thus Shin Guanlan held on to a quiet, unshaken doubt. Enough, junior brother. What happened to your mother cannot be undone. Do not grieve further. Jiang Yueli interjected gently. Our junior sister wishes to stroll outside, and I know this city not at all. Would you join us? Yes. Guanlan brother, I want to play. Hua Man instantly chimed in, clinging sweetly to his hand. I'll accompany you, Yin Yi said at once, wiping his tears. City master, no need to trouble yourself. You took my junior brother around the city yesterday after all. Jiang Yueli glanced at Shun Guanlan. He understood instantly and looked directly at Yin Yi. We'll go alone. With you present, the two of them would feel constrained. Very well. Take care and return early. Yin Yi rose and walked out, glancing back with lingering reluctance. At the threshold he paused, turned, and gazed deeply at Shun Guanlan before murmuring, Oh, tomorrow's grand sacrificial rite must not be missed. Rest well tonight. Shun Guanlan nodded. City Master, Jiang Yueli suddenly asked, may we attend tomorrow's grand sacrificial rite? Shun Guanlan shook his head. No, only members of the Yin clan may attend. And the rite itself is dull, you'd find no joy in it. Understood. Jiang Yueli watched Yin Yi recede into the distance. What is it? Shun Guanlan asked quietly. Guanlan brother, I'll take you to see grandmother, Hua Man said, grasping his index finger and tugging him gently toward the door. She has something urgent to tell you. Shun Guanlan followed, utterly bewildered, only to find the elderly woman already waiting in the courtyard. The moment she saw them, she sprang up and hurried forward, stumbling as she came. Jiner, is it truly you, Jing? She pulled Shun Guanlan fiercely into her arms, sobbing uncontrollably. You're alive. You're truly alive. Heaven has mercy. How have you endured all these years? For no reason he could fathom, Shun Guanlan's calm heart suddenly leapt, a deep, visceral tremor. Dazed, he let her hold him, feeling warmth bloom from the very core of his soul, unfamiliar, yet strangely, hauntingly familiar. Have you lived well? Have you eaten enough? Do you have shelter? One question tumbled after another, her urgency betraying a desperate hunger to know every detail of his life beyond the city master's residence. Jiner. When no answer came, she released him, lifting her clouded eyes to search his face. Shun Guanlan blinked awake. His cheeks were wet. He touched them and found tears. It was unthinkable. Ever since becoming the Cold River Hermit, he believed he'd forgotten how to weep. Who are you? His voice sounded distant, as if echoing from far beyond himself. Me. The elder lowered her gaze slowly, withdrawing her hands from his shoulders. Look at this old woman, so overjoyed at seeing the young master return, I forgot myself entirely. Trembling, she sank to her knees before him. Grandmother. Hua Man lunged to lift her. It's all right. A gentle smile softened the elder's face as she spoke slowly. I served your mother, her personal attendant, ever by her side, and yours. Her servant. Shun Guanlan was visibly startled. That sudden, profound sense of kinship. Could it stem from her bond with the mother he'd lost? Hurry, young Master Jiner. Flee this residence at once. The city master's mansion is filled with devouring demons. You must leave immediately. Her voice cracked with raw urgency. Shun Guanlan stood motionless, studying her in silence. Young Master Jiner, believe me, your mother was driven to her death by them. Never return. That was her final dying wish. Shun Guanlan frowned. You claim my mother was forced to her death by people of the city master's residence. What proof do you have? The elder clenched her teeth, then whispered, trembling. Young Master Jiner, you suffer searing agony in your 5 vital organs each night, as though roasted upon open flame, do you not? Shun Guanlan's eyes widened. Hatred, bone deep and incandescent, flared in the elder's gaze. Young Master Jiner, you bear the fiery heart, bone-scorching flame. They administered it before my very eyes, before your mother's, and mine. At this moment, not only did Shun Guanlan change his expression, but Jiang Yueli and Hua Man also did. Little Man instantly felt a pang of heartache for her brother Guanlan, unable to imagine a small baby being poisoned immediately upon birth, and such a terrifying poison at that. After a long while, Shun Guanlan finally found his voice. The old lady opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Her whole body was visibly trembling. Hua Man hurried over her soft little body, gently leaning against the old lattice leg, pulling out a cute smile for her. The old lady looked at the little one, took a deep breath, and slowly began to speak. That the poison of the burning, heart-devouring bone flame must be applied to the umbilical cord. At that time, your mother and I were right there. Your mother went crazy trying to stop it, but as a result, she was injured by that old wretch Yin Zhuohua with a single palm. Your mother had just given birth and was already extremely weak. That palm nearly took her life. From then on, her health was never good. Later on, because of this poison, every time your mother woke up, she crazily wanted to find the Yin family to avenge her. However, how could she alone stand against them? They even took you away from her. Later, after hearing that you had gone missing, your mother could not withstand the blow and died from spitting blood. The old lattice expression turned ashen as she spoke the last words, displaying a demeanor of one who was unafraid of death. Upon hearing this, Hua Man was already heartbroken, crying sadly while leaning on her grandmother's knee. Even Jiang Yueli, who was beside her, had red eyes, unable to bear it any longer, and turning her head away. I will go find them for revenge. Shun Guanlan turned to leave. Having lived once again, he would not allow those who had ruined his life to live freely. In his past life, had he not been poisoned, he would not have encountered the possessed Hua Man, nor would he have become the wandering man of Hanjiang. Even if he were not born in Qian City, just an ordinary person unable to cultivate, it would still be better than living in such pain. Don't go, child, don't go. The old lady approached, kneeling down while holding Shun Guanlan's hand. Young Master Jiner, I beg you, don't go. You are no match for them. How do you plan to take revenge? Suddenly Shun Guanlan realized indeed he had just obtained the ice symbol not long ago, and his current strength might not even be able to defeat Yin Lai. He ground his teeth in fury. Go, hurry and leave. Young Master Jiner, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. As long as we live, there is hope. The old lady pleaded through her tears. Grandma, do you know why they planted this poison? Jiang Yueli asked, rationally, raising a very important question. After all, Shun Guanlan was the son of Yin Yi, a member of the Yin family. Why would they treat their own child this way? I don't know the specifics, the old lady said as she was helped to sit in a chair. I only know that it seems related to some kind of sacrifice. Sacrifice? Shun Guanlan and the others looked at each other in shock. Then tomorrow's sacrificial ceremony, Brother Guanlan, you must not attend. Hua Man said anxiously. Tomorrow. The old lady laughed in anger. They are indeed impatient. She earnestly implored the children again, go, leave tonight. If you don't leave now, it will really be too late. Don't worry, Grandma, we will leave. Jiang Yueli said assuredly, glancing at Shun Guanlan. He has already joined the Tianyin sect. One day, he will come back for revenge. Grandma, will you come with us? Little Man suddenly said in a soft voice, come back to Tianyin sect with us. She felt that it was too dangerous for her grandmother to be alone here. No, Grandma is a dying person. It doesn't matter where she is. The old lady looked up reluctantly at Shun Guanlan. As long as I can see young Master Jiner before I die, I will have no regrets. You all go. Foolish woman. Why are you so foolish? The sword spirit suddenly screamed. Hua Man didn't know who the sword spirit was scolding. Was it the grandmother? Was it because the nanny wouldn't go with them? Grandma, come with us. Man doesn't want to be separated from Grandma. She clung to the old lattice knee, acting cute. No, Grandma doesn't want to trouble you. The old lady affectionately patted the little one's head. Little Man refused to give up, pulling at Shun Guanlan's hand. Brother Guanlan, you should persuade Grandma to come back with us. All right. Shun Guanlan looked at the old lady and slowly spoke, since you are my mother's person and my mother is no longer here, you are my only family. How can I rest easy leaving you here alone? The old lattice cloudy eyes gradually moistened, nodding repeatedly. All right, good child, I will go with you, I will go with you. After discussing, everyone immediately began to pack their things, preparing to leave together after dark. Grandma, remember to come find us. We will be living in that courtyard. As they were about to leave, Little Man earnestly instructed the old lady. All right, Grandma remembers, we will meet tonight. The old lady smiled as she saw them to the door. Hua Man and the others had hardly any belongings. The gifts that Yin Yi had bought for Shun Guanlan were picked by Hua Man to put into the space bag, while the rest were all prepared to be discarded. The remaining time was spent quietly waiting for nightfall. The sacrificial matter may be related to that Yin Lai. Jiang Yueli recalled what Yin Lai had said to Hua Man and vaguely reached this conclusion. Shun Guanlan nodded. It's very possible. After all, today, Yin Yi has been saying that the ceremony requires both me and Yin Lai to participate together at the end. But what is it? What does it have to do with the burning heart-devouring bone flame? This was a point that clearly none of them had any clue about, and since they were leaving tonight, it was impossible to investigate anything further. Everyone patiently waited, and finally, it was dark. Now they were just waiting for the old lady to come and join them. Hua Man occasionally ran to the door to look, but she never saw the old lattice figure. Why hasn't Grandma come yet? She couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Should we go find her? Shun Guanlan and Jiang Yueli exchanged glances, both harboring a bad premonition. The three of them gathered their things and stepped outside. However, as soon as they reached the gate, a number of people rushed out from the shadows and surrounded them. Shun Guanlan and Jiang Yueli immediately shielded Hua Man behind them. At that moment, Yin Yi and Yin Shua walked out from the crowd. Yin Yi's expression appeared very complicated as he kept his gaze on Shun Guanlan, but remained silent. Yin Shua glanced at Yin Yi and was the first to speak. Jiner, it's getting late. Where are you planning to go? Tomorrow is the sacrificial ceremony. Hasn't your father told you? You should rest early tonight. Shun Guanlan surveyed the crowd, encircling them, knowing that any confrontation would place them at a severe disadvantage. So he chose to yield first, buying time and calming tensions. He drew a slow, deep breath and spoke with quiet composure. Uncle, Father, we're simply hungry and wish to step out for something to eat. It was the first time Shun Guanlan had addressed Yin Yi as father since his return. Yin Yi paused, startled, then instantly softened his tone. How could you possibly be hungry? You need only send word to me. Brother. Yin Shua stared at Yin Yi in exasperation. He knew full well Shun Guanlan was fabricating the excuse, and yet he couldn't help but marvel at how astonishingly calm a mere teenager remained amid such peril. Still, he had no desire for conflict. Ignoring Shun Guanlan's words entirely, he turned directly to the boy. Jiner, grandmother wishes to see you, to speak with you about tomorrow's ancestral rites. There are matters she wishes to entrust to you. Very well. Shun Guanlan knew refusal was impossible, and so he agreed without hesitation. We'll go with Brother Guanlan. Hua Man piped up from behind him, her voice still soft and childlike. No. Grandmother resides within the forbidden sanctum. Only those of the Yin bloodline may enter. Outsiders are strictly forbidden. Yin Shuo rejected the request without hesitation. But I don't want to be separated from Brother Guanlan. I can wait just outside the sanctum. Little Man clung to Shun Guanlan, unwilling to let him go alone. Yet before she could finish, a voice pierced the air, the sword spirit's. Don't go. Stay here. Save my master. The usually proud sword spirit's voice trembled with raw, desperate entreaty. Instantly Man froze. She knew Grandma was in grave danger. Don't worry, little sister Man. Brother will be fine. Shun Guanlan turned, offering her a gentle, reassuring smile. All right then. Man reluctantly relented. Brother Guanlan, please be careful. Rest easy, he replied. Then turned to Jiang Yueli. Senior sister, please protect little sister Man. Understood. Jiang Yueli nodded solemnly. Very well, uncle. I am ready to accompany you. Shun Guanlan inhaled deeply once more and spoke with quiet resolve. Wait, weren't you hungry? Eat something first before we depart. Yin Yi, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected. Brother. Yin Shua's impatience flickered visibly. Address me as city lord. Yin Ye's expression hardened, not glancing at Yin Shua's stunned face, as he stepped forward holding a tray of pastries freshly delivered. Here, Jeaner, dragon-speared cake's your childhood favorite. Eat your fill first, we'll go after. Shun Guanlan took one piece, then passed the rest to Man. A faint strained smile tugged at his lips as he murmured, Thank you. Father, let's go. Yin Shua strode ahead. Don't keep grandmother waiting. Shun Guanlan followed immediately. Yin Yi stood rooted in place watching them go, his gaze heavy with unspoken complexity. Jiang Yueli spoke quietly, her words layered with meaning. Some people, and some truths, are only truly valued once they've been lost. Yin Yi turned slowly, fixing one long searching look upon the small figure, then hurried after Shun Guanlan and the others. Soon Shun Guanlan stood before Lady Yin, the elder matriarch whom the old woman herself had once bitterly dubbed the undying crone. Yin Zhuohua, have you seen your mother? Though Lady Yin reclined listlessly by the window, her opening words struck Shun Guanlan like a physical blow. His expression instantly darkened. Who? He instinctively whirled to glance back at Yin Yi kneeling silently behind him. Yin Yi kept his head bowed low, unmoving, unyielding. Cough, cough. Lady Yin continued, voice rasping. The elderly woman who promised to flee with you tonight. That very woman is your mother. Impossible. Shun Guanlan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had questioned the old woman's identity countless times, imagined every conceivable truth, but never this. No, it cannot be. That grandmother, her age is plainly inconceivable. Sigh. Lady Yin exhaled deeply. Your mother practiced a forbidden art. Her survival to this day is nothing short of a miracle. Shun Guanlan remained stunned, the revelation crashing over him like a tidal wave. Though disbelief still clung stubbornly, memory rose unbidden. The old woman's trembling hands, her tear-filled eyes when she first saw him. Suddenly the truth felt chillingly plausible. He lowered his head, clenching his jaw, fighting back tears with every fiber of his being. Lady Yin observed his anguish and let out a cold, disdainful snort. Do not pity her. She does not deserve it. Were it not for her, this old woman would never have been forced to implant that accursed fire venom into your body, the body of her own eldest grandson. What a... Shun Guanlan stood utterly dumbfounded. Because Lu Qingyi practiced that abhorrent art. Yes, your mother is Lu Qingyi. You were born with a shattered heart meridian. You could neither cultivate nor survive past your third year. To save you, your father, your uncle, and I implanted the heart-scorching, bone-eroding flame within you. The heart-scorching, bone-eroding flame is a unique venom native to the Crimson Flame City. Its agony is known to us better than anyone, yet so too is its tenacious, unyielding vitality. So long as it pulses within you, even once, you will not perish easily. Shun Guanlan collapsed onto the floor, the final pieces locking into place. Now he understood why in his past life he'd survived countless near-death ordeals. Why he'd lived even after both legs were severed, and he was cast into the glacial, soul-numbing currents of the cold river, all because of that venom. It had ruined his life, yet in every abyss of death it had also dragged him gasping back into the light. Shun Guanlan thought again of Lu Qingyi. Perhaps she truly had strayed from the righteous path, but he could still feel unmistakably the depth of her love for him. Also, back then you were not merely lost. Lady Yin tossed a memory orb toward him. See for yourself what truly transpired. Shun Guanlan's hand trembled uncontrollably as he reached for it. He hadn't yet activated it, but dread coiled cold and heavy in his chest. We had no intention of revealing these truths upon your return, until that selfish Lu Qingyi dared scheme to flee with you. What face do you have to do so? Lady Yin choked into a fit of furious coughing. Clutching the memory orb, Shun Guanlan closed his eyes, and instantly the recorded scene unfolded within his mind. In darkness, a young woman cradled a sleeping infant, slipping past palace guards and vanishing into the woods beyond Crimson Flame City, where a man already waited. She handed the child to him, turning away sharply. "Take him." "Yes, young mistress." The man turned to leave, but the child stirred and burst into terrified sobs. "Mother, mother, don't abandon me." She whirled back, voice venomous. "You're useless. Keeping you would only bring shame upon me. I reject you. Now get out. Mother, please, don't leave me. I'll be good. I'll be perfect." The child wailed, breathless and broken. Yet she strode forward and shoved the man hard. "Take him, now." His cries grate on my nerves. I never wished to lay eyes on him again. Before the man could even take a step, she turned and walked away without looking back. "Gina, your father and I never intended to tell you about these matters. What child would wish for a mother like her?" Elder Lady Yin sighed deeply. "But now we have no choice but to speak, to spare you, my poor child, from further deception by that vile woman." Shin Guanlan carefully stowed away the memory orb and wiped his tears. "How deeply I've wronged grandmother and father's devotion. It is Gina who has been thoughtless, causing you such worry. It matters not. You understand, and that is enough." Elder Lady Yin paused, then continued gently. "Gina, tomorrow's grand sacrificial ceremony is of utmost importance. Stay here tonight. Grandmother wishes to speak with you, heart to heart." Shun Guanlan hesitated, then replied softly, "Yes, I'll abide by grandmother's arrangement." "Such a dutiful child." Satisfied, Elder Lady Yin nodded. Turning to Yin Yi and Yin Shua, she said, "Very well, let Gina remain with me tonight. You too may return home." "Yes," they answered in unison before turning and departing. At the threshold, Yin Yi glanced back once at Shun Guanlan, then strode away. Meanwhile, after Shun Guanlan was taken away, Huang Man and Zhang Yueli were locked inside a chamber, with 2 guards stationed outside. "Senior Sister Yueli," Little Man whispered, hand cupped over her mouth. "Grandmother is in danger. I just heard Sword Spirit Sister's plea for help." Zhang Yueli frowned. The elder lady's failure to arrive confirmed something had gone awry. Just then a soft tap sounded against the rear window. Almost instantly, Man heard Sword Spirit's voice again. "It is I. Open the window." "It's Sword Spirit Sister." Man's eyes lit up. She tugged urgently at Zhang Yueli. "Senior Sister Yueli, hurry, open the window." The window sat high. Zhang Yueli fetched a stool, climbed atop it, and carefully unlatched the frame, whereupon the azure sword soared gracefully inward. "My master is in peril. You must save her." "For," Sword Spirit's voice trembled with desperate entreaty, "for master is in truth young master Yin Jin's birth mother." "What a—" Man gasped, eyes wide with shock, and immediately relayed Sword Spirit's words to Zhang Yueli. "How could that be possible?" Zhang Yueli recoiled in disbelief. She looks every bit an elderly matriarch, old enough to be the city lord's own mother." Man promptly repeated Zhang Yueli's doubt to Sword Spirit. "My master was once a woman of breathtaking beauty. Her present appearance stems solely from the fire venom coursing through young Master Jin's veins." That day only half of Master's account was true, though she indeed witnessed the venom's implantation. Her attempt to intervene ended when the treacherous poison mistress struck her down with a single palm strike. Thereafter Master's constitution deteriorated rapidly. Yet knowing the deed irreversible, she devoted herself daily to seeking an antidote, until at last fragments of truth emerged. The fire venom exists solely to nourish the sacrificial offering, and that offering is none other than young Master Yin Jin. The faster his body is consumed by the venom, the sooner his sacrifice shall be demanded. With no recourse, Master began feeding the venom with her own spiritual energy and vital blood to delay the inevitable. This too hastened her decline. Her vitality waned, her strength ebbed, even her cultivation regressed. Master was too kind, too foolish. She knew her efforts were futile, yet chose to trade her life for her son's fleeting peace. When concealment became impossible, she sent young Master Jin away under cover of night. Hearing this, Man collapsed into Zhang Yueli's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. "Senior Sister Yueli, Aunt Qingyi is so pitiful. Why won't she reunite with Brother Guanlan?" Zhang Yueli exhaled deeply. "Because she cannot bear to burden Guanlan with guilt or grief. And should the truth emerge, she fears he might act rashly, beyond reason. At heart, when all power to alter fate is lost, a mother's sole wish remains that her child survives. She is foolish, irredeemably so." Sword Spirit pleaded anew. "Yet, will you not save this foolish woman? She is imprisoned within the flame prison. She may not survive the night." "Senior Sister Yueli, Aunt Qingyi is trapped in the flame prison. We must go now." Man scrubbed fiercely at her tears, her voice small but urgent. Zhang Yueli nodded. Sword Spirit stirred to depart, only for her to call out, I will handle the sentries outside. Little senior sister, hold sword spirit back. Sword spirit sister, wait. Senior sister has a plan. Man cried, halting the blade midair. Jiang Yueli withdrew the Xinghe lute, seated herself upon the floor, and plucked its strings, melodies flowing like starlight. The two guards at the door slumped unconscious moments later. Together, the sword, the lute, and the two girls fled into the night. Sword spirit led the way toward the flame prison. At the prison's entrance, Jiang Yueli employed the same artful resonance. The sentries fell silent, and they swiftly located Lu Qingyi. Heat within the flame prison seared unbearable. No cooling pillars tempered its fury. The chamber roiled like a cauldron. Lu Qingyi huddled in the corner, face ashen, utterly insensible. Man and Jiang Yueli lifted Lu Qingyi onto the Xinghe lute, and the trio slipped back, unseen, into Lu Qingyi's own courtyard. The most perilous place is often the safest. Even if the guards discovered her escape, they would never think to search here. Man's cheeks flushed crimson from the heat. Wiping sweat, she urged Jiang Yueli anxiously, "Senior sister Yueli, quickly lend Aunt Qingyi your spiritual energy. Save her." "Yes." Jiang Yueli clasped Lu Qingyi's hand and channeled her spiritual energy slowly, steadily into the frail woman's body. Lu Qingyi stirred faintly, murmuring hoarsely, "Gina, run. Gina, run." Man's tears spilled anew. She rubbed them away, fiercely calling out in her tender, breathless voice, "Aunt Qingyi, wake up. Please wake up." Lu Qingyi's gaze slowly focused. Where is Gina?" "Woo." Man broke into wrenching sobs. Brother Guanlan was taken away, and they wouldn't let Man follow. "Woo." Lu Qingyi strained to rise. "No, I must save Gina. I must save my Gina." But her body had long since withered. Her survival until now sustained only by the desperate hope of seeing Yin Jin one final time. To stand now was agony, to rescue him impossible. "Aunt Qingyi, do not act rashly." Jiang Yueli steadied her. "The grand sacrificial ceremony begins only at noon tomorrow. Until then they will not harm Yin Jin." Lu Qingyi wept rivers. Yet what difference did time make? A broken cultivator, 2 children. With what could she possibly save her Gina? "I am powerless, blinded by folly, wed to that spineless Yin Yi. My Gina, how cruelly he suffers." Jiang Yueli felt that Yin Yi was crucial. If they wanted to successfully rescue Shen Guanlan, Yin Yi was indispensable. "Aunt Qingyi, don't be anxious, let's think of a way first." She asked curiously, "Aunt Qingyi, do you know what kind of strength Lady Yin has?" Mentioning Yin Zhuahua, Lu Qingyi visibly shuddered. She was very scared. The reason why Qi Yin City is what it is today isn't because of the city lord, but because of her Lady Yin. All I can say is that her strength is unfathomable. Some say she has already entered the transformation stage, while others say she has even reached the void refining stage. Jiang Yueli frowned. "But a few days ago my junior brother went to the forbidden area to see her and said she looked like she doesn't have much time left." Lu Qingyi was clearly startled, and after a moment of thought she said in confusion, "I indeed haven't seen her for some time." It was probably after Jean Eyre left for a year, she began to enter seclusion. Since then, aside from Yin Yi and Yin Shuan, no one has seen her, but in just a few short years, she continued, unable to accept it. "I really can't reconcile the Yin Zhuahua in my memories with the frail old woman you described. It's too incredible." Jiang Yueli also found it a bit strange, but she felt that Shen Guanlan's information could not be wrong. She suppressed her confusion and continued to ask, "Aunt Qingyi, there's one more thing that is crucial. What do you think is the likelihood that the city lord can help us?" "I think it's quite big." The ever-listening Xiao Man finally found an opportunity to speak, her confidence shining through. "I think the city lord uncle really loves Guanlan Gugu." He. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingyi scoffed. "Don't be deceived by that man's exterior. He's just a complete waste who doesn't even dare to oppose the old lady. Back then you let my junior brother go, didn't he? Leave you behind secretly?" Jiang Yueli tentatively said. "So what?" Lu Qingyi was evidently already disappointed with this man. Who knows how the Yin family discussed it behind the scenes. Maybe leaving me was just to lure Jean Eyre back. Jiang Yueli asked again, "Aunt Qingyi, how did you send my junior brother away back then?" Lu Qingyi simply recounted that the process was not difficult. It could even be said to be unexpectedly easy. Jiang Yueli frowned. Logically speaking, how could they so easily let go of the sacrificial offering they had worked so hard to cultivate? Xiao Man's eyes immediately lit up. "I know. It must be the city lord uncle. He must have secretly helped Aunt and Guanlan Gugu." Lu Qingyi fell silent. For so many years, she had always hated Yin Yi and had never considered this possibility. Suddenly, she remembered something. "After I sent Jean Eyre away and returned to the city lord's mansion, I saw him. His expression was very strange, seemingly shocked and angry. I remember his first question was why I had come back. However, at that time, I felt that he wished for me to die outside. Could it be? The city lord uncle hopes for Aunt and Guanlan Gugu to leave together." Xiao Man became even more confident. The city lord uncle will definitely help us. But is that possible? Lu Qingyi cautiously asked. Let's give it a try. Jiang Yuli stood up. He'll go find him now. We can only take a gamble. She patted Xiao Man Man's little head. Man Man stay and accompany Aunt Qingyi. Xing He-chin and Qing Jian are both here. Even if the Yin family finds this place, they won't be able to harm you for a while. All right. Senior sister, Ailey, don't worry, I will protect Aunt. Xiao Man Man puffed out her small chest, spreading her little hands in front of Lu Qingyi. Soon Xing He-chin and Qing Jian also cooperatively flew to her side, one on the left and one on the right. Jiang Yuli left with peace of mind. Aunt Qingyi, don't be afraid. Xiao Man Man worked hard to climb onto the nearby chair, sitting obediently. Man Man will always stay with you. Lu Qingyi felt that she had no regrets since she could live to see her son. What was there to be afraid of? She smiled with satisfaction. Tianyin sect is indeed one of the top sects in the divine continent. Man Man and your senior sister are both so young yet. They make me an adult feel ashamed. Senior sister, Ailey is super amazing and Man Man. Xiao Man Man said a bit shyly. Man Man is also very great. Our Jean Eyre is still fortunate to know you all. Thinking of the fire poison, Lu Qingyi's eyes reddened a bit. Is his fire poison still acting up every night? Not anymore. Xiao Man Man immediately shook her little head. Guanlong Gugu has the ice talisman, so the fire poison can no longer harm him. Really? This was simply the last piece of good news Lu Qingyi had heard in many years. She looked at Xiao Man Man, trying hard to recall how Yin Jin looked when he was little. When I sent Jean Eyre away, he was as big as you. Suddenly she remembered something. No, he is not Jean Eyre. Jean Eyre was a sacrificial offering cultivated by the Yin family. He is not. That sacrificial offering had long been harmed by them. Xiao Man Man, tell me, what is his name now? Lu Qingyi asked with some excitement. Shen Guanlan. Xiao Man Man explained with precision. Guanlan means to observe the appearance of the river water. Guanlan Gugu said he likes to watch the river water the most. Shen Guanlan, Shen Guanlan. Lu Qingyi couldn't help but repeat it several times. What a good name. When he left Qiyan City, he was only as big as you, but he was thin and small. Because he had been afflicted with fire poison since birth, he was always sick and weaker than other children. Xiao Man Man felt very sorry. And don't worry, in the future Man Man will love Guanlong Gugu together with you and be his mother. What? Lu Qingyi was both amused and helpless. Xiao Man Man tilted her little head. Senior sister, Ailey said that parents are the ones who love their children the most in this world. Since Man Man can't be Guanlong Gugu's daddy, he'll be his mommy. All right. Lu Qingyi secretly wiped her tears. Children speak without reservation, but she could see that this child truly felt for Shun Guanlan, and she was happy for him. At this moment, footsteps were heard from outside. Clearly Jiang Yuli and Yin Yi were coming. Soon the two entered the room. Upon seeing Lu Qingyi, Yin Yi's face immediately turned cold. He stepped forward and grabbed her arm. Come with me. You can't stay here any longer. I won't go. Lu Qingyi struggled a bit, but she had no strength and couldn't break free, only crying out, I won't go, I want to stay and save my child. Are you crazy? Yin Yi turned around, glaring at her. I warn you, don't have such delusions. Even saying this now, even in your strongest state, is still foolish. His gaze swept over an old man and two children in front of him. I will send you away right now. The farther you go, the better. Never come back. I will not leave. Lu Qingyi spoke again. Her voice, though aged, was incredibly resolute. I will not leave either. Jiang Yuli slightly raised her chin, her youthful face equally unwavering. Man Man will not back down. Hua Man Man finally spoke, patting her small chest. Man Man must save brother Guanlan. You all. Yin Yi looked at the three women before him, who were clearly the weakest and most in need of protection. He truly could not understand them. He took a deep breath and released Lu Qingyi. All right, it's up to you. If you want leave, then stay here. I won't go with you to save anyone. I still need to keep my life to continue being the city lord. Yin Yi, what kind of man are you? You can't even protect your own wife and children. What right do you have to be the city lord? Lu Qingyi scolded angrily. Yin Yi's expression changed. You are right. I am indeed not a man, but at least I can survive. You want to save someone. Do you know how terrifying the enemy you will face is? Yin Yi exclaimed. The old lady can take your lives with just a single palm strike. And what will you use to fight against Yin Shua and Yin life? Yin Yi took a deep breath and turned to leave. If you want leave, then stay in this room until the sacrificial ceremony is over. No one is allowed to leave. Lu Qingyi could no longer bear it and spat out a mouthful of blood. Aunt Qingyi. Jiang Yuli hurriedly stepped forward to channel her spiritual energy into Lu Qingyi. Auntie. Little Man Man looked at Lu Qingyi with concern. She then raised her head to look at Yin Yi, who wanted to come over, but held back. Could it be that she was mistaken in her feelings? The city lord uncle clearly cares about them, doesn't he? Yin Yi's outstretched hand finally dropped weakly. At that moment, the spirit of the artifact at his waist suddenly spoke. Master, why must you go through this? You know that this battle is certain death, so why must you throw your life away? This is young Master Jean's life, just accept it. Hua Man stood up suddenly shocked. City Lord Uncle, are you going to save Brother Guanlan by yourself? Yin Yi reached the door, suddenly stopping and turning back. He did not know where he had shown a flaw. But soon he sneered, what nonsense are you talking about, you little one? I just said that I would not go save anyone. I will not throw my life away. You're lying. Hua Man cried in anger. She did not understand why adults always made such painful decisions. You are going to save Brother Guanlan, I know. Shut up. Yin Yi scolded the little one. If anyone else heard this, he would truly have no chance of winning. All right, City Lord Uncle, no need to hide anymore. Jiang Yueli slowly stood up. Man can hear the artifact spirit's voice. She won't lie. Since we want to save someone, we should sit down and discuss it properly. Yin Yi was completely stunned, not knowing why this 5-year-old child had such a strong aura and spoke like an old person. For a moment, he did not know how to react. You? Cough, cough. Lu Qingyi looked over pleadingly. Are you really going to save our son? Yin Yi sighed, knowing he could no longer hide it. Consider it my plea to you. I'll leave. I will go alone. If anyone must die, let it be me. I am powerless. I did not protect you and your child well. After saying this, he could no longer control himself, crouching down and quietly crying. City Lord Uncle, don't cry. Hua Man went over and hugged his head. City Lord Uncle, we will definitely save Brother Guanlan, we will. Yin Yi struggled to control his emotions, raising his head and looking at the others with skepticism. How is the situation with the old lady Yin? Jiang Yueli asked first, as this was her greatest concern. Yin Yi sighed. She should be running out of life, otherwise we wouldn't have even the slightest hope. Then, what is the so-called sacrificial offering and sacrificial ceremony? Jiang Yueli asked again. Yin Yi looked at the others. Clearly this matter involved the Yin family's most hidden secrets, but at this point he no longer needed to conceal it. The Yin family has a secret technique called the secret transmission of fire, which plants the bone-burning flame within the bloodline of a Yin family member. The bloodline and fire poison nourish each other, and after 5 years it can become a sacrificial offering. By using the secret transmission of fire to feed the offering to another Yin bloodline member, it can greatly enhance their power, making it easier to reach the pinnacle of fire-based cultivation. So my junior brother is the sacrificial offering to be sacrificed for Yin Lai? Jiang Yueli asked tentatively. Yin Yi nodded. Yin Lai is the standout of the new generation. But, Hua Man suddenly questioned, if the offering is given to the old lady, Yin, wouldn't she become the strongest? How could that be? Yin Yi immediately denied. My mother is already on the verge of death. Moreover, the secret transmission of fire can only be passed to females. My mother is the only one who can perform the sacrificial ceremony, and Jiner will be the last sacrificial offering of the Yin family. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyi could not help but tilt her head and cry softly. Yin Yi looked at her with reluctance, hesitating to say, to stop the sacrificial ceremony, we can only kill my mother. Lu Qingyi looked at him in shock, not expecting Yin Yi to have made such a resolution. For a moment, everyone fell silent. After a long while, Jiang Yueli spoke first. City Lord Uncle, can you find a way to take me and Man into the sacrificial ceremony? Bringing 2 children is easy, but Yin Yi was still somewhat hesitant. Are you sure you really want to go to your deaths? My mother may be on the brink of death, but if she strikes with full force, I may not be able to withstand it, and then I won't be able to protect you. We want to go. Jiang Yueli and Hua Man said in unison. I want to go too. Lu Qingyi said with a trembling voice. No. Yin Yi immediately rejected. Aunt Qingyi, Jiang Yueli thought for a moment. Let your sword follow Man. Given your current condition, you truly cannot help and will only distract us. Yes, Andy, you should wait here for us. We will definitely bring Brother Guanlan back. Hua Man said confidently. Lu Qingyi still felt uneasy. Although Hua Man could communicate with the artifact spirit, she was still an ordinary girl without spiritual power. If a real fight broke out, City Lord Uncle Aunt Qingyi, you can rest assured. Man has a barrier on her, and ordinary people cannot harm her. Jiang Yueli would not allow Hua Man to leave her sight. The situation in Shi Yin City was too complicated, and she also felt something was off with Yin Ye's earlier words. No matter what, they needed to go together to save Shin Guanlan. Even if something really happened, she would fight to protect Hua Man. Now she only hoped that the old lady Yin would truly die soon. At noon, when the sun blazed at its zenith, peak hour for fire-affiliated cultivators, the sacred rite of sacrifice was about to commence. The ceremony was held atop the rear mountain of the city lord's mansion. At its highest point, a clearing nestled within a dense forest stood encircled by towering stone pillars, each etched with intricate arcane sigils, eerie and enigmatic in their design. Yin Yi ordered his attendants to carry the prepared offerings up the slope, while Jiang Yueli and Hua Man concealed themselves inside one of the crates. Within the forbidden precincts of the rear mountain, elder Madame Yin finally rose from her sickbed. Today she appeared unusually radiant, her face alight with joy, her silvery white hair neatly combed back and loosely coiffed into a youthful bun, though thinning with age. Shun Guanlan stood nearby, attentively supporting her as she stepped out of the chamber, only to find Yin Yi and Yin Shua already kneeling in solemn reverence. Yin Yi lifted his gaze briefly toward the matriarch and uttered, voice heavy with gravity, "Mother." Yin Shua, by contrast, beamed with unrestrained delight, smiling warmly as he said, "Mother, I remember this crimson robe. You wore it most often in your youth." "A fine memory, my sure, elder Madam," Yin murmured, her voice frail and halting. "I am aged now, but this robe remains vivid, unyielding in its beauty. Perhaps today is the last time I shall wear it." "Never say so, mother. You may wear it as many times as your heart desires," Yin Shua replied, flattering with practiced ease. Elder Madam Yin smiled faintly, then beckoned them all to ascend the mountain. Along the path, she paused frequently, taking nearly a full incensestic's duration before reaching the summit. Shun Guanlan remained steadfast at her side throughout. The moment they arrived at the peak and beheld the stone pillars, comprehension struck him like lightning. This clearing, its pillars and the sigils carved upon them, formed a colossal formation array. Unlike conventional arrays requiring a talisman master's activation, this one could be reused repeatedly, though each invocation demanded an immense expenditure of spiritual energy. Most chilling of all was its purpose to bind and rend the soul itself, dooming the departed to eternal torment, forever barred from transcendence or rebirth. Shun Guanlan suddenly recalled an incident at Tianyin sect after Hua Man had been gravely wounded by him. She had been possessed anew, and that false incarnation had declared her intent to travel to Chiang City. Could it have been drawn here by this very formation? He suppressed his inner shock with great effort, then glanced sidelong at elder Madame Yin, astonished that even in her frail state she retained the power to activate such a dread array. It was terrifying beyond measure. The rite of sacrifice proceeded with ritual precision. Elder Madame Yin led Yin Yi and Yin Shua in prostrating themselves before their ancestral spirits. Afterward she rose and, turning her back to them, commanded in a low, resolute tone, "Very well. What remains is mine alone to complete. Yin Yi, Yin Shua, descend the mountain and await further instruction." No sooner had the words left her lips than Yin Yi, long prepared, launched a devastating palm strike at elder Madame Yan's back, channeling his full strength into a single lethal blow. Shun Guanlan and Yin Lai, standing at the rear of the procession, recoiled in startled disbelief. Yet in that split second, when death hung suspended, Yin Shua flashed behind elder Madame Yin and intercepted the blow with his entire might, then instantly retaliated with a counterstrike of equal force. Yin Yi, never a match for his elder brother, was hurled backward, crashing to the ground and spitting 3 mouthfuls of blood. Propping himself up with trembling arms, he gazed weakly at the 2 people he had loved most, his mother and eldest brother, and whispered, breathless and broken, You knew. All along. What else did you expect, brother? Why commit such folly? Be content as city lord, sons, wives, heirs. They will all come in time." Yin Shua spoke coldly, then elder Madame Yin cut in impatiently, "Enough talk. Yin Shua, take your brother down the mountain. The appointed hour draws near." "Yes, mother." Yin Shua strode forward, seized Yin Ye's arm in a firm grip, and hauled him upright before marching resolutely down the slope. Though grievously wounded and utterly powerless to resist, Yin Yi mustered his final strength to cry out to Shun Guanlan, "Jiner, flee. Flee now? They mean to sacrifice you. Jiner, flee." Yin Lai paled at the spectacle unfolding before him, instinctively taking a step forward. "Father, liar, stay. Obey your grandmother's command." Yin Shua called sharply. "Jiner, flee." Yin Yi cried again, refusing to relent. Elder Madame Yin turned slowly, her icy gaze sweeping over Shun Guanlan. Seeing no panic, no desperate flight, she nodded almost approvingly. "You are stronger than your useless father. Where indeed could one possibly flee? How foolish." Yin Lai stole a glance at Shun Guanlan, then stammered nervously toward elder Madame Yin, "Grandmother, what exactly must we do next?" Elder Madame Yin remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on some unseen point nearby. Yin Lai, trembling with anxiety, hesitated, then turned to Shun Guanlan. What did father mean by sacrifice?" Clearly Yin Lai had been kept in complete ignorance. Shun Guanlan's expression remained calm, unruffled. "Likely my life is to be expended to smooth your path of cultivation." In truth, he had pondered it deeply the previous night. If he were the designated sacrifice, and Yin Lai the intended beneficiary, then perhaps slaying Yin Lai would suffice to halt the rite, even if he could not defeat elder Madame Yin herself. "What?" Yin Lai's eyes widened in horror. He dropped instantly to his knees beside elder Madame Yin. "Grandmother, I beg you. I need no sacrifice. I vow to redouble my efforts in cultivation and never bring shame upon you or father. How dutiful you are, elder madam, Yin replied, a faint smile playing upon her lips. Grandmother, please believe me. Besides, Yin Lai glanced at Shun Guanlan. Though elder brother cannot cultivate now, he vanished years ago and bears deep poison within his body. Grant him more time. He will recover. Just days earlier, he had overheard fragments of his parents' conversation, mistakenly believing Shun Guanlan's family was to be expelled. He'd merely wished to avoid association with a useless kinsman, not to take his life, let alone demand his death. The thought filled him with revulsion. Yet no matter how fervently he pleaded, elder madam, Yin ignored him entirely, her attention locked unwaveringly on some distant point, as if awaiting a signal. Desperate, Yin Lai tugged at Shun Guanlan's trousers. Say something. Show resolve. If grandmother softens her heart, she may spare you. Rise, Shun Guanlan said quietly, pitying his younger brother's naivete. Had she any capacity for mercy, or willingness to relent, she would never have orchestrated her own son's mutual destruction. Yin Lai jolted awake to the truth of those words, then froze, spotting two children scrambling out of a crate nearby. He stared, stunned, to recognize Hua Man and her senior apprentice. What were they doing here? Had they lost all sense of self-preservation? As Hua Man emerged from the crate, a raucous alien laughter erupted, boisterous and unhinged, emanating from the artifact clutched in elder Madame Yan's hand. Ha! Ha! Congratulations, master. Felicitations, master. Ha! My master, my most formidable master, the sacrificial offering is prepared. Ha ha! I shall forever serve you in utter submission. You are now ready to accept the sacrifice. Ha ha! The spirit of the artifact cackled with sinister glee, its voice ringing sharply in Hua Man's ears. Her eyes widened in shock. So it was not brother Yin Lai who would be sacrificed. No, she cried out in her tiny childish voice. The one to be sacrificed is that old witch. Indeed, to little man, elder madam Yin was nothing but an ancient sorceress. At those words, every face in the hall paled. Yin Lai stared in disbelief. What nonsense is this mite babbling? Little sister Man never lies. Shun Guanlan affirmed firmly, for he knew well that Hua Man could hear what others could not. He slowly raised his gaze toward the elderly woman, and thus beheld the truth in all its grim clarity. Upon hearing her secret exposed, elder madam Yin did not even glance at the accuser. Her eyes remained fixed on some distant point, her expression unshakably certain, as though destiny itself lay already within her grasp. So the flame seed esoteric art was never meant to aid cultivation, but rather to prolong life and restore youth. Jiang Yueli strode forward calmly, her voice ringing clear and resolute. Ha ha! Elder madam Yin laughed triumphantly. Since matters have come to this pass, there is no longer any need for concealment. The flame seed esoteric art is the most closely guarded technique of the Yin clan, a sacred rite ensuring our lineage burns eternally unbroken across millennia. And I, Yin Zhuohua, shall ascend as the supreme sovereign of the Zhongshan continent, standing alone at the pinnacle of power. How can this be? Yin Lai faltered, unable to accept the revelation. Jiang Yueli continued, her voice unwavering. Then the decree transmitted only to sons, never daughters. Was that also your fabrication? I suspect your daughters were slain the moment they drew their first breath. Thus you became the sole unchallenged inheritor of the flame seed esoteric art. And as for your sons, I imagine they too will perish once the grand sacrificial rite concludes and you descend the mountain. I wonder how the ancestral founders of the Yin clan would feel, were they to learn that the very esoteric art they devised has led their bloodline to utter extinction. Would they regret it? As Jiang Yueli spoke, elder madam Yin still gazed unblinkingly into the distance. When the words ended, she let out a cold, disdainful laugh. Never imagined, after guarding this secret for 3,000 years, it would be unraveled by two mere children, one 3, the other 5. How delightfully ironic. Huh, but no matter, merely 2 more lives to extinguish. This secret shall sink forever into the abyss of silence. Ha! No. No. Yin Lai could bear it no longer. Enraged beyond reason, he staggered upright and brandished his artifact, lunging toward elder madam Yin. Yin Lai. Shun Guanlan's voice cut sharp and cold. Do not act rashly. You stand no chance against her. She is but a frail dying crone. What is there to fear? You and your father are both cowards, Yin Lai retorted, scornful and unyielding. Today I shall purge this clan's shame, once and for all. With that the boy charged, but before he could even draw near Yin Zhuohua, she merely lifted a hand and sent him hurtling backward with a single contemptuous gesture. He crashed far away, landing beside Hua Man and Jiang Yueli, blood gushing from his mouth. Brother Yin Lai, are you okay? Little Man knelt beside him, her voice trembling with worry. Jiang Yueli swiftly infused him with spiritual energy to stabilize his fading vitality. Stunned by the turn of events, Yin Lai gave Jiang Yueli a grateful nod, then turned to Hua Man with deep remorse. Little sister Man, I am truly sorry for how harshly I treated you. It's all right, Man shook her head. I've already forgiven you. She had forgiven the proud young man the moment he refused the sacrifice and stood up for Brother Guanlan. At that very instant, a stone pillar mere steps away blazed crimson. Then one by one, every pillar ignited, bathing the entire altar in searing red light, until even the sky above burned scarlet. The hour has come. Ha! No force in heaven or earth can halt me now. Ha ha! Elder Madam, Yin soared into the air, her spiritual energy merging with the crimson radiance. She bowed her head, eyes gleaming with rapacious hunger upon Shun Guanlan, the designated sacrifice, as she prepared to complete the final rite. Shun Guanlan knelt half-risen, feeling the shifting resonance of the formation, and silently counted 3, 2, 1. Now, he shouted suddenly. Elder Madam, Yin frowned in confusion, just as Jiang Yueli shot upward, landing beside the first lit pillar and deliberately shielding it from the sun's rays with her own body. She had been observing Yin Zhuohua intently, and had long since divined the pillar's hidden bond with sunlight. True to her insight, the moment Jiang Yueli severed that link, the remaining pillars flared once and died. Without hesitation, Shun Guanlan seized the opportunity. Channeling the power of his ice talisman, he unleashed all his strength to shatter the formation binding pillar and sigil. Instantly, Yin Zhuohua plummeted from the sky, her face contorted in raw terror. Simultaneously, Yin Lai sprang into action, racing forward, blade drawn, and driving it deep into Yin Zhuohua's chest without pause or pity. Ugh! Yin Zhuohua's life force ebbed with terrifying speed. Her ashen hair whitened instantly, her gaunt frame shriveled, flesh withering into brittle bone until she resembled nothing but a living skeleton. The children rushed forward, encircling her as she lay broken upon the ground. Impossible! This cannot be. Yin Zhuohua gasped, disbelieving. She, a nascent soul cultivator who had walked the mortal realm for 3 millennia, slain by mere children. Nothing is impossible, Shun Guanlan murmured, a faint wry smile tugging at his lips as he lifted his gaze toward little Man across the altar. Every element of their plan hinged upon precise timing. Yin Zhuohua, exhausting her spiritual energy to activate the formation, Jiang Yueli immediately severing the sacrificial conduit, Shun Guanlan destroying the formation, and Yin Lai delivering the killing blow. A single misstep, or a heartbeat's delay, would have doomed them all. Yet none faltered, none failed. Outwardly they exchanged no words, yet each pair of eyes drifted inevitably toward Hua Man. For they all bore enchanted artifacts, allowing silent, seamless coordination through little Man alone. With flawless synchrony, they had executed the perfect ambush and slain Yin Zhuohua. Man, suddenly the center of so many admiring glances, covered her mouth and giggled bashfully. Seeing their shared look, Yin Zhuohua grasped the truth, that this child, this seemingly powerless toddler, had been the linchpin of it all. Yet how? She was but a trifling, insignificant wretch, 3 years old, utterly talentless. Her gaze lingered on Man, then dimmed, breath fading into silence. She had never spoken of it to anyone. Each daughter was raised precisely to age 3, for legend held that only after that age does the soul fully anchor to the body. Should death come earlier, vengeance might bind the spirit across lifetimes, barring rebirth entirely. Again and again she whispered to them as they drew their last breaths, "Go now. Be reborn elsewhere. Never again be born to the Yin family." With the death of Elder Lady Yin, the affairs of Qiyang City came to a close. Hua Man and Jiang Yueli prepared to return to Tianyin's sect, while Lu Qingyi's condition deteriorated gravely. Shun Guanlan resolved to remain by her side through her final days. The burning heart, bone-eroding flame within Shun Guanlan's body ultimately remained unresolved, yet he possessed ice talismans rendering the venomous fire harmless to him, and perhaps in a moment of dire peril, even serving as his lifeline. On the day of their departure, Yin Yi and Shua and their entire family emerged to see them off. Had Hua Man and her companions not uncovered Yin Zhuohua's secret, the Yin clan might well have been utterly extinguished. Each person bid heartfelt thanks and farewells to the 2 young ones. Only Yin Lai lingered at the edge of the crowd, his expression torn between conflict and hesitation. "Senior brother Yin Lai." Hua Man darted forward eagerly. "We're heading back now. Please come visit us at Tianyin's sect someday." I certainly will." Yin Lai's eyes reddened unbidden as he gazed at little Man, lips parted, yet words withheld. "So, senior brother Yin Lai, will you be friends with Man now?" Her small face brimmed with earnest hope. Man isn't useless at all. Whoever said you were useless?" Yin Lai wiped away tears. "You're the most extraordinary of all. Without you we could never have defeated that vile old witch." Yin Lai, Yin Shua's sharp warning cut through the air. Regardless of everything, Yin Zhuohua remained kin, and that truth he would never forget. It's true, Yin Lai murmured softly under his breath, then tenderly pinched Man Man's soft, plump cheek. His heart ached fiercely at the thought of not being able to do so again for a long, long time. Little sister Man Man, don't forget me. Come back and visit whenever you can. He was gently pulled away by Yin Shua, uttering those words with lingering reluctance. Understood. Farewell. Brother Guanlan, we'll miss you dearly. Please care for Auntie well. And so Hua Man Man and Jiang Yueli departed aboard the Star of Zither. Upon returning to Luoxiao Peak of Tianyin Sect, Hua Man Man spotted Hua Qixia and instantly dashed toward her, launching herself straight into her mother's embrace. Mother, I've missed you so much, so very much. Wah. The little one buried her face deep in her mother's arms, rubbing her cheek fiercely against her chest. What's gotten into this little one? I'd feared you'd run wild outside for so many days that you'd forget your mother entirely. Hua Qixia surreptitiously wiped away tears. I've missed you too, more than words can convey. Man Man lifted her head and vigorously scrubbed away her tears. I missed you even more, far, far more than Mother did. Yes, yes, yes. Hua Qixia laughed through her tears, turning to Jiang Yueli with gentle concern. Did something distress her out there? And where is Guanlan? Why didn't he return with you both? Before Jiang Yueli could even open her mouth, Man Man seized her mother's hand and launched into a breathless, jumbled recounting of everything that had transpired in Qiang City. Jiang Yueli stood nearby, smiling warmly, and occasionally stepping in to add a graceful, clarifying detail. Hua Qixia quickly grasped the full scope of the tale. She was deeply astonished, not only by the profound secret concealed within the burning heart bone-eroding flame, but also that such a perilous matter had ultimately been resolved by a handful of children. She gazed upon her daughter, and then upon Jiang Yueli, with genuine admiration. You have done exceedingly well. Your master takes great pride in you. Hua Man Man and Jiang Yueli exchanged a radiant, knowing smile, both glowing with quiet joy. After 2 days of rest, on the third day, Hua Man Man and Jiang Yueli resumed training at the East Mountain Cultivation Ground. Wen Jingyang, spotting them, immediately erupted with unrestrained excitement, dragging them along to recount one delightful anecdote after another. You've returned just in time. There's one truly extraordinary event you won't want to miss. Wen Jingyang's expression turned mysteriously animated. What is it? Man Man's eyes widened with pure curiosity. The annual exchange cultivation is about to begin, Wen Jingyang replied, his gaze alight with anticipation. Of all the cultivation sects across the Xinzhou continent, Tianyin Sect and Wanfa Immortal Sect stand unrivaled in prestige. Over a century ago, the two sects inaugurated a unique tradition. Each year, they would exchange one disciple for immersive cross-sect cultivation. Wen Jingyang continued, this year the honor falls upon Elder Masters Qingwan Peak. Senior brother Chu Ming has already departed for Wanfa Immortal Sect, and the visiting disciple from their side should arrive imminently. A sword cultivation prodigy, just thinking of it sends shivers down the spine. Among the myriad paths to deorialization, none captivates the imagination or commands greater reverence than the way of the sword. And in recent decades, Tianyin Sect has sorely lacked precisely such sword cultivation geniuses. Man Man listened, utterly entranced. No one knew that tucked inside her spatial pouch rested a tiny wooden sword, and when alone she would often draw it out, mimicking elegant sword forms, pretending with fierce delight to be the supreme sword sovereign of the world. Now she would soon train alongside a true sword cultivation prodigy. Her heart raced at the very thought. In the days that followed, Wen Jingyang arrived daily with fresh tidbits about the exchange cultivation. I've learned the disciple sent by Wanfa Immortal Sect is named Lu Jin, an unprecedented celestial sword embryo born solely for the sword itself. He's only 10 years old, yet among Wanfa's disciples few dare challenge him. Countless peers revere him as a paragon. There's new news. He's an orphan raised since infancy by his master. Doesn't that sound exactly like the tragic brilliant hero from classic tales? I'm officially becoming his devoted admirer. Day after day, Man Man spoke of nothing but brother Lu Jin, her devotion blossoming unmistakably into fervent fandom. Jiang Yueli observed silently, wondering how Sheng Guanlan would react upon his return. As for Lu Jin, he held no place in her memory. During the previous exchange cultivation, she had been convalescing from grave injuries. Yet a quiet, uneasy wish stirred within her. May this Lu Jin not be a reincarnated foe bent on Hua Man Man's destruction, for clearly he would prove no easy adversary. Before long, word arrived. Lu Jin's arrival at Tianyin Sect was imminent. Little senior sister, Lu Jin arrives this afternoon. Would you like to accompany me to greet him? Wen Jingyang asked, brimming with enthusiasm. Yes, I'll go with you. Man Man nodded eagerly without hesitation. That noon, back at Luoxiao Peak, she rummaged feverishly through chests and drawers, determined to dress herself with exquisite charm, so brother Lu Jin would remember her at first glance. Mother, does this little fortune butterfly hairpin suit me? She unearthed delicate ornaments and held them up for Hua Qixiao's appraisal. Most female disciples of Tianyin sect wore no adornments, preferring natural simplicity, but Man, still a child and born within the sect, was cherished as an ordinary little girl by the sect master and elders who delighted in gifting her dainty jewelry to enhance her innocent radiance. It suits you perfectly, Hua Qixiao replied, chuckling fondly at her daughter's endearing earnestness, then gently teased, Man, what if brother Lu Jin doesn't take to you? Man puffed up indignantly. Why wouldn't he? I'm obedient and adorable. Everyone loves me. Don't forget Lu Jin is a prodigy, Hua Qixiao mused, sensing real possibility. Prodigies often possess eccentric temperaments. In any case, if he proves indifferent to you, you mustn't sulk or cry. Do you understand? When the time came, Hua Man dragged Jiang Yueli to the entrance of the Tianyin sect, only to find that a considerable crowd had gathered. Hua Man looked around for Wen Jingyang, while Jiang Yueli shook her head helplessly, wondering if the crowd was really there for popularity or just to attract attention. Recently, Hua Man had picked up many phrases from storybooks, leaving Jiang Yueli speechless at times. Senior brother, when we're here. Hua Man finally spotted Wen Jingyang and quickly pulled Jiang Yueli forward, squeezing her way to the front. You finally made it, Wen Jingyang sighed in relief. If you had come any later, you would have been pushed to the back and wouldn't even have seen a hair on Lu Jin's head. Thank you, senior brother Wen, for saving us a spot. Hua Man peered outside. When will Lu Jin arrive? It should be soon. Wen Jingyang noticed the small purple butterfly decorations on Hua Man's head and was instantly charmed. Little junior sister, you look so cute today. Thank you, senior brother. Hua Man puffed up her little chin with newfound confidence. At that moment, a stir arose from the crowd, and Wen Jingyang pointed excitedly toward the sky, exclaiming, Here, he comes, Lu Jin is coming. Where? Hua Man's eyes widened instantly as she looked in the direction Wen Jingyang pointed, but she saw nothing. She rubbed her eyes vigorously and looked again, feeling anxious. Where? Why can't I see anything? She attempted to rub her eyes again, but was stopped by Jiang Yueli, who held her hand. Calm down, you'll see him soon. Since Wen Jingyang and the others possessed spiritual energy, their senses were far superior to ordinary people, while Hua Man, still a novice, could not see as far as them. Amidst the cheers of others, Hua Man stamped her little feet out of impatience and finally spotted something. In the distant sky, a white dot appeared, flying toward them, getting closer and closer. He's coming. The crowd surged with excitement. Finally, Lu Jin landed at the entrance of the Tianyin sect on an ice blue sword, arriving alone. Lu Jin. In the chaotic crowd, a small, sweet voice suddenly erupted. Hua Man jumped with excitement. Lu Jin. I really like you. I am. Little Man remembered a phrase that senior brother Wen had taught her days ago. She recalled, Lu Jin, I am your fan. Wen Jingyang quickly covered Hua Man's mouth, whispering, It's fan, not fangirl. Though he didn't quite understand why it was fan, that was how it was written in the storybooks. When you admire someone greatly, you become their fan. Hua Man didn't think there was a difference between being a fan and a fangirl. Even with her mouth covered, her big eyes sparkled as she looked at Lu Jin. Lu Jin was so handsome, with ice blue eyes and hair to match his skin, as white as snow, like a fairy from a painting. She adored him. Lu Jin's ice blue gaze swept over the crowd before finally landing on the little girl in the midst of it. He seemed momentarily taken aback before gradually approaching her step by step. Though he was only 10 years old, his presence was imposing. Many in the crowd instinctively stepped back as he approached, including Wen Jingyang, who hid behind Hua Man and Jiang Yueli. Little Man stood her ground, tilting her head back with pure joy as she looked at the handsome brother before her. Lu Jin, hello. I am Hua Man. Welcome to Tianyin sect. Little Man greeted him in a sweet voice. Lu Jin looked down at her with a blank expression, his ice blue eyes equally calm. Only he knew that the hand gripping the sword handle in his sleeve was using all its strength to prevent him from drawing his sword and killing this wretched girl immediately. Lu Jin had been waiting for this day since his rebirth, the day he would arrive at the Tianyin sect, the day he would see Hua Man again, and the day he would have the chance to kill her. The difference was that in his past life, Hua Man hadn't come to greet him. They had met for the first time at the East Mountain training ground. What remained the same was that this lifetime's Hua Man, just like before, expressed extreme fondness for him upon their first meeting. He could imagine that in the years to come, Hua Man would continuously express her affection, shower him with gifts, and try to get closer to him until he truly accepted her. And then, Lu Jin recalled the days after they both came of age, when Hua Man confessed her feelings multiple times, expressing her willingness to marry him. Yet he only felt brotherly affection for her and never harbored any improper thoughts, so he rejected her. Later, Hua Man poisoned him, severed his right hand which held the sword, and imprisoned him, turning him into a despised bed slave. Even now, Lu Jin could hardly imagine how he endured back then, perhaps relying solely on his hatred for Hua Man. Fortunately, Hua Man eventually grew tired of him and discarded him like garbage in a desolate courtyard where Lu Jin forged his left-hand sword, rising to prominence once more and becoming the sword master. The first thing he did after becoming the sword master was to seek revenge on Hua Man. Now, merely thinking of that joint ambush and recalling Hua Man kneeling in tears beneath his sword allowed him to slightly calm his emotions. Lu Jin, Hua Man cautiously called out again. Lu Jin snapped back to reality and focused again on the little girl before him, coldly stating, Hua Man, right? I remember you. After saying that, he left with the people from Qingluan Peak who had come to fetch him. The other onlookers started to disperse, many of them looking at Hua Man with envy. Indeed, everyone loves a cute child, and among so many people, Lu Jin remembered only Hua Man. With everyone gone, Hua Man remained standing in place. Little junior sister, let's head back, Jiang Yueli urged helplessly. She felt indifferent toward Lu Jin. She could tell he was a genius, but his icy demeanor meant that if Hua Man truly liked him, she would likely receive plenty of cold shoulders. Senior sister alert, did you hear? Lu Jin said he would remember me. Did you hear that? Hua Man exclaimed as if her soul had just returned. Jiang Yueli felt like crying without tears. I heard it, and I hope he truly remembers. Let's go home. Along the way, Hua Man chattered nonstop, every word related to Lu Jin. Lu Jin is so handsome with ice blue eyes, I've never seen anything like it. And ice blue hair, I want that too. Standing next to Lu Jin, I feel like an ordinary cute child. Lu Jin is truly amazing. I can't wait for tomorrow to come so I can train with Lu Jin. The next morning after breakfast, Hua Man washed her face again in the courtyard, until her skin gleamed porcelain pale and dewy. Hua Qixia shook her head with amused exasperation and whispered to Jiang Yueli, truly a daughter grows up and slips right through one's fingers. She watched little Man dash back into her room, then added, though surely 3 years old is rather too young. Jiang Yueli wore an equally helpless expression. The truth was, she doubted Lu Jin even liked Hua Man, at least not in any ordinary sense. In fact, he seemed to like no one at all. Moments later, Hua Man burst out once more. Both Hua Qixia and Jiang Yueli gasped, eyes widening in disbelief. Jiang Yueli managed with visible strain, master. I think this junior sister may remain under your care for many years yet. Hua Qixia pressed a hand to her forehead, her expression dripping with disdain. Take her away, immediately. And if she ever sets foot off Luoxiao Peak, do not claim she's my daughter. In her youth, she had been among the most renowned beauties of the Shenzhou continent. So how then had her own daughter turned out like this? Oblivious to her mother's and senior sister's dismay, Hua Man had just sneaked into her room and dabbed on her mother's rouge. Now 2 vivid crimson circles bloomed on her cheeks, and she believed with absolute conviction that she looked utterly exquisite. Senior sister Ailey, let's go, quickly. It's time for cultivation. Her small face brimmed with anxious eagerness. She simply had to be seen by brother Lu Jin. Jiang Yueli glanced at Hua Qixia and arched a knowing brow. Her silent question unmistakable, are you truly certain you want to send her out like this? Hua Qixia refused even to glance at her daughter again. With a dismissive wave, she turned and retreated into her chamber. With no choice, Jiang Yueli led Hua Man toward the East Mountain cultivation ground. But all the way there, she refused to hold the child's hand, deliberately keeping a wide, cautious distance. Senior sister Ollie. Little Man scrambled after her with stubby legs. What should I say when I see brother Lu Jin? Jiang Yueli quickened her pace, her voice drifted back faint, but clear. Say nothing at all. Just show him your face. He'll speak to you first. Really? Man beamed, redoubling her efforts to catch up. Am I especially beautiful today? Will brother Lu Jin like me? Yes. Jiang Yueli replied, absently accelerating further. At last she reached the cultivation ground, and with several long strides slipped inside, leaving Hua Man far behind. Man stood rooted to the spot, scratching her head in quiet consternation. Could it be? I'm too beautiful today. Is that why senior sister Ollie won't walk with me? Inside the ground, Jiang Yueli cast a sympathetic glance toward Lu Jin. Junior sister Ollie, why have you come alone? Where's Man? When Zhengyang approached, slowly, curiosity flickering in his eyes, Jiang Yueli tilted her head subtly toward the entrance. Look for yourself. When Zhengyang turned and froze, eyes wide with shock. Instinctively, he blurted, what in the world? Is that a little ghost? He watched stunned as the little ghost sprinted straight toward Lu Jin and recognized her instantly by her gait. Wait, she's junior sister Man. No sooner had Man entered the ground than she spotted Lu Jin seated quietly in the corner and immediately dashed over, beaming. Good morning, brother Lu Jin. She planted herself before him and shouted, deliberately loud. Lu Jin, who had been gazing downward, frowned faintly at the sound, then lifted his head. The instant his gaze fell upon Man, he recoiled, leaping to his feet and stepping sharply backward. Those familiar with him would have marveled such a cascade of expressions rarely graced his face. Brother Lu Jin. Man took a single hopeful step forward. Don't come any closer. Lu Jin had resolved to ignore this venomous infant sorceress entirely, but now ignoring her was impossible. He simply could not reconcile this child, her cheeks blazing like twin crimson apples, with the soft, fragrant, affectionate little sister who had clung to him in his past life. Back then he'd glimpsed fragments of man's cruelty, but this man was irresistibly endearing, unfailingly kind to him. So he'd told himself again and again, she's just too young. When she matures, she'll change. But now, had she always been like this in his past life, he would never have befriended her, not from the very beginning. Brother Lu Jin, what's wrong? Man remained utterly bewildered, clueless as to why she was being shunned. Nearby, when Xingyang could bear it no longer. To him, Man wasn't merely disgracing Luoxia Peak. She was tarnishing the entire Tianyin sect. He rushed over and vigorously wiped away both rosy circles with his sleeve. Senior Brother One, what are you doing? Man stamped her foot, furious. Her carefully applied rouge, so painstakingly done, was surely ruined. Senior Brother One is mean. Haha. When Xingyang offered Lu Jin an awkward grin, then gently tugged Man away. Come on, your senior sister is waiting for you over there. No, I want to stay with Brother Lu Jin, Man declared with solemn logic. He came to Tianyin sect all alone. He needs a friend. You go keep senior sister Ollie company instead. She couldn't bear to leave Brother Lu Jin standing there solitary and adrift. Seeing no hope of persuading the stubborn little girl, when Xingyang finally withdrew, pausing only to cast one last pitying glance at the pair. Man circled Lu Jin, fussing over him with tender concern. Brother Lu Jin, are you settled in Qinghuan Peak? Would you like to visit Luoxia Peak as our guest? The sunset over Luoxia Peak is breathtaking. You must let me show it to you. Then softly, Brother Lu Jin, do you miss home? Lu Jin finally spoke. 3 words stark and hollow, I have no home. Soon senior sister Ji Hong, their instructor for the day, arrived. She outlined the morning's cultivation exercises, then instructed everyone to pair up for sparring practice. Man beamed and turned instantly to Lu Jin. Brother Lu Jin, I'll spar with you. His ice blue eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of something almost like amusement passing through them, as he gave no refusal. Man suppressed a triumphant inner smile. He still likes me. He's just too shy to admit it. Nearby, Zhang Yueli and Wen Zhengyang formed their own pair, and exchanged glances heavy with shared quiet sympathy for Man. Sparring commenced swiftly. Wen Zhengyang lowered his voice. Care to wager? Will Lu Jin send junior sister Man flying clear out of the East Mountain ground with one strike? Zhang Yueli frowned, and instinctively shifted to the adjacent training space. If Lu Jin struck with such force, she would need to intervene instantly. Meanwhile, Man remained blissfully unaware of danger. As the match began, she puffed out her tiny belly, stood squarely before Lu Jin, and patted her chest bravely. Brother Lu Jin, go ahead. I'm ready. She'd sparred countless times with senior sister Ollie, gentle, painless exchanges. So fear held no place in her heart. A flicker of dark, exhilarated light gleamed in Lu Jin's ice-blue eyes. This blow, though it wouldn't kill her, would at least begin to reclaim what was owed. He drew a slow, deep breath and unleashed a palm strike, channeling precisely 5/10 of his power, unhesitating and direct, straight toward Hua Man. Hua Man stood in place with a cheerful grin, only to feel Lu Jin's palm strike toward her. She lost her balance and stumbled backward several steps before plopping down onto the ground. Lu Jin, by contrast, felt a powerful rebound force surge through his arm upon impact, sending him staggering backward several paces before he barely regained his footing. Instantly, he realized Hua Man was shielded by a protective barrier. Zhang Yueli watched silently from the side, then stepped forward to help Hua Man rise. She believed it was time for the girl to recognize the futility of her efforts. Senior sister Ailey, I'm fine. No harm done. Hua Man dodged Zhang Yueli's outstretched hand and pushed herself upright, wobbling slightly on her small bottom. Then, waiting until Lu Jin returned to his original stance, she declared in a voice both childish and fiercely determined, Brother Lu Jin, it's my turn now. Ready? Lu Jin frowned, his mood souring further. Hua Man possessed no spiritual energy whatsoever. What then was there to prepare for? He stood expressionless, wishing only for this ordeal to end swiftly. Hua Man unleashed a flurry of harmless decorative strikes, so clumsy, she nearly tripped over her own feet. After regaining her balance at last, she charged toward Lu Jin. Brother Lu Jin, behold my technique. Her voice rang out loud and clear, yet the tiny fists that landed upon him were featherlight, barely registering his touch. Don't be afraid, Brother Lu Jin. I'd never truly strike you. She tilted her little head upward, speaking in a soft, milky voice. Lu Jin gazed down at the child before him, and one word flashed unbidden into his mind, adorably foolish. What was happening? In his past life, he had never sensed even a trace of such naivety in this demonic child, but this girl before him. Had he been utterly blind back then? Practice resumed. Lu Jin did not utter a single word to Hua Man again. When at last the session ended, he turned and walked away without glancing back. See you tomorrow, brother Lu Jin. Hua Man called after him in her sweet piping voice. Man enough. Wen Zhengyang could bear it no longer. That Lu Jin, arrogant beyond measure. Since arriving at Qinghuan Peak, he's spoken to no one. All he does is practice swordsmanship, or simply stand motionless staring blankly at his blade. Such a man belongs only with his sword. Friendship holds no meaning for him. Hua Man's large dark eyes sparkled. Then, if I befriend his sword first, will he finally speak to me? When Zhengyang stared, convinced she'd lost her senses. Little senior sister Man, do you even know the name of that sword? Befriend it. In your next life. What's its name? Hua Man tilted her head curiously. It's called the Unfeeling Sword, a legendary ancient blade said to possess no emotion whatsoever. Only one equally devoid of feeling may claim it as master. When Zhengyang clearly had gathered more rumors, they say this sword resided within Wanfa immortal sect for over 1,000 years without choosing a master. Yet the moment Lu Jin arrived, it acknowledged him instantly. Doesn't that strike you as uncanny? So he sighed sympathetically, gently patting Hua Man's head. Little senior sister Man, let it go. Forget Lu Jin entirely. He'll return to Wanfa immortal sect in mere months, and our paths will never cross again. When Xingyang's words left Hua Man deep in thought. All the way back to Luoxia Peak, the little girl walked in quiet silence. What's wrong? Still upset because Lu Jin ignored you? Zhang Yueli asked with gentle concern. Hua Man shook her head, lifted her face, and asked earnestly, Senior Sister Ali, what is unfeelingness? The question momentarily stumped Zhang Yueli. She truly had no idea how one might become utterly unfeeling. In her past life, after being exiled from Tianyin sect, she had secretly returned home once, and ever since she'd quietly aided her family from the shadows. Even after enduring so much pain, she still held her kin close, still loved them fiercely. To her, family was humanity's strongest tether to the world. Unfeelingness must mean caring for nothing, and regarding no one as worthy of regard. Jiang Yueli spoke slowly. As senior brother, when said Lu Jin is an orphan, perhaps he never knew love, not even in childhood, and thus gradually became colder, emptier. Then we must love him all the more. Hua Man declared, eyes bright with conviction. If he receives boundless love, he'll learn, truly learn, how to love in return. Jiang Yueli sensed a quiet wisdom in the child's words, yet she also knew this would be no simple task. Lu Jin had already sealed himself behind impenetrable walls. Could Hua Man possibly break through? Senior Sister Ali, I won't give up, Hua Man declared with fierce resolve. If brother Lu Jin refused to acknowledge her, she'd begin by befriending the unfeeling sword itself. Perhaps fortune would smile upon her. Back at Luoxia Peak, Hua Man resumed her craft. Having previously woven a delicate pendant for the Xinghe Qin, she now resolved to fashion an exquisite sword tassel for the unfeeling sword. After much deliberation, she settled on a snowflake motif, delicate, pure, and she felt perfectly suited to brother Lu Jin. The next day, she marched straight to the East Mountain cultivation ground, and straight to Lu Jin. When Zhengyang sighed helplessly and turned to Jiang Yueli, has little senior sister Man still not given up? Let her be, Jiang Yueli replied, deciding not to intervene. Hua Man held out 2 osmanthus cakes toward Lu Jin. Brother Lu Jin, please eat. He glanced at them with undisguised disdain, then turned away, presenting her only with his back. Brother Lu Jin, these are delicious. I saved them especially for you. Undeterred, she followed him closely. Lu Jin's patience began to fray. This lifetime, everything Hua Man did provoked his ire. In his past life, she'd offered gifts, spirit stones, enchanted artifacts, true treasures. Now she brought only worthless trinkets. He rose to leave, only for Hua Man to thrust the cakes forward again, smearing them directly across the pristine white fabric of his cultivation robes. Lu Jin's face darkened instantly, his gaze blazing with fury. I'm sorry, brother Lu Jin, I've stained your robes. Instinctively, she reached to wipe the stain, forgetting she still held the cakes, and only succeeded in making the mess worse. From afar, when Zhengyang gasped sharply, will Lu Jin lose control and kill little senior sister Man? Jiang Yueli tensed, equally alarmed. Lu Jin's countenance blackened like scorched iron. Were it not for the crowd watching, he might have strangled the foolish child on the spot. I'm sorry, brother Lu Jin, I didn't mean to. Please don't be angry. Hua Man sniffled, tears welling as she shoved the cakes into her mouth. Then she wiped her greasy fingers carefully on her own clean robes, ensuring they were spotless, before tentatively reaching again toward Lu Jin's garment. Lu Jin brushed her small hand aside with visible distaste, yet his gaze lingered on the smudge marring her own clothes. Strange. In his past life, Hua Manman's attire had always been immaculate, her skin perpetually fair and smooth. But this child before him was tear-streaked and smudged cheeks puffed crumbs clinging to her lips, like a stray kitten abandoned and unclaimed. Hua Manman knew she had done wrong. After devouring the osmanthus cake, she tiptoed silently behind Lu Jin, too timid to speak, glancing furtively at his expression. In truth, Lu Jin's face rarely betrayed any emotion. His entire being was as frigid and still as the ice-blue depths of his eyes, utterly unruffled, devoid of ripple or warmth. Not only had he returned through rebirth, this detachment had marked him even in his past life, as though severed from all kinship, he had long since cut himself off from the world itself. Yet once he believed Hua Manman's arrival had rekindled that lost connection, only to discover in cruel irony that it heralded not renewal but a far more harrowing nightmare. Seeing Lu Jin remain aloof and unsmiling, little Man resolved to cheer him up, and suddenly recalled a treasured item tucked inside her spatial pouch. "Brother Lu Jin, look what this is," she chirped joyfully, pulling out the lark-shaped wooden bird she'd purchased and holding it up before him. Lu Jin cast a fleeting glance, still unreadable, unmoved. "Don't underestimate this wooden bird, Brother Lu Jin. It can fly and sing." Man launched into an enthusiastic explanation. Lu Jin remained impassive. "You don't believe me," she lifted the bird higher. "I'll demonstrate for you." With that, she flung the lark skyward, straight toward Lu Jin's forehead. Lu Jin could no longer ignore it. With a flick of his wrist, a sharp gust of palm force shattered the bird midair. His icy gaze locked onto the terrified child, convinced without doubt that this malicious brat had acted with deliberate malice. Man's lips trembled, twin pools of golden tears welled in her eyes as she stared heartbroken at the scattered fragments of the lark upon the ground. Swiftly she crouched down and gathered the splintered remains with reverent care, weeping softly. "I'm sorry. I'm so clumsy. Don't blame Brother Lu Jin. He only defended himself. It's all my fault. I killed you." Her wails echoed across the eastern mountain cultivation grounds, drawing Jiang Yueli and Wen Zhengyang rushing over. "Little junior sister, what's wrong?" Wen Zhengyang asked with concern. Man wiped her tears fiercely. "Senior brother, when the lark is dead, I want to bury it." "Off." Wen Zhengyang stared startled at the heap of wooden shards on the ground. "All right, Man, I'll take you," Jiang Yueli said, shooting Lu Jin a sharp, reproachful glance before kneeling to help the child gather the broken pieces. The two sisters departed, cradling the lark's fragile remains. Wen Zhengyang scratched his head awkwardly. "Our junior sister's thoughts are truly peculiar." "Heh." When Lu Jin offered no reply, he sighed and hurried after the girls. Watching Man's retreating figure, Lu Jin's placid gaze flickered, just once, with quiet astonishment. In his memory, she cared nothing for human life, yet now she wept for mere splinters of wood. After burying the lark, Man grieved all morning, but by afternoon she had already coaxed herself back to cheer. Mother, the lark flew far, far away. It truly became a real bird. As she busied herself weaving a sword tassel, she shared the news brightly with Hua Qixia. Her mother smiled gently. "Yes, so you must rejoice for it, and never cry again." Triumphant Man slid off her chair and dashed to Hua Qixia, proudly lifting her creation. "Mother, is this sword tassel beautiful?" "This is the sweet cake." Hua Qixia frowned, inspecting it closely. "Mother." Man stamped her foot, indignant. "It's snow, icy blue snow." Hua Qixia rolled her eyes inwardly, then lied with practiced grace. Man is brilliant. The snow is exquisite. Perfect. I'll give it to Brother Lu Jin right away." Clutching the tassel, Man scampered off. Behind her, Hua Qixia called softly, "Don't wander far. Come back soon." "Understood." A tiny fading voice drifted back from afar. Alone, Man raced toward Qinghuan Peak. Qinghuan Peak belonged to Elder Xie Songfeng, a rare master swordsman of the Xinzhou continent, famed as the sword that stirs the 9 provinces. Though gentle in demeanor, he was uncompromising in selecting disciples. Thus, Qinghuan Peak stood as the most desolate among all peaks of Tianyin sect. Fewer than 20 cultivators, inner and outer alike, resided there, and Elder Xie had taken no direct disciple. When Man arrived, she met Xie Songfeng almost immediately. Man salutes Elder Grandmaster. She greeted with perfect courtesy. Xie Songfeng adored her. The small wooden sword in her spatial pouch had been carved by his own hand. At the sight of her, his face lit with delight. He swept her up into his arms and furrowed his brow. "Has Man been eating well lately?" "She feels lighter than before." No, I've eaten plenty." Man blinked, puzzled. Xie Songfeng chuckled, silent, but clearly teasing. "Then you must eat even more so you'll grow swiftly and strong." "Yes." Man began scanning the surroundings eagerly for Lu Jin. Sensing her intent, Xie Songfeng deliberately held her close and chatted idly, delaying her search. "How fares Luoxia Peak? What occupies your mother these days?" "All is well on Luoxia Peak." Mother recently accepted a new disciple, Shun Guanlan, whom I found at the mountain's foot. But Brother Guanlan remains in Qiyang City, yet to return. Siet Songfing nodded, paused thoughtfully, then ventured cautiously. And, have there been any tidings of your father? Man shook her head, her expression crumbling instantly. Be brave, little one. Your father must be delayed by some urgent matter. Perhaps he'll return tomorrow. Hastily setting her down, Siet Songfing steered her attention elsewhere. You've come looking for Lu Jin. Yes. She nodded earnestly. Does Brother Lu Jin settle in comfortably here? Is he exceptionally gifted? Indeed. He is the most prodigious swordsman I have ever encountered. Should fate favor him, he shall surely rise as a sovereign force across the Shenzhou continent. Yet Siet Songfing's countenance bore no joy. Elder Grandmaster, shouldn't such a genius bring you happiness? Man tilted her head, bewildered. Siet Songfing furrowed his brow. How does one explain such things to a child like you? Lu Jin's sword bears no sentiment, and the cultivation path of Wanfa immortal sect veers perilously toward extremes. I fear. He sighed deeply. I fear he may one day stray onto a dark and twisted Tao. Oh. Man paled instantly. What shall we do? Can't we keep Brother Lu Jin here? Let Elder Grandmaster teach him personally, then he won't go astray. Foolish child. Do you imagine retaining a genius of his caliber within Tianyin sect would be simple? Siet Songfing shook his head weary. First he must consent. Second, his master, and the Wanfa immortal sect itself, must agree to release him. Tell me, little one, is that likely? Is it really impossible? Unexpectedly, Man retorted. Siet Songfing was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Man is right, it isn't entirely impossible, but it certainly isn't an easy task either. Man patted her small chest. Elder, don't worry. Leave this matter to Man. I will definitely succeed. Siet Songfing looked at the little one in front of him. Despite her small stature, her face was brimming with determination, causing him to appear somewhat dazed. Elder. Man tugged at Siet Kangfeng's sleeve. Where's Brother Lu Jin? Siet Songfing snapped back to reality and pointed in a direction, just over there. Keep walking straight ahead. The room at the far end is where Lu Jin is staying. Hurry. Goodbye, Elder. Man cheerfully ran off. Siet Songfing watched her retreating figure and murmured to himself, she really resembles. It really resembles. Man quickly found the room where Lu Jin stayed, but he was not there. She noticed a sword resting against the wall outside the door, or rather a broken sword. Little Man approached and squatted in front of the sword, feeling as though a white-bearded old man was standing before her. Hello, Grandpa. I am Man, and am here to be friends with Brother Lu Jin. She waved at the sword. The unfeeling sword stood there quietly, showing no emotional fluctuation. Man looked at the dirty marks on the sword sheath and immediately took out a small handkerchief, speaking in a sweet voice. Grandpa, your clothes are dirty. Let Man clean them for you. In an instant it seemed the unfeeling sword's emotions stirred slightly. It appeared somewhat surprised, but quickly returned to normal. Man wiped the sword sheath vigorously, but no matter how hard she tried, the dirty marks would not come off. Why won't it come off? She didn't understand, and ran to wet the handkerchief before returning to continue wiping. This time the unfeeling sword suddenly fell, landing directly on Man's little foot. Ah! Tears instantly streamed down Man's face. She dropped the handkerchief and immediately hugged her little foot, crying and soothing herself. Foot be good, foot don't hurt, blow it few. When Lu Jin returned, he saw a scene where a tear-streaked flower-faced cat was hugging her foot, trying to comfort herself. Man didn't notice Lu Jin and continued to speak well of the unfeeling sword. Foot, don't be angry. Grandpa's sword didn't do it on purpose. He's just old and unstable. Don't be angry, Foot. Lu Jin sensed that the unfeeling sword's anger was fully charged. This ancient sword, over 1,000 years old, detested being called old. Yet strangely, under the oppressive sword intent of the unfeeling sword, Man seemed utterly oblivious. A look of confusion clearly appeared in his eyes. In his past life, Man had also been very interested in the unfeeling sword, but she had never dared to approach it. How was it different this time? He couldn't be bothered to waste thought on such matters, and strode forward, picking up the unfeeling sword and walking towards the courtyard. Brother Lu Jin, you're back. Man hurriedly got up, limping after Lu Jin. Brother Lu Jin, Grandpa, sword didn't bully me, it was my own carelessness. Lu Jin completely ignored her. Once in the courtyard, he found a suitable spot and began to practice with the unfeeling sword. Although he was only 10 years old, his understanding of sword intent and swordsmanship was nearly unmatched in this world. Moreover, he harbored no emotions save for hatred towards Man. Beyond that, there was only the sword. Thus, upon his rebirth and finding the unfeeling sword, it readily accepted him as its master, allowing him to become a globally recognized genius even earlier than in his past life. Lu Jin practiced basic techniques, not wanting to draw too much attention or expose his rebirth. Yet despite this, every move he made was more elegant than others. Hua Man couldn't help but become entranced, pulling out her little wooden sword and mimicking his moves nearby. She genuinely hoped that one day she could become a sword master like brother Lu Jin. After practicing for a while, Lu Jin felt that the troublesome little brat beside him was a distraction, so he set down the unfeeling sword and went indoors to read. Hua Man patiently accompanied him for a while, but feeling bored, she stealthily ran out to find the unfeeling sword. Grandpa, your clothes. Hua Man was still concerned about the dirty sword sheath. Have you not been washed for a long time? Suddenly she had a bright idea. How about this? They'll find you a new outfit, okay? Legend has it that the unfeeling sword is the first sword in this realm, but in reality, it doesn't even know how long it has existed, perhaps several thousand years, or even tens of thousands of years. However, the name, unfeeling sword, is not its original name. It has forgotten its first name long ago. Throughout countless long years, it has had many masters, and gradually, it became numb to human emotions, even looking down upon them. It began to view human emotions as a flaw that leads to weakness. From that day on, it acquired a new name, the unfeeling sword. The unfeeling sword has never cared about how its clothes looked. The moment the sword is drawn, it is the sole ruler of this realm. Naturally, its master, and all who desire it care little about this matter. Thus, when Hua Man suggested finding it a new outfit, it felt somewhat perplexed. The unfeeling sword began to feel that this little human brat was different from those it had encountered before. It decided to observe this child's behavior to avoid more trouble in the future, both for itself and its master. Then it settled. Hua Man took the unfeeling sword's silence as consent, happily taking out a tassel she had made herself. Before I find you a new outfit, take this, it will look beautiful on you. The little one clumsily attached the tassel to the unfeeling sword, admiring it with satisfaction for a while. She chatted with the unfeeling sword for a bit longer, still receiving no response, yet she was content. As she prepared to leave, she seriously bid farewell to the unfeeling sword. Grandpa Man will be back soon with your new outfit. Hua Man took a sneaky glance and saw that brother Lu Jin was still engrossed in his reading, so she didn't disturb him and obediently left. Instead of returning directly to the Falling Clouds Peak, she went to the Misty Peak to find Wen Jingyang. The sword sheath. Wen Jingyang found this little junior sister quite strange. Everyone else entered the weapon storage for weapons, yet this little brat was looking for an unwanted sword sheath. In the weapon storage of Yunwu Peak, there were indeed some discarded sword sheaths. Some had broken blades brought back by their owners and placed in the storage, while others had lost their blades long ago, leaving only the sheaths to be stored. In any case, as Wen Jingyang said, the sword sheaths were things that no one wanted. Hua Man quickly found the one she thought most suitable for the Wuqing sword among the various sheaths, a sky blue sheath. Senior brother, when can I have this? She asked, cradling it protectively in her arms, her eyes sparkling with innocence as she sought Wen Xingyang's approval. Wen Jingyang smiled. Of course, you can take whichever sheath you like. One of the guards in the weapon storage was his elder brother, so he could come and go almost freely here. While he wouldn't dare to make decisions about other items, he could easily dispose of these unwanted sword sheaths. Great. Thank you, senior brother Wen. Hua Man happily hugged the sword sheath and returned to Luoxia Peak. On Qingwan Peak, Lu Jing was still reading. He came here to exchange cultivation experiences, not only to learn the sword cultivation path from the Grand Elder, but also to access books of interest in the library. In fact, in his past life, although Lu Jing became the #1 swordsman of the Xinzhou continent, there was one technique he never managed to master, which was the Yuqing sword. After being abandoned by Hua Man, Lu Jing succeeded in mastering the left-hand sword and returned to the Wanfa immortal sect to follow his former master. On the day he departed, his master had said that life's circumstances are myriad, yet there will always be regrets. The Yuqing sword would be his only regret in this life, urging him to give it up early. Evidently, his master's words became a prophecy, as he never managed to master the Yuqing sword until his death. Yet he never understood why. The cultivation of the Wanfa immortal sect follows the principle of dying to be reborn, with almost every disciple achieving their ultimate path after enduring unimaginable tribulations. His master mentioned that when his entire sect was slaughtered, it was the first tribulation, and that was also his opportunity to join the Wanfa immortal sect. The second tribulation was when he had his right hand severed, which destined him to reach heights unattainable by others. In contrast, the Tianyin sect follows a natural progression, with each disciple advancing step by step throughout their life. Now, having been reborn and returned to the Tianyin sect, Lu Jing wondered if the answers he couldn't find in the Wanfa immortal sect might be found here. Thus, Lu Jing was not in a hurry to kill Hua Man. He wanted to find his answers first, or perhaps when leaving the Tianyin sect he would deal with her then. The book Lu Jing was reading at the moment could possibly relate to the Yuqing sword. Upon finishing the last page, he realized that Hua Man had already left. Lu Jing set the book down and stepped outside ready to continue practicing his swordplay, only to be surprised to find the Wuqing sword adorned with an unsightly tassel. Old guy, do you like this? Lu Jing asked somewhat incredulously. Which one? The spirit of the Wuqing sword finally spoke, its voice ancient and heavy, devoid of any inflection. That ugly tassel. Lu Jing found the tassel somewhat hard to look at. No. The sword spirit's response was simple and direct. Because the other party was its very satisfactory master, it added, there is no like or dislike, it has nothing to do with me. Lu Jing chuckled softly. This was the Wuqing sword, he understood. In that instant, he no longer cared about the tassel, picking up the Wuqing sword to continue his practice in the courtyard. Not far away, Xie Tsongfeng silently observed the sharp figure in the courtyard, finding it hard to imagine that this was a mere 10-year-old boy. This child was truly a rare talent in sword cultivation. He could vaguely see that Lu Jing was practicing the Wuqing sword. This move was not considered a top-tier technique. It was merely an introductory move for many. Yet no matter what, Lu Jing could never master it. After watching for a while, he shook his head and left. The next day, leaving the Dongshan training ground, Jiang Yueli curiously asked Hua Man, why didn't Man go play with Lu Jing today? Huh. Hua Man was very happy. Senior sister, A Li, was curious, and Lu Jing Gige must be curious too. This was the effect she desired. She covered her mouth and chuckled a few times, saying mysteriously, I prepared a gift for Lu Jing Gige. He must be very curious about what it is. Jiang Yueli saw no curiosity in Lu Jing. Rather, Hua Man hadn't disturbed him, thinking he seemed particularly at ease today. After lunch, Hua Man put on the sword sheath she had found and ran to Qingwan Peak. To her surprise, Xie Tsongfeng was already waiting for her, saying, Little Man is here. Let's see what good stuff the Grand Elder prepared for you. How did the Grand Elder know Man would come? Hua Man tilted her little head. Because the Grand Elder. Xie Tsongfeng poked the little one's chest, causing her to giggle with delight. He continued with a smile, the Grand Elder cast a spell on you, whatever you think the Grand Elder knows. Really? Hua Man's eyes widened in surprise. If you don't believe it, look, see if you like the good stuff prepared by the Grand Elder. As Xie Tsongfeng spoke, he took out a shiny piece of candy. Wow. Hua Man instantly showered the Grand Elder with double the admiration, both because it was indeed her favorite gift and because the Grand Elder's magic was incredible. The Grand Elder is amazing. She clapped her hands joyfully. Good. Now keep it safe, but you can only eat one a day. Xie Tsongfeng placed one in Hua Man's big mouth, giving her the remaining pieces of candy. So sweet. Thank you, Grand Elder. Hua Man also took out a piece of candy, mimicking the Grand Elder's gesture, and handing it over. The Grand Elder should have some too. No, the Grand Elder is grown up and doesn't like candy anymore. Xie Tsongfeng laughed and declined. Hua Man looked utterly confused. Don't you like candy when you grow up? Then I don't want to grow up. Silly child. Xie Tsongfeng patted the little one's head, feeling that a certain father who never returned had missed out on too much. He quickly noticed the item on Hua Man's back and curiously asked, are you carrying a sword? Do you want to learn swordsmanship? Not really. Hua Man shook her head. This is a new outfit I prepared for Grandfather Big Sword. Does it look good? Grandfather Big Sword. Xie Tsongfeng quickly guessed, is it Lu Jing's sword? Yes. Does the Grand Elder think it looks good? Hua Man eagerly asked. It looks good, but... Xie Tsongfeng chuckled softly. It looks very nice. Grandfather Big Sword will like it. You should hurry and go. Goodbye, Grand Elder. Hua Man greatly encouraged hurriedly went to find Lu Jing Gige. Hua Man entered Lu Jing's chamber with a sword scabbard slung across her back and found him slumped asleep over the desk, his brow faintly furrowed. She tiptoed to set the scabbard aside and dashed off to fetch a quilt. The quilt was far too large for her. Summoning all her strength, she heaved it onto her narrow shoulders and crept carefully back to Lu Jin's side, mimicking her mother's gentle motions as she draped it over him. At that moment, Lu Jin was trapped in a nightmare, perhaps triggered by Hua Man's sudden reappearance, in which she severed his arm with a single brutal stroke. No. Lu Jin jolted awake, his normally ice-blue eyes rimmed with crimson. Seeing his sworn enemy mere inches away, he seized Hua Man's slender, delicate neck in a vice-like grip. A single tightening of his fingers would end her life. Brother Lu Jin, don't be afraid. It's me. It's Man. She choked out, her voice strained and trembling. Lu Jin instantly regained his composure and released her. Hua Man collapsed onto the floor, stunned by the overwhelming terror she had just sensed surging from deep within him. Tears brimmed in her eyes, yet she lifted her tear-streaked face to offer a soft, apologetic whisper, I'm sorry, Brother Lu Jin. I worried you'd be cold, so I brought the quilt. I didn't mean to frighten you. She struggled upright and pressed her warm, tender little body against his leg, gazing up at him with quiet concern. Brother Lu Jin, are you feeling better? Lu Jin swiftly composed himself and turned to find a tiny, sniffling figure standing beside him, utterly pitiful. He instinctively frowned. Why did this venomous toddler always appear before him weeping? So pathetically, so ungracefully. In his memories, Hua Man never shed a single tear. I'm fine, he replied coldly, pushing the weeping child a step away with palpable disdain. I wish to be alone for a while. Okay. Hua Man wiped her tears. A vivid red mark stood out starkly on her pale, tender throat as she obediently murmured, "Then I'll go play with grandfather's sword." She turned to leave, but Lu Jin seized her wrist and quietly infused her body with spiritual energy. Instantly, the angry bruise on her neck faded into nothingness. Only then did he release her. Go on. Thank you, brother Lu Jin. You're truly kind. Though Hua Man possessed no spiritual energy herself, she recognized its flow instantly, and felt with quiet elation that brother Lu Jin was beginning to accept her. Lu Jin frowned again, offering no explanation. His act had been purely pragmatic, to avoid unnecessary complications. After all, hadn't he been the one who injured her moments earlier? Did that truly warrant gratitude? Hua Man departed obediently, clutching the scabbard as she approached the unfeeling sword. Grandfather, I've brought you new clothes, lovely ones. She held the scabbard up before the towering blade, and her expression fell. The new clothes she'd chosen were far too small. Grandfather's sword could never wear them. In that instant, she imagined how deeply wounded grandfather's sword must feel. After all, whenever she saw a beautiful garment she couldn't wear, sorrow lingered within her for days. Grandfather, don't be sad. This time Man chose poorly. I'll pick again tomorrow and find something even lovelier for you. The unfeeling sword felt no sorrow, but it sensed the child's profound distress and silently noted her gesture. So the next day, when Hua Man arrived bearing a pink scabbard, the sword discreetly shrank its form. She had been crestfallen. Why did every scabbard she brought prove too small? Yet in the next breath, she gasped the colossal, unfeeling sword had visibly diminished in size. Hastily, she held the pink scabbard before it once more, and it fit perfectly. Wonderful, grandfather. This rosy gown suits you beautifully. I'll dress you at once. Brimming with pride, she reached to draw the sword. On her first try, it refused to budge, but on the second, she pulled it free effortlessly, light as her wooden practice blade. Beaming, she slid the unfeeling sword into the pink scabbard, admiring her handiwork with quiet triumph, and already imagining brother Lu Jin's delighted astonishment when he emerged from his studies. Grandfather, I'm off now. See you tomorrow. Hua Man skipped away, radiant with joy. The unfeeling sword pondered, bewildered. It had complied with the child's wish and donned the new scabbard, so why must they meet again tomorrow? What then did the child intend to do tomorrow? For several days it had observed her closely, yet remained utterly confounded as to what she sought from it. Having long since cast off human emotion, the sword analyzed behavior through pure logic. To its knowledge, those who approached it did so for only 3 reasons: to beg power, to express reverence, or to issue a challenge, none of which applied to this child. Yet it soon realized something unprecedented: she was the first human infant ever to draw near it. Clearly, continued observation was warranted. As Hua Man left, she encountered the Grand Elder once more. An uncanny coincidence, for she seemed to meet him each time she visited, as though he had truly woven a spell upon her thoughts. Grinning, she bounded forward. Grand Elder, does your magic tell you how I'm feeling right now? Siet Songfeng curved his lips faintly and feigned solemnity. Let the Grand Elder peer closely. Then, seizing the chance, he gently poked her plump, rosy cheek. Ha, tickles. She giggled, squirming away. Yes, the Grand Elder knows. Man is exceptionally happy right now. Siet Songfeng looked genuinely surprised. You've delivered the scabbard. Yes. Grandfather's sword wore my new gown splendidly, and he was overjoyed. The child lifted her chin proudly. Didn't Man do wonderfully? Siet Songfeng had glimpsed that pink scabbard earlier, smaller still than yesterday's icy blue one. Had the unfeeling sword truly accepted it? And had she personally fitted it? It was astonishing, beyond belief. And then Siet Songfeng pictured the august primordial divine sword sheathed in a girlish pink scabbard, and stifled a laugh. He felt genuine admiration for Hua Man. Perhaps her lack of spiritual energy allowed her proximity to the unfeeling sword, but now the sword itself tolerated her with extraordinary indulgence. He began truly to believe she might succeed in anchoring Lu Jin to the Tianyan sect. Man, come to Qingwan Peak tomorrow and the day after, and every day without fail, Siet Songfeng declared, eyes gleaming. The mother and daughter of the Hua family were quite simply his dearest companions upon this continent. Okay, I'll come again tomorrow. Goodbye, Grand Elder. Hua Man strutted off, hands clasped behind her back, skipping merrily. Siet Songfeng hesitated briefly, then decided to go witness the unfeeling sword's comedic predicament. Lu Jinlai had already resided on Qingwan Peak for some time, yet after paying his initial respects to Siet Songfeng, he had neither sought him out again nor requested any guidance. Naturally, even if Siet Songfeng cherished the boy deeply, he could not lower his status by approaching him first. so each time he merely observed from afar. Upon hearing that the unfeeling sword had donned a new pink scabbard, he returned once more to his customary vantage point, a spot perfectly positioned to overlook Lu Jinlai's courtyard in its entirety. To his surprise, no sooner had Xiet Songfeng arrived than he saw Lu Jinlai standing before the unfeeling sword, his usually haughty little back appearing strangely rigid. Soon Lu Jinlai seemed to sense Xiet Songfeng's gaze. In the past, he would have paid it no mind, but this time he lifted his head and glanced directly towards Xiet Songfeng's direction. For the first time, Xiet Songfeng glimpsed something akin to embarrassment flicker across the eyes of this celestial prodigy, and with quiet satisfaction, he turned and departed. Lu Jinlai truly did feel a touch awkward. He rubbed his nose and communicated telepathically with the unfeeling sword, "This, you truly don't mind." "Mind what?" The unfeeling sword remained ever impassive. "You, an ancient divine sword of legend, now sheathed in pink. How shall I put it? You resemble nothing so much as a child's plaything. Do you possess no dignity at all?" Lu Jinlai sighed helplessly. Dignity, a new sword technique, merely an irrelevant abstraction. The unfeeling sword paused briefly, then added, "Ever loyal to its master. Master, you need not concern yourself either. For once drawn, I shall swiftly remind all who behold me which among us is the toy." Lu Jinlai let out a low, wry chuckle and said nothing more, then coolly seized the petite pink blade and strode off to practice. The next afternoon, Hua Manman prepared once again to ascend Qinghuan Peak, only to be gently detained by Jiang Yueli. Jiang Yueli had long observed that Hua Manman's attempts to befriend Lu Jinlai had yielded no discernible progress, proof in her view that Lu Jinlai was utterly impervious to charm or persuasion. She resolved to persuade Hua Manman to abandon the effort. "Manman, stop seeking out that heartless icicle. Would you rather listen to your senior sister play the qin?" Hua Manman blinked her large luminous eyes. Who is the heartless icicle? Who else but Lu Jinlai, the one temporarily residing on Qinghuan Peak? Jiang Yueli coaxed softly. "Manman, let us simply disregard him. Your senior sister will keep you company, shall we?" "Senior sister Ali, you mustn't speak ill of Manman's good friend. Manman will be heartbroken," Hua Manman declared with solemn sincerity. "A friend? Who is your friend?" Jiang Yueli instinctively reached to touch Hua Manman's forehead, wondering if the child might be running a fever. It's brother Lu Jinlai." Hua Manman leaned in, conspiratorially beckoning Jiang Yueli close before whispering into her ear, "Senior sister Ali, I'll tell you a secret. Brother Lu Jinlai and I are already friends. But this is our private vow. When he ignores me at the Dongshan training ground, he's only pretending. He's acting." "Truly?" Jiang Yueli remained skeptical. "Truly." Hua Manman nodded vigorously. "Manman never lies." Jiang Yueli knew the child would never deliberately deceive, but she did habitually spin fanciful tales. And this particular conclusion struck her as precisely such a flight of fancy. "All right then, senior sister Ali. Brother Lu Jinlai is waiting for me. Bye-bye." With a cheerful wave, little Man dashed once more toward Qinghuan Peak. Upon arriving at Lu Jinlai's courtyard, she happened upon him mid-practice, drawing the unfeeling sword. At the instant it left its scabbard, the blade swelled magnificently, impressively, breathtakingly grand. "Brother Lu Jinlai is amazing. Grandfather Great Sword is amazing." Hua Manman hastily retrieved her wooden practice sword and joined him, mimicking his stances and movements, albeit with enthusiastic, uncoordinated flourishes. Alas, Lu Jinlai's swordplay was too swift for her to follow, let alone replicate. Yet she remained utterly convinced she moved just as he did. Having mastered the outward forms of his sword techniques, she next studied his bearing and expression, convinced that wearing such a cool, impassive mask lent one immense, awe-inspiring power. So she began to imitate him, striding purposefully about the courtyard with a solemn, cherubic frown, pretending to encounter crowds, straining to maintain her tiny, serious countenance, and delivering a self-consciously icy toddler's huff-huff. As she departed, she encountered Xiet Songfeng, waiting for her with deliberate intent. "Little Man, are you heading home?" he asked, his face alight with gentle amusement. Yet she merely folded her small hands behind her back, uttered a dismissive humph, and walked past, without granting him a single glance. Xiet Songfeng hastily rubbed his eyes. Had he grown too old? Was his vision failing? Had that truly been the most adorable little Man who just breezed past? Upon returning to Luoxia Peak, she maintained this aloof, cool demeanor, leaving Hua Qixia and Jiang Yueli utterly bewildered. Fortunately, the next day at the Dongshan training ground, when Zhengyang cut straight to the heart of the mystery, "Please, dear junior sister, this training ground already endures one unbearable nuisance, Lu Jinlai. Spare us a second." Only then did Jiang Yueli realize the child was emulating Lu Jinlai. Hua Manman, still maintaining her icy composure, replied with grave earnestness, "But it looks incredibly impressive." "Ah, junior sister, listen carefully," when Zhengyang replied, barely suppressing a smile. Lu Jinlai does look formidable, but for you, it simply looks profoundly irritating. Hua Man bristled indignantly, crossed her arms, and issued another emphatic humph. I'll tell you this. I train with brother Lu Jinlai every single day. Soon I'll become astonishingly, overwhelmingly powerful. And then, she shouted at the top of her lungs, brother Lu Jinlai is not a nuisance. When Zhengyang instantly clapped a hand over her mouth. He'd whispered nuisance, but now everyone had heard. He cast a furtive glance toward Lu Jinlai. Thankfully, the nuisance appeared utterly indifferent, refusing even to acknowledge him. Hua Man abandoned her pursuit of the cold-face technique, but continued visiting Qingluan Peak daily, practicing swordplay alongside Lu Jinlai and discussing the way of the sword with Grandfather Great Sword. Though neither Lu Jinlai nor the unfeeling sword ever acknowledged her presence, she remained unwavering in her conviction they were true friends, and she was their sole confidant within Tianyin's sect. In the blink of an eye, a full month had passed since Lu Jinlai's arrival at Tianyin's sect. That day when Zhengyang arrived bearing fresh tidings, have you heard? Tomorrow Lu Jinlai's master will visit him, and our great elder has already departed for Wanfa immortal sect. Brother Lu Jinlai's master is coming. Hua Man puffed out her cheeks. Then I must help brother Lu Jinlai welcome him properly, so he sees how well brother Lu Jinlai lives here and willingly permits him to remain at Tianyin's sect. What did you say? When Zhengyang wondered if he'd misheard. Hua Man's eyes widened with earnestness as she declared, I want brother Lu Jin to stay at the Tianyin sect. Senior elder said this requires consent from brother Lu Jin's master. When Zhengyang was certain he had lost his mind, he could not believe he had just heard such utter nonsense. Instinctively, he glanced toward Jiang Yueli beside him. Her expression mirrored his own stunned disbelief, as though hearing such madness for the very first time. Little junior sister, do you even know who brother Lu Jin's master is? When Zhengyang pressed, offering what intel he had. Hua Man of course had no idea. She shook her head in blank confusion, then brightened with renewed curiosity. Does senior brother Wen know? What is he like? What kind of gift should I prepare for him? When Zhengyang fell silent, tempted to reply he likely enjoys killing. He took a slow, steadying breath before speaking deliberately. Brother Lu Jin's master is none other than the legendary Xie Wuang, the slaughter god, whose sword strikes without warning, whose blade has claimed countless sword cultivators. Gazing at Hua Man with unfeigned sincerity, he urged, Little junior sister, I strongly advise you to keep your distance from this slaughter god. Yet Hua Man showed no trace of fear, still too young to grasp the weight of death. In her soft, childlike voice, she asked, does he kill people at random? Would he kill children? Well, when Zhengyang shook his head, surely not. Otherwise, how could he possibly survive in the cultivation world? Then I'm not afraid, Hua Man declared cheerfully, and strode off, already plotting how she might welcome this fearsome master on brother Lu Jin's behalf tomorrow. When Zhengyang watched her small figure recede, then leaned toward Jiang Yueli and murmured, has our junior sister truly lost her wits? Jiang Yueli merely offered a faint, resigned smile and followed Hua Man away. The next noon, Hua Man arrived early at Qingluan Peak, joining Lu Jin as they waited for Xie Wang's arrival. Brother Lu Jin, won't you go greet your master at the gate? The little girl asked, wide-eyed with innocent curiosity. Lu Jin was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected her to come at all. For once he spoke, not to answer her question, but to counter it. Aren't you afraid of my master? How exactly Xie Wuang had found him years ago, Lu Jin no longer recalled. His earliest memories began at Wanfa immortal sect, carried home by his master, after which he had walked its halls with unrivaled authority. So far as he knew, it wasn't only outsiders who feared Xie Wuang. Even disciples of Wanfa immortal sect trembled before him. Why fear him? Don't worry, brother Lu Jin. Hua Man chirped reassuringly. Man isn't scared. I'll help you host your master properly, so he'll feel confident leaving you here at Tianyin sect. Lu Jin frowned. Confident leaving me here? What did that mean? He chose not to ask. Then abruptly he turned toward the horizon and rose slowly, posture instantly reverent. Hua Man sprang up at once, following his gaze, though it took her several long moments to spot it, a dark cloud drifting swiftly across the sky. Oh dear, will it rain? She fretted. Will your master get wet? Lu Jin ignored her, continuing to watch the black cloud intently. Violet lightning flickered along its edges. He knew his master had arrived. In moments the cloud descended directly into his courtyard. Xie Wuang emerged, a tall figure robed in deep black, his countenance stern and displeased. Wow! Hua Man gasped, her expression comically awestruck. Are you Uncle Cloud? Xie Wuang had been gazing down upon his disciple, until that tiny milky voice pierced the silence. He tilted his head slightly, surveyed the girl, and noted with disdain that she possessed no spiritual energy whatsoever. A cold snort escaped him. What manner of thing is this? I'm not a thing. I'm Man, she declared, waving her hands vigorously. then paused puzzled as if sensing something oddly off about her own words. Greetings, master. Lu Jin bowed, deeply fists clasped respectfully at his chest, his bearing reverent, yet unyielding. He dismissed Xia Wuwang's question entirely. After all, Hua Man was utterly inconsequential. Xia Wuwang instantly grasped his disciple's meaning and turned his attention away from the girl. With a sharp flick of his sleeve, he strode toward the inner chamber. The very furnishings trembled faintly beneath his presence. His voice cut like ice. Is this the best Tianyan sect can offer you? Not even a proper spirit-gathering formation. Pack your things. You're returning with me now. Clearly, he held the exchange arrangement in utter contempt. I warned you, it's nothing but folly. What possible value could this wretched place hold for cultivation? At that moment, Hua Man staggered forward, clutching an enormous teapot. Just as Xia Wuwang's scathing words reached her ears. Slaughter God Uncle. Xia Wuwang's expression shifted. This was the first time anyone had dared utter that title to his face. Struggling valiantly to pour the tea, she insisted earnestly. This place is wonderful. Little flowers and grasses stretch bravely upward. Old tree grandfather bears fruit generously for us. Birds sing joyfully each day. And brother Lu Jin thrives here truly. Yet she was still too small, and the teapot of Qingwan Peak far too large. In her effort, she spilled steaming tea straight onto Xia Wuwang's robe. I'm so sorry, Slaughter God Uncle. I'll wipe it clean right away. She scrambled to dab at the stain, flustered and frantic. Get away. Xia Wuwang shoved her aside without hesitation. Yet the instant his hand brushed her slight frame, his expression flickered with sudden, unmistakable shock. In a low, measured tone, he murmured, You are Hua Qishuo's daughter. Hua Man nodded obediently. Yes. Does Slaughter God Uncle know Mama? Oomph. He dismissed her with a curt snort and turned sharply back to Lu Jin. Did you hear what I just said? Pack now. Return with me to Wanfa Immortal Sect. Should the sect master inquire, I shall handle it myself. Let us depart. No more time wasted here. Brother Lu Jin wastes no time. He cultivates with us at Dongshan Training Ground each morning and returns here each afternoon and evening to practice swordsmanship. Never a moment idled. Her voice tightened, edged with quiet urgency. Xia Wuwang sneered with open disdain. Leaning down, he fixed Hua Man with a deliberately fierce glare. A sword cultivator's essence lies in slaughter and conquest. Tell me, what precisely may my disciple slay here at Tianyan sect? You? Or your fellow disciples? Or perhaps those flowers and grasses you so fondly praised? No. Hua Man waved her hands emphatically, her brow furrowed in pure, guileless bewilderment. Why, to wield the sword is to wield the sword. Why must there always be killing? Xia Wuwang laughed coldly. The world's law is simple: the strong devour the weak. The useless, the powerless. They hold no intrinsic worth. They are but dust beneath the feet of those who ascend. Should their lives serve as a single humble step upon my disciples' path to supremacy, that is their highest honor. But Su. Hua Man blinked her large eyes and asked in confusion, where is there anything useless? Even though plants and trees are small and weak, seeing them makes us very happy, and they make our world more beautiful. And Man, although I don't have spiritual power, yet am still very useful. Hua Man pointed at the Wuqing sword placed not far away. Man found a new outfit for grandfather's sword, and I practice swordsmanship with brother Lu Jin every day. We are all very useful, we cannot kill. After entering the room, Xia Wuwang did not notice the Wuqing sword. Upon seeing the ancient divine sword that he was unable to subdue sheathed in a pink scabbard, his face turned pale. Utter nonsense, simply utter nonsense. He was about to explode with anger, pointing at Hua Man and questioning Lu Jin. Are you just allowing her to act so recklessly? Do you still need a useless person to practice swordsmanship with you? Lu Jin remained indifferent. Facing the nearly enraged Xia Wuwang, he calmly spoke. Master, none of this is important. He felt that Master was too emotionally unstable. After all, even the little useless one appeared calm, while Master looked ready to kill. Xia Wuwang was truly about to go mad. Compared to his disciples' indifference, he seemed like a petulant child. He had long noticed that Lu Jin was different. Previously, the boy was also cold and seemed indifferent, but recently, he felt that the boy's indifference had reached a new realm, truly not caring about anything. Later, Lu Jin took the initiative to express his desire to take a look at the Wuqing sword, wanting to recognize it as his. It should be known that the Wuqing sword had always been the treasured weapon of the Wanfa Xianmen, and nearly all sword cultivators wished to possess it. Even Xia Wuwang himself could not achieve this, so when Lu Jin said he wanted to go, Xia Wuwang did not take it seriously. But no one expected that Lu Jin and the Wuqing sword hit it off almost immediately, directly completing the recognition of the master. Regarding this matter, Xia Wuwang felt a bit uneasy, but fortunately Lu Jin was his disciple, which brought him some pride. However, the foundation of all this was that Lu Jin respected him and listened to him, but now, Xia Wuwang grew angrier as he thought about it. and directly coldly questioned Lu Jin. Tell me, are you going to follow your master or not? Master, I want to stay at Tianyin sect for a while longer. Lu Jin spoke calmly, not as a query or discussion, but directly stating his decision. All right, very well. Xie Wuwang was truly going mad, but he could not explode in anger and could only turn and leave. Uncle God of Kill. Hua Man saw Xie Wuwang suddenly go mad and hurriedly pushed Lu Jin beside her. Brother Lu Jin, you quickly go and bring your master back. Lu Jin lowered his head to look at her, frowning in confusion. Seeing him not move, Hua Man ran out saying, Uncle God of Kill, don't rush to leave, stay and have lunch. Man will prepare a sumptuous meal for you. Xie Wuwang stopped in the courtyard, hesitated for a moment, and then quickly said, give my regards to your mother. After saying that, he immediately transformed into a cloud of dark mist and flew into the sky. Goodbye, Uncle God of Kill, you are welcome to come again. Hua Man stood in place, waving her small hand to bid farewell to the cloud. At this moment, Lu Jin slowly came out and also looked in the direction where Xie Wuwang had disappeared. Brother Lu Jin, you shouldn't have been so cold to Uncle God of Kill just now. You should have been more hospitable. He is a guest, and you are the host. Hua Man turned to look at Lu Jin and said in a childish voice, moreover, Uncle God of Kill, although he seems very fierce, he is actually like a child and needs to be coaxed. If you coax him, he won't get angry and leave. She looked at Xie Wuwang with sympathy. Lu Jin couldn't help but look down at her again. In his memory, the Hua Man from his past life was also a volatile character. A little setback or someone opposing her would make her very angry. But now the Hua Man in front of him was very calm, not shouting or screaming. Although she would cry very ugly when in pain, she wouldn't cry for long and would quickly comfort herself. Moreover, Hua Man's calmness was different from his. He was indifferent because he didn't care about anything, while Hua Man cared about everything. Even though Xie Wuwang had just looked down on the Tianyin sect and had been dismissive of Hua Man, she was not angry at all and even felt sympathy for Xie Wuwang. If he were ice, then Hua Man would be water. Ice remains unchanged forever, but water, as soon as you drop a small pebble into it, it immediately responds, splashing joyfully. For the first time, Lu Jin felt a doubt arise in his heart. Did the extreme path of killing that Xie Wuwang followed overlook some important aspects? Was the indifference that he and the Wuqing sword pursued truly correct? Brother Lu Jin, the next time Uncle God of Kill comes to see you, you should entertain him, as Man said. He will definitely be very happy. Hua Man was still chattering away. Lu Jin withdrew his gaze, and for the first time, he vaguely sensed that this incarnation of Hua Man seemed different. 3 days later, Shun Guanlan returned. Brother Guanlan. Hua Man happily ran forward and threw herself into Shun Guanlan's arms. Man misses you so much. I miss you too, Sister Man. Shun Guanlan's aura was completely different from before he descended. In just over a month, he had noticeably grown taller, stronger, and his entire demeanor was more upright. Hua Qixiao looked on with relief, knowing that Shun Guanlan had finally been able to grow strong after pulling out the thorn in his heart. Master, Sister Ali, I have worried you. It's good to come back safely. What about the matters in Qian City? Have they all been resolved? Hua Qixiao asked with concern. Shun Guanlan nodded, a trace of sadness flashing in his eyes. My mother passed away a few days ago, but she was very happy when she left, saying she had no regrets. Also, my father agreed to let me cultivate in Tianyin sect and said that Qian City is proud of this. I promised him that I would visit him when I have time. Good. Hua Qixiao gently patted Shun Guanlan's shoulder and said softly, I am happy for you. You two go ahead, but it's been a long time since you last met, so talk for a while. She patted her daughter's little head and returned to her room. Hua Man immediately pulled Shun Guanlan, asking questions here and there. After talking for a while, she suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh no, it's getting late. I have to find Brother Lu Jin. Brother Guanlan, you play with Sister Ali. I'll go first. As she spoke, she stood up and was about to run outside. Jiang Yueli quickly tugged at Shun Guanlan's sleeve and whispered urgently, find a way to stop her, don't let her go. Shun Guanlan had no idea what Jiang Yueli intended, yet he placed absolute trust in this reliable comrade. He immediately raised his voice and burst into tears toward Hua Man's retreating back. Woo woo woo. Mama, I miss Mama so much. Woo woo woo. Jiang Yueli was startled, then silently gave him a thumbs up. The ploy worked flawlessly. Hua Man, who had already scampered far away, instantly spun around and dashed back at full speed on her stubby legs. Brother Guanlan, don't be sad. Hua Man tenderly cradled Shun Guanlan's head. Your mama. She's gone to a place very, very far away. You can visit her there someday. On their return from Qiang City, Hua Man had once asked Hua Qixiao what death truly meant. Hua Qixiao had replied that death was being forced to depart for a place impossibly distant and never returning. To little Man, if the departed could not come back, then those who loved them could simply go to them instead. So death perhaps wasn't so terrifying after all. Yet seeing Shun Guanlan's profound sorrow, she wept alongside him, refusing to leave his side, even for a single step, staying with him steadfastly. Only after nightfall did Shun Guanlan seize the chance to ask, Jiang Yueli, what exactly is going on? Why won't you let little sister Man go to Qinghuan Peak? You know, a sword cultivator named Lu Jin arrived at Qinghuan Peak these past few days, an icy, unyielding man impervious to persuasion. Our junior sister wanted to befriend him, visiting daily only to meet cold indifference with her warm overtures. Jiang Yueli couldn't stop her, so she entrusted the task to Shun Guanlan. All right, I understand. Don't worry, as she won't go there again. Shun Guanlan spoke with quiet confidence. The two exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions betraying quiet triumph. Meanwhile, atop Qinghuan Peak, as dusk settled, Lu Jin finally realized Hua Man would not appear today. Wu Qing's sword hovered beside him, its voice mechanical and detached. Strange. The human child did not arrive today. This deviates from established patterns. Perhaps she had other matters, Lu Jin said, rising to his feet, for the first time sensing an unsettling stillness in the courtyard. Yet neither anticipated that for the next several days Hua Man would not come at all. Wu Qing's sword interpreted this as victory and concluded human children possess only fleeting enthusiasm. Lu Jin, however, felt inexplicably despondent. Having seen Shun Guanlan, he realized Hua Man cherished him most, as her beloved elder brother. So, had he merely been a substitute for Shun Guanlan? This realization unsettled him deeply, and in his past life he had no memory of ever encountering Shun Guanlan. These days his cultivation had stagnated, he remained unable to master Yu Qing's sword, and strangely Xiet Songfeng, who had journeyed to Wanfa immortal sect, had yet to return. Lu Jin calculated that he should seize this trial to kill Hua Man, and then depart Tianyan sect. Master's decision is correct. Wu Qing's sword, attuned to Lu Jin's shifting emotions, began to recognize that Hua Man had already begun influencing his inner state. That very night, Xiet Songfeng finally returned, not directly to Qinghuan Peak, but first to pay homage to the sect master Zhongyue. Venerable Li Jinyue, have you made your choice? After listening, Li Jinyue paused in deep thought before speaking, his voice resonant as temple bells. Yes, sect master. Xiet Songfeng bowed his head in reply. If Lu Jin learns the truth and still refuses to remain at Tianyan sect, you will gain neither disciple nor favor, only enmity with Xie Wuwang and Wanfa immortal sect. Li Jinyue clearly wished Xiet Songfeng to reflect carefully. Sect master, my scheme is not solely to acquire this disciple. It is in part to aid a pitiable child having crossed paths with him thus far. Xiet Songfeng's tone held no trace of hesitation. If he chooses to stay, it is our shared destiny. If he declines, I shall honor his choice. Only. He lifted his gaze, offering an apologetic look toward the immovable figure upon the high seat. Only this affair may bring trouble upon you, sect master, and the exchange cultivation program must end here. Very well. Li Jinyue showed no concern. The intersect exchange program was but a momentary impulse years ago. No loss need be mourned. I owe you a debt of gratitude. Consider it repaid now. Return to your duties. I shall handle the rest. Thank you, sect master. Xiet Songfeng departed. 2 days later, word spread across Dongshan training ground. Junior sister, did you hear? We're about to commence our second trial. Wen Zhengyang spoke, brimming with excitement. So soon? Jiang Yueli murmured, faintly surprised. Ordinarily, trials occurred every 6 months, but this one followed the last by barely 2 months. Indeed, it is unusually swift. Senior brothers are envious, saying our cohort's innate talent is extraordinary, thus granting us this rare opportunity so early. When Zhengyang beamed, he knew Jiang Yueli's and Shun Guanlan's talents were exceptional, and he basked in their reflected glory. Hua Man, however, felt a quiet dejection. After all this time, her spiritual energy remained unawakened. Don't fret, junior sister, Jiang Yueli gently reassured the little one, sensing her unease. Each trial presents a golden opportunity. Perhaps this time your awakening awaits. Indeed, it is a blessing, Shun Guanlan added, nodding solemnly. Truly. Hua Man's eyes lit up, suddenly buoyant once more. She glanced shyly toward Lu Jin sitting alone at a distance, and whispered, should I go tell brother Lu Jin? No. Shun Guanlan and Wen Zhengyang cried in unison. Shun Guanlan then declared with grave sincerity, little sister Man, have you forgotten your silent pact? Neither speaks nor acknowledges the other. If you approach him now, he'll surely grow displeased. Oh yes. Hua Man nodded vigorously. Thank you, brother Guanlan, for reminding me. I nearly made another mistake. She stole another glance at Lu Jin and dared not disturb him. In the days that followed, when Zhengyang brought forth further details about the upcoming second trial. Rumors say we'll enter a simulated secret realm, ensuring absolute safety. Should one perish within, the trial ends instantly with no true injury sustained. Moreover, this simulated realm is said to replicate an actual location from history, a feat accomplished personally by the sect master. It is rumored to hold countless treasures. Latest news claims the realm depicts a vanished village, massacred long ago. Our mission: locate the perpetrators and prevent the slaughter from occurring. On the eve of the second trial, senior brother Lu Mingqian and senior sister Ji Hong formally announced the details, urging all disciples to rest well and prepare for entry into the realm at dawn. Lu Jin cared little for the realm or the trial itself, yet he resolved to use this occasion to kill Hua Man and flee thereafter. Though denizens of the realm could not harm them, nothing forbade mutual slaughter. If Shun Guanlan and the others intervened, Lu Jin would not hesitate to eliminate them all. The next day, before departing Qinghuan Peak, Lu Jin finally saw Xie Songfeng once more. As he had always done, he passed by Xie Songfeng and gave a slight nod, then turned to leave. This time, however, Xie Songfeng called out to him. Lu Jin's ice-blue eyes gazed calmly toward him. "You are soon to depart Tianyan sect, aren't you?" Xie Songfeng asked, his voice warm and gentle. Lu Jin nodded faintly and replied in a quiet tone, "I plan to leave after the trial." Xie Songfeng paused as if pondering something deeply. Then, after a long silence, said simply, "May your trial go smoothly." It was a perfunctory blessing, utterly mundane, yet strangely weighty. Lu Jin turned without another word and strode away swiftly. Only when the figure had vanished into the distance did Xie Songfeng speak again, softly, almost to himself. "Child, may fortune favor you. Endure this tribulation, and only then shall your sword truly become invincible." At Dongshan Training Ground, all cultivators stood poised, eager to enter the secret realm and prove their mettle. Each bore a weapon upon their back. Even Hua Man carried her tiny wooden sword, convinced that after training so long beside brother Lu Jin, she must have grown extraordinarily powerful. "Brother Lu Jin is here." Man was the first to spot him, shouting with unrestrained delight. All turned curiously, not so much at Lu Jin himself, but at his sword. After all, they had trained alongside him for months, yet none had ever seen his blade. As he drew nearer, murmurs rose among the crowd. "Hey, did you get a good look? Is Lu Jin carrying a sword?" Yes, he is. Look, the outline of a blade rests against his back, though it appears smaller than we imagined." "What in the heavens? Did I just see right? What is that thing on Lu Jin's back? That pink, is that a sword? The heartless sword?" Stunned silence followed. None had expected the legendary ancient divine blade to be so delicately rosy. Quickly, everyone averted their gaze, heads bowed, stifling laughter. Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan exchanged a glance, clearly unprepared for Lu Jin to actually use the scabbard Hua Man had gifted him. Could it be that he had been feigning aloofness all along? Had he truly befriended Man? Senior brother Lu Mingqian, observing that all disciples had assembled, reiterated the trial rules, then opened the gateway into the secret realm. "Very well, you may now enter the realm. Remember your mission: prevent the massacre of the village. Your adversaries may prove exceptionally formidable. Cooperation is permitted and advised." One by one, the disciples stepped through the threshold. Hua Man held Jiang Yueli's hand tightly as she passed beneath the ethereal archway. Dizziness washed over her like a sudden tide. The moment she crossed into the realm, she nearly toppled forward, her voice a soft, syrupy wail, so dizzy, "I'm going to faint." Laughter rippled through the group. Unawakened to spiritual energy, Man's reaction was far more intense than theirs. At last she steadied herself and gasped, eyes widening in pure wonder at the world unfolding before her. Wow, how breathtakingly beautiful. She released Jiang Yueli's hand and darted about, here to peer, there to marvel. So many blossoms, so many fortune butterflies. Man loves this place. Jiang Yueli too stood entranced. Nestled between two towering mountains, a tranquil village nestled amid boundless flower fields, every breath carried the sweet, heady fragrance of blossoms, a true hidden paradise beyond mortal reach. Alas, so exquisite a place has already vanished from the real world. Shun Guanlan sighed softly. Who could bear such cruelty? Let me find him. When Zhengyang clenched his teeth, fury burning in his gaze, and I'll tear his life from his bones. Enough, Jiang Yueli interjected firmly, regaining composure first. Remember our purpose. Everyone you meet here is already dead. Do not let sentiment cloud your judgment. Complete the task swiftly and depart without delay. That advice, when Zhengyang pointed toward Man, who chased butterflies in the distance, might need delivering personally to our little junior sister. After brief deliberation, the group resolved to split up, locate the suspect first, then converge to confront him. No action would be taken until certainty was absolute. Soon, when Zhengyang and the others departed in small clusters, Man, noticing their departure, dashed back, clutching a small wildflower plucked from the ground. She glanced between Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan, who waited patiently, and then toward Lu Jin, standing quietly at a distance. Her expression flickered with quiet uncertainty now that they were inside the realm. Must she and brother Lu Jin continue pretending they weren't friends? Yet at that very moment, unexpected even to Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan, Lu Jin stepped forward. I will accompany you. His tone was calm, decisive, not a request but a declaration. Shun Guanlan frowned displeasure, tightening his brow. Before he could refuse, Man bounded over, clutching her flower like a devoted acolyte. Brother Lu Jin, you've finally spoken to me. Does that mean we don't have to pretend to ignore each other anymore? Her voice trembled with tender grievance. You have no idea how hard it's been these past days. A flicker of genuine surprise crossed Lu Jin's serene face. Pretend to ignore each other. When had that begun? Hadn't Man only turned her attention to Shun Guanlan recently? The heartless sword hummed silently behind him, mentally scribbling notes. Human hatchlings are perplexing. Observation continues. Let's go. We must find the villain quickly and protect the village. Man declared, waving her tiny fist as she charged ahead. Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan followed closely behind, while Lu Jin brought up the rear. Along the path, Man frequently turned to chatter, but the three adults remained profoundly silent. Not a single idle word passed between them. Only their glances betrayed tension. Shun Guanlan and Lu Jin exchanged sharp-guarded looks, each laced with quiet animosity. Oh, there's a little brother practicing swordplay over there. He's so skilled. I'll go take a look. Man spotted a boy and dashed off instantly. Junior sister. Jiang Yueli reached out, but it was already too late. Let her go. It may yield unexpected insight, Shun Guanlan assured her gently. Man reached the boy in moments. He appeared 6 or 7 years old, sturdy and bright-eyed, wielding a wooden sword nearly identical to Man's. His movements were precise, deliberate, each stance executed with unwavering discipline. From afar, Lu Jin watched with arms crossed, and instinctively nodded, clearly impressed by the boy's innate talent. Hello, little brother. I'm Hua Man. I'm so happy to meet you, she chirped, her voice rich with childlike warmth. The boy lowered his sword at once. His large, curious eyes swept over the group, and seeing only children, his wariness dissolved into easy openness. He hurried forward and introduced himself cheerfully. Hello, I'm Lu Ji. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Are you here for the Sword Cultivator Assembly? You're also surnamed Lu. Man seized upon the detail instantly, completely ignoring the mention of the assembly. Fearing Lu Jin might have missed it, she dashed over and tugged at his sleeve. Brother Lu Jin, this little brother shares your surname. You two look just alike. At that moment, a young boy named Lu Ji dashed over to Lu Jin and stood beside Hua Man, tilting his small head upward to gaze at Lu Jin. He was taller and sturdier than Hua Man, with coarse, short black hair and bright dark eyes, clearly cherished and well-raised by his family. The boy's voice rang out bold and clear. Brother, do you also bear the surname Lu? Lu Jin looked down at Lu Ji. Beyond their shared surname, not a single trace of resemblance existed between them. He had no idea what nonsense Hua Man had just spouted. Lu Jin, he introduced himself politely. Beside him, Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan likewise offered their names without prompting. Little Lu Ji, you mentioned a sword cultivator assembly. What is that? Jiang Yueli seized the opportunity to ask immediately. Upon hearing this, Lu Ji turned his large eyes toward her, his expression unmistakably affronted. How impolite of you, little sister. I'm clearly older than you. You should address me as brother Lu Ji, just like she does, he said, pointing emphatically toward Hua Man beside him. Shun Guanlan couldn't hold back a laugh. Wiping tears from his eyes, he interjected on Jiang Yueli's behalf. Little brother Lu Ji, please don't take offense. Though she appears young, she is in fact my senior sister, having entered our sect earlier and thus holding higher seniority. Lu Ji nodded solemnly, as if weighing the matter with grave seriousness. Very well, I shall overlook it. Then turning to Jiang Yueli, he answered her earlier question, evidently a thoughtful and earnest child. Our Yueshan Valley. You call this place Yueshan Valley? Hua Man exclaimed with theatrical delight. What a beautiful name. Lu Ji scratched the back of his head. You don't know? Then how did you arrive here? We came from. Hua Man barely began before Shun Guanlan gently covered her mouth. Shun Guanlan stepped forward to answer for her. We traveled here, seeking word of your sword cultivator assembly. We wish to participate. Little brother, please continue. Indeed, everything within this hidden realm felt astonishingly real, so vivid that for a fleeting instant, they nearly forgot that none of it remained in reality, not even this bright-eyed, sturdy boy standing before them. Our Yueshan Valley hosts the Sword Cultivator Assembly once every 3 years. All villagers gather to compete in sword cultivation. My mother says I may join this year. At the mere mention of swords, Lu Ji seemed to glow with inner light. I adore sword practice. If I excel in the assembly, mother promises to send me beyond Yueshan Valley, to Tianyin sect or Wanfa immortal sect, the two most esteemed sects on the Zhoushan continent. Brother Lu Ji, we're actually from Tianyin sect. Hua Man declared proudly. Truly. Lu Ji's eyes sparkled instantly. His gaze swept across the group before settling intently upon Lu Jin. Are you also a sword cultivator? Lu Jin gave a quiet nod. A pang of sorrow tightened in his chest. He could not help but imagine what might have been had this village not met its grim fate. Either Tianyan sect or Wanfa immortal sect would surely have welcomed a prodigious sword cultivator. For the first time, a flicker of resentment stirred within him toward the one who had slaughtered the village. Lu Ji glanced at Lu Jin's sword. His expression shifted sharply, then softened into a cheerful grin. Brother Lu Jin, your sword is truly extraordinary. Have you found lodging? Would you like to stay at my home? He asked warmly. Yes, yes. Hua Man eagerly agreed. She adored this cheerful elder brother, and though he bore jet black hair and eyes, she sensed an uncanny kinship between him and brother Lu Jin. Jiang Yueli and the others hesitated, however. Lu Ji, clearly fond of them, added enthusiastically, my mother is the valley master of Yueshan Valley. Our home is spacious enough to host you all. Moreover, deep within our mountains forbidden zone rests an ancient divine sword guarded across generations by our valley. Little brother, such ancestral secrets are not lightly shared, Shun Guanlan remarked, wryly, half amused, half alarmed. It's all right, no one can claim it. Mother says we guard it only until its true master arrives, the one destined to draw it forth. Lu Ji puffed out his small chest proudly. I hope that master is me. Absolutely. Hua Man declared with unwavering confidence. Brother Lu Ji is already so amazing. You'll surely become just as formidable as brother Lu Jin one day. The revelation of the ancient divine sword crystallized Jiang Yueli's and Shun Guanlan's resolve. This blade was almost certainly the Slayer's objective. Without hesitation, they decided to accompany Lu Ji home. Wonderful. I'll lead you there now. Lu Ji beamed, ever hospitable. Hua Man had finally found a kindred spirit, just as lively and talkative as herself, and her joy overflowed. Hand in hand with Lu Ji, each carrying a tiny wooden sword, they skipped merrily ahead. Upon entering the village, they saw far more people practicing sword arts, and the ambient spiritual energy grew markedly denser, confirming this as an exceptional cultivation haven. Many villagers greeted Lu Ji warmly. He responded with unfailing courtesy and proudly announced the arrival of guests. It was plain to see the valley folk were kind, open-hearted, and deeply fond of their spirited young heir. Yet the more such scenes unfolded, the more poignant the contrast became. Soon they arrived at Lu Ji's home, centrally located in Yueshan Valley, exquisitely beautiful, nestled amid blossoms and fragrance. Mother, guests have arrived. Lu Ji rushed inside first, still holding Hua Man's hand. Jiang Yueli and the others waited respectfully outside the threshold. A gentle, refined voice floated from within. Has Jir returned? Moments later, a woman appeared, clad in moon-white robes, her raven hair cascading like a silken waterfall down her back, bound simply with a matching moon-white ribbon. Her face bore no adornment, yet radiated serene, unadorned grace. Her attention rested wholly upon her son. Kneeling, she tenderly wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief and asked softly, have you completed today's sword forms? Yes, I've practiced them many times, mother. Lu Ji replied, proudly, his voice ringing with youthful triumph. That's good. A warm, knowing smile touched her lips as she finally turned to the small figure beside her son. And you are? Auntie, you're so beautiful. I'm Hua Man. It's such an honor to meet you. Hua Man's cheeks flushed faintly. Auntie, may I hug you? You smell so lovely. Junior sister, Jiang Yueli murmured, startled by the boldness of the request. Of course. To everyone's surprise, the woman not only consented, but lifted Hua Man into a gentle embrace, smiling warmly. Little Man smells lovely too. Auntie welcomes you all. Setting Hua Man down, she took the child's hand and walked to the threshold. Her gaze swept thoughtfully across the three youths before her, lingering unmistakably upon Lu Jin. This is brother Lu Jin, Hua Man piped up eagerly. Like brother Lu Ji, he's a sword cultivator. Auntie, don't you think they resemble each other? A flicker of astonishment passed through the woman's gentle eyes. Indeed, that strange, inexplicable resonance she'd felt upon first seeing Lu Jin stemmed precisely from this uncanny impression of likeness to her son. Yet, upon closer inspection, they bore not the slightest resemblance. What then was this sensation? The woman was named Ling Su, the 173rd chief of the Moon God Valley and an ice element sword cultivator. She warmly welcomed everyone inside, allowing a group of children to sit around the table, and soon brought out a variety of snacks and tea. The snacks were colorful flour cakes, which Hua Man particularly enjoyed, and Lu Ji also ate happily, while Jiang Yueli and the others hardly touched them. Little junior sister, once you finish this piece, you can't have any more. Jiang Yueli kept an eye on Man. Oh, then I'll eat slowly, just a little bit at a time. Hua Man was very obedient, being good outside, and as she spoke, she ate little by little, looking reluctant. Seeing this, Lu Ji immediately declared he wouldn't eat much either, speaking earnestly. Eating too much will make you fat and affect your sword practice. Good. Ling Su, sitting beside her son, praised him while gently patting his head. She smiled and addressed Jiang Yueli and the others. You three don't look very old, yet you all seem like little adults. Are you disciples of the Tianyin sect? Did you leave home at a young age? I left home when I was 4 and was taken to the Tianyin sect by my master. Jiang Yueli was the first to answer. Shun Guanlan added, I left home even younger at 3, but I only entered the Tianyin sect this year. As for me, Lu Jinsheng said, looking down, his voice cold. I also just arrived at the Tianyin sect today. And me? Hua Man raised her little hand high. I've been at the Tianyin sect since I was born, and my mother is the 5th elder of the Tianyin sect. What a fortunate little one. Ling Su laughed again, curiously asking, Are your parents all right? Do they miss you a lot? Hua Man instantly pouted, speaking pitifully, Mother must miss me very much. Don't worry, we will be back soon. Jiang Yueli was the first to answer again. My parents are doing well, they should miss me a lot, but they know I'm fine here, so they are at ease. Shin Guanlan continued, My mother is no longer here, but she knew I could enter the Tianyin sect and was very happy for me. As for my father, he always wants me to come back, but I won't go back. Then it was Lu Jinsheng's turn. As still looking down, he finally coldly said, My parents are both gone. I don't remember them anymore. Ling Su's expression changed noticeably, her eyes filled with sympathy, feeling a pang in her heart. She instinctively patted Lu Ji's little head again. Brother Lu Jinsheng is not pitiful, Hua Man suddenly chimed in a childish voice. Brother Lu Jinsheng is amazing, he can take care of himself very well. His parents are waiting for him far away and must be proud of him. Lu Jinsheng turned to look, seeing Hua Man's mouth smeared with cake crumbs, her little face dirty, but her eyes sparkling. Seeing him look over, she immediately smiled. In fact, he didn't care much about not having parents. It was just that saying it out loud with so many children, he didn't want others to pity him. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yueli was the first to speak. Who said he was pitiful? He acts like the whole world owes him something every day. Shun Guanlan nodded beside her. Exactly, a child of destiny, a genius sword cultivator coveted by both the Wanfa immortal sect and Tianyin sect. How could he be pitiful? Lu Jinsheng instantly straightened his back. Only Ling Su and her son Lu Ji exchanged glances, both feeling a bit of sympathy for Lu Jinsheng. Aunt Su, we heard there is an ancient divine sword in the forbidden area of your family's back mountain. Can we go see it? Jiang Yueli had been fixated on this matter. Of course. It's not really a forbidden area. If you want to see it, let Jiro take you. Ling Su readily agreed. Everyone nodded in response. All right, I'll take you there. Lu Ji jumped off the chair and took Hua Man's hand. Sister Man, let's go, but walk slowly. Soon the two little ones walked hand in hand at the front. The vegetation in the back mountain was lush, and the blooming flowers were mesmerizing. Hua Man especially loved it here. Lu Ji clearly knew the way here very well as he walked on a narrow path that seemed to have been treaded down just for him, leading the way, while Hua Man followed, closely, moving smoothly. It wasn't as easy for Jiang Yueli and the others to traverse this path, but it wasn't difficult for them either. They followed behind at a comfortable distance. Finally, they passed through a grove and arrived at the place where the ancient sword was stored. The sight before them took their breath away. Not far away, a massive natural stone platform stood in the center, surrounded by countless broken sword remnants resembling a great tomb. In the very center of the stone platform was an ancient, unadorned long sword, half of its blade embedded in the stone, the exposed part covered with foliage, yet its extraordinary craftsmanship and the wear of time could still be discerned. Hua Man wanted to get a bit closer and tugged at Lu Ji's hand, but found he had stopped moving. Brother Lu Ji, can we go up close to take a look? Hua Man eagerly extended the invitation. No, I can't go any further, Lu Ji said, scratching his head in embarrassment, confusedly asking Hua Man, don't you feel a force pushing you away? Hua Man indeed didn't feel anything as she tentatively let go of Lu Ji's hand and took a step forward without any hindrance. Heavens! Lu Ji exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that you are the destined master of the Tianxiang? Tianxiang? Hua Man tilted her head. Is that the name of this sword? Lu Ji excitedly nodded repeatedly. Sister Man, quickly go over and try to pull the sword out. Jiang Yueli couldn't help but chuckle, teasing Lu Ji. Aren't you afraid that Man will really pull out this sword? Aren't you hoping to be that master? If we find the sword's master, then Mother and the clan don't have to stay here anymore. I can leave with Mother and see the outside world. Lu Ji was filled with anticipation and didn't lament not being the destined one. He looked at Hua Man with fiery eyes. Sister Man, hurry and try. Oh, okay. Hua Man nodded vigorously, running over to the side of the stone platform, but she was too short, not to mention pulling out the sword. Even climbing onto the stone platform was a problem. She tried to lift her little bottom several times, but it still didn't work. Turning around, she looked to Jiang Yueli and the others for help. Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan couldn't go any further either. They speculated that although Hua Man lacked spiritual power, she could communicate with the sword spirit, which was why it was not surprising she could get close, but attempting to pull the sword was just nonsense. After hesitating for a moment, they silently turned their gaze to Lu Jinsheng behind them, the legendary sword cultivator of destiny, wondering if he could proceed further. Could he even draw the Tianxiang? Lu Jin stood with arms crossed, his icy blue eyes calm and still as water, observing all with detached indifference. Behind him, the sword of unfeeling, having heard Lu Ji's words, instantly concluded that the boy could never ascend to the pinnacle of sword cultivation. The weight of human emotion in his heart was simply too great. Lu Jin silently agreed. Sword cultivation demanded absolute, unwavering focus. Excessive distraction would inevitably bar one from reaching the summit. Yet it was a pity truly to see such extraordinary talent go to waste. Master, step forward and try. I shall aid you. The sword of unfeeling spoke mechanically. Should you claim the Tianxiang, your strength will ascend yet another tier. Lu Jin nodded once, then strode toward the Tianxiang beneath the watchful gazes of the others. The moment he took his first step forward, an immense resistance pressed against him, and behind him the sword of unfeeling trembled violently. The Tianxiang rejects me, Lu Jin thought, startled. No matter, press on. The sword's voice rang with unshakable resolve, as if ready to slay even Buddhas who dared stand in its path. Lu Jin advanced further. The sword shook more fiercely still. What sword does brother Lu Jin wield? Lu Ji felt the razor-sharp sword chi surging around him and instinctively recoiled, gazing in terror at the pink-hued blade resting across Lu Jin's back. He had assumed it was no more formidable than his own wooden practice sword. Little elite brother Lu Jin's sword can actually withstand the Tianxiang. It's terrifying. What kind of sword is it? Xiao Ali turned her head away, refusing to acknowledge the impudent brat. Little Lu Ji, do not underestimate that seemingly trivial toy, Shun Guanlan murmured with quiet profundity. It too is an ancient divine blade. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. I confess, I am curious indeed what fate awaits when these two blades meet. Lu Jin continued forward, his robes and hair whipped wildly in unseen currents, his expression stern and forbidding. Hua Man stood beside the stone platform, untouched by the maelstrom. Calm, windless, her wide eyes filled with innocent bewilderment as she watched brother Lu Jin approach. Suddenly, crack! His footsteps halted. Hua Man blinked her large eyes. Then comprehension dawned. She dashed forward without hesitation. The sword chi parted before her harmlessly, and she slipped behind Lu Jin. Oh dear, she cried, spotting the fissure splitting the pink scabbard. Grandfather Great Sword's new robe is torn. What shall we do? Lu Jin remained motionless. To proceed would surely shatter the scabbard entirely. Though truth be told, were it not for the sword of unfeeling's deliberate protection, the scabbard would have disintegrated long ago. What now? The sword sighed, its tone laced with weary resignation. Press onward, and the robe will certainly tear. The human child will surely weep. And then a cascade of complications will inevitably follow. Before Lu Jin's mind flashed the image of a grubby, tear-streaked face. Enough. We'll try again another time. After all, this place permitted unrestricted entry. He had all the time in the world. He turned and walked away. Brother Lu Jin, won't you draw your sword? Hua Man trotted after him, puzzled. Lu Jin said nothing, departing the forbidden zone in silence. On the way back, Lu Ji, fascinated by both Lu Jin and his sword, circled him incessantly, firing question after question. Brother Lu Jin, at what age did you begin sword cultivation? How many hours do you train each day? Brother Lu Jin, is the blade upon your back the sword of unfeeling? Why does it wear such a scabbard? Brother Lu Jin, as expected, Lu Jin uttered not a single word in reply. Puzzled, Lu Ji glanced at Hua Man, bewildered why brother Lu Jin, who clearly heard and spoke, chose to ignore him entirely. Shoo. Hua Man leaned close to Lu Ji's ear and whispered, Brother Lu Jin is playing a game with you. The rule is you may speak to him only when you two are alone. Truly. Lu Ji's dark luminous eyes shimmered with eager hope, awaiting only a nod from Hua Man to believe her utterly. Truly. Hua Man nodded vigorously, adding earnestly, we play it often. It's brother Lu Jin's favorite game. All right, thank you, Sister Man. Lu Ji stole a glance at Lu Jin, his heart secretly elated. The Ling family's midday meal was sumptuous. Once everyone had eaten their fill, Lu Ji prepared to resume his sword training. I'll go too. Xiao Man eagerly raised her tiny hand, her expression pleading for approval. Ling Sui instinctively looked to Zhang Yu Li and the others. Though all were children, she sensed they carried themselves like miniature guardians. Only after seeing them nod in consent did she agree. Very well. Little Man shall accompany Zhi to practice swordsmanship. Ling Sui prepared snacks and water for the pair. Remember, to eat when hungry, drink plenty, and rest before exhaustion sets in. And Zhi, look after your sister. Rest assured, mother, Lu Ji replied with the gravity of a young elder firmly holding Hua Manman's small hand. Jiang Yuli smiled and said, then we shall explore the surroundings. With a subtle glance toward Shun Guanlan and Lu Jin, her meaning was clear. They intended to seek clues. Shun Guanlan and Lu Jin acknowledged her silently. Soon the group dispersed. Hua Manman and Lu Ji arrived at the spot where Lu Ji usually trained. There nestled discreetly hummed a modest spirit-gathering formation, its ambient spiritual energy dense and potent, accelerating cultivation twofold. Yet though the formation accommodated only one cultivator, Hua Manman required none of its benefits. Still neither child understood such matters, so Lu Ji immediately yielded the formation to her. Sister Manman, stand right here. It's far better for practice. Lu Ji gently guided her, settling the little girl squarely within the formation's radiant core. Yes, Hua Manman declared, brandishing her wooden sword with bright enthusiasm. Thank you, Brother Ji. Good girl, no need to thank me. Lu Ji stroked her soft, fragrant cheek, utterly enchanted. Now let us begin. Hua Manman nodded earnestly. Though they called it sword practice, she knew nothing of technique. She simply waited for Lu Ji to begin, then mimicked his every move. The forms Lu Ji practiced were simple, and Hua Manman could indeed follow. Yet with her short limbs and unsteady posture, she resembled a dazed goose, her stances and motions often awkward or imprecise. Lu Ji soon noticed. He paused repeatedly to correct her arm. Lift higher. Higher still. Yes, yes, just like that. Hold steady, don't sway. Sister Manman, stand firm. No swaying. Now thrust, hard. Yes, harder. As Lu Jin passed by, he found Lu Ji guiding Hua Manman. Unconsciously he stopped. Once again the sword of unfeeling offered its cold, unyielding verdict. This Lu Ji is a wasted talent. Too many attachments bind him, ensuring he will never ascend. His parents have failed him utterly. A shame indeed. Lu Jin remained silent, but unknowingly his gaze held something rare, something almost like envy. From his earliest memory in the Wanfa immortal sect, he had cultivated alone. Always utterly alone. Years had forged that solitude into habit. Thus, when Hua Manman first joined him in practice, he'd felt profoundly unsettled. Yet over time, Lu Jin abruptly snapped back to awareness, withdrew his gaze, and refused to dwell further, instead seeking solitude to train alone. Hua Manman accompanied Lu Ji in sword practice all afternoon. At first she was full of enthusiasm and trained with earnest attention, but later, she wandered off to chat with a little flower, then chased butterflies, then circled Lu Ji while murmuring, let's go home, let's go home. When will we go home? She even grew so bored that she crawled on the ground beside an insect, wriggling and chattering. And I how ya? Was sure Hua Manman. She devoured every snack Ling Sui had prepared and drank every last drop of water. At last Lu Ji completed his final form, drew a deep breath and paused. Man, I've finished practicing. Ta how la. Hua Manman, now a thoroughly grubby little bundle, tilted her smudged face upward and beamed. Now we can go home. Lu Ji gently wiped her dusty cheeks, then checked the empty food box with quiet delight. Mother will be overjoyed when she sees this. Before, whenever he practiced outdoors, he often forgot to eat what his mother had packed, and each time he returned empty-handed, she would grow quietly disheartened. This time, however, Man had helped him finish it all. What a blessing. Hey. Hua Man patted her tiny chest proudly. Am I not absolutely amazing? Lu Ji nodded vigorously and reached out to take her small hand. Let's go. It's time for dinner. Wait. Hua Man suddenly halted. She'd spotted a familiar figure. She slipped her hand from Lu Ji's and dashed toward the man. Sha Shen Bo, what are you doing here? He was a tall man clad in black robes, his face concealed behind a dark mask. The man looked down at the tiny girl before him and asked in a low, resonant voice, what did you call me? Hua Man tilted her head. His silhouette strongly resembled Lu Jin's master, but his voice was utterly different. Had she mistaken him? She ventured cautiously, are you Lu Jin Good Ji's master? Are you Sha Shen Bo? You've mistaken me, the man replied, and strode away without another word. Do you know that man? Lu Ji rushed over only after the stranger had vanished. Hua Man shook her head. I think I got it wrong. Her little mind puzzled why since entering the secret realm had she kept mistaking people. It's all right. Man will be more careful next time. She forgave herself instantly, and hand in hand with Lu Ji trotted back home. At dinner Lu Ji ate more than ever before. Ling Sui watched in mild surprise. All her pastries had vanished, yet her son still looked ravenous. Beside him Hua Man refused to be outdone, her belly round and full, yet she kept stuffing more into her mouth. So delicious. Auntie's cooking is truly wonderful. Enough. No more. You'll burst if you keep eating. Jiang Yuli snatched away her bowl and chopsticks. As if Tianyan sect starves you. Everyone burst into laughter. Hua Man's cheeks flushed faintly. Her eyes darted about. Then she suddenly declared, I saw someone today. Someone who looked just like Lu Jin's master. Instantly, the atmosphere turned solemn. Wary. Lu Jin was the first to speak, his voice sharp and urgent. Hua Man suppressed a private smile. She'd successfully diverted everyone's attention. She slid down from her chair and grinned. Hey, he was at Lu Jin's practice spot, but I got it wrong. He's not Shashin Bo. She scampered off to play, leaving Jiang Yu Li and the others deeply wary. They all understood if Xie Wu Wang had truly arrived here, then he might well be the one who slaughtered the village, and his target was almost certainly Tianshang. Lu Jin lowered his head in silence. He'd never seen Tianshang at Wanfa Immortal Sect, not even heard its name spoken aloud. Surely, it couldn't possibly be his master's doing. Finally, Jiang Yuli spoke, her voice grave and unwavering. Whether or not it's Xie Wu Wang, we must all stay vigilant. If he has come, watch him closely. She lifted her gaze to Lu Jin. At this moment, Xie Wu Wang likely doesn't even recognize you, so do not regard him as your master. Remember our mission above all else. Lu Jin said nothing, simply set down his utensils and left the table first. Ling Sui and Lu Ji listened quietly beside him. Only after Lu Jin departed did Lu Ji dare ask softly, Xiao A Li, what is your mission? This time Jiang Yuli didn't ignore him. She kept her eyes lowered, eating slowly, and murmured, we're searching for an assassin. Then please take great care. How can your sect entrust such a task to children? Ling Sui's brow furrowed with concern. Mother, they're no ordinary children. That Lu Jin go. Lu Ji said, brimming with admiration, the sword upon his back is an ancient divine blade. Ling Sui was mildly startled, but said nothing more. That night after the children had fallen asleep, she heard movement in the courtyard. Stepping outside, she found Lu Jin practicing sword forms under the moonlight. Though she'd never ventured beyond their secluded realm, her family had guarded Tianshang for generations, and she herself was a cultivator of the sword. Yet the moment she witnessed Lu Jin's technique, she was utterly astounded. She could scarcely believe a 10-year-old boy could wield the sword with such consummate mastery, truly beyond imagination. Soon Lu Jin ceased his forms and turned, offering her a slight respectful nod. Come rest for a while, Ling Sui called, beckoning him gently. Lu Jin hesitated, then sheathed his sword and walked over to sit beside her. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd never have believed a child of 10 could attain such artistry. Ling Sui gazed up at the vast night sky, her eyes alight with yearning. What I wonder is the world beyond like. Surely not everyone out there is a prodigy like you. Lu Jin glanced sideways at her, but offered no reply. I've always dreamed of sending Jir out one day, but now I wonder, will he be bullied once he leaves? Ling Sui turned to him, her gaze tender, suffused entirely with a mother's protective worry. Lu Jin had never seen such a look before. He faltered, then looked away, first his voice calm and measured. Lu Ji possesses exceptional talent. Whether he enters Tianyin sect or Wanfa Immortal sect, he will surely achieve greatness. Truly. Ling Sui's face lit up with uncontainable joy. From the moment he was born, he loved swords. The instant he could lift a wooden practice blade, he began training with fierce devotion. Yet, we've been isolated for too long. What little we can teach him is painfully limited. Ling Sui spoke with quiet fervor. And so, I dream of the day I send him forth. But, Lu Jin asked, perplexed, isn't your Ling clan sworn to guard Tianshang across generations? May Lu Ji truly leave? It's all right. I am still young. I can carry on the vigil. Let the child see the world. Ling Sui's voice was soft, resolute. In that moment, Lu Jin recalled Lu Ji's words earlier that day, how the boy had whispered longing that he wanted to take his mother out to see the world. Ling Su muttered on, voice soft with the familiar fretfulness of a mother wanting her child to soar higher and farther, yet unable to stop worrying he might be hurt. Only when she realized Lu Jin had fallen silent for a long moment did she force an embarrassed smile. Have I been too nagging? I must be wearing on you. Lu Jin merely shook his head, and to his own surprise, he felt no annoyance. Ling Su soothed him. Good child, rest early. Do not overtax yourself. If your mother were still alive, she would be so proud of you. Ling Su decided not to press further. Auntie will go rest now. Lu Jin rose and watched her retreat until she disappeared from view. At 7, he had followed his master to Wanfa Xianmen. As he grew, the truth surfaced: his family had been slaughtered, and the trauma had driven him to forget everything of his past. He could not recall his parents or kin, nor where he had come from. All his life he had been like drifting duckweed, rootless and unmoored. Only the sword remained his single anchor. After sitting alone for a while, Lu Jin hefted the Wuqing sword, drew it from its scabbard, and made his way to the forbidden ground in the back mountain. Moments later, he stood again a few meters from the stone altar, Wuqing in hand. Beneath the moonlight, the two faced one another. The very pressure in the forbidden ground seemed to congeal. Lu Jin advanced step by step as Wuqing and Tianshang issued sharp, ringing sword cries. Tianshang erupted into a violent storm of repelling sword chi, which instinctively shielded its master. Two ancient sword intents confronted each other, setting the forbidden ground trembling. At last, 1 meter from the stone altar, Lu Jin could not move an inch further. He murmured in bewilderment, "Odd. Why does Tianshang repel me so fiercely?" He could not fathom it. He felt clearly that Tianshang's hostility targeted him personally, not the Wuqing sword. The Wuqing sword offered no answer, only admiration that Tianshang, an entity woven from the void within this secret realm, should be so formidable. In the mortal world, whoever claimed Tianshang would be invincible. Silently, the boy and his sword retreated, each lost in thought. Then the Wuqing sword spoke unexpectedly. "Master, why not let that Hua Man try?" Lu Jin frowned. "Try what?" the sword replied. "She seems born with the gift to commune with sword spirits. Have her ask Tianshang what it desires. Don't you wish to test the sword's true power?" Lu Jin refused without hesitation. "No need," he said, glancing back toward the stone altar. "I will find a way to make it yield." The next morning, Hua Man had barely risen when she found Lu Ji perched at the foot of her bed, evidently waiting. "Good morning, brother Lu Ji," the little one greeted in a cherubic voice. Lu Ji hurried forward with a fresh wet towel. Man, you're finally awake. Wipe your face. Do you want to go see Tianshang?" Hua Man scrubbed her face vigorously with the towel and asked in a childlike voice, "The big sword from yesterday?" "Yes. I go to see it every morning. Do you want to come along?" Lu Ji wondered privately if she might be able to draw Tianshang. "Okay," she answered at once, bubbling with enthusiasm. The day before, Tianshang's sword spirit had ignored her, but she had sensed its anger, as if a fierce old grandmother dwelt within that blade. The two children took each other's hands and hurried to the forbidden ground. Lu Ji still could not approach the altar. He sat at a respectful distance and watched Tianshang as he always did. Hua Man ran to the stone altar and clambered as best she could, but could not reach the top. She settled against the base, panting, and began to speak to the sword spirit. "Grandma, you're so high, Man is tired." She wiped the sweat from her brow. "They say you're waiting for your master. Who is your master? What does he look like?" Pointing toward Lu Ji a short distance away, she added, "Do you think he would do?" The spirit of Tianshang remained silent, emitting an air of sorrow and anger. That aura made Hua Man uneasy. After a while, she decided to leave. "Grandma, we'll go home now. We'll come see you tomorrow." She stood by the stone altar, tilting her face upward toward the towering blade. "If you remember who your master is, tell Man. Man will help find him. See you tomorrow, Grandma." On the way back, Lu Ji asked curiously whether the Tianshang spirit had spoken. Hua Man shook her head. Lu Ji's disappointment was plain. He blamed himself, saying, "If only I were a little stronger, perhaps Tianshang would accept me and Mother could leave this place." Hua Man protested, "Brother Lu Ji, you're already very formidable, only a little short of Lu Jin." Then she asked, puzzled, "Does your mother truly want to leave Yueshan Valley?" Lu Ji hesitated. "Mother never said so, but I feel she does, because Father left. Mother loved Father dearly, so surely she would want to go after him." He fell silent, cheeks flushed with a child's indignation. Hua Man suddenly understood Lu Ji's longing. Like her, he wanted to find his father. She sniffed, "If your mother cannot leave, can't your father come back? Why didn't he return? Was he stopped by some trouble?" Lu Ji did not know. He could not imagine what calamity could make a father depart and never return. He only knew one thing: never speak of Father before Mother, for she would grieve in secret. "Enough, Man, let's not speak of it." Lu Ji wiped his eyes and vowed, "I will redouble my sword training. I will pull Tianshang and lead Mother to find Father." Hua Man pumped her tiny fist. "Yes, brother Lu Ji will surely succeed." Lu Ji laughed foolishly and pinched her soft cheek. "If only I had such an adorable sister. Remember, Man, do not mention my father before Mother, as she will cry." Hua Man quickly covered her mouth and shook her head vigorously, promising she would not say a word. Lu Ji's daily regimen was simple: sword practice morning and afternoon every day for 4 shurchen. That morning, everyone followed their usual routines, but with a shared purpose to ascertain whether the man in black was truly Xie Wang. Hua Man stayed to accompany Lu Ji. The little one grew tired quickly as she played nearby, nibbled snacks when hungry, and drank when thirsty. Ling Su had packed many treats and water for them. Hua Man chased a small yellow butterfly and, momentarily distracted, bumped into something. She clapped a hand to her forehead and apologized, sorry. There was no reply. She looked up slowly and first saw a figure in black, then the black mask, the same person they had met yesterday. "It's you," she frowned. "By the way, you still haven't told us who you are." The man in black saw that it was the little brat who had blocked him yesterday, but he ignored him and walked around the little one towards Lu Ji nearby. Hua Man stood there, puffing up her cheeks and stomped her little feet. "Humph, just like the god of death, uncle, he likes to ignore people." Lu Ji did not expect the other party to approach him. He immediately put down the item in his hand, stood up straight, and politely greeted, "Uncle, hello." "What is your name?" the man in black asked in a deep voice. "Lu Ji," the little fellow obediently replied. "Do you come here every day to practice sword?" The man in black continued to inquire. Lu Ji nodded. "Every morning and afternoon I practice for 2 hours each time, and I haven't taken a single day off." "You have great talent, and would you like to come with me?" the man in black said domineeringly. "I am from the Wanfafa Xianmen, and I want to take you as my apprentice. What do you think?" Lu Ji was obviously taken aback, but he quickly shook his head to refuse. "Sorry, uncle, I don't want to leave here." The man in black wanted to say something, but Lu Ji hurriedly left. "Sorry, uncle, my mother is waiting for me at home. We have to go back. Goodbye." He quickly ran over to take Hua Man's hand and hurriedly left. The man in black watched Lu Ji's receding figure, and soon he left as well. After several people departed, Lu Jin slowly emerged from his hiding place, certain that the man in black was his master Xie Wuwang. Hua Man mentioned that the voice was different because a year ago Xie Wuwang had gone down the mountain seemingly encountering some incident that hurt his throat, so, since then his voice had changed. But before this was indeed Xie Wuwang's voice. Lu Jin just couldn't determine what time it was now, and whether Xie Wuwang had accepted him as a disciple. Was Xie Wuwang here for the Tianxiang? Or was it Lu Ji? "Master, do you want to acknowledge your master?" the heartless sword suddenly asked mechanically. "Perhaps he knows how to draw out Tianxiang." Lu Jin shook his head. Right now he probably doesn't recognize me. Moreover, he couldn't acknowledge Xie Wuwang for now. He needed to figure out the reason for Xie Wuwang's appearance. "Lu Jin Gidge." Suddenly, a little voice rang out from behind. Lu Jin turned around to find that Lu Ji and Hua Man had returned. "Lu Jin Gidge." Lu Ji greeted Lu Jin and immediately went to search for a water bottle in the nearby bushes, having forgotten to take it in his rush. "Lu Jin Gidge, did you see that man in black?" Hua Man asked curiously while standing beside Lu Jin. "Doesn't he look a lot like your master?" Lu Jin looked down at her. Xie Wuwang's face was almost covered and his figure was also different from now, yet he was surprised that Hua Man could recognize him. Lu Jin felt that Hua Man's observation or intuition was remarkably accurate. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "In what way does he resemble my master?" "In every way." Hua Man could not explain it clearly. Lu Jin was speechless and recalled what Hua Man had said about him resembling Lu Ji. He instinctively looked toward Lu Ji, who was running over. "Found it." Little Lu Ji raised the water bottle, looking pleased as he turned to Hua Man. Man, you did great. You've drunk all this water, and mother will surely be very happy." Lu Jin helplessly withdrew his gaze. He and Lu Ji really did not resemble each other at all. After a day's time, everyone gathered again to discuss the progress of the day. Jiang Yueli sighed. When Zhengyang and the others have been eliminated and left the secret realm now. She scanned the crowd. "The task can only rely on us." Before they were killed, they should have had the chance to mention that they were disciples of the Tianyan sect, who would dare to take action. Shun Guanlan frowned, inadvertently glancing at the silent Lu Jin beside him. Lu Jin remained silent. He had no obligation to reveal that he recognized Xie Wuwang. Could it be that man in black? Jiang Yueli spoke thoughtfully. Hua Man immediately raised her small hand to answer. Man met that man in black again today, but he ignored me and only talked to brother Lu Ji. With Lu Ji? What did he say? Jiang Yueli immediately asked curiously. Hua Man shook her head as she climbed down from her chair and ran out while saying loudly, "I'm going to find brother Lu Ji." Jiang Yueli looked at Lu Jin. "Did you gain nothing?" Lu Jin remained silent. Shun Guanlan sneered. "Forget it, he just came along to play. Whether the task can be completed is of no concern to him, so don't ask anymore." Soon Hua Man returned with Lu Ji. "Little Lu Ji." Jiang Yueli immediately opened her mouth to ask. Lu Ji frowned unhappily. "Little Alalai, what's wrong with you?" "Call him brother Lu Ji." Jiang Yueli was speechless and looked at Shun Guanlan. "You ask him." Shun Guanlan chuckled softly and continued to ask, "Lu Ji, what did that man in black say to you today?" "Man in black." Lu Ji lowered his head, his expression clearly flustered. He didn't say anything, he just asked some questions about the sword cultivation conference, really didn't say much. But in his state, an ordinary child would surely be deceived, yet Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan could almost immediately see that this child was lying. Why was he lying? Lu Ji didn't seem like a child who liked to lie. Oh, what was he hiding? Okay, we understand. Shun Guanlan did not expose him, patting his shoulder. This person might be somewhat dangerous. If you encounter him again, be careful. Lu Ji blinked his big eyes. Okay. That evening, Lu Jin went to the forbidden area with the heartless sword again, but the outcome was no different. The Tianxiang swords still rejected their approach. If they forced their way closer, it would surely cause turmoil throughout the Moon God Valley, let alone drawing it out. Lu Jin really couldn't understand. Even if it was unwilling to accept, it shouldn't reject them so fiercely as if it held a grudge. Why? The heartless sword suggested again. Master, why not bring that human child along next time? Perhaps we can find out why the Tianxiang sword harbors such animosity toward you. Even the heartless sword sensed the animosity, and Lu Jin was indeed very curious, but he still didn't intend to use Hua Man, merely giving a vague response. We'll talk about it later. Using someone who was about to die under his sword, he found it somewhat unacceptable. When Lu Jin was returning with the heartless sword, he unexpectedly ran into Ling Su. Went to the forbidden area again. Ling Su asked with concern, her tone not one of questioning or vigilance. Lu Jin nodded. Auntie can understand you. Any sword cultivator who encounters a treasure sword like Tianxiang would want to explore it, but Ling Su sighed. Auntie still wants to remind you that Tianxiang is extremely loyal, who apart from the one it is waiting for, it probably won't accept anyone else, otherwise it wouldn't have been sealed for thousands of years. Lu Jin frowned and curiously asked, since the Ling family has guarded Tianxiang for generations, do you have no information about its master at all? Actually, Ling Su let out a bitter smile. The Ling clan initially believed that they were the guardians of Tianxiang, thinking that the master of Tianxiang belonged to our clan, but after so many years. She shook her head helplessly. No one from the Ling bloodline can approach Tianxiang, let alone draw it out so. Ling Su gazed towards the forbidden area. I don't know how much longer the Ling clan can hold on, or whether we should continue to do so. I see. Lu Jin nodded, unable to help, but asked, what about Lu Ji? His talent is really impressive. Ling Su shook her head. I once thought it would be this child. But clearly Lu Ji had failed. Alright, it's getting late. You should rest early and not tire yourself out. Ling Su quickly left. Lu Jin had a suspicion in his heart. Could Xiao Wang uncover the secret of Tianxiang? Early the next morning, Hua Man continued to accompany Lu Ji to visit the Tianxiang sword, but the Tianxiang sword remained silent, seeming to be in an even worse mood. On the way back, Hua Man couldn't help but murmur, it seems someone has upset Grandma again. Who? Lu Ji was puzzled. This Tianxiang sword is too easily angered. No one can approach it, yet it is always angry. Maybe someone did something wrong. Grandma surely doesn't want to be angry. Hua Man couldn't help but speak up for Tianxiang. She was very empathetic towards these sword spirits and weapon spirits. To others they were silent and cold weapons, but to her they were just like her, beings with emotions. This time when Lu Ji and Hua Man went to practice swordsmanship again, Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan quietly followed behind with Lu Jin accompanying them. Around noon, the figure in black indeed appeared again. Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan immediately blocked him, while Lu Jin quietly observed without intervening. Beneath the black mask, a pair of pitch-black eyes scanned the few people with indifference, coldly speaking. You are also disciples of Tianyan's sect. Jiang Yueli and the others immediately understood when Zhengyang and the others had been killed by the figure in black. What do you want? Jiang Yueli asked in a deep voice. Is your target the Tianxiang sword, or Lu Ji? The figure in black clearly did not regard them as worthy of attention, instead glancing at Lu Jin several times. He did not answer Jiang Yueli's question. In his eyes, they were no more significant than Hua Man. What's your name? The figure in black's attention remained on Lu Jin, evidently very interested in him. However, Lu Jin, like him, remained silent and ignored the question. Interesting, it's been a long time since Tianyan sect had such an interesting disciple. The figure in black turned to leave. Shun Guanlan immediately prepared to set up a formation to stop him, but Jiang Yueli hurriedly stopped him. Forget it, let him go. Jiang Yueli looked at the figure in black, her expression serious. Without Lu Jin's intervention, we two alone are not his match. She turned to Lu Jin, saying meaningfully, it seems the target of this figure in black is really Lu Ji. What does he want? To take Lu Ji as his disciple. Shun Guanlan, with his arms crossed, chuckled sarcastically. As far as I know, Xiao Wang only has one disciple named Lu Jin. I'm saying Lu Jin. He suddenly leaned in, mischievously asking, is there a chance? You changed your name. Nonsense. Lu Jin was clearly angered, tossing his sleeve and quickly leaving. Shun Guanlan, puzzled, looked at Jiang Yueli innocently and said, I was just joking. Why did he get angry? Jiang Yueli said nothing, but she also felt that Lu Jin and Lu Ji could not possibly be the same person. Senior brother Lu Ming had mentioned to senior sister Ji Hong that the places in the secret realm had been slaughtered and no one should have survived, including Lu Ji. Moreover, there was another point she could not comprehend. You said whether the figure in black is after Tianxiang or Lu Ji, why did he slaughter the village? Clearly the Ling clan would not stop anyone from taking Tianxiang, and Ling Su especially hopes that Lu Ji can leave Yushin Valley. So what reason is there to slaughter the village? Shun Guanlan similarly could not understand. These days, while wandering in the valley, they had received great hospitality, and the villagers clearly adored the Ling family and liked little Lu Ji. Just thinking of their fate made one feel incredibly sad. In fact, at first coming here to stop the massacre was for the sake of completing a task, but now he wanted more, to change the outcome of this dream and save them. Now there's only one possibility left. Shin Guanlan looked again towards the Ling family. Perhaps it's the figure in black or someone else. They want to guard a secret, a shocking secret that they never wish anyone to discover. After Lu Jin left, he quickly caught up to the figure in black. He couldn't draw the ruthless sword for fear of being recognized, so he could only block him alone. You are Xia Wuwang from the Wanfa Xian men. Lu Jin spoke coldly in this situation. It was his first time speaking to his master like this. He told himself in his heart that the Xia Wuwang before him was not his master. The figure in black paused. He seemed taken aback, then removed his mask, revealing a wicked and unruly face. He smirked and leisurely spoke. This little Yushun Valley is quite unexpected. I have been recognized by 2 children in succession. Interesting, truly interesting. He glanced at the pink sword sheath behind Lu Jin. Little fellow, since you've blocked me, you should know what the price of blocking me is. Draw your sword. I want to see if you truly have the ability to stop me. Lu Jin did not wish to fight. He wanted to obtain some useful information from Xia Wuwang, but Xia Wuwang, by nature cruel and warlike, did not give him the chance to speak. Fortunately, Xia Wuwang did not draw his sword either. Instead, he picked up a branch nearby and charged at Lu Jin. Lu Jin's sword could not be drawn, so he could only parry with the sheath, managing to resist for a time. Xia Wuwang soon stopped squinting, looking at Lu Jin with confusion. Whose swordsmanship did you learn? Self-created. Lu Jin panted slightly, barely keeping up. You have a good sword. Why don't you draw it? Xia Wuwang asked again. Lu Jin replied calmly, I have no intention of being your enemy. I just want to know. Why are you here? Do you wish to take Lu Ji as your disciple? Xia Wuwang chuckled. If you are willing, I can consider taking you as my disciple. Little fellow, think carefully now. My interest in you is about to surpass Lu Ji. He did not give Lu Jin the chance to respond and quickly vanished. In the evening, several little ones returned home together, only to unexpectedly discover a figure in black appearing at the Ling family's residence. What surprised them even more was that he removed his black mask, revealing his face. Are you really the god of death, Uncle? Hua Man was the first to react, joyfully rushing forward to proudly tell everyone, Man didn't mistake you. Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan exchanged glances, both displaying worried expressions. Beside them, Lu Jin frowned, completely unable to guess what Xia Wuwang intended to do. At that moment, Lu Ji suddenly rushed forward, dragging Xia Wuwang outside. You should leave. My family doesn't welcome you. Hurry up and go. Everyone was somewhat surprised by Lu Ji's reaction. Jerked. Ling Su suddenly entered through the back door, carrying snacks and tea for guests. What are you doing? You must not be rude to guests. She set down her items, pulled Lu Ji to the side, and smiled apologetically to Xia Wuwang. Senior Xia, this is my son Lu Ji. He doesn't understand. Please don't take offense. It's all right. We've met before, Xia Wuwang said, unusually good-natured. Your son has extraordinary talent. He will surely achieve great things on his path as a sword cultivator in the future. Senior Xia overpraises him. If Zhi'er could learn a thing or two from you, Senior Xia. Ling Su's words clearly sought to flatter Xia Wuwang, obviously hoping he would take Lu Ji away from the Moon God Valley. Mother. At that moment, Lu Ji, rarely throwing a child's tantrum, exclaimed, Mother, I don't like this person. I don't want to learn swordsmanship from him. I refuse. Don't act out. Ling Su also rarely wore a cold expression, quietly scolding Lu Ji. I tell you, Zhi'er, this master Xia Wuwang is an elder from the Wanfa Xian men and a powerful sword cultivator. If you could follow him. I won't leave. I haven't pulled out the Tianxiang yet. I don't want to leave the Moon God Valley like this. Lu Ji cried and ran out. Zhi'er. Ling Su took a step to chase after him, but remembering there were guests, she turned back with a bitter smile, explaining, Senior Xia, the child doesn't understand. It's all right. Xia Wuwang surprisingly showed no anger. Auntie, I'll go see Brother Lu Ji. Don't worry. Hua Man immediately ran out. She searched around the courtyard, but didn't find him, and immediately thought of the forbidden area on the back mountain, so she hurriedly ran there. Hua Man arrived breathlessly at the forbidden area, and indeed saw Lu Ji there, who was being knocked back repeatedly by the Tianxiang sword, falling down covered in dirt. Once again, Lu Ji forced his way toward the Tianxiang sword, only to be violently knocked back again. He fell to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, clearly having sustained internal injuries. But he did not want to give up. He struggled to get up and wanted to try again. Brother Lu Ji, don't try anymore. Hua Man ran over, worriedly grasping Lu Ji's hand. Brother Lu Ji, you're bleeding. Why can't I? Lu Ji lowered his head, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Why can't I? Why? He pounded his fist into the ground, his voice choked with emotion. I don't want to be this powerful. I don't want it. Hua Man squatted beside him, watching as large tears fell, and she too felt heartbroken, shedding tears. The 2 little ones didn't notice that not far behind them, Ling Su was also silently shedding tears. Ultimately, she felt uneasy and had come out, but seeing her son like this, and witnessing Lu Ji's desperate desire to grasp the Tianxiang, she felt even more distressed and helpless. Unable to bear watching any longer, she turned and quietly left. Hua Manman accompanied Lu Ji, and when she saw him sitting there crying out loud, she could no longer endure it and ran to confront the spirit of the sword. Grandma, do you know? The Ling clan has protected that boy's family for generations. Do you know that they can only stay here for you and cannot go anywhere else? But what about you? Why won't you accept Brother Lu Ji? Why won't you say who your true master is? Grandma, look at Brother Lu Ji. He is really so sad, boo-hoo. To Hua Manman's surprise, the spirit of Tianxiang actually spoke. He. But as soon as it opened its mouth, it was a cold laugh from ancient times, full of mockery and disdain. Is he feeling wronged? The voice of the sword spirit was filled with age, indeed sounding like an old woman as she began to complain with indignation. But the one truly deceived is me. It was the ancestors of the Ling family who tricked me into this place, sealing me here, telling me that one day a descendant of the Ling family would break the seal and take me away from here. But how many years have I waited? I can't even remember. The Ling family guarded me for how many years, and I waited for so many years. They are trapped in the Moon God Valley, but what about me? I am trapped on this altar. Little one, I ask you, who is more pitiful? Hua Manman wiped her tears vigorously, left speechless by the question, and innocently explained for the Ling family. But the Ling family also wants to pull you out. Why can't it be done? The sword spirit ignored her question, becoming even angrier as she thought of the person who came these past few nights. It's enough that they themselves can't do it. They even brought a fake Ling bloodline, thinking I'm a fool. Fake bloodline. Hua Manman didn't understand. What fake bloodline? Who is the fake bloodline? But the sword spirit of Tianxiang still ignored her question, only angrily roaring, imposter. Thieves. No matter how talented he is, I will never accept him as my master. Hua Manman became more and more confused as she listened. Seeing that the old lady was really angry, she could only quickly comfort her. Grandma, don't be angry. I understand your feelings. I will tell Aunt Su and Brother Lu Ji. They will continue to find your true master. Don't be angry. The sword spirit of Tianxiang snorted and once again fell into a silent wait. Hua Manman ran back to Lu Ji's side, helping him up with all her strength. Brother Lu Ji, Grandma said she won't accept a thief as her master. She is a bit angry right now. Let's go back first. Thief. Lu Ji stood up with difficulty, completely puzzled by Hua Manman's words. What thief? Where did a thief come from? Hua Manman naturally didn't understand either, and the old lady's words were too many as she was a bit scared at the time, so she didn't remember clearly. She could only recall, while saying, bloodline thief. Yes, Grandma said there's a bloodline thief who wants to deceive her, and she instantly saw through it. What does that mean? Lu Ji couldn't understand at all. Hua Manman shook her little head. Man doesn't know either. Anyway, Grandma is very unhappy. So forget it. Let's go back first. Lu Ji quickly perked up. He knew he must have frightened Hua Manman just now. He affectionately patted Hua Manman's little forehead. Man, it's okay. Brother apologizes to you. I was too impulsive just now and scared you. It's okay as long as Brother Lu Ji is fine, Hua Manman replied nonchalantly. At night, Lu Ji found himself unable to sleep. He quietly got up, wanting to take a stroll in the courtyard, only to see Lu Jin practicing his swordplay. He recalled what Hua Manman had said, that Lu Jin did not ignore him, but was playing a game with him. Taking a deep breath, he gathered his courage and walked over. Lu Jin's swordplay was naturally graceful. Despite holding a small pink sword, one could still feel the sharpness of his sword energy. With the unity of man and sword, he was unstoppable. Lu Ji watched in fascination, imagining that one day he too could be as formidable as Lu Jin. Perhaps then Tianxiang would accept him. Lu Jin noticed Lu Ji's presence and quickly stopped. Lu Jin, Gij, did I interrupt you? Little Lu Ji felt a bit embarrassed, hesitating whether he should leave immediately. No worries. Unexpectedly, Lu Jin spoke first and sat down on the stone steps. Lu Ji hesitated for a moment, cautiously walked over and sat beside Lu Jin. Seeing that Lu Jin did not send him away, he felt particularly happy and excitedly said, Lu Jin, Gij, your swordplay is amazing, so impressive. Lu Jin smirked slightly, feeling no stir in his heart. If he hadn't stopped in time, Lu Ji would have discovered that he couldn't even properly practice the techniques of the emotionless sword. Thinking of the emotionless sword, he turned his head to look at little Lu Ji. Do you know the emotionless sword? Emotionless sword. Lu Ji was surprised, clearly not expecting Lu Jin to mention such a simple technique. He immediately nodded yes. When I first started learning swordplay, the first technique my mother taught me was the emotionless sword. Lu Jin raised an eyebrow and handed the emotionless sword to Lu Ji. Show me how you do it. All right. Lu Ji felt as if he had the chance to perform in front of his idol, and he was particularly excited. He picked up the emotionless sword and rushed into the courtyard. The emotionless sword felt much lighter in his hands, no different from an ordinary sword. However, when Lu Ji held it, it sensed a familiar aura. Lu Ji's emotionless sword was indeed well practiced, The entire technique flowed seamlessly, and anyone who watched would praise it endlessly. Surprisingly, Lu Jin felt a hint of envy in his heart. "Why don't you like Master Xia?" he asked, looking curiously at Lu Ji, who had sat down again. "I don't dislike Master Xia," Lu Ji said dejectedly. I just want to pull out Tianshang before leaving the Moon God Valley. He just didn't want his mother and family to be trapped here. If he could leave, why couldn't they?" Lu Jin said nothing, catching a glimpse of Ling Su's figure silently leaving. Unexpectedly, he rubbed little Lu Ji's head. "Having an obsession is a good thing, but if it's too deep, it will only harm both others and yourself." Lu Jin stood up, preparing to leave. "Get some rest early." Lu Jin Gij. Lu Ji couldn't help but call out to him, curious, "Does Lu Jin Gij have an obsession?" Lu Jin paused for a moment, then coldly replied, "No. Obsession arises from the heart, but his heart was already a pile of ashes." In the end, he said, Lu Ji performed well in tomorrow's sword cultivation competition. After Ling Su left, she went to see Xia Wuwang. She appeared calm, showing no signs of sorrow or joy. "Senior Xia, please tell me the secret of pulling out Tianshang that you mentioned before." Xia Wuwang curled his lips. "Are you willing to pay the price of your life?" "Yes," Ling Su replied with extraordinary determination. The next day, the sword cultivation competition would be held as scheduled, and the Moon God Valley was bustling with excitement. This was a rare event within the valley, and everyone was particularly looking forward to it. In the Ling family, Lu Ji changed into new clothes, carrying a small wooden sword, looking spirited. Ling Su repeatedly checked the little fellow's equipment, gently saying, "Zhu, do your best. Mother is looking forward to your performance today. Mother, I won't disappoint you at all." Little Lu Ji was full of confidence. "Lu Ji Gij, do your best. Lu Ji Gij is so cool." Hua Man also carried a small wooden sword, looking even more excited than Lu Ji. The group quickly arrived at the venue of the sword cultivation competition, and along the way, almost every clan member they encountered cheered for Lu Ji, clearly having high hopes for him. Although there were no outsiders participating in the Moon God Valley's sword cultivation competition, there were still many sword cultivation experts within the valley. The competition was divided into a children's group and an adult group. Lu Ji's talent and diligence were well recognized, so almost everyone assumed he would be the first in the children's group. Soon the competition began. Lu Ji fought round after round on stage, while Hua Man and others cheered and shouted from below the stage. "Lu Ji Gij is so awesome. Oh no, Lu Ji Gij, quickly dodge. Lu Ji Gij has sent his opponent flying, ha ha ha." Hua Man's sweet voice echoed throughout the sword cultivation competition. Lu Jin and Xia Wuwang stood at the back of the crowd, both with their arms crossed, standing straight. Upon a glance, they bore some resemblance. Lu Jin spoke first. "You said that day, if I was willing, you wanted to take me as your disciple. You have no chance now." Xia Wuwang coldly interrupted Lu Jin. "I, Xia Wuwang, will only take one disciple in my life, and that person is up there now." Did Lu Ji agree? Lu Jin turned to look. "He will agree," Xia Wuwang said confidently. Lu Jin frowned. "Even if he agrees, are you sure you want to choose him over me?" "Ha ha." Xia Wuwang suddenly laughed. "Little fellow, your talent is indeed very high, but compared to Lu Ji, you lack one thing." "What thing?" Lu Jin asked anxiously. Xia Wuwang pointed his finger at the area above Lu Jin's heart. "Do you believe that if one day there is only one person in this world who can defeat you, that person must be Lu Ji?" Lu Jin instantly clenched his fists. At that moment, Lu Ji won again on the competition stage, and the excited cheers erupted from the audience, chanting his name repeatedly. "Lu Ji! Lu Ji! Lu Ji!" Lu Jin looked at the little fellow who was the center of attention on the stage. Lu Ji was destined to grow amidst overwhelming love with Ling Su and the entire Ling clan behind him. As long as he didn't give up, one day, he would pull out Tianshang. And what about himself? No matter in this life or the next, Lu Jin knew there was no one behind him. Not even Xia Wuwang, who had accompanied him for a long time, had much affection for him. Thus, in his past life, after countless flattery from Hua Man, he took her outstretched hand, thinking he had grasped a form of love, only to find the sword cultivation competition ended and Lu Ji became the first in the youth group as expected. He was surrounded by countless people, tossed high and caught steadily, enjoying the glory that belonged to him. Lu Jin withdrew his thoughts, lowering his head to conceal the envy in his eyes. At that moment, Ling Su unexpectedly walked up to the high platform. The festive crowd fell silent, almost at once, faces alight with joy and eyes full of expectation as they turned toward Ling Su on the dais. It was plain to see that the people of Yueshan Valley revered Tianshang, worshipped Ling Su, and held the Ling clan in deep veneration. Ling Su then announced a single proclamation: the Tianshang sword was about to emerge, and the valley folk were free to depart as they wished. The declaration struck like thunder, color drained from every face. What does the valley mistress mean? Has someone actually drawn the Tianshang sword? That must be it, but who could it be? Are we really to leave Yueshan Valley? And if we leave the valley, where will we go? The Tianshang sword no longer needs our guardianship, Yet were we not born to protect Tianshang? Joy and bewilderment mixed across the crowd's faces. At last Ling Su said Yueshan Valley will cease to exist. Everyone must leave at once. How can Yueshan Valley cease to exist? Hua Man looked up at Lu Ji. Where will I go to play with brother Lu Ji then? The little ones were already lost in their own world, forgetting for a moment that they stood in a secret realm, and that Yueshan Valley in truth no longer endured. Lu Ji, hearing this for the first time, shook his head in confusion and hurried to explain Yueshan Valley is not gone. Mother did not mean it that way. But what then did his mother mean? And what did it mean that the Tianshang sword was about to be born into the world? Jiang Yueli and Shen Guanlan exchanged a glance. They both understood that a slaughter might be about to occur. They had not yet fathomed the whole truth, but it was clear that if they did not act now, it might already be too late to prevent disaster. Shen Guanlan looked back and found only Lu Jin amid the crowd. Xiao Wang had already departed. What shall we do? He whispered to Jiang Yueli. Xiao Wang has gone. Jiang Yueli made a swift decision. She patted Hua Man's small shoulder. Man Guanlan and I have something to take care of. We may not know if we can return. For now, stay with brother Lu Ji and do not run off alone, understand? I understand. Hua Man answered obediently, then worriedly reminded them come back soon, or Auntie Su will be worried. Be good. Jiang Yueli turned to Lu Ji. Take care of her. Lu Ji placed both hands on the child's shoulders and nodded to Jiang Yueli and Shen Guanlan with assurance. Don't worry. Jiang Yueli and Shen Guanlan left at once to find Lu Jin. Shen Guanlan said bluntly, we must kill Xiao Wang. What do you say? Will you come with us? Lu Jin frowned, surprised at their swift resolve, but replied with cool certainty, you cannot kill him. Even if we cannot, we have to try. Will you join us or not? Shen Guanlan's patience thinned. Lu Jin remained silent. Jiang Yueli patted Shen Guanlan's shoulder, and they departed together. Lu Jin hesitated only a moment before following. At that moment, Ling Su descended from the platform. Lu Ji, clutching Hua Man, ran forward breathless. Mother, is what you said true? Is the Tianshang sword really about to be born? Ling Su smiled and nodded. Of course. When have I ever spoken falsehood? Her gaze was full of love as she looked at the son she cherished most. Who will draw it? Lu Ji's excitement could not be contained. Who can pull out the Tianshang sword? Why, you, of course. Ling Su stroked her son's round head. My Ji is the finest of the heavenly born sword cultivators. Apart from you, no one can draw Tianshang. Me. Lu Ji widened his eyes in astonishment. Me. But I tried yesterday, and I couldn't, mother. Trust your mother. Come along. Ling Su smiled gently. Tonight, I will cook your favorite dishes to reward you for today. She took Lu Ji's hand, and they walked home together. On the way, Lu Ji still could not fully accept it, and was too surprised to speak. Brother Lu Ji, it really is you. Hua Man chimed happily. Grandmother said the Ling blood can draw the sword. Ling Su laughed softly. But how can I, who cannot even approach Tianshang, possibly draw it? Lu Ji could not help voicing his doubt. Trust your mother. The moment has not yet arrived, Ling Su said with conviction. Lu Ji chose to believe her. He would pull the Tianshang sword, and then take his mother away from Yueshan Valley. Dinner that evening was lavish. Lu Ji and Hua Man ate their fill. Hua Man, her small belly round from 2 big bowls, wondered where senior sister, Ili, brother Guanlan, and brother Lu Jin had gone. Why haven't they come back yet? Ling Su smiled, and reassured her they will return when their tasks are done. I have left them food in the kitchen. Auntie Su, you're so kind. Hua Man grew drowsy, her little head nodding toward the rice bowl. Lu Ji could not help a muffled laugh, and whispered to Ling Su, Mother Man is sleepy. Eat slowly, or I will carry her to bed, Ling Su said gently. She lifted Hua Man to the pallet, and only left once the child had fallen asleep. After finishing his meal, Lu Ji took up his sword, and intended to go to the yard to practice. I haven't trained yet today, Mother. I want to practice for a while before sleeping. Not tonight, Ji. Stay and talk with your mother, Ling Su stopped him. Lu Ji scratched his head in puzzlement. Is this about the Tianshang sword? Can't we speak of it tomorrow? I still want to train. Is sword practice so important that it matters more than your mother? Her voice slipped with an unspoken sorrow. Of course not, Mother. I won't practice. I'll stay and talk. Lu Ji hurriedly set aside his sword and smiled, feigning lightness. What's the matter with you tonight, acting like little man? Nothing. Only that it has been a long time since we spoke properly, Ling Su said. She led Lu Ji to the courtyard, and they sat on the stone steps. She let him lean against her. In the blink of an eye, my Ji is already 7, becoming so grown up. Mother is truly proud of you, she murmured. Lu Ji, himself growing drowsy, gave a silly little laugh. When I have drawn the Tianshang sword, I will leave Yueshan Valley with you. We can go anywhere. Foolish child. Though Yueshan Valley is small, its people are kind. Once you leave, you must be cautious. Do not trust everyone blindly, understand? I understand, Mother. Don't worry. Besides, you will be with me. Who would dare bully your son? Lu Ji's voice grew thin as sleep pulled at him. Mother, I'm sleepy. Sleep, good child. When you wake, mother will take you to draw the sword. Ling Su stroked him gently, repeating the soothing words, sleep, good child. This is your mother's last time helping you. Hua Man was awakened from a nightmare where she was about to chop off the arm of a big brother. No, no, no. She sat up abruptly, pouting her lips on the verge of tears. The surroundings were pitch black, eerily quiet. Hua Man crawled on the bed looking for someone, calling out with a choked voice, Senior Sister Alarai. Where are you, Senior Sister Alarai? Jiang Yuli had not returned, nor had Shen Guanlan and Lu Jin. Even Lu Ji and Ling Su were absent. Hua Man was utterly frightened. She wiped her tears vigorously and picked up her small wooden sword before leaving the room. She felt a violent sword intent coming from the back mountain, and upon listening closely, she could hear the sounds of a fight. She immediately started running towards the back mountain with her short legs. In the clearing at the back mountain, Jiang Yuli and Shen Guanlan had already engaged in dozens of exchanges with Xie Wang, while Lu Jin remained a bystander. They were gradually running low on spiritual energy. Xie Wang's figure hovered in midair, looking down at the two little guys covered in wounds on the ground. These two children, one looking no more than 5 years old, and the other no more than 10, surprisingly possessed such strength. A storm surged within Xie Wang's heart, and he couldn't help but ponder that perhaps the tiny Yu God Valley was the true heaven beyond heaven. He glanced at Lu Jin, who was watching coldly from the side, and he could almost be certain that if Lu Jin joined in, he would undoubtedly die. Yet Lu Jin did not. He was indeed a cold-blooded fellow. But such a person is the most dangerous. Xie Wang couldn't gauge Lu Jin. He had to quickly kill those two children, or else if Lu Jin changed his mind, it would be too late. The moment Hua Man appeared with her small wooden sword, she saw two sharp sword intents simultaneously piercing the chests of Jiang Yuli and Shen Guanlan. Senior Sister Alarai, brother Guanlan. Little Man was so scared that her legs went weak, and she fell to the ground. But she quickly regained her strength, ran to the bodies of the two, and cried out their names. Senior Sister Alarai, brother Guanlan, wake up, wake up. Yet no one responded to her. At that moment, Hua Man completely forgot that this was a secret realm, forgetting that they wouldn't truly die. She cried heart-wrenchingly, unable to control her sorrow. Xie Wang soon descended from midair, standing beside Jiang Yuli and Shen Guanlan, casting a cold glance to confirm that they were truly dead. It's you. Hua Man raised her head, wiping her tears with all her might, pointing her small wooden sword at Xie Wang. It's you who killed them, you big bad guy, I hate you. She raised her small wooden sword and lunged at Xie Wang. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. She recalled the sword techniques Lu Ji had taught her, all directed at Xie Wang. Xie Wang looked on coldly, unmoved. However, Lu Jin furrowed his brows. He quickly recognized that Hua Man was using the emotion sword. Suddenly, a blood light shot up from the stone platform where the Tianshang sword was stored, causing the entire Yu God Valley to tremble slightly. Xie Wang prepared to leave, but Hua Man grabbed the corner of his clothing. You can't leave. Little Man boldly shouted in the face of Xie Wang's killing intent. You cannot leave. What a hassle. Xie Wang coldly raised his hand. With this strike, Hua Man would undoubtedly die. Stop. Lu Jin finally moved, stepping forward to sever Xie Wang's clothing with a palm, shielding Hua Man behind him, and coldly said, You cannot kill her. Xie Wang scoffed, so you do care after all. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished rapidly, heading straight for the stone platform. Brother Lu Jin. Hua Man's voice was filled with terror. Quick, look, it's on fire. Lu Jin turned to look, and to his astonishment, flames had erupted everywhere in the Yu God Valley, the once flower sea being engulfed by raging fire. The Yu God Valley no longer existed. He had no time to think further. He grabbed Hua Man's collar and immediately rushed towards the forbidden area. He felt his heart racing like never before, as if a deep-seated secret was about to burst forth. Soon Hua Man and Lu Jin arrived at the forbidden area. Mother! Lu Ji's heart-wrenching scream shocked everyone. At that moment, Ling Su and Lu Ji were on the stone platform, but Ling Su had her back to Lu Jin and Hua Man shielding Lu Ji. They were unaware of what was happening on the stone platform. Suddenly, Ling Su turned her head. Under the moonlight, her gaze was gentle as water, looking far at Lu Jin. Lu Jin's body swayed, his ice blue eyes trembling slightly in extreme shock. He saw Lu Ji's wooden sword pierced into Ling Su's heart. He saw ice blue blood flying out from Ling Su's body. He saw ice blue blood wrapping around Lu Ji's wooden sword, rushing towards Lu Ji. Soon Lu Ji's hair turned ice blue and his eyes became hollow ice blue. Lu Ji. Lu Jin. Lu Ji was once Lu Jin. Lu Jin could no longer bear it. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. How could this happen? Hua Man stood helplessly in place, seeing brother Lu Ji like an emotionless puppet foolishly tied to Tianshang. She crouched down, frantically shaking Lu Jin's body. Brother Lu Jin, what's wrong? Wake up, wake up. Yet still no one responded to her. Xie Wuwang glanced at Lu Jin, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes, but he did not linger. The seal of the Tianshang sword had been lifted. He flew forward, scooping up Lu Ji in one arm, and drawing out the Tianshang sword with the other, escaping from the Yugod Valley, which had turned into a sea of fire. Within the secret realm, only Hua Man remained standing there, weak and helpless. Outside the secret realm, Jiang Yuli and others were watching everything unfold through the entrance, not expecting this outcome. It turned out that Lu Ji was actually the Lu Jin from 7 years ago. Seeing Lu Jin also appearing outside the secret realm, albeit in a similarly unconscious state, Jiang Yuli quickly reminded senior sister Ji Hong. Hurry, pull the junior sister out. Let's end the trial. All right. Ji Hong immediately lifted the secret realm. Little Man watched as everything around her slowly dissipated. She took a fearful step back, and soon could no longer bear it. Her vision darkened, and she fainted. At that moment, the sect leader Li Jinyue and the elder Xie Songfeng appeared simultaneously, taking Lu Jin away. Zhang Yuli and Shun Guanlan sought ways to save Hua Man and brought her back to Falling Clouds Peak. What happened? Hua Qixia asked, heartbroken upon seeing her unconscious daughter. The trial failed. Zhang Yuli sighed. Junior sister Man might have been frightened and stimulated, causing her to faint. Failed the trial. Hua Qixia looked doubtful. She understood Zhang Yuli and Shun Guanlan's strength, and with Lu Jin, how could the trial fail? She quickly realized this was not a simple trial. These old fossils, I won't let them off. She hurriedly carried Hua Man back into the room. Zhang Yuli and Shun Guanlan exchanged glances, both worried that little Man might be possessed once again. Hua Man remained unconscious until nightfall, prompting Hua Qixia to seek out the main peak. Li Jinyue, Xie Songfeng, you two old fools, come out. As she entered the great hall, she began to curse loudly, demanding to settle the score. Elder Wu, please calm down. The sect master and the grand elder are busy. The disciples of the main peak tried to stop her, but were utterly unsuccessful. All right, you can go now. Li Jinyue finally appeared and dismissed the disciples. Xie Songfeng followed closely behind him, appearing cautious. What are you two old fools doing? Because of you, my man is still unconscious. Hua Qixia furiously questioned them. Li Jinyue glanced helplessly at Xie Songfeng, saying, if you don't come out to explain, I knew it. You can't hide it from Fifth. Elder Wu, please don't be angry. Don't be angry. Xie Songfeng fearfully stepped forward and recounted the events leading up to this situation. He had inadvertently learned of the suspicious circumstances surrounding Xie Wuwang, bringing back Lu Jin from the Wanfa Xianmen, and after further investigation, he uncovered this old matter. He always felt regret for Lu Jin. Knowing the full story, now he couldn't just stand by, so he devised a plan for Li Jinyue to create a secret realm, allowing Lu Jin to witness everything that had happened back then as an observer. After hearing this, Hua Qixia, as a mother herself, felt her anger dissipate, but couldn't help but curse. None of the Xie family are good people. Yes, Elder Wu is right. Xie Songfeng dared not retort. Seeing her about to leave, he hurriedly followed, saying, Elder Wu, let me see you off. Outside the main hall, Hua Qixia asked with concern, how is that child? Has he woken up? He has woken up, but his body is fine. Just. Xie Songfeng sighed helplessly. After waking up, he neither eats nor drinks, doesn't speak, nor practices swordsmanship, appearing even more like a walking corpse than before. He pondered for a moment and self-reproachfully said, I wonder if I did something wrong. Hua Qixia, however, felt he was not wrong, saying, give him some time. He should know about these matters and understand everything his mother and his clan have done for him. Xie Songfeng tugged at the corner of his mouth, hesitating before tentatively asking, Xiao Wuchen. Still no news. Xiao Wuchen is Hua Man's father. Hua Qixia shook her head and dismissively said, he may be dead, who cares? I need to go back. If Man wakes up and doesn't see me, she will be scared. She waved her hand vigorously and turned to leave. Hua Man woke up again 2 days later. Little junior sister, you're awake. Sister Man, how do you feel? For the past 2 days, whenever they had time, Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanjing had been here, keeping watch over her, and now that she was finally awake, they looked at her with some anxiety. Hua Man's gaze was timid. After scanning them, she pouted. You didn't die. Could it be? Man also died. Why, I don't want to die. Man doesn't want to die. Why? No. Jiang Yueli quickly explained to the little one. Little junior sister, don't forget we entered a secret realm, and the people in the secret realm can't kill us. That's right, Sister Man. Look closely, we're not dead, and neither are you. Shun Guanjing nodded vigorously. Hua Man blinked her big eyes as if she finally remembered. She looked around anxiously and asked, where's brother Lu Jin? Why hasn't he come? Jiang Yueli didn't know how to respond. Lu Jin is at Qingwan Peak. Shun Guanjing tugged at the corner of his mouth, unsure of how to explain. I want to see brother Lu Jin. Hua Man immediately got off the bed and put on her little shoes, running out. Jiang Yueli, and Shun Guanjing shook their heads simultaneously. Shin Guanjing tentatively said, "It seems like there's no problem, right?" "It seems there's no problem." Jiang Yueli nodded, half convinced. Hua Man ran all the way to Qingluan Peak, greeted Xiet Songfeng, and then went to find Lu Jin. Lu Jin was still living in that courtyard. Hua Man spotted him at a glance, but didn't rush in. She ran to the nearby pond, carefully washed her face, tidied her hair, and confirmed that she looked beautiful before happily running over. "Brother Lu Jin, are you all right?" She obediently stood beside Lu Jin, forcing out the most perfect smile. Lu Jin made his first response to the outside world in days. He lifted his head to look at Hua Man. "Brother Lu Jin, are you still feeling sad about your mother?" Hua Man asked with concern. Lu Jin remained silent, merely gazing at her. "Brother Lu Jin, everything your mother did was for you. She definitely doesn't want you to be so sad." Hua Man sat sweetly beside Lu Jin, her small body leaning against him. "So Brother Lu Jin, cheer up quickly. Also, you need to retrieve the Tianxiang sword to honor your mother." Lu Jin frowned. The Hua Man before him was different from what he had imagined. He thought that after Hua Man arrived, she would cry loudly in front of him, lamenting how foolish her mother was, and turn into a pitiful, ugly mess. But the Hua Man before him did not. She had transformed into a fluffy white ball, adorable, obedient, and extremely sensible. For the next few days, Hua Man accompanied Lu Jin daily, just like before. She would find various ways to make Lu Jin happy, bringing him all sorts of treasures he might need, including a mirror that could show memories, allowing Lu Jin to repeatedly see Ling Su. However, Lu Jin continued to numbly accept these things, his emotions showing little fluctuation. One day after Hua Man left again, the always silent Wuqing sword finally spoke up. She is not the same human child as before. After the secret realm, the spirit of the Wuqing sword had evidently sensed the change in its master and tried to remain silent, not wanting to disturb him. Lu Jin turned to look at the Wuqing sword and asked in a deep voice, "How do you know?" Her behavioral logic has changed, the Wuqing sword stated plainly. Her current behavior does not correspond at all with her previous self. Oh, she is an adult now. Lu Jin turned his head. In fact, he realized something else. Hua Man had visited him many times, but had never communicated with the Wuqing sword, always revolving around him, just like in his past life. Exactly the same. So, has the current Hua Man been possessed? The Hua Man from his past life was also possessed. Lu Jin stood up and walked outside. "Master, we should leave now," the spirit of the Wuqing sword called out from behind. "Leave?" Lu Jin paused. "Yes, leave. This place holds no meaning for us anymore. Of course, those so-called paths are also meaningless. Master, look forward. We must continue our journey." Lu Jin did not say anything in the end. He quickly left Qingluan Peak, gathered information at Tianyan sect, and finally found Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan at Luoxiaping. Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan were quite surprised by his arrival. "Are you looking for us?" "For something?" Shun Guanlan was the first to speak, breaking the silence among the three. Lu Jin nodded. "Have you both noticed that Hua Man has been different lately?" Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan immediately exchanged glances. Shun Guanlan quickly asked, "You think she's different? In what way?" For the past few days, Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan had been quietly observing Hua Man. They always felt something was off, but they were not certain and were troubled by their inability to figure it out. In many ways, for example, she now dresses beautifully every day in a manner that is exquisite in the eyes of adults, not like a child's. Shin Guanlan suddenly realized, "That's right. I was wondering why every time I saw her it felt off." "You go on," Lu Jin encouraged. "The most obvious thing is that she no longer approaches the Wuqing sword, nor does she speak with the sword spirit." Lu Jin glanced at the two and said firmly, "I suspect she has been possessed." The three spoke almost in unison. Jiang Yueli smirked with an air of someone who had been through it, saying coldly, "No need to doubt, it's true. Good, this time let's teach that guy a lesson together." That night, Hua Man lay in bed, and the small voice inside her began to speak again. Could you bring a piece of osmanthus cake for Brother Lu Jin tomorrow?" Another voice interrupted harshly. "I warn you, Hua Man, if you keep eating these sweets, your teeth will fall out, and your figure will get ruined. It will be ugly." The small voice trembled in fear, asking then, "Can you bring Brother Lu Jin a bouquet of flowers? If he sees something beautiful, Brother Lu Jin." "Hua Man, don't be foolish. Brother Lu Jin doesn't need flowers," the voice said disdainfully. "In any case, just shut up and be quiet. I want to sleep. I will be nice to Brother Lu Jin." Hua Man dared not make another sound because that voice warned her that if she misbehaved, this body would bully senior sister Ali and brother Guanlan. She didn't want to become a bad person again, nor did she want senior sister Ali and brother Guanlan to be bullied. She couldn't help but think maybe she would never get her body back. The next day after breakfast, Hua Man went to the Eastern Mountain training ground with Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan as usual. "Junior sister, As they left, Loaxiaping Jiang Yueli stopped with an excited expression, saying, I found something fun on Eastern Mountain. There are lots of spirit stones. Do you want to go dig together? Spirit stones. Huamanman's eyes brightened, and she quickly tilted her little head innocently. Are they beautiful stones? Shun Guanlan rolled his eyes at the back, thinking that the entity that had taken over Huamanman's body had really learned how to act this time. He quickly played along, saying, Yes, very beautiful stones. Let's go dig them up, and I'll give you all of them. Great. Huamanman clapped her hands happily, saying, Thank you, senior sister Ali. Thank you, brother Guanlan. You are so nice to Manman. Then let's hurry. Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan led Huamanman to another side of the Eastern Mountain training ground, one on the left and one on the right. Sister Manman, the spirit stones are over there. I'll go dig with senior sister Ali. You wait here and don't move. Shun Guanlan guided Huamanman to an open area and had her stand still. Huamanman quickly furrowed her little brows and asked in confusion, Can't Manman go with you? Junior sister, be good and wait here. It's a bit dangerous over there. Jiang Yueli repeatedly instructed Huamanman, confirming she wouldn't run off before walking far away with Shun Guanlan. At this moment, Lu Jin was hiding behind a large rock waiting for them. After the three of them gathered, they immediately sat on the ground. Lu Jin and Jiang Yueli channeled their spiritual energy into Shun Guanlan, who combined their power to activate the formation at Huamanman's location. This formation was modeled after the one from Qian City. Although its power was vastly different, it couldn't tear apart the soul inside Huamanman, but it could force that soul out of her body. Soon Huamanman, standing in the open area, felt something was wrong. She nearly had a splitting headache and collapsed on the ground, feeling incredibly uncomfortable. The trapped Huamanman felt a bit scared and asked in her childish voice, What's wrong with you? It hurts so much. It hurts so much. The voice was filled with rage. Damn it, it's those little brats causing trouble. They recognized me, damn it. Then, what should we do? Huamanman was a bit at a loss, saying, You shouldn't have taken Manman's body, Manman. Shut up. After saying those two words, the voice was abruptly pulled out of Huamanman's body. In an instant, Huamanman's soul was freed. She regained control of her body, but she remained on the ground, too weak to stand up, yet she could hear that voice outside screaming in pain. You despicable little beast, just wait, I will definitely come back. With the last scream, the formation was destroyed, and the soul that had taken over Huamanman fled. Not far away, Jiang Yueli and the others had almost exhausted their spiritual energy and stood up with pale faces. No, he still got away. Shun Guanlan said helplessly, but his soul is damaged. He shouldn't be able to cause trouble again in the short term. Jiang Yueli frowned, the last words of that voice echoing in her ears. He said he would come back. Is he coming back to find junior sister? Why? We have already discovered him. Why doesn't he choose another person? Shun Guanlan and Lu Jin shook their heads in confusion. At this moment, Huamanman finally sat up and the few of them hurried over. Senior sister Ali, brother Guanlan. Huamanman pouted, and when she saw Lu Jin, she could no longer control herself and burst into tears. Brother Lu Jin, I'm sorry. Lu Jin was somewhat taken aback, feeling awkward and unsure of what to say. Huamanman clung to Lu Jin's right arm, sobbing uncontrollably. It must have hurt a lot. It must have hurt a lot. I'm sorry. During the days she was possessed, she dreamt of her past life, realizing that in her past life, it was she who had severed brother Lu Jin's arm. She was so wicked. At this moment, Lu Jin also understood what the child was crying about. Yet it was clear that none of this was her doing. It was he who nearly killed the wrong person. It's okay, it doesn't hurt anymore. It hasn't hurt for a long time. For the first time in many years, Lu Jin's eyes glimmered with tears. He held Huamanman tightly, and the emotions he had been holding back since exiting the secret realm finally erupted at that moment. He almost cried out loud. Seeing her brother Lu Jin crying so sadly, Huamanman instantly thought that he was in great pain, and thus cried even louder. The two little ones hugged their heads and wept, their voices rising higher than the other, echoing throughout the entire Dongshan, startling many flying beasts and animals. Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan watched coldly, their expressions somewhat helpless. Lu Jin's emotions stabilized a bit, his ice blue eyes still filled with sorrow, as he pitifully asked Huamanman, Why are you like this? Shouldn't you be comforting me? Why are you crying even more sorrowfully than I am? Whoa, I'm so sad. Huamanman cried so hard she could barely breathe. But Lu Jin, can you wait a moment? Once I finish crying, I will comfort you, Whoa. Lu Jin was suddenly amused, wiping away his tears and saying, You're really unreasonable. All right, no more crying. I'm not crying anymore, and you mustn't cry either. He wiped Huamanman's tears vigorously again, watching as her face turned into a mess, unable to resist, tilting his head and chuckling. Huamanman's tears suddenly stopped, as if she had discovered a new world. Lu Jin smiled. It turns out Lu Jin can smile too. Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan also showed smiles on their faces. Yes, the current Lu Jin resembled a person, a complete and whole person. Lu Jin put on a serious face again, trying to act cool, but strangely, no matter how hard he tried, he didn't seem like his former self. He had truly changed, and this change made him feel as if he could firmly stand on the ground again, no longer appearing ethereal. Lu Jin, what are your plans next? Shun Guanlan asked curiously. Lu Jin spoke in a deep voice. I want to return to the Wanfaxian sect. You want to go back? Are you going to find your master? Shun Guanlan found it somewhat hard to understand. Although your mother and the people of the Moon God Valley were not killed by Xie Wuang, it is evident that he is not unrelated. So I need to go back even more. Lu Jin had clearly thought this through. I want to go back and clarify what he said to my mother, why he did this, and also. His expression turned colder since he took away the Tianxiang. I must get it back. The Tianxiang should indeed be returned. It belongs to your Ling family. Jiang Yueli nodded in agreement, then curiously asked, however, did you see the Tianxiang while being beside Xie Wuang for these years? Lu Jin shook his head. Maybe. Jiang Yueli pondered, stroking her chin. Although Xie Wuang took away the Tianxiang, he still might not be able to pull out the Tianxiang sword. Shun Guanlan nodded in agreement. That's very possible. No matter what, this trip to the Tianyin sect has truly brought me too much. Lu Jin looked gratefully at the three in front of him. I know now that there were so many people in this world who loved me deeply. This love has allowed me to grow flesh and blood again, making me truly complete. Thank you all, even if we may not meet again in the future. Don't separate. Hua Manman anxiously interrupted Lu Jin's words. I want to go to the Wanfaxian sect with you. I want to help you find the Tianxiang sword. You want to help me? Lu Jin couldn't help but laugh. Forget it, I can do it alone. Besides, a mischievous glint suddenly flashed in his eyes. What else can you do besides crying? Hua Manman tilted her head, thought seriously for a moment, and soon her eyes brightened. Look, when I cry, Lu Jin doesn't cry anymore. I comforted Lu Jin. How amazing is that? Nonsense. Lu Jin shook his head at her words. It's really something to see you making jokes. Our Lu Genius is now joking around. Shun Guanlan couldn't help but tease. Jiang Yueli smiled and said to Lu Jin, just let her go. You can't stop her. However, there is one condition. What condition? Lu Jin naturally wanted Hua Manman to go with him, so he became a bit nervous when he heard there was a condition. The condition is. Jiang Yueli intentionally prolonged her tone, and when she saw curious eyes looking at her, she continued, the condition is that my junior brother and I must also go. TCH. Shun Guanlan was speechless, not expecting the cold sister to joke as well. Lu Jin's ice blue eyes brightened, but he asked arrogantly, don't you all dislike me? Aren't you all just waiting for me to hurry and leave? You're wrong. We don't like you. Shun Guanlan huffed, and still don't like you now. Jiang Yueli's expression was calm as she continued, we're not going for you. We're going for your mother and the people of the Moon God Valley. It's to repay their hospitality during those days. Thank you all. Lu Jin naturally knew these were just excuses. That's great, that's great. Hua Manman began happily twirling around. Let's go together, let's not separate. By the way, I want to say goodbye to the sect master. Lu Jin said seriously. If it weren't for the sect master, this time's secret realm would have been impossible to realize. Before you see the sect master, you should first thank the Grand Elder. Jiang Yueli knew the background of this matter from Hua Qishao, realizing that if it weren't for Xie Zongfeng, the Moon God Valley matter would probably never be mentioned again. Okay, so the group went together to Qingluan Peak to meet the Grand Elder. Manman is here. Xie Zongfeng opened his arms, looking at Hua Manman with loving eyes. Grand Elder. Hua Manman ran over naturally, letting Xie Zongfeng hold her. Grand Elder, it's been a long time. I missed you so much. Really? Then tell the Grand Elder what you missed about him. Xie Zongfeng teased her on purpose. Is it your little head that misses him? Or your tummy? He poked Hua Manman's little tummy. Hua Manman tilted her little head and fell into serious thought. Grand Elder. Lu Jin stood upright, lifting his snow-white robe, and knelt down properly. Lu Jin has come to bid farewell. Xie Zongfeng immediately set down Hua Manman and went to pull Lu Jin up. Get up and speak. You've been at the Tianyin sect for so long, and I haven't taught you anything. I can't afford such a big bow from you. The kindness of the Grand Elder Lu Jin will never forget. Lu Jin's emotions were clearly a bit stirred. Xie Zongfeng nodded appreciatively. He had won the bet. The true sword cultivator had appeared. He pulled Lu Jin up again, smiling as he said, how about this? Since you're leaving, I have nothing to send you off with. I'll teach you a move. How about that? Lu Jin is extremely grateful. Lu Jin clasped his fists. In the next second, Xie Zongfeng flashed like the wind to the courtyard, already holding a branch in his hand. With a movement, the branch stood tall against the wind, unexpectedly stirring up layers of sword energy. One person and one sword slowly spreading like an ink painting. I know this move too. Hua Manman's eyes lit up as she picked up a branch and began to mimic Xie Zongfeng beside him. Lu Jin felt a slight movement. Xie Zongfeng and Hua Manman were practicing the emotional sword. His eyes blurred with tears as if he could see the moment of Don Ling Su training with Lu Ji. Lu Ji turned around and it was his own smiling face that was radiant. Lu Jin finally learned the emotionless sword. Afterwards, Xiet Songfeng took them to the main peak to meet Li Jinyue. Li Jinyue looked at Lu Jin, who had come back to life, and nodded appreciatively, saying, "Very good. One day you will stand at the pinnacle of the Shinzhou continent." He then asked with concern, "Little one, if the Wanfa immortal sect is truly willing to let you go, where do you plan to go?" Lu Jin glanced at Hua Man and the others, honestly replying, "Back to the sect, master. I haven't thought it through yet." "It's all right, take your time to think." Li Jinyue stroked his beard. "I believe wherever you go it will be the right choice." "Then the old man wishes you," he said loudly. Everything goes smoothly. That evening, Hua Man, Jiang Yueli, and Shun Guanlan persuaded Hua Qixia together. Hua Qixia pounded her chest and sighed. "I shouldn't have agreed to let you go to Qiyin City back then. Now look, you've run off, and the Tianyin sect can no longer accommodate you. Mother, we're helping brother Lu Jin retrieve the Tianxiang sword, and we will come back." Hua Man pouted in Hua Qixia's arms, saying, "Don't worry, we'll be back soon." Hua Qixia had no choice but to personally send the kids to the gate the next day. She touched each child's head and said in a commanding tone, "Go on, the sooner you go, the sooner you'll be back. Those little rascals from the Wanfa immortal sect won't dare to do anything to you." Jiang Yueli and the others stifled their laughter. One of the two great immortal sects of the Shinzhou continent had turned into little rascals in Hua Elder's mouth. Over the years, the Tianyin sect and Wanfa immortal sect had engaged in numerous hidden and open battles, yet opinions on who stood victorious varied greatly. "Mother, do you know Uncle Shashan?" Hua Man suddenly remembered that last time Xie Wuang had asked her to send his regards to her mother, but she had forgotten. Hua Qixia's expression turned even more disdainful, a defeated foe unworthy of mention. "All right, let's set off." The four of them rode on two magical artifacts, Jiang Yueli's Star River Zither and Lu Jin's emotionless sword. On the way, Lu Jin curiously asked, "By the way, can the fifth elder really defeat my master?" Xie Wuang had quite a reputation among the various immortal sects, and even those from the Wanfa immortal sect feared him, making Lu Jin somewhat skeptical of Hua Qixia's words. Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan exchanged glances, both expressing uncertainty. Hua Man, however, was brimming with confidence, saying, "Mother wouldn't lie. Uncle Shashan must be one of Mother's defeated foes." Everyone smiled without saying a word. 2 days later, they landed at the entrance of the Wanfa immortal sect. The Wanfa immortal sect was situated in the Starfall divine vein, which was vastly different from the Tianyin sect. It was expansive, with sparse population featuring various complex and harsh terrains, perfectly aligning with the sect's doctrine of human determination conquering heaven. They believed that fate should not be feared. Cultivation was inherently a rebellion against heaven. Only through extreme pressure, pain, and trials of life and death could one awaken the deepest potential of life and break free from shackles. Within the sect, there was a constant pursuit of survival of the fittest, with resources disproportionately favoring the strongest, centering everything around the improvement of strength. Such a cruel living environment resulted in an equal number of madmen and geniuses within the Wanfa immortal sect, and many cultivators who emerged from here were as bloodthirsty, paranoid, and ruthless as Xie Wuang. Lu Jin was the most prominent genius of the younger generation in the Wanfa immortal sect. "Over there." Lu Jin pointed towards the highest point. "The stargazing platform is where my master and I reside and cultivate. If I want to leave the Wanfa immortal sect, I definitely need to get my master's permission first, so let's go directly to the stargazing platform to find him." "Wow, it's so high!" Hua Man exclaimed. "Can we touch the stars if we tiptoe tonight?" Her innocent remark shattered the serious and heavy atmosphere, and everyone chuckled. Lu Jin patted the little one's head, saying, "You'll find out if you try tonight." He then led everyone into the Wanfa immortal sect. As soon as Hua Man and the others appeared, they were met with various hostile gazes, but since Lu Jin was there, those people only dared to observe them from a distance and did not dare to confront them. Suddenly, a ragged disciple rushed out holding a wooden stick and crazily shouted, "I have become a deity. I have finally become a deity, ha ha ha." Hua Man was startled, and before she could regain her composure, another disciple appeared and dragged the madman away. Incredibly, they encountered 4 or 5 such individuals on their way to the stargazing platform. Lu Jin awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth, saying, "Nothing to be surprised about." The height of the stargazing platform soared into the sky. Ordinary cultivators could not ascend, even with magical artifacts, and could only use the teleportation gate below the platform. "Let's go, this way leads directly to the stargazing platform," Lu Jin indicated for everyone to enter. Hua Man instinctively held Jiang Yueli's hand, and Shun Guanlan also grabbed Jiang Yueli's arm. Jiang Yueli turned back to glare at him. "What are you doing?" "Senior sister, I'm scared." Shun Guanlan quickly whispered in Jiang Yueli's ear, "What if there are traps inside, and we get separated? This Wanfa immortal sect is filled with oddities. It's better to be cautious." Lu Jin chuckled. and shook his head. Jiang Yueli had no choice but to let Shun Guanlan hold onto the corner of her clothes. After thinking for a moment, she reached out and held onto Lu Jin's sword. All right. Lu Jin shook his head. The group entered the teleportation gate together, and after a moment of dizziness, they felt themselves come to a stop. Hua Man was still dizzy, swaying left and right while hugging Jiang Yueli's arm like a silly goose. However, upon exiting the teleportation gate, they were greeted by a completely different scenery, breathtakingly beautiful, with an exceptionally dense spiritual energy. Compared to it, the cultivation ground of the Tianyin sect was like a small shrimp. Shun Guanlan was the first to notice the anomaly, exclaiming, "This entire stargazing platform is a gigantic spirit-gathering array." He looked at Lu Jin in disbelief. Is this gathering all the spiritual energy of the Wanfa immortal sect here? Pretty much, Lu Jin replied nonchalantly, clearly accustomed to it. This is just too unfair. Shun Guanlan couldn't accept it. No wonder Lu Jin had always been so arrogant in the Tianyin sect. This was beyond being a prodigy, he was practically the best of the best. However, this discovery made the group even more aware that the Wanfa immortal sect would not easily let them go. Shun Guanlan even felt that they might not release Lu Jin even if they expelled Xie Wuwang. Hua Man had none of these worries. After acclimating, she began to run around as the flowers here were more vibrant and fragrant than elsewhere, and even the butterflies were much more beautiful. She beamed at everyone, saying, Man likes it here. Suddenly a cold voice rang out. Who allowed you to come up here? Unbeknownst to them, Xie Wuwang had arrived. His expression was cold as he scanned everyone, finally fixing his gaze on Lu Jin. Your audacity is growing. You dare to bring people up to the stargazing platform without permission. And to bring these insignificant little minions. Lu Jin, your master is very disappointed in you. In the past, upon hearing such words from his master, Lu Jin would have immediately admitted fault and vowed never to repeat the mistake. Yet this did not mean he truly believed himself wrong. Rather, it was simply the swiftest way to resolve the trouble. This time, however, Lu Jin's expression remained unchanged. His ice blue eyes slowly lifted, locking steadily onto Xie Wuwang's gaze as he said, Disciple is deeply disappointed in master. What? Xie Wuwang doubted his own ears. Yet Lu Jin's silence confirmed he had heard correctly. In an instant, Xie Wuwang stepped forward and unleashed a crushing wave of spiritual pressure upon Lu Jin, each word thundering like divine judgment. Have you spent too long at the Tianyin sect and lost your mind? Xie Wuwang had long reached the late nascent soul realm. His spiritual pressure alone could instantly kill anyone below the golden core realm. Lu Jin, however, stood only at mid-golden core. That immense pressure descended like a mountain. His right foot slid backward in reflex, preventing him from collapsing to his knees. Blood seeped from the corners of his clenched jaw. Brother Lu Jin. Hua Man lunged forward. Jiang Yueli seized her wrist firmly. If Lu Jin yielded or showed weakness, now his departure from the Wanfa immortal sect would become nearly impossible. He had to hold firm alone. Xie Wuwang lowered his gaze, meeting those ice blue eyes. No longer calm, but turbulent with emotions he knew all too well: fury, disillusionment, confusion. A sudden sharp thought pierced his mind. His most cherished creation was slipping beyond control. Absolutely unacceptable. Xie Wuwang's spiritual pressure surged anew. He demanded Lu Jin's submission. The weight upon Lu Jin doubled in an instant. His right foot slid back again, his frame bent lower under the strain. Yet he neither knelt nor bowed his head. Crimson blood streamed from his lips. His stern features contorted faintly beneath unbearable agony. His internal organs were already failing. Yet those ice blue eyes never wavered, never looked away from Xie Wuwang. Xie Wuwang was furious. Yet if this standoff continued, Lu Jin would be ruined. What has come over you? He demanded, voice edged with something perilously close to entreaty. Lu Jin spoke and erupted into a violent cough of blood. Wiping his mouth indifferently, he continued, I saw Lu Ji. What? Xie Wuwang instantly retracted all spiritual pressure, staring at Lu Jin in disbelief. Lu Ji, a name he believed he had long buried. Hua Man rushed forward, first catching Lu Jin before he staggered. Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan flanked him, instantly channeling spiritual energy to stabilize his ravaged organs and preserve his cultivation. I'm fine. Lu Jin managed a faint smile, gently patted Hua Man's small hand, then nodded gratefully toward Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan. He turned once more to Xie Wuwang. Master, do you still recall Lu Ji? Ling Sui, the Moon Goddess Valley. So that's it. Xie Wuwang narrowed his eyes, circling Lu Jin slowly. You are not Lu Jin. You are Lu Ji. No, not quite. He shook his head sharply. More precisely, Lu Ji and Lu Jin have merged into one. Excellent. Splendid. Xie Wuwang burst into laughter. Jiner, you shall become the peerless sword sovereign of the Zhoushan continent, a figure even I, your master, must look up to. And what good is being the peerless sword sovereign? Hua Manman pouted. Brother Lu Jin's mother is already gone. Nonsense. Xiao Wang shot her a dismissive glance. To ascend as the sword sovereign. That is the lifelong aspiration of countless sword cultivators. Uncle's sword deity. If you had to choose, Hua Manman asked curiously, would you pick becoming the sword sovereign, or your mother? Only Hua Manman dared pose such a question. The three elders braced themselves, shielding Hua Manman anxiously, fearing Xiao Wang might strike her down in anger, yet straining their ears desperate to hear his reply. Xiao Wang merely glanced at her again, then answered without hesitation, the sword sovereign. Lies. Hua Manman huffed indignantly. You were defeated by my mother. You'll never become the sword sovereign. Wretched. Xiao Wang's expression flickered, but he offered no retort. Lu Jin spoke again, voice cold and clear. I wish to know, what did you tell my mother in the Moon Goddess Valley? Why did you destroy the Moon Goddess Valley in this manner? I never intended its destruction. Xiao Wang's gaze dimmed for a fleeting moment, then hardened into indifference. Nor did I foresee how foolish its people would prove. He strode to a nearby stone seat and sat speaking bluntly. I merely told your mother that the final step in forging a celestial fetus sword cultivator requires the lifeblood of a blood relative. His eyes lingered on Lu Jin with quiet regret. But I hadn't anticipated how young you were, how deep your bond with her ran. Her death shattered your mind, erasing all memory. Thus, though I declared you publicly as a celestial fetus sword cultivator, you remained incomplete, lacking just that one crucial fragment. Clearly, Xiao Wang was profoundly satisfied with Lu Jin. No matter, it changes nothing. Even incomplete, you stood leagues ahead of all others. Now that final fragment has returned. His tone revealed utter indifference toward the Moon Goddess Valley and Ling Sui. Only elation that Lu Jin was now whole. Why then did you appear in the Moon Goddess Valley that day? Jiang Yueli interjected suddenly. For within the secret realm, she had noticed something vital. The Moon Goddess Valley was profoundly secluded, utterly isolated from the world. Xiao Wang's arrival there was unmistakably anomalous. Xiao Wang paused, making a show of recollection. I remember. A sword cultivator sought me out for a duel. With his dying breath, he revealed the valley's location, claiming it housed an ancient divine sword and a prodigious sword cultivator. He shrugged carelessly. Before the duel, I'd warned him plainly once my sword left its scabbard a life must be taken. Yet he pressed me to draw it, and in his final moments dared bargain that knowledge for his life. How absurd. Lu Jin's fists clenched instinctively. A chilling suspicion stirred that sword cultivator was his father, the man who had left the valley. The man his mother had mourned for so long. The fool who believed stepping beyond the valley would bring him fame across the heavens, proved instead craven and inept. Xiao Wang, it seemed, had slain the right man. Later, bored and restless, I journeyed there to see the sword. But what I found, Xiao Wang gazed at Lu Jin with undisguised admiration, was far more precious than any blade. Where is the Tianshang sword? Lu Jin demanded, voice icy. You claim to have drawn it, yet I have never seen it, not once in all these years. That's brother Lu Jin's sword. Hua Manman chimed in instantly. The sword the Sui Ant's family guarded for 1,000 years. Give it back to brother Lu Jin right now. Xiao Wang cast a glance at Hua Manman, as if this was the strongest attack he could deliver to her. He looked helplessly at Lu Jin, saying, At first I took you along with the Tianshang sword, but later I couldn't draw the Tianshang sword, and neither could you. He stroked his chin, appearing contemplative. Perhaps. You can now. Where is the sword? Lu Jin asked again. What's the rush? Xiao Wang frowned impatiently. You already have the Wuqing sword. Master. Lu Jin released Hua Manman's small hand, stepped forward to kneel before Xiao Wang, and exclaimed, Disciple wants to reclaim the Tianxiang and leave the Wanfang immortal sect. What did you say? Xiao Wang stood up in shock. Have you truly gone foolish staying at the Tianyan sect? What benefits have they promised you? Is there anything the Tianyan sect can offer you that the Wanfang immortal sect cannot? Finally, his gaze swept angrily over Hua Manman and the others. You should never have gone to the Tianyan sect. Master, this has nothing to do with the Tianyan sect. Lu Jin knelt there, his back straight. Please, master, grant my wish. You? Xiao Wang turned his back, his silhouette resolute. You should give up on this. Master, I will never forget your kindness to me, but you indirectly caused the death of my mother and my clansmen. I cannot forget that. Lu Jin's voice was slightly choked. In both past and present, Xiao Wang had always been the person he was most grateful to. He knew Xiao Wang would not seek to harm his mother in the Moon God Valley, so he mentioned nothing about seeking revenge against him. However, events had transpired, and their bond as master and disciple was destined to end. Xiao Wang turned around, his features twisted with rage. He gritted his teeth and said, Lu Jin, do not forget your current cultivation level and swordsmanship. Disciple is willing to exhaust my cultivation level for you, master. Lu Jin said, actually raising his right hand, gathering spiritual energy in his palm, and striking towards his dantian. Xie Wang's eyes widened in shock as he rushed forward, grabbing Lu Jin by the collar and lifting him up. You have truly gone mad. Do you know what you are doing? Lu Jin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, still gazing intently into Xie Wang's eyes, speaking deliberately, please. Master, grant me this. At that moment, Xie Wang finally understood that he had lost this disciple. In truth, when Lu Ji awoke, forgetting everything, he already knew that if one day Lu Ji remembered, their paths would inevitably diverge. Thus, even if he suspected that making Lu Ji remember everything would allow him to truly become a Tiantai sword cultivator, he did not dare to take the risk. He renamed him Lu Jin, hoping that his past would burn away and forever disappear from this world. Yet unexpectedly, from those ashes the flames of the past reignited. The Tianyin sect truly spares no effort. Xie Wang cast Lu Jin aside, saying, defeat me within 3 months, and I will agree to your departure. If you cannot, then never mention this matter again. After saying this, he took big strides, preparing to leave. 3 days. Lu Jin shouted with all his might, 3 days from now, I will challenge you, master. Xie Wang gritted his teeth in anger, saying nothing, and left without looking back. Brother Lu Jin, are you alright? Hua Man and the others rushed over. 3 days. Shun Guanlan showed a speechless expression. Brother, are you being too arrogant? Jiang Yueli also looked somewhat worried. Lu Jin took a deep breath and said, my master has been attempting to break through to the nascent soul stage recently. 3 months is too long. If he enters the transformation god stage, then I will have no hope at all. 3 days, as long as I can enter the nascent soul stage within 3 days. He looked resolute. I will have a chance to defeat him. Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan exchanged glances. We will help you. Jiang Yueli was the first to say, but it can't be for nothing. Shun Guanlan pouted. And me? Little Man raised her small hand. At that moment, Hua Man and Lu Jin suddenly heard an incongruous voice. I do not consent to the master leaving the Wanfang immortal sect. It was the cold, mechanical voice of the Wuqing sword, carrying an undeniable certainty. Lu Jin cursed inwardly, nearly forgetting about this esteemed sword. Without the help of the Wuqing sword, even if he entered the nascent soul stage, he would not be Xie Wang's match. But given the current situation, could he persuade the Wuqing sword? Is that even possible? Moreover, did he have the time? Grandpa Sword, why do you disagree with brother Lu Jin's decision? Hua Man squatted beside the Wuqing sword, hugging her knees and asking in a childish voice. The entire sect's resources are available for the master to use. Even without needing Xie Wang, there is no reason to leave the Wanfang immortal sect. Clearly, the Wuqing sword's logic was always driven by self-interest. But I don't like it here. Hua Man thought of the people they had encountered on the way who had all gone mad. We shouldn't prioritize becoming stronger as the most important thing. The Wuqing sword said nothing further. His last statement was evidently also directed at Lu Jin. In this situation, Jiang Yueli knew what the Wuqing sword had said even without hearing its words. She patted Lu Jin on the shoulder, saying, Wuqing sword, leave it to Man. 3 days is not an easy task for you to enter the nascent soul stage. Let me show you what a true spirit gathering array looks like. As soon as Shun Guanlan finished speaking, he transformed into a flurry of afterimages, busily moving around. Jiang Yueli also took out her Star River zither, saying, my music can also aid in your cultivation, let's begin. Lu Jin adjusted his state, broke off a twig from a tree, and immediately began to cultivate. As Shun Guanlan's formation gradually took shape, he felt the concentration of spiritual energy increase several times, which was simply unbelievable. With Jiang Yueli's zither music added, Lu Jin was certain that within 3 days he would definitely be able to enter the nascent soul stage. However, he glanced at little Man and the Wuqing sword not far away, wondering if Man could really persuade the Wuqing sword. Lu Jin, you must stay focused. Jiang Yueli coldly reminded him. Lu Jin immediately looked over and gratefully nodded. At this point, there was no turning back. He had to give it his all. Hua Man changed her position, sitting next to the Wuqing sword, watching her brother Lu Jin flying around. She asked sweetly, Grandpa Sword, what benefits do you think brother Lu Jin can gain by staying here? The Wuqing sword ignored her. Grandpa Sword. The little girl thought of a clever idea. How about this? If you persuade Man, then Man will help you persuade brother Lu Jin. How about that? The Wuqing sword, this matter is easy. The ruthless sword spirit mobilized all the observations it had gathered about Hua Man and proactively said, little one, we agreed, no cheating if you lose. Man would never cheat. Hua Man huffed. Grandpa lost, so he shouldn't cheat either. The ruthless sword, brimming with confidence, said, remaining at the Wanfa Xianmen, the master can attain the best cultivation environment, unlimited supplies of spirit stones, and freely choose from various heavenly tier sword techniques, along with sufficiently powerful opponents for combat and slaughter. These will provide him with solid strength. But if I stay here, Brother Lu Jin will be unhappy. Hua Man wrinkled her little nose. Emotions are merely a useless weakness that cultivators should sever themselves from, said the ruthless sword mercilessly. Useless. Hua Man scratched her head. So the strength Grandpa's sword speaks of is useful then? Of course. The ruthless sword sneered coldly. With power one can possess everything. Not at all. Having power might make others fear you, but it doesn't mean they like you. Having power can split mountains and drain seas, yet mountains will regrow, and seas will gather again. Having power can acquire many treasures, but what good is that? The weapon and instrument repositories of the Tianyan sect are filled with lonely spirit beings. Hua Man truly did not understand, was power really that important? With power one can naturally earn respect, awe, and dominion. The ruthless sword's sword intent grew colder, feeling it was futile to explain to this human child. Hua Man blinked her large eyes, and after gaining all this, if Brother Lu Jin is unhappy, what use are these to him? The ruthless sword momentarily froze, having never considered what the purpose of gaining these was. But he quickly regained his composure, refused to answer, and continued his argument. Happiness or unhappiness is unrelated to the enhancement of power. There's no need to care about it. Nonsense. Hua Man shook her head like a little adult. Grandpa's sword, look at Brother Lu Jin. Don't you think he's working hard to become stronger? Especially hard. The ruthless sword acquiesced. That figure not far away was the most vibrant and determined it had seen since meeting him. Hua Man continued, what you call respect and awe I don't understand, but I know that allowing Brother Lu Jin to do what he wants and making him happy will motivate him to practice swordsmanship and gain strength. If Grandpa's sword stops him, it will only make him unhappy and unwilling to practice swordsmanship, let alone become stronger. Do you, Grandpa's sword, say you want to become stronger while blocking Brother Lu Jin's path to strength? Hua Man's words made Shun Guanlan beside her give a thumbs up. The ruthless sword was also a bit dumbfounded. Git fell silent again and began to calculate frantically. Remaining at the Wanfa Xinmen abundant resources, but the master's mindset is damaged. Cultivation efficiency continues to decline, and he may give up cultivation altogether or even fall into madness. Leaving the Wanfa Xinmen short-term resource scarcity, but the master may practice swordsmanship more diligently in the vast world. Perhaps there will be more exciting opportunities and strength might increase more rapidly. The ruthless sword instantly made a judgment. Master, I agree that you leave the Wanfa Xinmen. I will definitely help you defeat Xie Wuwang. The sword body instantly flew out of the sheath and into Lu Jin's hand. Lu Jin's expression brightened, and he said to Hua Man, well done. Hua Man clapped her hands happily. It wasn't just her doing well. Everyone loved Brother Lu Jin and would surely help him. The night before the competition, Lu Jin was still grinding away. Over the past 3 days, he had hardly slept. Hua Man propped her chin on her hands, sitting on the steps under the eaves, having long lost her initial enthusiasm, looking like a lazy little kitten. Suddenly, she heard footsteps behind her. Turning around, she saw Xie Wuwang, who had disappeared for 3 days. Killing God, Uncle. Hua Man greeted in a childish voice. Xie Wuwang still wore a black robe and sat beside Hua Man. His tall stature made little Man look even more like a small kitten. Still practicing. He glanced pointedly at the figure not far away. Hua Man nodded her little head and whispered, Brother Lu Jin is really working hard. Xie Wuwang sneered, does this brat really want to win against me? Hua Man keenly sensed Xie Wuwang's emotions and immediately explained, no, Brother Lu Jin just wants to leave the Wanfa Xinmen. It's the same thing. Xie Wuwang showed no gratitude, gritting his teeth. Am I really that unpleasant, this handsome old man? Am I even worse than that old man Xie Zongfeng? Grand Elder isn't unpleasant at all. Hua Man quickly defended Xie Zongfeng. Seeing Xie Wuwang's face darken, she quickly added, killing God Uncle isn't unpleasant when he isn't killing. What do you little waste know? What is the point of practicing swordsmanship without killing? Hua Man tilted her head and then blinked her big eyes, asking, killing God Uncle, did you set the fire at the Moon God Valley? How could that be? Those who die by my hand can only die by my sword. Xie Wuwang paused, seemingly recalling that great fire, and slowly said, that night actually some people left the Moon God Valley, probably. Young people like Lu Ji, but those who stayed. They must have wanted to keep the secret on Lu Ji forever. They were protecting Brother Lu Jin, Hua Man said seriously. They are all sword cultivators, but they chose to put down their swords and protect Brother Lu Jin in this way. In that moment, it seemed something struck Xie Wuwang, leaving him speechless. He suddenly recalled his conversation with Ling Su that night. He had given Ling Su 2 choices to offer her heart's blood for Lu Ji to become a heavenly fetus sword cultivator, or for Ling Su to take Lu Ji's heart's blood and become a heavenly fetus sword cultivator herself. Xia Wuwang could clearly remember Ling Su's expression at that time. She had initially looked shocked, clearly not expecting that becoming a heavenly fetus sword cultivator would mean harming a loved one, but soon she seemed very frightened and devastated, tears nearly spilling from her eyes, finally. When all her emotions settled and faded, only 2 words remained on her face, resolute. Ling Su smiled and said, "I will offer my heart's blood and never let Zhe know. Master Xia, you should understand this has never been a choice for a mother." In truth, Xia Wuwang did not understand, but whether to keep his promise or not lose Lu Ji, he had always kept this secret. But unexpectedly, as Xia Wuwang turned his head to say something, he found that little man had somehow leaned against him and fallen asleep. He looked at her round, soft face and sighed with a bitter smile. "I guess I am destined to be a defeated foe." The next day, the competition arrived as scheduled. As Lu Jin stood opposite Xia Wuwang, he was shocked to discover that Xia Wuwang had actually broken through to the nascent soul stage and entered the spirit transformation stage. Only 3 days. It only took 3 days. Xia Wuwang asked nonchalantly, "So what do you think? Do you still want to compete?" "Yes." Lu Jin answered without hesitation. Xia Wuwang frowned, looking at him with a childlike expression. "Aren't you afraid of dying?" "If I was afraid of death, I wouldn't have chosen to be a sword cultivator." Aside from the initial shock, Lu Jin's expression was now quite resolute, resembling that of Ling Su back then. "All right, as your master, I cannot bully you." Xia Wuwang looked at Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan behind Lu Jin. "You two, one as a sound cultivator and the other as a talisman master, work together." Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan were slightly surprised, but quickly accepted. With more strength, there would be a greater chance of victory. "What about me?" Hua Man raised her small hand high. "I want to join too." Xia Wuwang laughed. "All right, you can join too." The competition soon began, with countless sharp sword energies flying out, targeting only each other. Clearly both were aware not to harm Hua Man. Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan quickly found their positions and joined the battle. Their strength was limited, unable to turn the tide. They could only assist Lu Jin at the right moment. Little Man shouted from afar, "Go for it. Lu Jin, Gige, go for it. Uncle God of Killing, go for it." This silly child. Xia Wuwang momentarily lost focus, and in that instant a tear appeared on the fabric of his left shoulder. Little Man immediately cheered. "Lu Jin, Gige is amazing." Xia Wuwang's face darkened, rolling his eyes internally. The battle between the two became increasingly tense. Xia Wuwang clearly had not used his full strength, while Lu Jin was beginning to exhaust himself. The contest between early nascent soul and early spirit transformation was simply absurd. Lu Jin knew that if this continued, he would soon be overwhelmed. He swung the ruthless sword, retreating several meters, his ice blue eyes coldly staring at Xia Wuwang. "Master, don't drag this out any longer. This isn't your style." Lu Jin focused all his spiritual power into the ruthless sword, intending to end everything. "With this final sword, we shall determine the victor." Lu Jin. Xia Wuwang, his black robe billowing, narrowed his eyes dangerously. "You are courting death. I'd rather break than bend." Lu Jin raised the ruthless sword, a surge of spiritual power creating a tidal wave of sword energy rushing towards Xia Wuwang's face. The disdain in Xia Wuwang's eyes was evident. His right hand also gathered spiritual power, the violent energy almost lifting his robe entirely. In the air, he resembled a dark cloud flashing with lightning. He did not intend to break Lu Jin's exceptional sword. As long as time permitted, this child would eventually become the greatest sword in the Shinzhou continent, his most dazzling creation. However, he did not mind setting up another deadly trial on Lu Jin's path. His target was Lu Jin's right hand. Everything happened in an instant, their speeds almost imperceptible to ordinary people. When the overwhelming spiritual power burst forth, the scene of the two of them frozen in time was truly alarming. Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan stepped forward to confirm they were not mistaken. Lu Jin's ruthless sword was surprisingly pressed against Xia Wuwang's neck, while Xia Wuwang's sword was halted midair. Xia Wuwang looked at Lu Jin's completely retracted right hand, then at Lu Jin's left hand gripping the ruthless sword, incredulously asking, "Left hand? Sword? When did you learn this?" Everything was too absurd. No sword cultivator would practice swordsmanship with their left hand, while their right hand remained perfectly fine, and their power had not yet reached a bottleneck. This had never happened. It defied logic. However, in that fleeting moment, Xia Wuwang was certain that Lu Jin's left-hand sword far surpassed his right. How could this be? He had brought this child back to the Wanfa immortal sect, carefully nurturing him all this time. How had he never known that he was a left-hand swordsman? "Xia, Senior, please forgive me." Lu Jin's tears nearly brimmed over as he retracted the ruthless sword and knelt before Xia Wuwang again. "I apologize." Xia Wuwang was still in shock. "Lu Jin, Gige won, that's wonderful." Lu Jin, Gige won. Hua Man ran over from a distance and leapt into Lu Jin's arms. Lu Jin hugged the little dumpling tightly. He had to thank that once cruel little brat for his left-hand sword. I lost indeed lost. Xia Wuwang collected his thoughts. No amount of entanglement would change the outcome. At this point, he even felt that perhaps he really could not teach Lu Jin anymore. However, he coldly reminded Lu Jin, you should understand, even if you pass my test, the sect master's test, I have to try. Lu Jin stood up and smiled at Xia Wuwang Sr. should be able to see I am no longer suitable to stay in the Wanfa immortal sect. Even if the sect master reluctantly keeps me, it won't benefit either of us or the sect. Xia Wuwang curled his lip. Don't you understand that old guy's way of doing things? Even if we both suffer, he wouldn't willingly let anyone go. Seeing Lu Jin's expression still resolute, he did not press further. Forget it, I will take you to see him. Xia Wuwang instinctively reached out a hand to Hua Man. Let's go, little one, I'll take you to see what a true great monster looks like. Great monster. Hua Man took hold of one of Xia Wuwang's fingers and followed him. Is your sect master a great monster? More terrifying than you? Xia Wuwang was so tall that he had to bend down while holding Hua Man, but he seemed unconcerned. He led Hua Man, continuing to frighten her. Of course, even I tremble at the sight of him. When you see him later, be good, don't let him eat you. Hua Man believed him, fearfully shrinking her neck, clutching Xia Wuwang with both hands. Uncle God of killing will protect Man, right? Ha ha ha. Xia Wuwang laughed heartily. It depends on my mood. The group soon arrived at the main hall of the Wanfa immortal sect, where ominous energy lingered, said to be the most terrifying place in the entire sect. Hua Man, like a startled quail, dared not move forward. Such a coward. Xia Wuwang picked up little Man, using spiritual power to protect her, and turned to confirm that the other three were fine before striding inside. Lu Jin and the others quickly followed. This was the second time Lu Jin had seen the sect master Xing Yan since his rebirth. The first time was after he drew the ruthless sword and was summoned by Xing Yan. But in his past life, Lu Jin had personally witnessed the demise of this demigod, and the one who killed Xing Yan was precisely. Lu Jin instinctively glanced at little Man who was being held. The main hall of the Wanfaxian sect is built above the abyss of evil chi, where the hall is shrouded in malevolent energy all day long. Thus, unless summoned by the sect master Xing Yan, few would voluntarily come here. Xia Wuwang entered the hall with Hua Man and three little ones, yet did not find Xing Yan's figure. He handed Hua Man to Lu Jin and the others, saying, the sect master is probably in the back hall, let me call him out. All right. Lu Jin nodded. Hua Man appeared particularly well behaved, holding Lu Jin with one hand and Zhang Yueli with the other, while insisting that Xin Guanlan stand behind her. While feeling scared, she looked around, and finally her gaze fell to the ground. Lu Jin, Gidge, what's down there? There's so much crying. Lu Jin shook his head. He had never been down there. However, if Hua Man could hear crying, could it be that there are spirit beings below? He exchanged glances with Zhang Yueli and Xin Guanlan, clearly sharing the same suspicion. Xia Wuwang's figure quickly disappeared within the great hall as he followed the ancient silent corridor to the back hall. Xia Wuwang seeks an audience with the sect master. Standing before the hall, he bowed his head respectfully. Wuwang has arrived. Xing Yan's voice was deep and powerful, subtly hinting at joy. Come in. Xia Wuwang soon entered the back hall, a place where Xing Yan rested with a dark red tone that felt stifling. He respectfully glanced at Xing Yan. Sect master, there is an important matter to report. Xing Yan, with red hair and red eyes, looked entirely different from Lu Jin. He had a rugged appearance and was exceptionally tall. Seeing Xia Wuwang, he appeared in good spirits. Lu Jin has returned. Yes, Xia Wuwang paused before cautiously speaking. However, Lu Jin has come back to say goodbye. What? Xing Yan's voice instantly carried a murderous intent. Xia Wuwang took a deep breath. Lu Jin has learned everything that happened in the Divine Valley years ago and has found his lost self. He may no longer be suitable for the Wanfaxian sect. Who decides whether he is suitable or not? Xing Yan exploded in rage, grabbing Xia Wuwang by the collar, then squinting his eyes, he added, not bad, he has entered the transformation stage. With that, as if discarding a rag, he threw Xia Wuwang aside. Do not let me hear such words a second time. Sect Master Lu Jin's decision is firm. It may not be something you and I can stop. Xia Wuwang said helplessly. Xing Yan sneered, then kill him. Sect Master, give him a chance. Xia Wuwang almost pleaded. Xing Yan looked at him indifferently. Have you forgotten your identity? Or do you need me to remind you of Lu Jin's value? Sect Master. Xia Wuwang clearly knew that continuing to persuade would have dire consequences. However, he managed to break through the bottleneck in just 3 days entirely due to Hua Man's words last night. He took a deep breath and continued in a deep voice, Sect Master, sometimes letting go is also a form of gain. We all know Lu Jin's talent. Rather than killing him now, it would be better to let him go and gain such a friend. He knelt down, saying, Master, please consider it as a request from your disciple. Xia Wuwang. In an instant, Xing Yan was clearly furious, his overwhelming spiritual power instilling fear. Master, I have never asked you how my parents died. Xia Wuwang looked up, eyes closed. Master, I beg you. Lu Jin is not an ungrateful child. Xing Yin's fury dissipated somewhat upon hearing Xie Wang's words. After a long pause, he irritably asked, "Are you truly willing to let him go?" Xie Wang knew he had succeeded. His heart has already left. In fact, if you go out and take a look, you will know that his continued stay in the Wanfaxian sect may not be a good thing. Xing Yin said nothing and strode outside. Xie Wang hurriedly got up and followed. Upon entering the great hall, Xing Yin's gaze swept over the three children before finally landing on the little one. Hua Man was frightened by those red eyes hiding behind Lu Jin, while saying in a baby voice, "I am Hua Man, please don't scare me, I'm not bad at all." Xing Yin chuckled softly, turning to Xie Wang. "Are you helping your disciple? Or helping the Hua family? There's no difference." Xie Wang lowered his head and replied sullenly, "Fine, then give him a chance." Xing Yin sat on the throne above, coldly looking at Lu Jin. "Lu Jin, if you want to leave, I can cripple your cultivation and take back the Wuqing sword, and you will have nothing to say." Lu Jin lowered his head. "Lu Jin understands. However, out of respect for your master, I will spare you this time and give you a chance." Xing Yin's eyes clearly flickered with calculation. "Lu Jin, do you know the origin of the Xingyun mountain range?" Lu Jin shook his head. "Beneath this great hall lies the sword burial valley left by the ancient wars." Xing Yin spoke in a deep voice, his tone resonating like a bell. "And within the sword burial valley is a king's sword named Xingyun. If you can retrieve the Xingyun for me, you may leave the Wanfaxian sect." "What?" Lu Jin's expression visibly changed. Xing Yin smiled. "Lu Jin, you should feel honored. In my eyes, your value is akin to the Xingyun." He did not give Lu Jin a chance to accept or agree, for he made it clear that either Lu Jin or the Xingyun must remain in the Wanfaxian sect. He quickly got up and left. Xie Wang knew little about the sword burial valley and the Xingyun, walking towards the children in contemplation. At this moment, besides the oblivious Hua Man, Lu Jin, Zhang Yueli, and Xinguan Lan had all changed their expressions. The Xingyun is a legendary fierce sword, and its previous master was none other than the grown Hua Man, or more precisely the Hua Man that was possessed. Why the long faces? Xie Wang approached, noticing that something was off with the few of them. "What? Is it harder to retrieve a sword than to defeat a transformation stage opponent?" "Senior," for some reason Lu Jin instinctively rejected the notion. "Is there any room for negotiation regarding retrieving the Xingyun?" Xie Wang rolled his eyes at Hua Man's likeness. "Then stay here, whether you want to become a useless person in the future or whatever, just remain in the Wanfaxian sect." Lu Jin giggled. Hua Man tugged at Lu Jin's sleeve. "Don't worry, Man will help you. I'm the best at chatting with sword spirits. I can definitely help you retrieve this sword." Xie Wang smiled, unable to resist pinching Hua Man's cheek. "Yes, you are the most powerful, the most powerful." However, Lu Jin and the others remained silent, clearly struggling within. If they did not bring Hua Man, retrieving the Xingyun would be impossible. But bringing Hua Man with them, would unexpected situations arise? Xie Wang had once entered the Sword Grave Valley. It can be said that Xing Yin and the others had also ventured in, all attempting to retrieve the falling star, yet without exception they all failed. Although it was a failed experience, he awkwardly rubbed his nose. "It's better than knowing nothing at all." He cast a glance at the others and suggested, based on his own experience, "For this journey, it's best for Lu Jin to go alone. The two of you should not follow and do not carry the ruthless sword." Xie Wang noticed the emotionless faces of the children and felt as if he was being doubted. "Do not have any doubts. Together, even with me, we are not a match for that sword. So do not think you can retrieve the falling star through force, and we must minimize the chances of provoking it. I want to go." Hua Man raised her small hand high. Man wants to go with brother Lu Jin to help him retrieve that sword. Xie Wang contemplated, rubbing his chin. "As for you, I actually think you need not worry. The falling star is likely too lazy to pay you any mind." Hua Man immediately went to plead with Lu Jin. "Brother Lu Jin, take me with you, please take me with you." But Lu Jin never nodded or shook his head. "Remember, once you enter the Sword Grave Valley," Xie Wang continued, "you will feel an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Every step thereafter will hinder your progress, so..." He helplessly pursed his lips. "You might not even get to see the falling star and just return. Don't be too nervous." Xie Wang patted Lu Jin's shoulder again. "As a sword cultivator born of the heavenly embryo, your own sword intent should be able to withstand some of it. Besides, if it truly becomes impossible, just come back and learn from the master for a few more years. A master guarantees you will be able to see it." Xinguan Lan clicked his tongue, appearing to see through Xie Wang's intentions. "Senior Xie, this is your cunning plan, right? The bad guy has made your sect leader do it, yet you still appear to be a reasonable and good master. Cough cough, children should see through, but not speak out, don't you understand?" Xie Wang finally looked at Lu Jin, his expression becoming more serious. "In any case, once you enter the Sword Grave Valley, everything depends on you. They'll leave you with this. Do not be overconfident. As long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. After saying that, he hummed a tune and left clearly in a good mood. Lu Jin had been pondering the entire time. Even if he couldn't retrieve the falling star, he could stay inside for as many days or years as needed. It didn't matter. But bringing Hua Man along. Brother Lu Jin, please take me with you. Hua Man persisted. I want to see those sorrowful sword spirits. I promise not to cause trouble and will be very obedient. If there is danger, I will come out immediately. Lu Jin looked questioningly at Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan, clearly seeking their opinions. Jiang Yueli had also been pondering this matter. She glanced at the little Man and said seriously, I respect Man's own choice. Senior sister Yu. Shin Guanlan thought Jiang Yueli would definitely refuse. He scratched his head looking quite troubled and after a while said, I will follow senior sister's lead. Brother Lu Jin, let me go. Seeing hope, Hua Man became even more eager. Okay. All right. Lu Jin finally made up his mind, emphasizing seriously. Man, listen carefully. No matter what happens, if I tell you to leave, you must leave. Can you do that? I can. Man can do it. Hua Man agreed very quickly. Lu Jin knew this promise was unreliable and could only ask Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan. Then I'll trouble you to wait for them outside the valley. If it really becomes impossible, I will send Man out first. The two nodded. The group set off, quickly moving from the inner courtyard of the main hall to the entrance of the Sword Grave Valley. Standing at the entrance, one could see the deep gorge shrouded in a blood-red mist, and the ground was littered with numerous broken swords and blades resembling gravestones. The air near the entrance was permeated with the stench of rust, blood, and despair. Lu Jin held Hua Man's small hand tightly as he looked down at her. Are you scared? It's not too late to have regrets now. Not scared. Hua Man shook her small head, her cherubic face showing no trace of fear. The two turned to look at Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan, and the four nodded simultaneously before stepping forward to enter the Sword Grave Valley. In an instant, the figures of Lu Jin and Hua Man vanished. Jiang Yueli crossed her arms, her expression stern, while Shun Guanlan moved to one side, leaning against a pillar, yet his gaze remained fixed on the exit. Once Lu Jin and Hua Man entered the Sword Grave Valley, they felt the malevolent aura around them was far denser than outside. Lu Jin hesitated and did not move forward, gazing at the innocent Hua Man with a complex expression. He recalled the scene from his past life, where Hua Man wielded the falling star, unleashing boundless slaughter. Holding Hua Man's hand, his palm was drenched in sweat, uncertain whether this journey would be a blessing or a curse. Come on, brother Lu Jin. Hua Man looked up at Lu Jin. As she took a step forward, she was surprised to find a faint path appearing before her. Lu Jin's perception was even clearer than hers as storm surged within him. The falling star recognized Hua Man. How could this be? Could it be? The falling star did not lose its memories of the past life. What are those black smoke doing? Hua Man was astonished to find that at the end of the path, several wisps of black smoke flew toward them, seemingly wanting to guide their way. That is malevolent energy. Lu Jin felt as though his feet were nailed to the ground, unable to take a step forward, only feeling a chill creeping up his spine. Let's go, brother Lu Jin. Hua Man quickly accepted the presence of the malevolent energy. Here she felt not a hint of discomfort. She boldly released Lu Jin's hand, skipping forward, while occasionally talking to the nearby broken sword spirits. Sister, don't be sad. You are still very beautiful. You are the most beautiful sword here. Little brother, your master will definitely come back to find you. Don't be sad. Uncle, I am Hua Man, very happy to meet you. Man, slow down, wait for me. Lu Jin took a deep breath, forcefully lifting his foot, and hurried to catch up. Guided by the malevolent energy, they gradually approached the falling star. Soon they saw the true appearance of the falling star clearly, much easier than Xie Wuwang had anticipated. In the center of the valley floor, a black altar stood upon which was embedded a grotesque giant sword, which was evidently the falling star. It was dark red all over, as if forged from solidified blood and shattered stars. The space around the blade was slightly distorted, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers to the soul. Lu Jin began to feel a powerful resistance. He could not advance any further. Yet not far away, Hua Man continued to move forward. Man, don't go any further. Lu Jin warned Hua Man while struggling against the resistance and laboriously trying to move forward. Hua Man turned her head, looking at Lu Jin in confusion, as she felt no resistance at all, and even thought that the great sword was calling to her. Lu Jin took a few more difficult steps forward. At that moment, the surrounding malevolent energy was thick, almost tangible, transforming into black, viscous tentacles that began to play with Hua Man. Oh, it's so cool. A tentacle gently touched Hua Man's cheek, and she chuckled. It was clear that Hua Man felt no fear, only found it amusing, and soon began to chase after the tentacles to play. Don't run. I want to catch you. Lu Jin temporarily shifted his attention from Hua Man to the Starfall sword. He summoned all the sword intent within him, trying his best to communicate with the Starfall sword. Starfall sword, hello, I mean no harm, and have no intention of subduing you. I have no choice but to come here wanting to take you away. Do you wish to leave with me? The Starfall sword showed no response. I know my request is somewhat rude, but I have to do this. If you do not agree now, I can only stay here temporarily until the day you agree or the day I have the ability to take you away. The Starfall sword still ignored Lu Jin. But Lu Jin soon discovered in astonishment that the tentacles formed from the malevolent energy were gradually guiding Hua Man closer to the Starfall sword. With each step she took closer, the sword's body flickered with a dark red glow, and that light seemed to grow more dazzling. Lu Jin was suddenly alarmed. All the attention of the Starfall sword was on Hua Man. What did it want to do? He instinctively reached out to pull Hua Man back, but was struck back by a merciless force. What does it matter if you are a heavenly sword cultivator? Just an ant, how dare you stand beside my master? The spirit of the Starfall sword finally spoke, its voice filled with obsession and fervor. Brother Lu Jin, Hua Man suddenly exclaimed in displeasure toward the Starfall sword. Great sword, you must not harm him. He is my friend. No. The spirit of the Starfall sword responded coldly. My master, you do not need friends. Lu Jin was suddenly awakened, realizing a terrifying problem. Xing Yin wanted them to retrieve the Starfall sword, fantasizing about one day subduing it. But that was simply a fantasy. The Starfall sword recognized only Hua Man. The problem was the current Hua Man was no longer the Hua Man of the past. Upon hearing the words of the spirit of the Starfall sword, Hua Man felt a wave of sadness. She stretched out her small hand, slowly moving closer to the Starfall sword, wanting to touch it and comfort it. Great sword, we all need friends. No. Lu Jin felt a bone-chilling coldness and wanted to stop Hua Man, but it was already too late. Her hand had touched the surface of the Starfall sword. Boom. Fragments of memories from a past life mixed with the Starfall sword's accumulated ancient karma surged toward Hua Man's fragile soul like a flood breaking a dam. In an instant, countless images flashed through Hua Man's mind, mountains of corpses and seas of blood-shattered stars, a woman's desperate and crazed shriek, and the humming of the sword drinking blood. She felt emotions she had never experienced before: endless slaughter, profound despair, and earth-shattering rage. Unable to withstand the impact, Hua Man screamed, and her small body fell backward. Even blood began to seep from her 7 orifices. Lu Jin's heart shattered. He instantly understood that the Starfall sword wanted to kill the current Hua Man, wanting to turn her into the female demon of her past life. No. He unleashed all his potential, breaking through the obstacles of the malevolent energy, rushing forward to tightly embrace the unconscious Hua Man, forming a barrier with his own sword intent and cultivation to block the incoming torrent of karma. Holding Hua Man, he shouted hoarsely at the Starfall sword, look closely, she is not your master. She is just a 3-year-old child. She is not that demon. She does not like slaughter. She is a good child who cares for every living being. What you are doing will kill her. However, to the Starfall sword, Lu Jin's actions were merely seen as a struggle to snatch its master. It coldly laughed, and the malevolent energy in the air instantly transformed into a massive black sword, the murderous intent causing the sword spirits of the entire sword burial valley to emit low whines of pleading. It would kill Lu Jin and reclaim its master. The black giant sword charged at Lu Jin with the force to shatter the heavens. Little star. In an extremely weak voice, Hua Man suddenly called out softly, I'm sorry, I just remembered you are Little Star. The giant sword came to an abrupt halt only a finger's breadth away from Lu Jin. Not far away, the Starfall sword on the altar began to tremble. Hua Man still had her eyes closed, but large tears were falling from the corners of her eyes. She cried softly in apology, I'm sorry, Little Star, I can't help you. Ooh, I can't control this body. I know you don't want to kill, but I can't stop her. I'm sorry, woo woo. The Starfall sword suddenly emitted a mournful sword cry. It remembered as well. Inside the body of its master in the past life, there had always been a small, soft bundle. The soul of the small bundle was very weak, and the time it could wake up was getting shorter each day. But every time she woke up, she would talk to it, comfort it, and tell it that this was not its fault. Later, to protect that small bundle, it followed its master to kill many people, but in the end it still could not protect her. She and her master were killed together. The spirit of the Starfall sword spoke again, its voice surprisingly trembling with caution. You didn't die, Little Star. Hua Man opened her eyes, finally waking up, tears of joy streaming down her face as she said, Little Star, I didn't die, and I have taken back my body. You no longer have to kill. That's wonderful, so wonderful. The voice of the Starfall sword even choked up a bit. Hua Man stood up and ran over, but she was too small. Not only could she not lift the starfall sword, she couldn't even climb up to the altar. She anxiously said, "Little star, can you wait for me? When I grow up and become strong, I will take you away." "Okay, I will wait for you." The starfall sword was evidently very happy. Lu Jin looked at everything in disbelief. He noticed that the body of the starfall sword had suddenly turned dull and lifeless, and the surrounding malevolent energy had also vanished. The once dark and terrifying sword burial valley gradually became bright and even, began to show a trace of faint vitality. Hua Man tiptoed and touched the starfall sword, making a milky promise. "Little star, you leave here with us and wait for me at the 10,000 Laws Immortal Gate. I promise I will definitely come back to take you away." The starfall sword no longer responded. Hua Man, however, still firmly stated, "What Man says will definitely count. Man will definitely come back." Lu Jin stepped forward, easily jumping onto the altar, and pulled out the starfall sword. He was shocked to find that the starfall sword had now become an unremarkable sword. Lu Jin leaped off the altar holding the starfall. "Little star, I will definitely come back for you." Hua Man rushed forward and hugged the sword's body. The sword glimmered briefly, then fell back into silence. "Thank you." Lu Jin patted Hua Man's little head, and the two left together. Upon exiting the sword burial valley, they were surprised to find that besides Jiang Yueli and Shun Guolan, Xingtian Xie Wang, and several elders from the Wanfa immortal sect were also present. Lu Jin go quickly. Hua Man released Lu Jin's hand and obediently ran back to Jiang Yueli and Shun Guolan. Lu Jin took a deep breath, raised the starfall with both hands, and presented it to Xingtian. "Master, I have successfully obtained the starfall divine sword. I ask for your permission to leave the Wanfa immortal sect." He knelt on one knee, his demeanor extremely respectful. Xingtian said nothing, taking back the starfall with one hand and looking thoughtfully at Lu Jin. The reason they appeared here was due to sensing the change in the malevolent aura of the sword burial valley, yet at this moment, with the starfall in hand, he found it to be eerily quiet. What on earth happened in the valley? How did Lu Jin subdue the starfall? Lu Jin spoke again. "Please allow me to leave the Wanfa immortal sect, master." "Ridiculous." Xingtian, put away the sword. "Do you fear that I, the master, will go back on my word? You think I must keep you here?" He snorted coldly. "If you want to leave, then go. What my Wanfa immortal sect lacks the least is talent." With that, Xingtian turned and left, first followed immediately by the other elders, leaving only Xie Wuwang standing in place. "Take care." Xie Wuwang stepped forward and pulled Lu Jin. Xingshan's voice called from afar, carrying an unpleasant warning. "Do you also want to leave with him?" Xie Wuwang rolled his eyes and mouthed, "In leaving." "Wait a moment, senior." Lu Jin hurriedly caught up, wanting to inquire about Tianxiang's whereabouts. Xie Wuwang shook his head, signaling him not to ask, then subtly handed him a note before following Xingtian and the others. "Lu Jin, you are free now." Hua Man ran over, clapping her hands joyfully. "Congratulations." Shun Guolan stepped forward and patted Lu Jin on the shoulder. Jiang Yueli nodded, also expressing her congratulations. "Thank you all." Lu Jin took a deep breath and opened the note left by Xie Wuwang. It turned out that Xie Wuwang had returned Tianxiang to the Moon God Valley and informed Lu Jin of its exact location. His expression brightened. "I'm going to retrieve Tianxiang." "What will you do after you get Tianxiang?" Lu Jin gidge. Hua Man asked with eager anticipation. "Will you come to Tianyan's sect to find us?" Lu Jin shook his head apologetically. In his past life, he had been held captive by Hua Man, and after returning to the Wanfa immortal sect, he was solely focused on revenge. He transformed from Lu Ji to Lu Jin, left the Moon God Valley, yet ultimately did not achieve freedom. In this life, he wanted to see the world outside for the sake of the former Lu Ji and for his mother. "That's great." Hua Man's tears couldn't be stopped, and while crying, she forced herself to smile. "Lu Jin, you must go see many beautiful flowers, but don't forget about me." "How could I, eh?" Lu Jin crouched down, his eyes also turning red, gently wiping away Hua Man's tears. Man must grow up quickly. Lu Jin will come back often to see you." "Yes." Hua Man couldn't help but hug Lu Jin's neck, sobbing as she said, "Then when I grow up a little, will you come back, okay?" "Sure." Lu Jin sniffed, smiling as he said, "When Man can lift a real sword, Lu Jin will definitely return." "Definitely." Hua Man actively extended her little pinky. "Definitely." Lu Jin hooked his pinky with Hua Man's little finger, sealing their promise. Before leaving, Lu Jin gave Jiang Yueli a soul letter stating that whenever she sent it out, he would rush back no matter where he was. "You must not let your guard down around that person who took over Man," he said with some concern. "Just go and don't worry, you really are talkative." Shun Guolan looked exasperated. "All right, I'm leaving, take care." Lu Jin left with the unfeeling sword. Jiang Yueli glanced at Shun Guolan. "What's wrong? Lu Jin didn't give you the soul letter. Are you unhappy?" "How could I dare?" "Senior sister," Shun Guolan smacked his lips, "but I think it could also be kept with me." Jiang Yueli couldn't be bothered to argue with him. After sending off Lu Jin, Hua Man and the others also prepared to return to the Tianyin sect, not expecting Xie Wuwang to come out to see them off. Uncle Shaising, Hua Man asked cutely, should I ask about you and my mother? Xie Wuwang's expression turned awkward, as if he wanted to say something, but hesitated. Uncle Shaising, are you feeling shy? Hua Man tilted her head, asking curiously. No. Xie Wuwang could only roll his eyes at Hua Man. Then he squatted in front of her, took a deep breath, and said, little man, someone saw your father. Father? Hua Man's eyes lit up, instantly anxiously asking, where's father? Why hasn't he returned to Tianyin sect? Xie Wuwang shook his head, only able to provide the information he knew. They saw your father at the Fulong temple, but I can't guarantee that he is still there now. Hua Man didn't care about that, immediately running to plead with Jiang Yueli. Sister, Ali, let's go to Fulong temple to find father, okay? Now, Jiang Yueli hesitated, visibly instinctively glancing at Shun Guolan, both of their expressions showing concern. Yes, right now, let's go immediately. Man, how about we return to Tianyin sect first? At least we should inform your mother, Shun Guolan tried to persuade her. No. The emotions from parting with Lu Jin surged again, and Hua Man immediately cried, I want to find father, I want. Jiang Yueli and Shun Guolan looked at each other helplessly. If they could, they would naturally wish for that person to never meet Hua Man, but the reality was that they could not stop it, and Hua Man was just a poor little child. What was wrong with wanting to see her father? Why don't you just take her? Fulong Temple is a sacred Buddhist place, there won't be any danger. Even if you don't see Xiao Wuqing, you can just treat it as taking Man out for fun. Xie Wuwang, who had been watching, could no longer hold back, and spoke up. Coincidentally, I was planning to go to Tianyin sect. I can speak to your master about your trip to Fulong Temple. He added with a scolding tone, that old bastard Xie Songfeng caused me to lose a disciple. This matter cannot be easily settled. With matters coming to this, Jiang Yueli and Shun Guolan had no choice but to agree to Hua Man. That's great, Father Man is coming to find you. After Hua Man and the others left, Xie Wuwang went to Tianyin sect and met Hua Qixia. You let Lu Jin go. Hua Qixia was clearly surprised. That doesn't seem like something I know of Xie Wuwang to do. Xie Wuwang let out a bitter smile. Indeed, I was quite surprised myself. Otherwise, should I go catch him back now? Have some self-respect. Hua Qixia shook her head. She seemed to have thought of something, lowered her head, and chuckled softly. What a pity, I didn't see Xing Yan's expression, truly a regret. Don't say that. Xie Wuwang cautiously started. After all, he is our master. Stop right there. Hua Qixia's expression was displeased. I have severed all ties with him long ago. All right, let's not mention him. Xie Wuwang looked around and caught a glimpse of Hua Qixia, inadvertently saying, I thought back then you and Xie Songfeng left together. That you would be together. He pursed his lips. I didn't expect that a Xiao Wuchen would appear in the middle of it. Hua Qixia did not respond. Xie Wuwang furrowed his brows. Is this Xiao Wuchen someone you picked up after the battle between the immortals and demons? Over the years, hasn't anyone who knows him come looking for you? What are you trying to say? Hua Qixia was somewhat impatient. It's nothing, just feel that. Xie Wuwang touched his nose. This Xiao Wuchen is actually quite strange. He's been missing for about a year, right? He wouldn't have remembered something. Hua Qixia looked at him coldly. Forget it, it has nothing to do with me. Xie Wuwang stopped there. The main reason I came this time is actually to show that old man Xie Songfeng a little color, and by the way, to send a message back to Xiao Man. Hua Qixia thought Xie Wuwang was just quick, and that Hua Man and the others would be returning soon. What do you mean? Someone saw Xiao Wuchen at Fulong Temple. Xiao Man and those two little adults went to Fulong Temple together. Xie Wuwang noticed Hua Qixia was a bit worried and immediately said, don't worry, Fulong Temple is very safe. Moreover, with those two little adults around, ordinary adults can't bully them. Alright, I'm not too worried, it's just, this child has really run wild. Hua Qixia missed Hua Man more. But on second thought, Hua Man had been asking about her father recently, perhaps letting her go look for him regardless of whether she finds him or not would comfort the child a little. Alright, I've delivered my message, I need to go find Xie Songfeng now. Xie Wuwang lifted his foot to leave. Hua Qixia helplessly warned from behind. This is Tianyin sect, take it easy. Xie Wuwang smirked, remained silent for a moment, then cheerfully replied, got it, junior sister. 2 days later, Hua Man and the others arrived at the foot of King Kong Mountain, where Fulong Temple is located. We can't use magical tools any further. Jiang Yueli was the first to speak. Let's stay in this small town for the night and head up the mountain early tomorrow. Shun Guanlan looked at the ancient and heavy temple enveloped in a dark golden hue on the distant mountains. From this place, King Kong Mountain looked like a giant dragon, and Fulong Temple seemed like a magical tool, suppressing the giant dragon. Goo goo. Hua Man's little stomach suddenly growled, and she shyly covered her belly. Let's go, let's eat. Jiang Yueli chuckled. They entered a noodle shop, and Hua Man immediately began to eat heartily. The little one was truly starving. Jiang Yueli began to tell her about the origins of Fulong Temple. Legend has it a long time ago there was an evil dragon that harmed the people and was subdued by a high monk using supreme Buddhist teachings imprisoned underground. Afterward, the high monk recited scriptures day and night at the place where the giant dragon was suppressed to dispel its malice. The grateful people built a temple nearby, which is Fulong Temple. Is that high monk still around? Hua Man listened intently. Will the big dragon come out again to do bad things? Jiang Yueli laughed. The high monk has long since passed away, but his magical tool remains, which is the town's treasure of Fulong Temple, the Fulong Cauldron. It is said that this Fulong Cauldron contains the soul of the high monk, and that soul has transformed into the spiritual entity of the cauldron. Wow! Hua Man couldn't help but exclaim, Sister Ali, you're amazing, you know everything. Have you been to Fulong Temple? Jiang Yueli tugged at the corner of her mouth and did not answer. In this life she had not been, but in the previous life. She glanced at Shen Guanlan. In her past life, they had gathered to eliminate Hua Man's family at Fulong Temple. Yes, little girl, I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable at such a young age. A chubby middle-aged man at the next table smiled and praised. Of course my sister is an expert on everything. Shen Guanlan proudly lifted his chin. There's nothing in this world that she doesn't know. Jiang Yueli shot him a disapproving glare. The nearby man chuckled. Really knows everything. Recently there have been rumors down the mountain that the Fulong Cauldron has been acting strangely. Does the little girl know why? Jiang Yueli furrowed her brows and did not answer. The Fulong Cauldron has been acting strangely. Hua Man lost her appetite for the noodles in her mouth. Will father be in danger? The chubby man looked puzzled. Little baby, is your father a person from Fulong Temple? Not really. Hua Man shook her head seriously and answered, but my father might be at Fulong Temple. She anxiously tugged at Jiang Yueli's sleeve. Sister Ali, should we hurry up the mountain? What if father is in danger? Jiang Yueli thought if Fulong Temple is in danger right now, then that danger is probably your father. But she couldn't tell Xiao Man that directly. The chubby man spoke again with a smile. Little baby, don't be afraid. No matter if the intruders are from the Demon Clan or the Monster Clan, those who dare to target the Fulong Cauldron will only meet their end. Demon Clan, Monster Clan. Hua Man heard about these two clans for the first time and curiously asked, who are they? They are not human but evil beings that harm the world and must be exterminated. Mentioning the Demon Clan and Monster Clan, many people clearly gritted their teeth. Hua Man became more scared and pouted. Sister Ali, brother Guanlan, will father be eaten by the Demon Clan and Monster Clan? Jiang Yueli and Shen Guanlan were clearly at a loss for words. Don't worry, Man, it won't happen. Shen Guanlan quickly comforted her softly. Just eat, we'll have a good sleep tonight, and we'll head up the mountain first thing in the morning. Hua Man nodded, sniffled, and began to eat seriously again. She was determined to find her father with the most abundant fighting spirit to defeat the demon and monster clans and not let them bully her father. But Jiang Yueli and Shen Guanlan both wore contemplative expressions. The Fulong Cauldron. Surely there won't be any danger, right? The next morning after breakfast, Hua Man and her two companions joined the pilgrims ascending the mountain toward Fulong Temple, the largest monastery on the Shenzhou continent renowned for its thriving incense offerings and ceaseless influx of devotees from afar. Yet the path from the foot of Jingang Mountain to the temple was no easy ascent. Legend spoke of precisely 9,999 stone steps. Fewer than 1% of those who began the climb possessed the resolve to reach the temple gates. Fortunately, with the spiritual energy support of Jiang Yueli and Shen Guanlan, Hua Man successfully stood before the towering gates of Fulong Temple. Wow, she breathed, awestruck by the grandeur and solemn majesty of the sprawling architectural complex. Every structure rose with bold, unyielding force, as though hewn directly from the mountainside itself, while fierce Vajra guardians glared in all directions, anchoring and stabilizing the very currents of qi across the land. Above the entire temple floated a colossal dark golden bronze cauldron's ethereal silhouette, rotating slowly and emitting concentric halos of soft, yet inviolable light that enshrouded the sacred precincts. A palpable, invisible pressure permeated the air, causing birds to veer away and malevolent forces to recoil. Let us enter. At this threshold, Jiang Yueli and Shen Guanlan grew markedly more solemn and reverent. Hua Man sensed the shift at once, straightening her posture into perfect obedience. Yet her wide, curious eyes darted restlessly about. Suddenly she glimpsed a familiar figure. Papa, she cried, and releasing Jiang Yueli's hand, dashed forward without hesitation. Jiang Yueli and Shen Guanlan spotted no suspicious presence. Seeing her bolt ahead, they hurried after her. Hua Man rushed up behind a tall man clad in white robes and tugged urgently at his sleeve. Papa! In the instant he turned, his eyes flashed with unmistakable killing intent. Startled, Hua Man instantly let go. Sorry, uncle. I mistook you for my papa. Only then did she truly see his face. He was not her father. The man merely twitched his lips faintly, ignored her entirely, and strode off without a backward glance. Man, what on earth were you thinking? Jiang Yueli approached gently but firmly. You mustn't run off like that. There are so many people here, what if you got lost? Shen Guanlan's gaze, however, lingered long after the man vanished into the crowd. I'm sorry, he murmured softly. I thought that uncle was papa, Hua Man replied, her voice subdued. I'm sorry, I mistook him. It's all right. Your senior sister isn't angry with you, Jiang Yueli said tenderly, her heart aching. Then added deliberately, did he really remind you of your papa? Hua Man nodded earnestly. Then, just as quickly shook her head. But he wasn't papa. I made a mistake. Jiang Yueli and Shen Guanlan exchanged a silent, knowing glance. In the secret realm, Hua Man had been the first to recognize Lu Ji as Lu Jin, proof that in certain uncanny ways this child possessed perception far beyond her years. It's all right. We'll search Fulong Temple thoroughly. If your papa is here, we will find him, Shen Guanlan soothed, gently ruffling the little girl's hair. Jiang Yueli nodded in agreement. Yes, we'll be staying at Fulong Temple for some time. There's no rush. Hua Man's spirit flared anew as she pumped her plump little fist. Man can feel it. Papa is nearby. Jiang Yueli and Shen Guanlan shared another glance. Complex emotions stirring within them, hoped that the child would reunite with her father, yet unease over what consequences such a reunion might bring. Moreover, the secret coiled deep within Hua Man's body could not remain concealed for much longer. The trio wandered briefly through the temple grounds, but found no trace of Xiao Wuchen. Jiang Yueli then led them to seek out a monk and formally requested lodging for an extended stay. Monasteries across the Shenzhou continent typically maintained secluded courtyards reserved for pilgrims descending from the mountains, requiring only a modest fee for meals. What perfect timing, young disciples, greeted the novice monk Jingchen, his round fair-skinned head resembling a tender-boiled egg. This morning someone just vacated a room. Allow me to escort you there. Thank you, brother Jingchen. Hua Man replied sweetly. This way, please, young disciples. Jingchen rarely encountered children so young, and longed instinctively to pinch her cheek, but recalling his monastic vows, he restrained himself with quiet discipline. He guided Hua Man and the others toward the pilgrim quarters when, suddenly, a booming voice called out, halting them mid-step. Hua Man turned and saw two elder monks approaching, trailed by a cluster of younger novices. Master Xianming, Master Xianhui. At the sight of them, Jingchen instantly bowed lower, his demeanor shifting to profound reverence. The one who had called out was Master Xianming, towering and stern-faced, his gaze sharp as lightning, his expression rigidly austere. In his hand rested a black demon-subduing staff. His eyes paused briefly upon Hua Man. Then he spoke, voice low and grave. Who are these children? Respected Master Xuanming, they are disciples of the Tianyan sect seeking temporary residence at the temple. A chamber has just opened in the rear courtyard. I was about to escort them there. Jingchen answered truthfully. Master Xuanming's brow furrowed. Then coldly, that chamber is already reserved. Send them back down the mountain. Off. Jingchen seemed genuinely startled. This was clearly his first encounter with such a refusal. He instinctively glanced toward the other master. In contrast, Master Xianhui radiated benevolence. His features gentle, his bearing warm and approachable, his stature shorter and stouter, his smile ever-present and serene. He stepped forward, chuckling softly. No need for concern, Jingchen. Lead them on. Xianhui. Master Xuanming's tone sharpened with clear disapproval. But Master Xianhui paid him no heed. Instead, turning to Hua Man and her companions with kind, resonant warmth. Young disciples, welcome to Fulong Temple. Should you require any assistance, simply seek out any of our monks. May your stay be joyful. Great uncle, Hua Man piped up, her voice sweet and small. I'm looking for my papa. He's very tall and handsome. If you've seen him, could you please tell Man? Of course, I'll keep a watchful eye. Off you go. Master Xianhui watched them depart with a fond, smiling gaze. Xianhui, what nonsense are you meddling in now? The moment the group disappeared, Master Xuanming's voice hardened into icy disdain. Didn't you sense it? That child bears immense karmic burden, clearly a vicious sinner in her past life. Such a soul has no place within Fulong Temple. Xianming, you yourself said it was her past life, Master Xianhui replied calmly as he walked onward. In this life, I perceive genuine Buddha nature in her, deep affinity with the Dharma. And even if she once strayed, repentance opens the gate of compassion. Karma of that magnitude cannot be undone. Xianming ground out between clenched teeth. Your indulgence will invite calamity. I won't argue with you. Let the abbot decide their fate shortly. Xianming walked ahead with a cold face, clearly very angry. Xianhui smiled and shook her head, remaining calm and composed as she followed behind. As soon as they entered the conference hall, Xianming stepped forward to report, Master, several young patrons from the Tianyin sect visited today. One of the children appears to be around 3 or 4 years old, yet carries heavy karmic burdens from a past life evidently destined to become a calamity in the future. He uttered a phrase of Amitabha, then continued, Xianming believes that although the patron is still young and cannot act recklessly, they must never enter the Fulong Temple, let alone stay here. Upon finishing, he glared at Xian Hui with anger. Master Xian Hui disagrees. The karmic ties from past lives have already been established in this life that child might turn away from wrongdoing. Furthermore, Xian Hui sees that child's eyes are bright and clear, indicating they are a good child. Xian Hui could not help but speak up for the children again. Master. Xianming wanted to say more, but saw Master Xuanbei raise a hand. Enough, you two shouldn't argue over such trivial matters. Xuanbei said, his face gaunt and his figure emaciated, resembling a withered tree. His voice was calm, yet carried an air of authority. The recent disturbances with the Fulong Cauldron have become increasingly pronounced, yet we cannot find the reason. Shouldn't you both be worried about this? Xianming and Xian Hui immediately straightened up, falling silent. Xuanbei continued, what is destined to come cannot be avoided. For the time being, keep all disciples vigilant and alert, and also limit the number of visiting patrons. Xianming added, Master, I believe we should also send those patrons in the back courtyard down the mountain for greater safety. Evidently, he was still unwilling to accept Huang Manman and the others. Xian Hui sighed. Master, Fulong Temple has never had a precedent for sending people down the mountain. Xian Hui believes this is inappropriate. Xuanbei thought for a moment and quickly made a decision. Let it be so. As for those who have already settled in the back courtyard, they can stay until they leave on their own, but we will no longer accept new guests. Yes, both Xianming and Xian Hui replied in unison. Xuanbei looked toward the hall's exit and slowly spoke. May Fulong Temple weather this calamity. Hua Man and the others followed the young monk Jing Chun to the back courtyard, which was small with rows of simple quiet rooms. There was no noise or commotion. Each person entering or exiting moved quietly and gently. Suddenly, Hua Man let out a scream, Uncle. A few of them were startled and immediately looked over to see Hua Man running to a man in white, greeting him enthusiastically, Uncle, is it you? Did you also stay here? They did not expect to encounter the man they had previously mistaken again. He was evidently surprised by Hua Man's appearance, and a hint of impatience flashed in his eyes. But soon he turned to Jing Chun and revealed a gentle smile, Master Jing Chun. Patron Chun. Jing Chun nodded slightly in greeting. The man returned the greeting, but ignored Hua Man, quickly leaving. Jiang Yueli called Hua Man back softly, reminding her, why would you approach someone who clearly doesn't want to talk to you? Why doesn't he want to talk to me? Hua Man asked in confusion. Brother Jing Chun, am I not cute enough? The young monk's face lit up with delight, unable to hide his affection for the little girl, and he chuckled. Of course, little patron, you are very cute. Hua Man blinked her big eyes. Then why didn't the uncle just now want to talk to me? Jing Chen's expression turned a bit sad. Perhaps seeing little patron makes Patron Shun miss his wife and daughter even more. What do you mean? Hua Man grew more curious. Jing Chen recounted, Patron Shin Chibai has been staying in the temple for some time. His wife and daughter have been missing for 3 years, and he prays for them daily in the temple. Amitba. Upon hearing this, Hua Man felt a surge of sympathy for Shun Chibai, even feeling a kinship with him. So that's how it is, Uncle Shun must be very sad. Amitba, little patron, need not be too sorrowful. Jing Chen's clear voice was exceptionally calm. Buddhism speaks of cause and effect. Whether it is Patron Shun or little patron, sowing good causes will surely yield good results. You will surely be reunited with your family. Yes, I will definitely find my father. Hua Man declared with determination. Uncle Shun will surely find his loved ones as well. After Jing Chun arranged accommodations for the few of them, he left. The room was not large, simply decorated and very clean, but it was more than sufficient for the 3 children. In the evening, they all went together to eat the vegetarian meal and encountered Shin Chibai again on their way back. Uncle Shun. Hua Man holding a bowl larger than her face ran up to greet him. Good evening. Shin Chibai remained silent, merely quickening his pace. Hua Man hurriedly trotted to keep up with him. Uncle Shin, my name is Hua Man. Let's be friends. Shin Chibai ignored her. Uncle Shun, I heard the vegetarian meal here is delicious, and I specially took a big bowl. Do you want me to share some with you? In Hua Man's dictionary, the word give up did not exist. Shin Chibai finally could not take it anymore. He stopped, glanced at Hua Man, then looked at Shun Guolan, treating Shun Guolan as the leader among the children. Are you their brother? Shun Guolan quickly shook his head, pointing to Jiang Yueli beside him. Ask her, she is our senior sister. Shin Chibai frowned and looked at Jiang Yueli. All right, please take care of this child. I do not wish to befriend a 3-year-old. Please ask her not to disturb me anymore. Jiang Yueli appeared indifferent. Uncle, what you said that child can understand. Besides, while I am her senior sister, I am not her mother and have no right to discipline her. After saying that, she felt there was a flaw in her words. Moreover, even if they were both parents, they have no right to completely restrict their children's behavior. Ultimately, we are all independent individuals. Shinshibai was taken aback, clearly encountering such a child for the first time. While she was too young to understand everything, her reasoning was sound and logical, yet she looked only 5 or 6 years old. How could she be treated as an adult? He gritted his teeth and angrily returned to his room. Hua Man wanted to chase after him, but Jiang Yueli pulled her back. What are you doing? Jiang Yueli whispered. Did you not see that adult does not like you? Why are you chasing after him? Hua Man blinked her big eyes and replied as a matter of course, then let him like me. Jiang Yueli was speechless. Is it necessary? Aren't you looking for your father? Of course. Hua Man glanced at the closed door of Shun Kabai's room and suddenly had a bright idea. The more friends we have, the more people can help us find him, right? She thought she was incredibly clever. If Uncle Shun knows Man, then there will be 3 more people helping him. Look, he has no reason to refuse. Hua Man finished speaking, holding the bowl, and went to find Shinshibai. Jiang Yueli sighed and nodded. Let her go, Shun Guanlan whispered. This Shinshibai is probably not so simple. Jiang Yueli naturally realized this. She was afraid that Hua Man might be in danger. However, Hua Man clearly remembered what she said about this person resembling her father. What if, in her past life, she had no idea when Xiao Wuchen returned to the Tianyin sect and how he reunited with Hua Qixiao and Hua Man? But one thing was certain, Xiao Wuchen loved them very much. All right, let's head back too, Jiang Yueli quickly concluded. After all, Shin Kabai's room was right next door, so they could keep an eye on him. Hua Man holding the bowl arrived at Shin Kabai's door. Although the door was closed, she knew it wasn't locked. Brother Jingshan had said that the doors here were all unlocked. Sure enough, with a hard push, she opened the door. Then cautiously she peeked in with half her head. Uncle Shun, are you there? Let's have dinner together. Saying this regardless of whether Shinshibai agreed or not, she just carried her bowl inside. Shinshibai truly had never seen such a clingy child, and he wondered why she was so persistent. Wasn't his expression already bad enough? Uncle Shun, are you missing your wife and daughter? Why do you look so upset? Hua Man tiptoed and placed her big bowl on the table. Shinshibai gritted his teeth. Little friend, I would like to be alone for a while. Can you go outside? No way. Hua Man focused on climbing onto the chair. Uncle Shun, my mother said that when you're feeling down, you shouldn't be alone. You need someone to keep you company right now. Finally, she climbed onto the chair, sat down, hugged her big bowl, and happily wiggled her little feet. Uncle Shin, don't be sad, Man will keep you company. Shin Kabai's expression momentarily broke, but he quickly regained his composure and pretended Hua Man didn't exist. The meal was indeed delicious, and Hua Man was particularly happy eating while chatting with Shinshibai. How could your wife and daughter go missing? How old is your daughter? Shinshibai ignored her, so she began talking about her own matters. My father is also missing. Your back looks a lot like my father's, but Hua Man blinked her big eyes and grinned. But my father is a handsome man, and Uncle Shun is a person too. Shinshibai instinctively covered his chest. Hua Man hurriedly asked, Uncle Shun, are you feeling unwell? No, I'll feel better if you leave. Shinshibai squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. That won't do. Hua Man shoveled a large mouthful of rice into her mouth. If I leave just like that and Uncle Shin faints, no one will know. Shinshibai was utterly defeated and entered a state where he could no longer hear what Hua Man was saying. After a while, Hua Man finally finished eating and planned to leave. Shinshibai finally regained some spirit. Uncle Shin, tomorrow morning, let's go pray together, it's settled. Hua Man ran off with her empty bowl. Shinshibai was bewildered. Oh, when did he agree to that? Soon the door closed and a subtle change filled the room. Shinshibai turned back to the table. His face suddenly changed from ordinary to extraordinarily handsome, but his entire visage seemed carved from ancient cold jade, devoid of any emotion. Master. Suddenly a translucent figure appeared kneeling before Shinshibai. That child just now. He cautiously lifted his head to glance upward. Xiao Duansheng's eyes revealed a chilling, killing intent. He had not expected such an unforeseen factor to arise on this journey. He was the supreme ruler of the demon clan, disguised as Shinshibai, infiltrating the Fulong temple. For so many days no one had noticed him, but unexpectedly that little girl remembered him and insisted on clinging to him. This was very dangerous. Once his identity was exposed, the entire plan would be ruined. He had only recently returned to the demon clan, and if the plan failed, those old geezers in the clan would probably create trouble again. This is truly infuriating. Master, should I kill that little girl? The ghostly figure quickly understood Xiao Duansheng's intention. No need. Xiao Duansheng decisively refused. I will do it myself, but we cannot lose big over something small. You are absolutely right, Master. The ghostly figure was extremely loyal and had no objections to the demon lord's words. Xiao Duansheng coldly asked, how is it progressing on your side? Please rest assured everything is going smoothly. Xiao Duanqing nodded. Go on. The ghostly figure quickly disappeared, and Xiao Duanqing transformed back into the ordinary Shen Qibai. The small room returned to tranquility. Shen Qibai recalled the agreement he just made with Hua Man and decided that the next day he would find an opportunity to kill the child. The next day, Hua Man obediently had breakfast and waited at the door. Finally, Shen Qibai emerged slowly. Good morning, Uncle Shun. Hua Man immediately ran up, greeting him sweetly. Shen Qibai nodded, glancing at Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan, and asked Hua Man with some displeasure, are they coming with us? No. Hua Man shook her head. They are going to help me find my father. Little junior sister. Jiang Yueli did not want Hua Man to be alone with Shen Qibai. Sister Yelri, Hua Man approached her and pleaded, I want to go pray with Uncle Shun. Can you help me look for my father? Please. Well, just go to that big hall over there. I promise I won't run around. Hua Man quickly assured, behaving obediently. Let her go. Shun Guanlan stepped forward, gently patting Hua Man's small shoulder. He secretly cast a talisman on her. If Hua Man were in danger, he would know immediately. Then he nodded at Jiang Yueli. She watched with concern as Hua Man and Shen Qibai left. Don't worry, nothing will happen. This Shen Qibai should be an ordinary person. Or, Shun Guanlan stroked his chin, or he is Hua Man's father, powerful enough to deceive everyone in the Fulong Temple. But if he is Hua Man's father, what is there to worry about? Jiang Yueli felt there was some truth to that. Hua Man followed Shen Qibai into the Mahaviro Hall, the large and small, kneeling down devoutly. Since Fulong Temple began restricting visitors from ascending the mountain, there were hardly any people in the hall at that moment. Shen Qibai slowly closed his eyes, appearing extremely devout. However, where would he find family? In his heart, he was plotting how to silently kill Hua Man. The little Hua Man was oblivious to all of this, mimicking Shun Qibai's posture and kneeling obediently. Just as she was about to voice her wish, a cunning and lively voice rang out. Hee, great. Master, you're finally going to kill someone again. Hee, make it bloody and violent. It would be best to crush her head in one go. Aha! Sovereign Lord. En Hua Man instinctively opened her eyes and stared in alarm at Shun Qibai beside her. She recognized the voice emanating from him. Was it one of Shun Qibai's artifacts? He was no ordinary man. And more importantly, whom did he intend to kill? And soon the voice rang out again. Ah! The demon clan shall rise anew. Its resurgence is imminent. Oh, and cough, cough, cough. Hua Man jolted into a fit of coughing, startled beyond measure. And what's wrong? Shen Qibai opened his eyes and gazed over, puzzled. Nothing. Nothing at all. Hua Man hastily sat upright and closed her eyes again, though her heart stirred with quiet turmoil. And so Uncle Shun belonged to the demon clan. Could he be the demon sovereign himself? And she stole another glance, peeking open her eyes to observe Shen Qibai, only to find he had already closed them once more, continuing his silent prayers. Little Man furrowed her tiny brows in thoughtful confusion. So, was the demon sovereign truly no different from ordinary mortals? Did he too long for his wife and daughter, and pray for their safety? Then why did everyone fear him so? And she recalled the artifact's chilling words, that Shen Qibai was about to kill again. Whom would he slay this time? And no, she had to stop him. Shen Qibai knelt before the Buddha for half an hour, a daily ritual that had earned him uncommon favor among many monks. When he finally opened his eyes, he found Hua Man seated beside him, her small frame swaying drowsily on the verge of slipping into sleep. Shen Qibai shook his head. Just as the child began tilting sideways, his body moved faster than his thoughts, and he reached out instantly to steady her. Hua Man awoke with a start, blinking up to find herself cradled in his palm. She smiled shyly. Thank you, Uncle Shun. I'm sorry Man fell asleep. Shen Qibai withdrew his hand, inwardly astonished. He should have ignored her, yet that moment had been utterly involuntary. Ni's expression hardened. Rising silently, he strode resolutely toward the door. Hua Man scrambled after him. Uncle Shun, wait for me. Shen Qibai hadn't forgotten his original intent, to eliminate this tiny life, and deliberately slowed his pace. Seeing this, Hua Man grew even more delighted, her conviction deepening. The demon sovereign was truly nothing to fear. She trotted after him, legs churning, and piped up in her soft, milky voice, Uncle Shun, do you know the demon sovereign? Shen Qibai stiffened, instantly glancing down with wary curiosity. And everyone seems terrified of the demon sovereign, said Little Man solemn as a sage, but I'm not afraid. You're not afraid? Shen Qibai arched a surprised brow. Why? And he leaned in, slightly feigning menace. They say the demon sovereign devours people. That's not true at all. Hua Man declared with unshakable confidence. That's just idle rumor. Has anyone actually seen the demon sovereign eat someone? Arms crossed, Shen Qibai felt a rare, quiet ripple within. This was the first time since reclaiming his true identity that anyone had spoken for him. Uncle Shun, I think the demon sovereign is just like anyone else, Hua Man said earnestly, her large eyes wide with sincerity. So long as he doesn't kill or do evil, I'd gladly be his friend. A cold, mirthless smile flickered in Shun Shibai's heart. Children, so naive. And he deliberately led her toward the secluded rear mountains, places rarely visited, especially now when pilgrims were scarce and the mountain paths lay deserted. Shun Shibai knew a talisman master had laid a formation upon Hua Man, but such rudimentary artifice was utterly meaningless to him. Uncle Shun, where are we going? Hua Man asked, curious. In the path of cultivating the heart. Shun Shibai, now intimately familiar with every corner of Fulong Temple, pointed to the stone steps ascending before them. Climb these stairs, step by step, all the way to the summit, and the Buddha will see your deepest wish. Really? Her eyes lit up instantly. Then if the Buddha knows I'm searching for my father, will he help me find him? And perhaps. Shun Shibai spoke without truth. The path of cultivating the heart was no sacred road of supplication. Reaching its peak granted no miracles. Legend held that powerful formations lined the path, designed to stir inner demons, serving as both a trial for outsiders seeking enlightenment and an essential rite of passage for Fulong Temple disciples refining their Zen hearts and breaking through cultivation barriers. Naturally, the formations posed no obstacle to Shun Shibai. As for Hua Man, he suspected they would prove equally ineffective. This child appeared utterly free of inner demons. The two ascended together, one tall and silent, the other small and breathless. Shun Shibai walking always just behind her, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. In truth, since returning to the demon clan, he had taken no life. He never imagined his first act of bloodshed would be against a child so small. And he resolved to grant her the swiftest, most painless death possible. The moment had come. He would delay no longer. Black chi coalesced in his palm. He raised his hand to deliver the killing blow. And Shun Shibai drew a slow, deep breath and prepared to strike. Yet a flicker of reluctant sorrow crossed his face, and something deep within seemed to cry out in protest, though he refused to heed it. Knee's palm shot forward, aimed straight at the back of Hua Man's skull. But before his hand could make contact, a familiar force surged, unmistakable, resonant, ancient. Shun Shibai froze stunned. A barrier shimmered faintly around Hua Man, but that was trivial. What mattered was the seal within her, deep, intricate, and pulsing with unmistakable demonic energy. How could this be? Shun Shibai reeled inwardly. This girl was tied to the demon clan, yet he had heard nothing of her during his time back in the demon realm. He understood why the elder lords there withheld their loyalty, convinced his failure in the last celestial demon war had proven his weakness. That was precisely why he had come to Fulong Temple. That instant clarity struck. This child must not die. She was invaluable to him. Uncle Shun, unaware of the storm she had narrowly escaped, Hua Man wheezed, turning back with a pale, exhausted face. Are you tired too? Shun Shibai theatrically wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. Let's call it off. The path of cultivating the heart is simply too long. I've tried several times and failed. Let's turn back. No. To his surprise, the child stood firm. Uncle Shun, we mustn't give up. My father, and your wife and daughter, are waiting for us. We will reach the top. Though she looked utterly spent, not a trace of wavering shadowed her gaze. Soon she began crawling upward, hands and knees driving her forward. Shun Shibai hesitated, then followed. He saw her resolve was unbreakable. So quietly he infused her body with spiritual energy, and feigning casual interest began to speak with her. You said you're searching for your father. What kind of man is he? Tell me in detail. Perhaps I've met him. Hua Man was unaware that she had regained her vitality. As she earnestly climbed the stairs, she pondered over Shun Shibai's question. In fact, it had been a long time since she had truly looked at her father. In her previous life, although she inhabited this body, she was mostly in a drowsy state, only half aware of many things. After reclaiming her body, she had yet to meet her father. She sniffled in grievance, her small voice buzzing. My father is called Xiao Wuchen, a wandering cultivator. My mother told me that he was injured during the battle between immortals and demons and was brought home by her. Later, he joined the Tianyin sect. Shun Shibai nodded in understanding, seemingly realizing that Xiao Wuchen had no ties to the demon clan. Hua Man continued, her little face filled with pride. My father is the most handsome man in the world. This is not boasting, the entire Tianyin sect acknowledges it. At that moment, Shun Shibai was wearing a face that would go unnoticed in a crowd. Yet he secretly thought that perhaps he could also compete with this most handsome man in the world. What about his strength? He asked, seeing that little man had stopped talking, prompting her for more information. As for strength, Hua Man scratched her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Father is a son-in-law of the Tianyin sect, and I also follow my mother's surname. Implicitly, this suggested that his strength was average. Shun Shibai was puzzled. The little one was only 3 years old, and both her parents were disciples of the Tianyin sect. Why did she have a demon clan seal within her? What was that seal meant to contain? He knew that he could not ask the little girl any more questions for now and decided to let it go. The two finally reached the top by afternoon. At the end of the refining heart path stood a statue of a high monk said to be the one who once suppressed the divine dragon. Shinchibai inadvertently glanced over and saw little man kneeling devoutly. Buddha Grandpa, she said in her childish voice, please bless my father with safety and bring him home soon so he can reunite with my mother and me. She paused then continued, Buddha Grandpa, please also bless Uncle Shun's wife and daughter with safety and may their family reunite soon. All right, let's go back. Your two friends must be worried about you, Shinchibai urged somewhat impatiently. The two retraced their steps back to Fulong Temple. The sky was nearly dark and Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan were frantic, even alerting the entire temple. Sister Ollie, brother Guanlan, I'm so sorry, little man said, feeling particularly guilty. It's all right as long as you're safe, Jiang Yueli said, patting the little one's head, then nodded toward Shinchibai. Thank you. Shinchibai said nothing and left directly. I'll go inform the abbot and Master Xianhui that the child has been found. Shun Guanlan quickly left. That night Hua Man quickly fell asleep, but in the middle of the night, she faintly heard some noises outside. Drowsily she got out of bed and nudged Jiang Yueli beside her. Sister Ollie. Strangely, Jiang Yueli remained motionless, sleeping very soundly. Hua Man crawled over and nudged Shin Guanlan. Brother Guanlan. Shun Guanlan also showed no signs of waking. The little one sat for a while listening to the sounds outside, and after thinking for a moment she got off the bed and carefully opened the door. Fulong Temple was at the summit of King Kong Mountain close to the moon, making the moonlight particularly bright, illuminating everything clearly. As soon as Hua Man stepped outside, she saw Shun Kabai's figure. He seemed to be heading somewhere. How strange. Hua Man decided to follow. If Uncle Shun was going to harm someone, she must find a way to stop him. She jogged behind him, and the entire Fulong Temple was eerily quiet, not even a small monk on night duty could be seen. Hua Man carefully followed Shinchibai to a palace, and at the end of the palace, she saw the Fulong Ding. She hid behind a pillar watching from a distance as the Fulong Ding was enveloped in dazzling golden light currently floating on a stone platform. She saw Shinchibai circle the stone platform twice, and then he was about to leave. Hua Man quickly hid again. When Shinchibai left the palace and reached the doorway, he instinctively glanced back, having noticed the little one. Back in his room, the ghostly shadow reappeared, and he also saw Hua Man surprised that the demon lord had not killed her. Master, he knelt on one knee, lowering his head as he spoke. Your nightmare technique seems ineffective on that little one. This is too dangerous. Should I eliminate her now? Once again transformed into the demon lord Xiaoduanshan, Shun Kabai's brow furrowed in displeasure. I do not wish to repeat myself. The ghostly figure suddenly recalled that yesterday the master had said he would handle the child. Yes, it was my fault for speaking out of turn. He dared not ask further, and seeing that Xiaoduanshan had no more instructions, he vanished. Meanwhile, after seeing Shinchibai leave, Hua Man ran over to the Fulong Ding. The golden light was so beautiful. She clung to the stone platform, stood on tiptoe, and tentatively touched it with her finger, feeling a warm sensation. Little one, hello. A voice as warm as the golden light came from within the ding. Hua Man's eyes brightened instantly. Are you the Dingling, Grandpa? Hello, Grandpa, I am Hua Man. The Dingling chuckled softly. It's quite late, why are you out here all alone? Hua Man answered straightforwardly. I followed Uncle Shun here, he's the man from just now. Oh, the Dingling clearly was not meeting Shinchibai for the first time. Hua Man thought for a moment, and then asked cutely, Grandpa, do you think Uncle Shin would harm you? Should I tell others that he secretly came here to see you? The Dingling emitted a low chuckle. No need, he won't harm me. Thank you, little man. That's great. Hua Man felt particularly happy upon hearing this. The Dingling continued, Little man, you are a very good child. You have been doing well. Grandpa likes you a lot and is proud of you. I've heard Grandpa's stories. Grandpa is super amazing. Hua Man replied obediently, then asked with concern, Grandpa, are you bored here? Not at all, a Grandpa likes it here. The two young and old chatted seriously for a while before the Dingling urged little man to return quickly. Goodbye, Grandpa. I will come to see you again another day. Little man waved and ran outside. The Dingling's kind voice echoed behind her. After you go out, you will meet someone. Don't be afraid. Understood, thank you, Grandpa. Hua Man ran out of the great hall and indeed saw an old monk sweeping the ground under the moonlight. She curiously approached, Grandpa, hello. At that moment, the entire temple lay in profound silence, broken only by the soft rhythmic rustling of the old monk sweeping the courtyard. Hua Man waited a while, then seeing he paid her no heed, stepped forward and piped up again in her sweet childlike voice, Grandfather, why are you still sweeping? Aren't you going to rest? And little milk babe, go back now. The old monk finally spoke, his voice languid and faint as if drained of vigor. Okay. Then please remember to rest early, grandfather. Hua Man obediently departed. And the next morning, Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan awoke to find little Man still fast asleep. Jiang Yueli frowned faintly, murmuring to herself, strange. Last night felt unusually deep and heavy. And Shin Guanlan nodded. So did I? They exchanged a glance, saying nothing more. And to their surprise, Hua Man had slept an extra hour beyond her usual time, and by the time she stirred awake, Shin Chibai had already left. What's going on? Didn't you sleep well last night? Jiang Yueli watched the little one nibble daintily at a steamed bun while stifling a yawn, puzzled. No, not at all. Hua Man instantly perked up. She had no intention of revealing Shun Uncle's midnight visit to the Fulong Cauldron. She wouldn't risk causing him trouble. She stuffed the bun hole into her mouth and mumbled, cheeks puffed. All right. I'm off to pray with Shin Uncle. Little junior sister, Jiang Yueli called out, unable to suppress her concern. And let her go, Shun Guanlan mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. This Shin Chibai is certainly suspicious, but he poses no danger to Man. When Hua Man trotted into the Mahavira hall on her stubby legs, she found Shin Chibai already kneeling there. She hurried over and knelt beside him with delicate care, whispering apologetically, sorry, Shin Uncle. I'm late. Shin Chibai gave no response, and they remained kneeling before the Buddha for nearly another hour, until when he opened his eyes again, he found Hua Man had fallen asleep once more. Recalling how she'd quietly followed him the night before, an unconscious curve lifted the corner of his lips, and still he made no move to rouse her. Shin Uncle. After a while, Hua Man stirred awake, rubbing her eyes. Have you finished praying? NMM. Shin Chibai rose and walked toward the hall's entrance. And Hua Man scrambled to follow, still half asleep, swaying unsteadily as she walked. Why didn't you wake me up, Shin Uncle? His pace slowed slightly. Just finished. And that's good. Hua Man grinned, then asked curiously, where will you go today, Shin Uncle? Back to the path of cultivating the heart again. Just wandering, Shin Chibai replied, glancing down at the tiny figure. Won't you go find your senior brothers and sisters? Hua Man shook her head and stretched her small hand upward, earnestly reaching for his. No, I want to stay with Shin Uncle. And though he wasn't her father, it was strangely comforting. Being with Shin Uncle filled her with quiet joy. Shin Chibai noticed her subtle gesture, but chose not to acknowledge it. Instead, he deliberately raised his hand higher, just beyond her grasp. Hua Man puffed her rosy cheeks in silent disappointment. And the two strolled without purpose through the temple grounds. Few monks were about, lending the scene an air of tranquil ease punctuated only by light, unhurried conversation. Suddenly that sly, knowing voice echoed once more in her mind, Sovereign, when shall we act? Our brethren inside the tower have surely grown impatient. Tower. And Hua Man turned her gaze toward the distance. There indeed stood an impossibly tall structure, jet black and windowless, its surface shimmering faintly with golden light, while the low hum of sutra chanting drifted steadily from within. She glanced up at Shin Chibai, only to find his eyes fixed upon the same tower, his expression inscrutable and deep. And Shin Uncle, what is that place? She pointed upward with a tiny finger. And Shin Chibai slowly withdrew his gaze and answered gravely, according to Jingchen, it is the Demon Ceiling Pagoda. The Demon Ceiling Pagoda. Hua Man tilted her head, puzzled. What is that? And perhaps a place where demonic cultivators and malevolent beings are imprisoned. Shin Chibai gestured eastward. Come, let's take a look over there. Nias. Hua Man cast one last wistful glance at the pagoda and asked, voice tinged with sorrow, so many demonic beings are locked inside that tower. What did they do wrong? Na's subtle chill edged Shin Chibai's voice. Their very existence, as demons, is itself a transgression. But demon is merely a name, isn't it? Hua Man lifted her small face to meet his gaze, her eyes clear and bright, pure as untouched dew. Just as humans may be good or evil, so too may demons. To be born a demon is no sin. It is only that their parents were demons. Shin Chibai looked at her, startled. Her gaze, black and white and utterly unclouded, held no trace of artifice or fear. You are mistaken, he heard himself reply, voice harsher than intended. To be born a demon is to hunger for human flesh, to thirst for blood. Henceforth, should you ever encounter one, flee without hesitation. His stride quickened, and Hua Man scrambled after him on her short legs. I won't. I'm not afraid. After all, the man beside her was the demon sovereign. If demons truly feasted on humans, then she, soft and sweet as steamed buns, would long since have vanished. That very night, Hua Man awoke again, startled by strange stirrings beyond her door, while Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan slumbered on, deeply and immovably impossible to rouse. The little girl slipped quietly from her bed and crept out of her room, only to see Shin Chibai slipping away once more. Once again she followed him with utmost caution. As the night before, they returned to the palace housing the Fulong Cauldron, and once again Shin Chibai did not so much as touch the artifact. How strange. In hiding behind a pillar, Hua Man was utterly baffled by Shin Uncle's intentions. She resolved once he left she would question the cauldron spirit directly. She had the distinct feeling the old cauldron spirit knew far more than he let on. And then, suddenly, footsteps clattered near the doorway, hurried and disordered. Hua Man shrank into a tight ball, yet couldn't help stealing a worried glance toward Shinchibai, only to see him melt silently behind the stone dais. And come out. Master Xuanming's voice rang out nearby, furious, thunderous. Behind him marched a retinue of venerable monks. Master Xianhui was among them. And Hua Man's eyes darted anxiously toward the dais. I say it once more, come out. Xuanming's voice now carried unmistakable spiritual pressure. Do not compel me to act here. At his words the monks advanced as one step, then another, their collective aura overwhelming. Hua Man's worry deepened. What would happen if Shen Uncle were seized now? They would surely suspect his designs upon the Fulong Cauldron, and perhaps uncover his true identity as the demon sovereign casting him into that dark forbidding tower. And if that happened, would he ever reunite with his wife and daughter? Xianming began walking step by measured step toward the dais. Hey, Master Xianming. Hua Man summoned all her courage, darting out from behind a pillar to block Master Xuanming's path. Xuanming, Xuanhui, and the other eminent monks behind them froze in astonishment, staring incredulously at the tiny round figure before them. For several nights running they had fallen into unusually deep slumber, and each night the Fulong Cauldron had stirred with unnatural agitation. They suspected foul play. Tonight they deliberately gathered together, standing vigilant and prepared, yet still fell victim to the scheme. Fortunately, they had anticipated such a possibility and awakened, swiftly rushing here without delay. What they never imagined, however, was encountering a mere toddler. What are you doing here? Xianming asked, warily scanning the surroundings. Are you alone? Yes, just me. Hua Man raised her voice, slightly striving to recapture Xuanming's attention. I wanted to see the Fulong Cauldron. Finding no trace of anomaly, Xianming lowered his gaze once more upon Hua Man. His expression now darkened with suspicion. You wish to see the Fulong Cauldron? I think you mean to steal it. No, not at all. Hua Man frantically shook her head and waved her hands. Such a young child, yet already scheming and base-minded. You are unworthy. Xianming stepped forward, reaching for her arm. Xianming. Xianhui hastily intervened. Amitba, calm your wrath, brother. This child is likely merely playful. She bears no ill intent. Please spare her, or I shall escort her back at once. Xianhui, halt. Xianhui, halt. Xianming instantly called out. I have long warned you this child bears profound karmic obstructions. In this lifetime she will assuredly not be virtuous. And yet within mere days she has crept here in the dead of night. Do you still doubt my judgment? Indeed, he continued, glowering coldly at Hua Man, teeth clenched. I suspect she may well be a spy sent by the demon clan, and those recent disturbances of the Fulong Cauldron were surely their doing. Hua Man blinked her large eyes. She knew Shinchibai was concealed behind the stone dais, and every word Master Xianming spoke could be heard clearly by Uncle Shun. Summoning her courage, she ventured softly, Uncle Xianming. I think the demon clan isn't necessarily evil. Did you hear that? Xuanming's eyes widened in shock. He lunged forward and seized Hua Man's arm. Speak, who sent you? Where are your accomplices? None at all. Her small body lifted halfway off the ground. She kicked fearfully in midair. Man truly has no accomplices. She only wished to see the Fulong Cauldron. Xianming, release her. You're frightening her. Xianhui stepped forward, gently wresting Hua Man from his grasp. Kneeling before her, he coaxed softly. Little disciple, do not fear. Everything is all right. Shall uncle take you home? Xianhui, do you truly intend to aid tyranny? Seeing Xianhui already cradling the child, Xianming strode forward again, blocking their path once more. In that instant, tension crackled between them, on the verge of open confrontation. Xianming clearly would not yield. Then, suddenly, the Fulong Cauldron in the distance emitted a low, resonant hum. Xianming and Xianhui immediately straightened, and all the eminent monks bowed their heads reverently toward the cauldron, chanting in unison, disciples beg forgiveness. We have disturbed our venerable ancestor. Hua Man stood obediently beside Xuanhui's leg and mimicked them earnestly, sorry for disturbing grandfather. Very well, I shall escort the little disciple home. Xianhui quickly lifted Hua Man once more and strode away. Behind them, Xianming gritted his teeth, but dared not pursue. As Hua Man was carried out of the main hall, she unexpectedly encountered the same sweeping monk from the previous night, and brightened with delight. Grandfather, we've met again. The elderly monk stood upright and gave Xianhui a gentle nod before resuming his sweeping. Curious, Hua Man asked, Uncle Xianhui, who is that grandfather? Why does he always sweep so late at night? Does he never rest? In Xuanhui's memory, that venerable sweeping master had been present at Fulong Temple since his own arrival, and yet none of the monks knew his Dharma name. Nor did anyone know precisely when or where he performed his sweeping duties. Xianhui replied warmly, I'm afraid, even I don't know much about that grandfather's story. But if you ever learn more, little disciple, please share it with me. I am deeply curious too. Okay. Hua Manman chirped cheerfully, then wrapped her arms around Xuanhui's neck and nuzzled his round, kind face. Thank you so much, uncle. What a good child. Xianhui reflected on the Fulong Cauldron's earlier hum. It had in truth aided Hua Manman. Had Xianming insisted on seizing her, Xianhui would have been powerless to stop him. He delivered Hua Manman safely to her quarters and watched her enter before departing reassured. Inside the room, Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan had already awakened. That morning they too had sensed something amiss, so tonight they'd prepared accordingly. Yet the adversary's strength proved overwhelming. They still succumbed to a deep, involuntary slumber. Now seeing Hua Manman return at last, both sighed in quiet relief. Little senior sister, where did you go so late? Jiang Yueli asked, concern etching her brow. Hua Manman whispered, sorry senior sister Ali. I went to see the Fulong Cauldron. To see the Fulong Cauldron. Jiang Yueli frowned. Do you even know where it's kept? Hua Manman nodded solemnly. Then Shun Guanlan, curiosity piqued, asked, was it Master Xianhui who brought you back? What exactly happened? So Hua Manman recounted how she'd slipped into the hall housing the Fulong Cauldron and been discovered there by Masters Xianming and Xianhui. Jiang Yueli quickly detected an inconsistency. Were you truly alone? Hua Manman lowered her head, silent, unwilling to lie to senior sister Ali. Go on. Tell us, little sister Manman. Who else was with you? Shun Guanlan, clearly suspecting the truth, leaned in and murmured, or shall I check next door? See whether Uncle Shun is still in his room. No. Hua Manman dashed forward and clutched Shun Guanlan's sleeve. With a soft sigh she relented. All right, I'll tell you. I followed Uncle Shun, but I swear, he didn't intend to steal the Fulong Cauldron. He was simply curious, wanted only to see it. Her wide eyes flickered between them, fearful they wouldn't believe her. So she added urgently, it's true. Last night Uncle Shun went too, but he only looked. He didn't touch the cauldron. He truly had no intention to steal. Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan exchanged a glance. Neither believed her. They were certain Shin Chibai harbored designs upon the Fulong Cauldron. Yet for now they needed to keep Hua Manman calm. They're their little senior sister. We believe you, Jiang Yueli said, stifling a yawn. It's late, time to sleep. Or you'll oversleep again tomorrow. Yes, rest now, Shun Guanlan chimed in smoothly. Okay. Hua Manman obediently laid down, then hesitantly sought reassurance. You do believe me, right? Both nodded in unison. The two naturally did not believe Hua Manman's words, and the Fulong Ding was the treasured artifact of the Fulong Temple, which absolutely could not have any issues. After much deliberation, they decided to inform the abbot Xianbei. After Hua Manman fell asleep, Shun Guanlan quietly left. He first sought out Master Xuanhui, who then brought him to meet Abbot Xianbei. To their surprise, Xianming was also present. Greetings, Abbot. Shun Guanlan said seriously. Tonight my sister appeared at the Fulong Ding actually because she was following Shin Chibai. Xuanming upon hearing this became even more convinced of his judgment. Abbot, I have long said that this child has issues. Abbot Xuanming, Master Xuanhui, my sister did not intend to hide this. She is just too young and did not realize Shun Chibai's inappropriate actions. Please do not blame my sister. Shun Guanlan nodded slightly. Rest assured, young benefactor, we will not blame Hua Manman for this, and we are grateful that you have brought the truth to us. Amipa, thank you. Master Xianhui stepped forward, gently comforting Shun Guanlan. Xianming snorted and turned to Xuanbei. Abbot, what should we do? Should we go and capture Shin Chibai now? No, we will hold our position tonight, Xianbei quickly decided. Tomorrow night, Xianming and Xuanhui, you will lead the martial monks to guard near the Fulong Ding. If he dares to come again, we will catch him with both evidence and wrongdoing. Yes, Abbot, we will arrange it right away. Xianming and Xianhui hurried off to make preparations. Abbot, then I will also return. Shun Guanlan nodded slightly in farewell and turned to leave. The next day, Shin Chibai showed no signs of unusual behavior and even had dinner with Hua Manman. After the midnight hour, he used the nightmare technique again and quietly made his way to the palace where the Fulong Ding was located. Hua Manman still heard the sounds, groggily sat up, and just as she was about to get up and chase after it, she was surprised to find Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan were both awake. You guys, she exclaimed in shock, but Jiang Yueli quickly covered her mouth. Shoo. Jiang Yueli signaled for Shun Guanlan to pay attention to the situation in the yard. Soon Shun Guanlan nodded. Rest assured, Shin Chibai has already left. Jiang Yueli withdrew her hand. What happened? Hua Manman was now fully awake and asked in her baby voice, why are you all awake today? Jiang Yueli glanced at Shun Guanlan before softly explaining to Hua Manman. Hua Manman, actually a few days ago both your brother Guanlan and I were hypnotized by a technique of Shin Chibai. Shun Guanlan added, not only us, but most of the people in the temple were also hypnotized. Jiang Yueli continued. But tonight we are prepared, and he did not hypnotize us. Shun Guanlan further explained, not just us tonight, all the high monks of the Fulong Temple definitely have not been hypnotized. He looked towards the door and smirked at this moment. They should already be fighting with Shin Shibai. What? Uncle Shun is in danger. Upon hearing this, Womanman immediately climbed down and anxiously wanted to run outside. Woman. Jiang Yueli quickly grabbed her. Don't worry, Shin Shibai. He is definitely not an ordinary person. He will be fine. She had naturally discussed with Shun Guanlan that if Shin Shibai was indeed Womanman's father, then he was the demon lord, and the people of the Fulong Temple could not kill him. If he was not the demon lord, then since he dared to covet the Fulong Ding, whatever the Fulong Temple did to him would be well deserved. No way, I have to go, I must go. Womanman said anxiously, almost on the verge of tears. The two knew they could not stop her and immediately followed her. The three little ones rushed to the vicinity of the main hall and saw a person in a black robe suspended in midair surrounded by a malevolent aura whose face looked somewhat familiar. Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan saw it more clearly and were almost certain of their guess. In midair, Xiao Duanxing's gloomy eyes were tightly locked onto the place where the Fulong Ding was stored, ignoring the chaos below as he charged directly towards the direction of the Fulong Ding. His attacks were ruthless and decisive, and the blocking martial monks were all shaken away by his overwhelming demonic aura, causing the scene to grow increasingly chaotic. It's father. After running a few steps forward, Womanman finally saw the person's face. Her eyes instantly turned red as she shouted in her little voice, Father. Jiang Yueli stepped forward to cover the little one's mouth, signaling her to stop shouting. Clearly this was not the right time to recognize Xiao Duanxing. Or perhaps it was Shin Shibai, or even Xiao Wuchen. Clearly these three names all referred to the same person. Womanman anxiously looked at the scene not far away where her father was fighting with Xuanming Xuanhui and several high monks. She was so worried her father was alone. What would happen if he got hurt? However, the fact proved that her worries were unnecessary. Soon Xuanming Xuanhui and most of the martial monks had all been injured, and their combined strength could not match Xiao Duanxing. Xianming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and anxiously asked Xuanbei, Abbot, what should we do? It seems we are no match for that demon lord. Is it possible that we cannot protect the Fulong Ding? If we lose the Fulong Ding, then the Fulong Temple will be destroyed. No problem. Unexpectedly at this moment, Xianbei remained calm, slowly opening his eyes and saying, Reinforcements have arrived. Reinforcements? Xianming looked around in shock, completely unable to see where Xianbei said the reinforcements were. At that moment, everyone saw an old monk who had been in the temple responsible for cleaning walking over with a broom. Xianming irritably urged him away. This place is very dangerous. You should leave immediately. But the old monk completely ignored him, walking up to Abbot Xuanbei, bowing with one hand, and then actually approaching the demon lord Xiao Duanxing with the broom. This? Xuanming's eyes widened in shock. Xianbei slowly said, There's no need to worry. He is the junior brother of that esteemed monk from years ago. He has been here in the Fulong Temple for so many years just to protect the Fulong Ding. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished, and when they looked towards the not so distant scene, they found that the old monk, armed only with a broom, was indeed fighting evenly with the demon lord. Sister Alalai. Womanman looked towards the situation not far away, her heart twisted, but she did not want either of them to get hurt. Father and Grandpa won't die, right? Rest assured they won't, Jiang Yueli immediately promised. This kind of duel between masters generally would not result in death, as their goals were the Fulong Ding, not each other's lives. On the battlefield, Xiao Duanxing quickly realized that the opponent was not ordinary. He was surprised that after staying in the Fulong Temple for so long, he had never discovered such a formidable opponent hidden here. Suddenly, he dashed away, creating distance from the opponent, and sneered, Old bald donkey, tonight, we'll play it this way. Xiao Duanxing moved with remarkable speed, soaring through the air towards the direction of Hua Manman and the others. The old monk immediately pursued, and seeing this, Hua Manman rushed out, hugging the old monk's leg. Grandpa, please don't hurt my father. I beg you. She knelt beside the old monk's leg, crying as she pleaded. Xiao Duanxing turned back in shock at her words. What did that little one just say? Father, what does that mean? However, time was of the essence, and he had no time to contemplate. He quickly leaped into the air, flying towards the direction of the demon suppression tower. At that moment, a disciple rushed over in a panic, saying, Abbot, it's bad. Many members of the demon and monster clans have appeared near the demon suppression tower. The tower can't hold out much longer. What? This time, even Abbot Xianbei could not remain calm. He stood up, glancing towards the direction of the Fulong Cauldron, then at the brightly shining demon suppression tower, not far away, realizing they had all been deceived. From the very beginning, the demon lord and his subordinates had been heading for the demon suppression tower. However, most of the martial monks of Fulong Temple were here, and now it was impossible to intercept them. Xianming was the first to regain his senses, striding forward, and grabbing Hua Man. "Let go. Are you the daughter of that demon lord?" Hua Man was terrified, trembling as she explained, "My father is not a bad person, not a bad person. Whether your father is a bad person or not, we'll find out once we capture him." Xianming gritted his teeth in anger and turned to the old monk, respectfully calling out, "Master Uncle, hurry to the demon suppression tower. Even if we can't stop them from breaking the tower, we must capture that Xiao Duanqing. Let her go." The old monk spoke slowly, and seeing that Xianming did not move, a golden light emerged in his hand, directly pushing Xianming back several steps and freeing Hua Man. The old monk caught Hua Man, gently placing her on the ground. "Grandpa," Hua Man cried, "my father is not a bad person. He just wants to save his people. Be good, Grandpa knows." The old monk's voice was gentle and steady. Xuanming, confused, felt that the old monk was losing his mind. He stepped forward again to urge, "Master Uncle, this is not the time to comfort a child. You need to go to the demon suppression tower now." The old monk stood up calmly, stating, My task is simply to guard the Fulong cauldron. As for everything else, it has nothing to do with me." He gently patted Hua Man's little head and turned to leave with his broom. "Stop. What do you mean it has nothing to do with you?" Xianming instinctively tried to pursue. Xianhui quickly blocked him, gently shaking his head. "Forget it, Xuanming, you can't keep him here. Let's hurry to the demon suppression tower and see what's happening." Xianming gritted his teeth, having no choice but to give up. The group immediately rushed towards the demon suppression tower, with Hua Man, Jiang Yueli, and Shen Guangdan following behind. When they arrived, the demon suppression tower was already on the verge of collapse, its protective barrier shimmering with golden light, the runes swirling. Demon Lord Xiao Duanqing was leading several subordinates in a final assault, the murderous aura colliding violently with the golden light, shaking the entire Fulong temple. Xianming and the others immediately joined the battle to prevent the demon clan from destroying the tower. Hua Man stood a little farther away, watching as the golden light from the tower repeatedly struck at her father. She was extremely anxious and couldn't help but take a few steps forward, shouting, "Tower, don't hit my father, don't hit my father. My father is not a bad person." Although the demon suppression tower was not a magical artifact, it had long been infused with Buddhist teachings, already possessing a faint spirituality. It clearly heard Hua Man's words, and the golden light dimmed for a moment. "Now's the time." Xiao Duanqing also heard the little one's voice and confirmed that she was calling him father, but he had no time to concern himself with anything else. If the tower was not broken, all his efforts would have been in vain. He seized the fleeting opening of the demon suppression tower, striking fiercely at the barrier's formation node. With a loud boom, the barrier violently trembled. Then, under the continuous attacks, it quickly shattered into pieces. The members of the demon clan cheered. "Destroy the tower." Xiao Duanqing shouted coldly, leading his subordinates to launch a full-scale assault on the demon suppression tower. Xianming and the others fought desperately to resist, but most of them were injured, and with the protective barrier of the tower destroyed, cracks quickly appeared in the tower's body and stones began to fall. At that moment, the area around the demon suppression tower resembled a purgatory, with the cries of the monks echoing. Jiang Yueli and Shen Guangdan could no longer stand by idly. Shen Guangdan immediately set up a talisman array around Hua Man to ensure she wouldn't be harmed by falling stones. Man, wait here and don't run around. I will go with your brother Guangdan to save people," Jiang Yueli gently instructed. Hua Man obediently nodded her little head. The two of them instantly vanished from their original spot. Hua Man stood there, her little eyes fixed on her father, fearing he would be hit or crushed by the falling stones. Thus, when a stone was unexpectedly knocked over and flew towards her, the little one was completely oblivious. In a split second, Xiao Duanqing instinctively pointed in the air, and the murderous aura struck, first shattering the stone into pieces. He was even momentarily taken aback, wondering why he had saved this troublesome little one. Hua Man, however, brightened her eyes, thinking her father remembered her and was protecting her, wanting to run over. "Stay there. Don't move," Xiao Duanqing shouted sternly, his tone complex. While fighting, he had to divide a part of his attention to ensure the safety of that little one, a feeling that was both strange and irritating. Ultimately, the demon suppression tower was violently attacked by Xiao Duanqing and others, and with the collaboration of those suppressed within, it collapsed in a loud crash, creating a breach. Countless demon and monster clan members, long suppressed and weak yet incredibly excited, rushed out, kneeling and shouting, "We welcome you, master." At this moment, Xiao Duanqing was unmatched. With just a word, Fulong Temple would be doomed. He landed, steadily glancing at the kneeling subordinates, and then at the little man not far away. Hua Man felt a bit scared. Those people and monsters kneeling on the ground were unfamiliar to her, and she wanted to approach. She struggled for a moment before running forward. She was afraid her father would leave with those people. "Father!" Hua Man ran in front of Xiao Duanqing, the dense murderous aura not harming her. She tilted her round and soft little face, asking pitifully, Father, you have already saved your people, can you? Come home with Man now. Man and Mother both miss you very much. Father, please come home with us. Hua Man pouted her lips. It was evident that if Xiao Duanqing rejected her, she would immediately burst into tears. Xiao Duanqing squinted his eyes and finally spoke. My home is in the demon domain. Xiao Duanqing spoke coldly. Little one, who are you exactly? Who instructed you? In his memory there were no women, let alone a child. Hua Man's eyes turned red instantly. She instinctively took a step forward, but was pulled back by Jiang Yueli. She pouted, trying hard not to cry. Her small voice slightly choked. Does Daddy not recognize Man anymore? Don't you remember your mother and Tianyin sect? For some reason, seeing the child's aggrieved expression caused a strange discomfort to rise in Xiao Duanqing's heart. Master. At that moment, Gui Ying stepped forward to remind him, we should leave. Xiao Duanqing nodded, took a deep breath, organized his emotions, and spoke coldly and firmly, you have mistaken the person. After saying that, he swiftly left with the demon clan members. Daddy! Daddy! Hua Man cried out heartbreakingly at his retreating figure. But Xiao Duanqing never looked back at her again, because he understood that if what the little one said was true, he must not show a hint of heartache, otherwise it would only put the little one in danger from both the immortal and demon paths. As for whether what the little one said was true or not, he would definitely investigate thoroughly. Daddy! Hua Man cried out in despair. She had clearly found her father, yet he no longer recognized her. How could this be? Is that demon really your father? At that moment, Xianming rushed out from the crowd, coldly questioning Hua Man. Hua Man nodded while crying, not forgetting to explain for her father. Daddy is not a demon. A daddy is a good person. No, that's not true. Jiang Yueli, who was beside her, pulled the corners of her mouth and denied Hua Man's words. Xianbei Master Xuanming, Xianhui Master, don't misunderstand. That person is not my junior sister's father. My junior sister mistook him. Not true. Hua Man wanted to say that she wouldn't mistake him, but was silenced by Shun Guanlan covering her mouth. Shun Guanlan smiled and echoed Jiang Yueli's words. My senior sister is right, and look, Man is only 3 years old. She hasn't seen her father for a long time. She must have mistaken the person. Xianming remained skeptical and wanted to ask more. Ba. Xianhui timely interjected, it seems the situation should be like this. He turned to look at Xianbei Master and Xuanming Master. There are many injured monks in the temple, and the demon suppression tower also needs repairs. We cannot delay any longer. Xianbei nodded, not wanting to pursue Hua Man's words any further, and immediately instructed Xuanming, Xuanhui, and others to begin reorganizing Fulong Temple. This mistake must never happen again. After everything was arranged, he looked in the direction where Xiao Duanqing and the others had disappeared, letting out a deep sigh. With the return of the Demon Lord and the emergence of those demon and monster subordinates, it was likely that there would soon be another storm of bloodshed in the immortal and demon paths. He needed to quickly inform the other sects of the divine continent. After everyone dispersed, Shun Guanlan finally released his grip. Sister Alalai, Brother Guanlan, Hua Man earnestly assured Man won't mistake him. That really is Daddy. But why doesn't Daddy recognize Man anymore? Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan sighed gently. In fact, they could tell that Xiao Duanqing's reaction earlier was somewhat strange. He directly denied knowing Hua Man, yet he was saving her instead. As for whether he truly did not remember Hua Man, or was just pretending, they could not ascertain. In any case, this matter has come to a close for now. Xiao Duanqing would not come back to Fulong Temple in the near future, and they should head back. Little junior sister, we should go home now. Jiang Yueli wiped away the little one's tears and gently patted her small head. Hua Man nodded lightly, thought for a moment, and then softly said, Sister Alalai, before we leave, I want to say goodbye to Grandfather Dingling. All right. The three of them found Master Xuanhui, who led them to the palace where the Fulong Ding was stored. Ba. Master Xianhui always smiled cheerfully. He knew the little ones were about to leave. Three little benefactors, I bid you farewell here. It was a pleasure to meet you, and I look forward to your return to Fulong Temple to play. We will. Thank you, Master Xianhui. Hua Man obediently expressed her gratitude. Soon Master Xianhui left, and the three of them entered the palace. The Fulong Ding lay quietly, exuding a faint golden light, as if everything happening outside was irrelevant to it, or perhaps in its eyes nothing had happened at all. Grandfather Dingling. Hua Man trotted forward, eagerly introducing her companions behind her. This is Sister Alalai and Brother Guanlan. Dingling chuckled softly, I see. Ba, everything is for the best arrangement. Huh. Hua Man didn't quite understand Dingling's words and asked in her baby voice, what is the best arrangement? Dingling smiled, answering still vaguely, everything, all reunions. Hua Man tilted her little head. Little one day you will understand. Dingling's voice was warm and full of strength. Grandfather Dingling, we are going back to Tianyin's sect now. Hua Man felt a bit reluctant. She liked Grandfather Dingling, feeling particularly at ease when she was with him. Dingling's voice remained calm. Ba. All meetings and partings are fated, little one, we will meet again. Go now? Yes, goodbye, Grandfather Dingling. I will come back to see you if I have the chance. Hua Man waved goodbye to Fulong Ding and followed Jiang Yueli and the others out, glancing back 3 steps, feeling very reluctant. Meanwhile, Xiao Duanshan led the demon clan members toward the direction of the demon domain at the northernmost point of the divine continent. On the way, Xiao Duanshan summoned Gui Ying and coldly asked at that time, "Where did you discover me?" Gui Ying hesitated and did not answer. Xiao Duanshan immediately shot a cold glance over. It was at the foot of Tianyan's sect. Gui Ying did not dare to hide the truth. Although the clan elders had previously instructed him not to mention certain matters in front of the master at this moment, he clearly knew who was the master of the demon domain. "Master, that day I had a task nearby and suddenly sensed a strong aura of murderous intent, so I rushed over. To my surprise, I saw you surrounded by a group of so-called righteous people. You were already unconscious and gravely injured, so I quickly sought an opportunity to save you and brought you back to the demon domain." Tianyan sect. Xiao Duanshan softly repeated the name, but still could not recall anything. As the demon domain drew closer, he immediately made a decision. "Gui Ying, I will not return to the Geo Demon Palace for now." "But master," Gui Ying couldn't help but worry about those ambitious old fellows in the clan. "Rest assured," Xiao Duanshan narrowed his eyes, "this period will give them a chance. If they still do not recognize their identities, then wait for my return to clean up the house." 3 days later at noon, Hua Man, Jiang Yueli, and Shun Guanlan returned to the Tianyan sect. On their way back to the Luoxia Peak, they heard many disciples discussing the matters concerning the Demon Lord. "The Demon Lord has re-emerged. It seems our good days are coming to an end. I heard that the Demon Lord, accompanied by a few subordinates, went to the Fulong Temple and freed all those from the demon and monster clans, leaving the Fulong Temple utterly defenseless. How long has it been since the last battle between the immortals and demons? This is truly a calamity." Hua Man listened to these words, feeling increasingly sorrowful. She secretly asked Jiang Yueli, "Senior Sister Yueli, why do we have to fight against the demon clan? Can't we coexist peacefully?" This question clearly caught Jiang Yueli off guard, who she had never thought deeply about this matter. It seemed that since she became aware of the existence of the demon clan, she had been told to eradicate them. In her past life, she ultimately participated in that joint massacre, claiming it was to eliminate the demon clan, but in truth it was for her own revenge, as Hua Man's family had indeed harmed her back then. But what about now? Jiang Yueli was compelled to reconsider this question for the first time. If Hua Man's family no longer harmed her in this life, would she still have to kill them? She instinctively looked at Shun Guanlan, who was evidently also troubled. They were unable to provide an answer to Hua Man's question. Upon returning to the Luoxia Peak, Hua Man rushed into Hua Qixia's arms and burst into tears. "Mother, woo woo woo." Hua Qixia noticed that only the 3 of them had returned and guessed the outcome. They must not have found Xiao Wuchen. "Aren't you ashamed? Crying the moment you return?" She picked her daughter up and gently asked, "Was the Fulong Temple fun?" She was already aware of what had happened at the Fulong Temple and was worried about whether the 3 children had been affected. Hua Man nodded slightly, burying her face in her mother's shoulder as she sobbed, "Mother, Dad. Dad. Silly child, how could your father go to the Fulong Temple?" Hua Qixia couldn't help but laugh. If he could go to the Fulong Temple, he would have returned long ago. "Mother, Dad." Hua Man shook her little head and quickly nodded again, feeling wronged as she said, Man really saw Dad at the Fulong Temple." "You saw your father?" Hua Qixia's eyes widened in shock, disbelief etched on her face. Hua Man nodded and whispered in her ear, "Mother, Dad. Dad is the Demon Lord. Dad doesn't remember Man. What are you saying?" Hua Qixia could hardly believe it. Man, are you injured in the head? Or are you feeling unwell? Why are you talking nonsense?" "Not nonsense, not nonsense." Little Man anxiously kicked her short legs. "What Man said is true. Dad is indeed the Demon Lord, and moreover, Dad doesn't recognize Man. "Impossible." Hua Qixia did not believe a word. "First of all, your father is Xiao Wuchen, a name given by your mother." As she finished this sentence, Hua Qixia clearly paused for a moment, but quickly shook her head and continued, "Secondly, if your father dares to not recognize you, I will be the first to break his legs." "But mother," Hua Man still wanted to convince Hua Qixia. All right, it might just be that the 2 look somewhat alike. You must have seen it wrong. This matter is not to be mentioned again." Hua Qixia did not allow the little one to say more. "Okay." Hua Man felt wronged, but she couldn't have seen it wrong. That person was indeed her father. In the following days, the little one remained gloomy. The news about the Demon Lord in the sect grew increasingly varied, and some even claimed that the Demon Lord had been killed. One day, Hua Qixia could no longer bear to see her daughter like this, and took the initiative to propose taking her down the mountain for a stroll to buy her favorite osmanthus cake. "Really?" The little glutton instantly perked up. "Really?" Hua Qixia, who had not seen her daughter smile for several days, helplessly pinched the little one's nose. "Shall I buy you 2 portions? Is that all right?" Hua Manman obediently held her mother's hand and said sweetly, I want 3 portions. Senior sister Yueli and brother Guanlan also need some. All right, whatever you say. Hua Qishao smiled and shook her head. In fact, she had not gone down the mountain for a long time, probably since Xiao Wuchen went missing. She did not know what she was thinking. Was she afraid of not being there if he suddenly returned? Or was she afraid of seeing things she shouldn't see after going down the mountain? Upon reaching the market at the foot of the mountain, Hua Manman indeed became much happier, pulling Hua Qishao to look here and there, wanting to buy whatever she fancied, and Hua Qishao generally obliged her. Suddenly, the osmanthus cake in the little one's hand fell to the ground. Man, what's wrong? Hua Qishao was somewhat surprised. How could the little glutton drop her favorite osmanthus cake? Mother, Dad. It's Dad. Hua Manman pointed at a man in a black brocade robe not far away. Before Hua Qishao could react, she ran towards him shouting, Dad. Dad. Hua Qishao came to her senses. The man's back indeed resembled Xiao Wuchen, but she had yet to see his face. She hurried to chase after her daughter, her eyes glued to the man. Man, slow down. The man finally turned around. It was indeed Xiao Wuchen. This face was something Hua Qishao would never forget, leaving her frozen in place. However, the man only glanced back at the mother and daughter before quickly disappearing before Hua Manman reached him. Dad. Dad. Hua Manman looked around, but could not find her father's figure, so she turned back feeling wronged and saw her mother standing there looking dazed. Mother. The little one hurried over, taking Hua Qixia's hand, worriedly asking, Mother, are you all right? Hua Qishao slowly looked at her daughter, unsure if she had just been dreaming. With a trembling voice, she asked, Man, we really just saw your father, right? Yes, Mother. Man saw him. Hua Manman nodded vigorously. He also saw us, right? Hua Qixia's mind was flooded with the image of Xiao Wuchen's gaze, which held none of the warmth she was familiar with. He looked at her as if she were a stranger. Mother, Dad has amnesia. Hua Manman quickly understood that her mother was saddened, and she comforted her. Mother, Dad just has amnesia. He doesn't not love us. Hua Qishao remained somewhat dazed. If Xiao Wuchen had amnesia, then why was he here? The mother and daughter returned to the Tianyin sect in a daze, only to find Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan waiting at the entrance. Seeing that they had finally returned, they hurried over. Master Sect Leader, please come over, it seems. Jiang Yueli sighed. It seems to be regarding the Demon Lord. The matter concerning the Demon Lord. Hua Qishao frowned, and the man she had just encountered at the market reappeared in her mind. Was he truly Xiao Wuchen? Shun Guanlan added from the side. It is said that a portrait of the Demon Lord was sent from the Fulong Temple. Hua Manman widened her eyes in shock. Though she did not understand the grievances between the immortals and demons, she was aware that the people of the immortal sect sought to kill those of the demon race. Would father be in danger? Mother. She anxiously tugged at Hua Qixia's sleeve. Can I go with you, please? Nonsense. The sect leader has summoned your mother for something important. You cannot go. Hua Qishao forced herself to remain calm. Regardless of whether the person she encountered on the mountain was Xiao Wuchen, he could never be the Demon Lord. She gently patted the little one's head, instructing Jiang Yueli and Shun Guanlan to take Hua Manman back. Mother. Hua Manman still looked worried. Be good. Hua Qishao took a deep breath and headed towards the main peak. Upon arrival and meeting Li Jinyue, she realized that the sect leader had only called for her. They will be here shortly, Li Jinyue said, clearly seeing through Hua Qixia's thoughts, and proactively offered an explanation. Hua Qishao tugged at the corner of her mouth. Elder Wu, how long has it been since Xiao Wuchen descended the mountain? Li Jinyue asked in a deep voice. I can't recall exactly, Hua Qishao replied, seemingly deep in thought before vaguely answering. Almost 2 years, I suppose. Li Jinyue nodded. Have you ever thought about going down the mountain to find him? Sect leader, are you joking? I can live just fine without him. If he wants to return, he will naturally come back. Of course, it's also possible that he is already dead. Hua Qishao spoke nonchalantly, appearing utterly unconcerned. But everyone in the Tianyin sect knew that Hua Qishao had deep feelings for Xiao Wuchen. With his departure, she had poured all her emotions into her daughter. Thus, Hua Manman became Hua Qixia's lifeline, untouchable by anyone. Li Jinyue sighed deeply and contemplated before asking again. By the way, how did you save him after the immortal demon war back then? Sect leader, Hua Qishao wore a helpless expression. Don't say you don't remember. Li Jinyue interrupted her coldly, his expression serious. If you can't recall, find a way to remember. You're not allowed to leave until you do. What is the need for this sect leader? Hua Qishao shook her head helplessly, but soon her expression brightened. I remember now. Actually, there was nothing special. After the immortal demon war, I returned to the battlefield with others from the sect to search for surviving disciples of the immortal sect, and that's when I found the severely injured Xiao Wuchen. At that time, he was gravely injured and unable to use any magical tools, so I found a cave nearby to temporarily settle him. Later, when he woke up, he had no memory of anything, only vaguely remembering that his surname was Xiao. I suggested that he call himself Xiao Wuchen, hoping he could distance himself from these worldly conflicts and lead an ordinary life. Hua Qixia's expression unconsciously softened a sight Li Jinyue had never seen before. She continued, Wuchen is a very kind person. After he woke up, even though he hadn't regained his powers, he secretly descended the mountain to find a place to stay, not wanting me to continue suffering on the mountain. In that village, everyone liked him. After all, he was a cultivator stronger than ordinary people and often helped the villagers with their work. Their home was always filled with fruits and vegetables sent by the villagers. Hua Qixiao sighed, glancing at her belly, which had once been the most comfortable home for her little man-man. Later, I became pregnant with man-man and brought him back to the Tianyan sect. Li Jinyue recalled that Hua Qixiao and Xiao Wuchen had lived together outside for nearly a year. He gently shook his head and asked in a low voice, during that time, did you notice anything unusual about him? I don't understand what the sect leader means. Hua Qixia's expression immediately turned a little cold. Didn't you all see him when I brought him back? Did you notice anything wrong back then? Elder Wu, please don't get agitated. Li Jinyue sighed again and waved his hand. Take a look at this first. Hua Qixiao raised her hand to catch it. It was a memory orb, and her hand trembled slightly. Soon she channeled her spiritual energy to view the memories within. It was the scene of the demon suppression tower being destroyed in Fulong Temple. She saw Man-Man and Ali as well as the demon lord. Impossible. Hua Qixiao cut off the vision, her chest heaving slightly as she repeatedly murmured, impossible, absolutely impossible. Look closely, this demon lord. Li Jinyue gritted his teeth, looks exactly like Xiao Wuchen. Hua Qixia's voice instantly raised a few notches. It's just a resemblance. I'll say it again, it's impossible. A Wuchen cannot be the demon lord. Old Wu. Li Jinyue's tone became more concerned. Hua Qixiao quickly calmed down and firmly stated again, I told you Wuchen is not the demon lord, he absolutely cannot be. They merely resemble each other. Li Jinyue looked into Hua Qixia's tranquil eyes and instantly understood her meaning. Even if Xiao Wuchen were truly the demon lord, Hua Qixiao would not protect him. He felt a sense of relief, yet an inescapable worry lingered in his heart, and he could only say softly, I hope so. After Hua Man-Man returned to Luoxiang Peak, she had been watching at the entrance and finally saw Hua Qixiao return. Mother. The little one rushed forward with concern, constantly observing Hua Qixia's expression. Mother, are you okay? Silly child, your mother is doing well. Hua Qixiao smiled and picked up her daughter. What's wrong? Did your mother make you worry? Hua Man-Man shook her head and hugged Hua Qixia's neck, speaking in a spoiled tone. Man-Man just wants to think of mother and hopes mother is happy every day. Hua Qixia's nose tinged with emotion as she replied with a smile. Silly girl, as long as our Man-Man grows up safe and happy, your mother will naturally be happy every day. I will. The little one assured confidently, and then looked into Hua Qixia's eyes tentatively, asking, did the sect leader say anything? He didn't say much, just mentioned that the demon lord has re-emerged and reminded everyone to be cautious when going out. Hua Qixiao did not tell her daughter the truth. Li Jinyue's exact words were that the various immortal sects had issued a joint extermination order stating that if Tianyan sect disciples encountered the demon lord, they must immediately gather allies to slay him. Hua Qixia's mind once again conjured the image of Xiao Wuchen as well as the man she had seen at the foot of the mountain. Wuchen, where on earth are you?